Chapter 1. A family must be united. Bang! Before she could sit up, Su Tang was suddenly knocked down, a pair of rough hands gripping her neck and shaking her violently. You disaster bringer. It's your fault my cubs are dead. I will kill you. Let go. Su Tang's eyes rolled back as she struggled for breath. What disaster bringer? What cubs? Is this person out of their mind? How could my wolf Kuei be interested in a female like you? It's all your fault. You deserve to die. The venomous curses continued relentlessly. Just as she was on the verge of asphyxiation, a powerful instinct for survival surged within her, causing her to suddenly open her eyes, stretch out her arms, and grasp the assailant's head, pulling back forcefully. Creak! She bit down hard on the person's forehead. Oh! With a cry of anguish, the grip on her neck loosened, and she kicked the assailant away. You disaster bringer! How dare you bite me? Wolfman clutched her forehead, sitting on the ground with a look of disbelief directed at Su Tang. Su Tang was a loss for words. You are the one choking me. Am I not allowed to fight back? Who do you think you are? Where's this place? If you lay a hand on me again, they'll call the police. Su Tang recalled that she had been traveling with her family, and their car had been struck by another vehicle, sending them off a cliff, after which she lost consciousness. Rubbing her sore neck, she looked up to see a middle-aged woman gripping her, with dark skin, a burly figure, and clad in animal skins. What kind of attire is this? A savage? Nearby stood a group of similarly dressed men, their muscular upper bodies exposed, with only animal skins covering their private parts. Upon hearing Su Tang's words, they all cast her strange glances. Stop pretending to be foolish. Wolfman pointed an accusatory finger at Su Tang, her tone filled with venom. My wolf Kuei was injured while trying to save you, and now he lies in a coma. If anything happens to him, I will not let you off easily. Su Tang was taken aback. You saved me? Is someone injured? Instant guilt washed over her as she looked apologetically at Wolfman. Thank you for saving me. I will take responsibility for the medical expenses of the injured person. Could you please help me call an ambulance? By the way, have you seen the others in the car? My parents and brother were with me. As Su Tang spoke, she scanned the surroundings but found no trace of the car that had plummeted down the cliff, only an endless expanse of wilderness and rolling mountains. She was instantly dumbfounded. Where's this place? Though the mountain they had visited for leisure was remote, the bottom of the cliff could not possibly be such a primitive wilderness. Wolfman stared wide-eyed, blood trickling from her head, looking at Su Tang as if she had seen a ghost. What nonsense are you spouting? Besides your younger brother, your father, mother, and 2 older brothers were all pushed off the cliff by you. I provided your family with so much game, and what do? Run off to mate with a wandering beast man, returning with a litter of wild offspring. How could my wolf Kuei possibly take a liking to a heartless and vicious female like you? The more Wolfman spoke, the angrier she became, wishing she could dismember Su Tang. Su Tang was dumbfounded. Father? Mother? What kind of address is that? How could she have pushed her own parents off a cliff? They had all fallen together. What mating wild offspring and giving birth to a litter? She wasn't a pig. As her gaze shifted, she noticed 5 unconscious figures lying behind Wolfman. They were all dressed in tattered animal skins, which bore countless rips and were in tatters. Aside from being a bit darker, bulkier, and rougher, the 4 individuals lying before her bore an uncanny resemblance to her parents and brother. Looking down at herself, she too was clad in ragged animal skins. A thunderclap of realization struck Su Tang. Could it be that she had died from the fall and now borrowed someone else's body? Would that mean her parents? Staggering back a couple of steps, she rushed towards the unconscious figures, desperate for confirmation. Disaster bringer. What are you trying to do? Don't think of harming my cubs again. Wolfman was startled, thinking Su Tang was about to attack Wolf Kuei, and stepped in front of him to block her. But before she could finish her sentence, Su Tang had already thrown herself onto her father and mother, not even sparing Wolfman a glance. Mom, Dad, big brother, wake up. Su Tang lowered her voice, trying to rouse them, and to her surprise, the 4 stirred awake. Tang, Su Vidong, and Lin Xia. Her parents were still hazy, their eyes not yet open, but they responded upon hearing their daughter's voice. Second brother Su Jiuyin groaned, propping his head up, cursing, damn it, who's the idiot driving the car? Looking for death, huh? Eldest brother Su Shimi remained quiet, locking eyes with Su Tang, his steady gaze already realizing something was amiss. Seeing the familiar 4, Su Tang felt a wave of relief wash over her. They were indeed all alive. Excellent. A family must be united. Wolfman, your wolf Kuei has woken up. Someone called out, and Wolfman's expression brightened as she hurried to check on Wolf Kuei. Wolf Kuei bore the brunt of the injuries, his body covered in wounds of various sizes. Though he was awake, he merely moved his fingers and groaned softly. Kuei, dear, mother is here. I will take you to find a veterinarian. You'll be fine, Wolfman said, grasping him and hoisting him on her shoulder, striding away. Is this a woman? A woman who can carry a burly man on her shoulder and move with such agility. Su Jiyuan propped his chin back up. Sister, where are we? Is this still human? Su Tang's eyes widened as she looked in the other direction. It seems it isn't anymore. Once Wolfman left, the onlooking beastmen dispersed. Those half-naked men turned and transformed into several robust gray wolves, leisurely carrying their animal skins and departing. As Su Guodong and Lin Xia regained consciousness, they were met with this bizarre scene and both rolled their eyes in unison, fainting once more. Chapter 2. Sister, even a sow can't give birth like you. Mom, Dad, don't faint. If you're going to faint, take me with you. Su Jiyuan lamented, pulling at Su Guodong and Lin Xia, feeling utterly despondent. Su Shimi woke up later, completely unaware of the situation. Su Tang managed to calm herself slightly, her gaze shifting to a 10-year-old boy standing nearby, looking at them with a peculiar expression. That woman seemed to have said she had a younger brother. Come here, Su Tang beckoned him. The boy, Xiao Fu, looked coldly disdainful, glancing at Su Shimi before taking a couple of hesitant steps forward. What do you want? You didn't kill father, mother, and brother, and now you want to kill me too? Su Tang said twitched. She really had gained a younger brother. But this beast man, with his talk of cubs, sounded so much like he was referring to livestock. She mentally sorted through the situation. This body ran off to avoid mating with Wolf Kuei, only to return with a litter of cubs and in a fit of rage, pushed her entire family off a cliff. Wolf Kuei went to save her, resulting in their collective démission. Wolf Kuei was still alive. The three exchanged knowing glances, and the two brothers quickly processed the crucial information. They had transmigrated, and not only had they not inherited the original memories, but they had also gained a little brother. Su Jiyuan gave Su Tang a thumbs up. Sister, I didn't expect you to be so bold, killing father and mother. Quite rebellious, aren't you? Su Tang rolled her eyes. I could also kill a brother. Do you want to give it a try? Su Shimi shot him a look. Stop fooling around. Our immediate priority is to get mom and dad home and settled. Where are we staying now? Isn't there someone here we can ask? Su Tang, irritated, gestured towards her little brother. The three of them were conversing without regard for Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu listened with a bewildered expression, hearing the odd dialogue between the three and wondering why his two older brothers were so harmonious with her. Something felt off. Could it be that both older brothers had hit their heads and gone silly? While pondering this, Su Tang suddenly addressed him. Younger brother, come help us carry father and mother back. What trick are you up to now? Isn't it just what you wanted for father and mother to be dead? Before Xiao Fu could finish, Su Jiyuan had already given him a light slap on the head. You little brat, how dare you speak to your sister like that? Su Jiyuan scolded loudly. Hey, the sister deserves pampering, the younger brother is just for bullying. Why are you hitting me? It's clearly her fault. Xiao Fu covered his head, looking aggrieved. Why was his second brother helping her today? What are you talking about? Call her sister. Su Jiyuan raised his hand, and Xiao Fu promptly shrank his neck in fear, changing his words. Sister. Under Su Jiyuan's imposing presence, the four of them let Xiao Fu lead the way, navigating through a series of twists and turns until they finally arrived at their home. It was two triangular huts made of wood and dried grass, half of which had fallen away with the wind, leaving only a skeletal frame behind. The surroundings were desolate, devoid of any human presence or even a glimpse of shelter. It would not be an exaggeration to deem it a wilderness. The three siblings stood in disarray amidst the wind. Su Jianyuan exclaimed, You were supposed to lead us home? What kind of wretched place is this? Su Shiwei inquired, Aren't we meant to reside with those werewolves? Xiao Fu wore an expression of astonishment. This is our home. We have just arrived at the Grey Wolf tribe, and we haven't yet excavated a cave. Originally, Mother said that as long as her sister mates with Brother Wolf Kuei, he would dig us a cave. He shot an irked glance at Su Tang and continued. However, now that Brother Wolf Kuei has been harmed so grievously, not only will he not dig us a cave, but the tribe will surely bar us from entering. Su Tang appeared innocent. It was not her fault. Here were three grown men in her family, incapable of constructing a simple dwelling, yet they expected her to be sold off. There was not a single sane individual amongst them. At that moment, a series of feeble whimpers emanated from the grass hut, akin to the cries of some unweaned young creature. The sounds came from the left side of the grass shelter. Su Tang approached and parted the overgrown weeds at the entrance, revealing a cluster of small, white, furry beastlings huddled together in a grassy nest, eyes tightly shut, whimpering pitifully. The little ones, likely hungry, had yet to open their pink eyes and could not walk. They could only push themselves along the ground, attempting a futile escape. Sensing Su Tang's proximity, the five little creatures cried out even more fervently. Their pitiful, high-pitched whines were so weak that it seemed each sound drained them of their last ounce of strength. Witnessing this scene struck Su Tang like a bolt from the blue. She had only known that this body had given birth to a litter of young ones. Yet she was oblivious to the fact that they were still dependent on nursing. How could she, who could barely keep a blade of grass alive, be expected to care for 5 unweaned beastlings? Was this not a crime against nature? Su Jianyuan had just laid down the unconscious parents when he heard the commotion and curiously approached. Sister, where did these little kittens come from? Su Tang, filled with resistance, was reluctant to accept the reality. It seems they are mine. You gave birth. Su Jianyuan's voice escalated several octaves, and he raised his thumb in admiration. 5 little ones, sister, not even a sow could match your productivity. He, of course, understood that it was this body of Su Tang that had birthed them. Fuming, Su Tang delivered a swift kick to his rear. If you keep talking, no one will mistake you for a mute. Meanwhile, Xiao Fu wore an expression of utter disbelief. Previously, second brother had always scorned his sister, believing her to be a mere drain on the family's resources, constantly deriding her for her idleness. Yet today, after being kicked by her, he did not retaliate and instead wore a foolish grin. Confirmed second brother's mind had suffered significant damage. And then there was the eldest brother, who, usually preoccupied with indulgence and revelry, had been steadfastly guarding their parents since awakening. Something was amiss, far too amiss. Su Shiwei gently placed their parents on the grass and pinched their acupoints. Only then did they slowly regain consciousness. Father, mother. Upon seeing his parents awaken, Xiao Fu felt as though he had found a pillar of support and rushed over to grasp Lin Xia's raised hand. Mother, how are you? Xiao Fu was so worried about you. The 2 elder brothers appeared dazed, praying that their parents were unharmed. He could not believe that he alone was the only sane one left in this family. Tang Tang, my daughter, where are you? As Lin Xia and Su Guodong regained consciousness, they recalled the horrifying scene they had witnessed before losing consciousness and hurriedly searched for Su Tang. Lin Xia yanked her hand away, not sparing Xiao Fu a glance. The speed was such that it seemed he was a filthy thing. Xiao Fu. Hearing her parents call out, Su Tang hastened to reassure them. Mom and Dad, I am right here. Daughter, I just had a nightmare, dreaming that people turned into wolves. It terrified me. Lin Xia grasped Su Tang's hand, lowering her voice, her expression still fraught with fear. She still believed she had merely been dreaming. Su Guodong leaned in closer, casting a glance at Xiao Fu beside them. Daughter, who is this little brat? Why does he call me father? I'm not his dad. Father, he truly is your son. Su Tang was at a loss as to how to explain. Su Guodong. Lin Xia's face was one of disbelief as she tugged at Su Guodong's ear. How could you do something like this behind my back? Su Guodong winced in pain, quickly raising his hand to clarify. Daughter, do not speak nonsense. Your father is innocent. I have never strayed. You must believe me. Daughter, you need to explain to your mother what is happening. Su Tang grasped Lin Xia's hand, swiftly rescuing Su Guodong, pulling the 2 aside to explain in hushed tones only they could hear. Mom, he is also your son. What you just witnessed was not a dream, it is real. Chapter 3. Which rascal has defiled my daughter? Daughter, are you saying that our entire family has traversed dimensions? Su Guodong inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. I never imagined that at my age, I would still catch the wave of youthful dimension-hopping trends. Ha ha. Lin Xia slapped him on the forehead, exclaiming that having traversed to this desolate place, inhabited by werewolves, he still managed to smile. Su Tang quickly grasped her irritable mother, softly reminding her, Mother, we are currently inhabiting another's body. We have a new son to consider. Let us not expose ourselves. The surroundings resembled a primitive tribe, and as newcomers, they were oblivious to the customs and taboos of the locals. It would be prudent to remain discreet. Should the indigenous people perceive them as monsters, it would spell disaster. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia finally regained her composure. The couple turned to examine their son, Xiao Fu, assessing him from head to toe. The boy appeared thin and malnourished, with disheveled hair and a filthy animal skin wrapped around his waist, resembling a little savage. His small green eyes fixed upon them, filled with concern. Su Guodong opened his mouth to speak, then turned back to Su Tang, asking, My dear daughter, what is our son's name? Su Tang recalled his earlier self-reference and replied, Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu, rest assured, my parents are well, so there is no need for you to worry about us. Su Guodong approached Xiao Fu, gently patting his shoulder, revealing a tender smile characteristic of a loving father. Xiao Fu's expression grew even more peculiar. He took 2 steps back and said, You are not my real father. It is my mother I am concerned about, not you. Su Guodong remarked. This lad's feelings are not even of his own blood. Xiaofu, how many fathers do you actually have? Su Guodong suddenly inquired. 4, replied Xiaofu without hesitation. My father is a wolf beast. My eldest and second brother's father are leopard beasts. My sister's father, like my mother, is a cat beast, and you are a fox beast. Su Guodong wore a gloomy expression, casting a resentful glance at Lin Xia. Goodness, none of them are his kin. This time, it was Lin Xia's turn to feel awkward. Having just arrived, she was unaware of these matters. Hastily changing the subject, she inquired, Xiao Fu, what about your other 3 fathers? Where are they? Would she truly end up with multiple husbands in the future? The 3 siblings of Su Tang were equally astonished. Their mother was indeed formidable, as she had, upon her sudden arrival in this new realm, adorned their father with 3 metaphorical green hats. Su Jianyuan gave a thumbs up, his face emblazoned with the words, indeed. My mother is remarkable. Xiao Fu appeared increasingly skeptical, her tiny brows furrowed in confusion. Mother, don't you recall that the other 3 fathers perished during our escape? How is it that everyone seems so peculiar today? Why can't you remember these events? As the truth threatened to unravel, Su Tang stepped forward to mediate. We just tumbled down the cliff. Our heads are still aching, and many details elude us, correct, mother and father? Su Tang squinted playfully, and the couple Su Guodong and his wife quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Oh, my head aches. Just thinking about it is excruciating. Su Guodong grimaced, feigning distress. Lin Xia echoed with a dramatic oh dear. Xiao Fu's brows, resembling the furrows of a caterpillar, tightened as he glanced at Su Shiwei and Su Jianyuan. Eldest brother. Second brother, you wouldn't also be. Have we all injured our brains? Su Shiwei, quick to respond, maintained an air of composure. You're the one who's injured your brain. Su Jianyuan exclaimed, only to be silenced by Su Shiwei's swift hand over his mouth. Observing Su Jianyuan's demeanor, Xiao Fu found it quite credible. He sensed that the second brother had indeed suffered the most grievous blow. After all, a fool never admits to being foolish. What should we do? I shall fetch the veterinarian from the Grey Wolf tribe to examine you. Xiao Fu declared with concern, ready to seek out the healer. No need, little brother. Just recount some past events for us. Perhaps it will jog our memories. Su Tang interjected, seizing the opportunity to extract information. The foremost priority was to ascertain their current circumstances and the nature of this unfamiliar world. Why should I listen to you? If it weren't for you pushing mother and the others off the cliff, how could she possibly have injured her brain? Our current predicament is all your fault. Xiao Fu spat, shaking off Su Tang's grasp with disdain. If it weren't for Su Tang, he could have been residing in a cave, well-fed and content. Mother had always said they raised their sister to secure a good partner who would one day provide for their family of beastmen. Now, because of her, everything was lost. Xiao Fu naturally placed the blame squarely on Su Tang. Su Jianyuan's temper flared instantly, ready to admonish the younger brother. However, Su Tang intervened, pinching the little fellow's chubby face. With a veneer of a smile that belied her true intentions, she threatened, indeed, it was I who caused this. Speak up, or I shall push you down as well, leaving you to break your arms and legs, forced to lie down for life. Dealing with your needs while confined to your position. Su Tang has never been one to subject herself to suffering, nor does she indulge others. You, how malicious you are! Exclaimed Mother Xiao Fu, her face pale with terror as she sought help from Lin Xia. Lin Xia responded, oh dear. My eyes also ache. And it seems my ears can hardly hear. Su Guodong, my dear wife, how many children do we have? Are they healthy or bedridden? How could I forget so suddenly? Xiao Fu. Under the threat of Su Tang, Xiao Fu dutifully answered her questions. From Xiao Fu's revelations, the family of Su Tang finally grasped the current situation. They had traversed to a realm known as the Beastman continent, where the Beastmen constituted the most formidable race. In this land, survival often necessitated acts of violence and plunder. The original identity was Tang, sharing the same name as Su Tang. Tang's family, belonging to a tribe of beasts, was attacked by other tribes and sought refuge in the Grey Wolf tribe. Tang's mother was rather superficial, having chosen 4 partners who were handsome yet ineffectual. Tragically, upon their arrival, 3 of the 4 partners had perished. The Grey Wolves were a communal race of beastmen who were averse to the integration of foreign beastmen. Consequently, Tang's mother offered her daughter in exchange. If Tang would mate with the wolf Kuei, they could join the Grey Wolf tribe. However, Tang was also one who valued looks, finding the wolf Kuei too unattractive and refusing to mate. She chose instead to escape and copulate with a wandering beastman, returning with a litter of helpless pups in tow. This infuriated Tang's mother, who threatened to suffocate the offspring and forcibly send Tang to mate. Yet, Tang was no pushover. She lured her entire family to a cliff, ensuring they perished together. Su Tang summarized the tale of an orc who sought to sell his daughter for personal gain, only to fail miserably, resulting in the demise of his entire family. Save for the youngest, Xiao Fu. What? Which scoundrel has defiled my daughter? And she even with child. Su Guodong reacted with the utmost fury, practically wishing to draw blood. Darling, please, do not be so agitated, Lin Xia interjected, attempting to calm him. Let us consider the silver lining. You are to become a grandfather. It's rather fortunate that your daughter need not suffer in marriage. According to Xiao Fu, After Su Tang engaged in a liaison with the orc fled. The wandering orc, being a pariah shunned by various tribes, was an outcast despised by all, and it was unlikely he would ever return. Su Guodong finally regained his composure. No sooner had he spoken than the stomachs of several individuals began to orchestrate a symphony. The nest of young Su Tang continuously emitted plaintive cries, appearing to be quite famished. The onlookers turned their gazes toward the grass hut that swayed precariously in the breeze. Sensing that it was on the verge of succumbing to the harsh winds of the northwest, Su Jinyuan clutched his stomach and inquired, Xiao Fu, is there any food left in our home? Chapter 4. Is this the farm space? Xiao Fu emerged from the straw shed, presenting 2 crimson fruits to Lin Xia. Mother, this is the last of our provisions. The allocation of food within the household had always been Lin Xia's responsibility. Tang, you should eat. We are not hungry. Before the fruits had even warmed in their hands, Lin Xia pressed them into Su Tang's grasp. The stomachs of several individuals rumbled in unison. Though no one dared to voice their disbelief, silence enveloped them. Su Guodong, Su Shiwei, and Su Jinyuan naturally had no reason to compete with Su Tang for the fruits. Only Xiao Fu stood in stunned silence. What was wrong with mother today? Not only was she unperturbed, but she also bestowed the remaining fruits upon her sister. What would they eat then? I shall slice the fruits so that we may share them together, Su Tang remarked without pretense. The fruit resembled an apple, yet it was diminutive, no larger than half the size of her fist, quite petite indeed. She turned to seek the tools for slicing the fruit in the thatched shed. But to her astonishment, upon turning back, her palm was empty. Su Tang was taken aback, grasping at thin air. Where were the fruits? They had just been in her hands. Upon looking up again, she realized that her parents and brothers had vanished as well. In their place lay a labyrinth of intersecting farmland. However, only one small plot had been cultivated, while the rest remained barren. A brown wooden sign was planted nearby, accompanied by a small pond and a storage shed. Su Tang inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with the scene before her. Was this the farm space? After a moment of astonishment, she suddenly realized that this was none other than the immensely popular farming game from her childhood. It had been her favorite pastime, diligently completing her homework each day before sneaking onto the computer to pilfer vegetables from others. Had she traversed through time along with the farm space? But wait, where were her parents and brother? Why were they nowhere to be found? Could it be that only she possessed the ability to enter the farm space? Su Tang was utterly astonished. Upon turning around, she discovered that the previously barren farmland had sprouted a solitary green seedling. As she approached, a stream of information flooded her mind. Apple sapling, maturing in 59 minutes. Su Tang suddenly widened her eyes. Her fruits. The only remaining food supply for her family had been seized by the bandit farm space for cultivation. Could it be that every crop she handled would be planted within that farm space? Su Tang pinched herself, and it hurt. It seemed she was not dreaming. Since this was a farm space, the maturation period of the crops must certainly differ from that of the ordinary world. In other words, within less than an hour, she would be able to harvest apples. Thinking of it this way, the loss of the 2 small apples didn't seem so significant anymore. As Su Tang's thoughts shifted, the scene before her transformed, returning her to her original world. Just as she worried that her sudden disappearance might frighten her parents, a furious voice pierced her ears. You deceiver. You just promised to share a meal, yet you devoured it all by yourself. Xiao Fu's face flushed with a deep shade of anger. I did not. Su Tang instinctively wished to offer an explanation, but soon realized that Xiao Fu merely accused her of indulging in forbidden fruit. Her parents and elder brother regarded her hand with peculiar curiosity, devoid of concern. Did no one notice her disappearance? It seemed that time stood still outside when she entered the farm. Very well, I did indulge, and now I am parched. Go fetch me some water, Su Tang retorted, opting to dismiss the explanation altogether. Xiao Fu, his eyes reddened with indignation, felt aggrieved that he had to toil after consuming the fruit. He cast a pleading glance towards Lin Xia. Understanding Su Tang's intent, Lin Xia played along, stating that their mother was also thirsty, urging him to hurry. Frustrated, Xiao Fu stamped his foot, yet fearing Su Tang's wrath might lead to an unfortunate incident in bed, he reluctantly departed. With the absence of outsiders, the 5 family members no longer felt the need to conceal their true selves. Su Jinyuan, with his impudent demeanor, leaned closer and remarked, Sister, are you akin to a swine? Even Zhu Beiji, the legendary figure, could not devour ginseng fruits as thoughtlessly as you. Su Shiwei maintained a composed expression. He did not believe that his sister would act selfishly. Tang, what just happened? Mr. and Mrs. Su Guodong also turned their gaze towards Su Tang. Su Tang, if I were to say that I planted apples on the farm, would you believe me? The crowd? Su Tang recounted everything she had just witnessed in detail. Although the notion of traversing dimensions and encountering beast-men was quite absurd, the group surprisingly accepted it without much shock. Su Guodong wore a proud expression, for his daughter had indeed inherited his remarkable abilities. As a professor of agronomy, he devoted his life to the study of various plants, nurturing a passion for agriculture in his 3 siblings from a young age. Alas, apart from Su Tang, who enjoyed playing farming games in her childhood, None of the siblings pursued a path connected to agronomy. Consequently, Su Guodong often sighed and lamented the absence of an heir to carry on his legacy. Su Jinyuan's expression was filled with excitement. Do we possess some extraordinary abilities as well? For instance, can my elder brother conjure up a villa? Or can my mother summon delectable dishes? He eagerly gazed at Su Shiwei. Su Shiwei is an architect, responsible for the design of numerous schools and towering edifices. No. Su Shiwei cast a glance at him, her expression impassive, extinguishing his fantasies. He instinctively raised his hand to adjust his glasses, only to belatedly realize that he was no longer wearing them. Well, we survived the worst, and having a wondrous farm is already quite fortunate. We should promptly tidy up the house before Xiao Fu returns, adapting to this place as swiftly as possible. As the head of the family, Lin Xia efficiently issued instructions. After much effort, it was already afternoon. It was too late to find new accommodations, so they could only repair the 2 straw huts and make do for the night. Fortunately, the huts were spacious enough. Su Guodong and several brothers could share one, while Su Tang and Lin Xia, along with their young ones, could occupy the other, albeit cramped. 3 laborers set out to gather materials for the huts, while Su Tang and Lin Xia organized the few belongings left inside. 6 chipped stone bowls, 2 dark animal hides, and 2 dull bone knives constituted their remaining possessions. Additionally, some moldy fruit pits and bones cluttered the hut, which the 2 promptly cleared away to free up space. It truly felt like a return to a pre-liberation era, impoverished to the core. Su Tang wiped her brow and let out a long sigh. Their family had once enjoyed a modestly comfortable life, but now they were thrust into a primitive existence, a drastic transformation indeed. Fortunately, their family possessed progressive thoughts and adaptability. At that moment, Su Tang sensed a furry object brushing against her foot. Looking down, she discovered a small white fluff ball that had somehow crawled to her side, nudging her foot with its snow-white head, tangled with weeds. Su Tang's body instantly stiffened. The creatures she detested the most were those furry little beings. Dear, these little ones have been crying for quite a while. They must be hungry. Why don't you feed them? Lin Xia, having finished tossing the bones, also noticed the situation here. She picked up the small bundle, her expression softening, and placed it into Su Tang's embrace. Su Tang was momentarily taken aback. Mom, there is no food at home. What shall I feed them? Lin Xia's gaze fell upon her daughter's ample bosom. Silly girl, these little ones have yet to be weaned. Of course, you shall nurse them. Su Tang was instantly petrified, nearly dropping the cubs in her arms. Am I supposed to feed them? Chapter 5. Xiao Fu is injured in a beating. Su Tang certainly understands what Lin Xia meant by feeding. She hasn't even married yet, nor has she experienced pregnancy and childbirth, and now she is directly jumping to raising a child? Moreover, she is expected to do the feeding herself. Though Su Tang is a caretaker, she has never personally engaged in such tasks. My dear, at this moment, you are the only one capable of nourishing them. Just look at how pitiful they are. Having come this far, we cannot allow the little ones to perish from hunger, can we? Lin Xia, once an obstetrician, resigned from her profession due to health issues and has since devoted herself to being a homemaker. She cannot bear the sight of these infants, especially when they are in distress. Not to mention, these particular little ones belong to Su Tang. I shall give it a try, Su Tang said, steeling herself. Her mother was right. Having taken control of another's body, she cannot allow their offspring to starve. Before Su Guodong and the others return, Su Tang carried the young ones back to the shed. As soon as she settled down, the other little ones clamored towards her eagerly. This scene felt to Su Tang like a phobic individual falling into a den of snakes. She gathered each young one into the makeshift nest, sternly admonishing, "Stay still. If you keep moving, I shall withhold your milk." The little ones responded with a chorus of cries, continuing to nuzzle against Su Tang. Su Tang took a deep breath. Coming to terms with the reality, she lifted the smallest one, turning her back to the outside world, and cast aside the fur draped over her shoulders. Though this household was steeped in poverty, they had raised her original form with great care, perhaps in hopes of securing a wealthy suitor, allowing the entire clan of beastmen to thrive on his prosperity. Su Dong's physique may not be considered plump, yet it possesses a certain allure. The little cub is soft, and its fur is a pristine white, reminiscent of a kitten. So diminutive in size, it seems as if it could be crushed with the slightest pressure. Although Su Tang was not fond of the situation, she approached with caution. As soon as she drew near, the tiny cub opened its delicate pink mouth, searching for a place to suckle. Its 2 rosy front paws busily kneaded, fervently attempting to stimulate milk flow. Yet, within mere seconds, Su Tang sensed something amiss. The little cub was indeed latched on correctly, but there was no milk to be found. Not only was there a lack of nourishment, but the tiny teeth and paws also caused her a twinge of discomfort. Su Tang hastily pulled the cub away. Fortunate that it did not cling to her with its teeth, it merely began to wail once more, its cries pitiful, as if lamenting Su Tang's perceived cruelty. Upon inspection, she ultimately confirmed that she indeed had no milk. The other 4 cubs, seeing that one had not yet had its turn, cried out even louder. Su Tang felt somewhat overwhelmed and urged the little ones to cease their cries, for there was no milk to offer them. The young cubs whimpered softly, and after exchanging glances for a few moments, Su Tang relinquished her struggle. With a stiff motion, she reached out to gently pat each cub's head before swiftly withdrawing her hand. Stop your cries. I shall fetch you something to eat. Whether they comprehended Su Tang's words or simply grew weary from their incessant wails, the cubs' voices gradually faded, and they closed their rosy eyes, succumbing to slumber. Su Tang let out a sigh of relief, quickly donning her animal skin before exiting the grass shed. My dear daughter, have you finished feeding so soon? Lin Xia inquired, somewhat astonished, considering she had only just entered. I have no milk, so I cannot feed, Su Tang replied candidly. How can you be without milk? Lin Xia's face revealed a look of confusion, her gaze wandering to Su Tang's bosom. You certainly do not appear to lack nourishment. Su Tang felt a bit awkward. How could she know that this body had such ample breasts but no milk at all? At that moment, Su Guodong and the others returned, carrying wood and hay for the makeshift shelter. Mom, we discovered a river over by the small grove. Would you and Mayor like to go wash up? Su Jinyuan shouted, striding forward with a hefty bundle of timber, his voice booming. The family had just been rescued from the precipice, their faces smeared with dirt and dust, bearing numerous scrapes and bruises. Lin Xia and Su Tang, being particularly fastidious about cleanliness, were foremost in his thoughts. Second brother, did you say there is a river near the small grove? Su Tang furrowed her brow and turned to inquire. Yes, it's south quite close. But I think Xiao Fu went to the other side just now. It was only upon Su Tang's reminder that everyone recalled Xiao Fu had gone to fetch water without any tools. Xiao Fu isn't he gone to get water? Su Shiwei said in a low tone. If he hasn't he gone to fetch water, then where has he been for so long? Su Guodong questioned suspiciously. Surely he hasn't he been frightened away by them. Mom, I'll go look for Xiao Fu and see if I can find something for the cubs to eat. Su Tang pondered for a moment before saying. Lin Xian nodded. All right, let your second brother accompany you. Su Jinyuan, a member of the military, is the strongest in terms of physical prowess in his family. This time, he returned home on leave to accompany Su Tang following their breakup, and the family planned a vacation to unwind. Little did they know they would encounter such an unforeseen situation. With Su Jinyuan by their side, Lin Xia felt a sense of reassurance. My father and I busied ourselves with repairing the thatched shed, while Su Shiwei joined Su Guodong in the task of mending the shelter. The nearby mountainous paths, densely covered with vegetation, proved to be rather treacherous. After half an hour of travel, Su Tang and Su Jinyuan finally discerned the tracks of Orcish footsteps. In the distance lay a flat expanse of land, presumably the territory of the Grey Wolf tribe. What business could this lad have in the Grey Wolf tribe? As Su Jinyuan had just murmured, the two soon spotted a swaying young boy clad in black approaching from a distance. Upon seeing them, Xiao Fu was taken aback for a moment, then promptly turned and attempted to flee. You little rascal, halt right there. Su Jinyuan, quick-witted and agile, stepped forward decisively and seized Xiao Fu by the scruff of his neck. I instructed you to fetch water. What brings you to the Grey Wolf tribe? Xiao Fu struggled relentlessly, twisting his head away in defiance. Su Tang approached and discovered him with a bruised face and body, his mouth stained with blood. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, who has done this to you? He had seemed perfectly fine when he had departed. Her question, however, elicited a visceral reaction from Xiao Fu. His eyes reddened with tears as he glared at her with palpable hatred, exclaiming, Isn't it all your fault? If you wish to die, do so alone. Why must you drag Mother and us into this? Mother raised you with such care. What is wrong with mating with Wolf Kuei? Isn't the purpose of a female to breed and bear young? Wolf Kuei provides for us. You are ungrateful. In that moment, his pent-up grievances erupted forth. Su Tang's temples throbbed slightly. Were it not for the sight of the injuries adorning the young man, she would have certainly delivered him a sound beating. Su Jinyuan had already rolled up his sleeves when Su Tang firmly pressed down on his hand, her voice laced with an icy tone. Even if I were to mate with Lang Kuei, what right does he have to provide you with food and shelter? You are but a female, raised by a mother who has deeply influenced you with the ways of vampires, speaking without thought. What does that have to do with you? Su Tang abruptly interjected. Instead of wasting your efforts to barter for benefits with me, perhaps you should contemplate why you, along with your fellow males, are deemed less useful than a single Lang Kuei. Are you missing an arm or a leg? Little Fu stood momentarily stunned. He recalled how his mother had always said such things. How was he to know the reasoning behind it? I will ask you once more, who struck you? When he remained silent, Su Tang pressed further. It was Lang Kuei's younger brother, Lang Qing, along with the pups of the Grey Wolf tribe. Lang Qing seeks vengeance for Lang Kuei and has brought them to attack me. It seemed that Su Tang's piercing gaze had somehow compelled Little Fu to respond. Let us go. Su Tang grasped his arm firmly and strode purposefully towards the Grey Wolf tribe. Su Jinyuan understood immediately and followed closely behind, eager to take action. Little Fu stumbled along, looking bewildered and asking, what are we going to do? Chapter 6. We shall not return home until we've settled the score. Of course, we are going for revenge. Whoever has struck you must be repaid in kind. Our family has never been known to shy away from a challenge. Su Tang strode forward, resolutely pulling Xiao Fu along without a backward glance. Both she and Su Jianyuan had inherited Lin Xia's temperament, embodying a spirit that would never allow themselves to be wronged. In contrast, Su Shiwei, much like Su Guodong, exhibited a mature and composed demeanor, yet was not immune to the influence of their formidable mother, proving that they were not to be trifled with. Xiao Fu, momentarily taken aback, slightly parted her lips. Her doubts lodged in her throat. Is there anyone in our family who isn't like that? After walking a few hundred meters, the trio encountered a dozen or so orc cubs strutting confidently toward the direction of the Grey Wolf tribe. Su Tang and Su Jianyuan exchanged a glance before striding forward to obstruct the path of the young ones. It's you again, the troublemaker. Haven't you had enough punishment? Do you dare to come closer? The leader, a youngling of around 11 or 12, had a dark complexion and a sturdy build, making him appear quite robust among his peers. Upon noticing the small figure of Xiao Fu behind Su Tang, he brandished his fists in an intimidating manner, completely disregarding Su Tang and Su Jianyuan standing beside him. Su Tang cast an impassive glance at the cub before lowering her head to inquire of Xiao Fu. Was it he who struck you? She gestured with her right hand towards the speaking cub. Xiao Fu, shrinking his neck in trepidation, dared not meet the gaze of his counterpart and gave a barely perceptible nod. Very well. With this satisfactory response, Su Tang released her grip and, in a swift motion, advanced with purpose, seizing the collar of the wolf cub and forcefully drawing him towards herself. You are the wolf cub, are you not? You were the one who led the charge against my younger brother just now. Su Tang inquired with a tone of icy indifference. Her piercing gaze caused a sudden shiver of fear to ripple through Lang Qing's heart. You wicked female, what do you intend to do? If you dare to strike me, the Grey Wolf tribe will not let you go, nor will my elder brother. Lang Qing anxiously tugged at his collar, desperately attempting to escape Su Tang's grasp. Alas, his collar remained firmly in her hold. Release Lang Qing. You shall not harm him. Let him go at once. A group of young ones rushed forward to assist, but before they could approach Su Tang, they were struck by pebbles that suddenly flew out, causing them to kneel in a disarrayed heap. Su Jianyuan playfully tossed a stone in his hand, positioning himself in front of Su Tang with a mischievous grin. Don't be hasty, your turn will come soon. Anyone who dares to raise a hand today won't be allowed to leave. The faces of Lang Qing and the cubs turned ashen with fear. Was it not said that the beastmen of the Xiaofu family were cowardly, lazy, and utterly useless, relying solely on the sale of females for sustenance? Who is spreading such slander? How shameless of you. As an adult, you strike a mere cub. I shall have my mother deal with you. Lang Qing trembled in terror, yet maintained a fierce facade, spewing threats. Who said I would strike you? Su Tang shot him a composed glance, her tone remarkably serious. I detest bullying the weak above all else. Lang Qing's expression brightened. It seemed the rumors were true. This family of beastmen were indeed cowards, too fearful to even retaliate against him. He grew bolder, arrogantly declaring, Then hurry and release me. If you apologize and lick my feet clean while on the ground, perhaps I might speak a few kind words about you before my mother and brother and grant you another chance. Beside them, Xiao Fu's fleeting sense of admiration for Su Tang dissipated like mist, leaving him disheartened as he gazed at her. Indeed, he had known all along that his sister would not be so benevolent. What vengeance was she speaking of? She had merely deceived herself into thinking she could curry favor with Lang Qing, undoubtedly having realized that she could not sustain her own cubs at home and was now seeking comfort in the Lang family. Su Tang paid no heed to the wolf pup, extending her hand towards Su Jianyuan. The latter understood her intent and, seemingly from nowhere, produced a long vine, handing it to Su Tang. In a swift and efficient manner, the two bound the wolf pup and the other young ones together. The little creatures had yet to comprehend the situation when Su Tang called out to Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu, come here. What for? Xiao Fu, observing Su Tang's actions, felt somewhat bewildered. Wasn't she attempting to curry favor with the wolf family? Why were they being tied up instead? Wasn't this bound to offend the Grey Wolf clan? Will they retaliate? Su Tang inquired with an air of indifference. Xiao Fu was momentarily slow to react. If someone hits you, just hit them back. You're not allowed to go home until you've settled it today. Su Tang pushed the wolf blue towards Xiao Fu, crossing her arms and watching him with an air of leisurely amusement. Xiao Fu exclaimed, What? Such a demand exists? You deceitful vixen, release me at once. If you dare to strike me, you will face dire consequences. Upon hearing the prospect of a beating, the wolf blue lost its composure, shouting in anger. Observing Xiao Fu standing there foolishly, Su Jianyuan, with a look of disdain, boomed in his rough voice. What are you dawdling for? Strike back just as they hit you. A dignified male should possess at least this much courage. If you go out like this, don't dare to say, I'm your elder brother. How did my illustrious name become associated with such a cowardly younger sibling? Seemingly provoked, Xiao Fu clenched his teeth and suddenly charged forward, landing a fierce punch squarely on the wolf blue's nose. Ow! The wolf blue yelped in pain, blood streaming from its nose down to its chin. I'm not a coward. I'm not timid. What is there to be proud of in a group of pups ganging up on me? It is Wolf Kuei who fancies my sister. If you cannot control him, why take your frustrations out on me? Xiao Fu mounted the wolf blue, raining down punches upon its face with relentless fury. The pent-up rage within him finally erupted at that moment. If you dare to hit me, you will regret it. Stop hitting. It hurts so much. The wolf blue cried out in agony, its once arrogant demeanor swiftly transforming into pleas for mercy within mere minutes. Su Tang and Su Jianyuan stood aside, exhibiting no intention to intervene. Xiao Fu, a head shorter than the wolf blue dog, appeared fierce, yet possessed little lethality. As long as blunt instruments were avoided, any discomfort inflicted upon the wolf blue dog would not amount to significant harm. Su Jianyuan nodded with considerable satisfaction. This was more like a man. What man would remain silent when bullied? The other young ones turned pale with fear. They merely intended to intimidate Xiao Fu alongside the wolf dog, never anticipating that the usually meek Xiao Fu could be so ferocious, exhibiting such brutality, and his elder sister and brother were nothing short of demons. They simply stood by, watching the wolf dog endure the beating, an affront more degrading than if they had struck themselves. After delivering the final punch, Xiao Fu collapsed on the ground, exhausted and drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. The wolf dog's head had swollen to the size of a pig's, rolling on the ground with a dazed expression, eyes wide with terror. Madman. This entire family of beasts was insane. Chapter 7. Nourishing the young with milk. Su Tang is an exceedingly patient individual. When Xiao Fu was utterly exhausted, she remained by his side until he regained his strength, then proceeded to teach a lesson to all the young ones who had bullied him. Only after that did Su Jianyuan untie them and allow them to leave. As the group of young wolf cubs fled, they even transformed into their beast forms, abandoning their hides in their haste to escape. Thus, Su Tang and her companions gathered several beast skins, which for their impoverished circumstances, constituted a significant fortune. Thank you, sister, for helping me take revenge, Xiao Fu said. His face flushed with embarrassment as he expressed his gratitude to Su Tang, who was seated on the ground counting the beast skins. This marked the most exhilarating day of his 10 years of life. He felt ashamed for his earlier misconceptions about Su Tang. Perhaps he had harbored misunderstandings about her in the past, but at least the present Su Tang was benevolent and not as detestable as he once thought. It is you who avenged yourself. No one assisted you, she replied. She merely sought to prevent those ruffians from believing that our orcs are easy targets. Given the current circumstances, the orcs here are brutish and uncultured, relying solely on their fists to resolve conflicts. If Xiao Fu had not retaliated, the aggression would have only intensified. In the world of orcs, there are no weaklings, only those who have been defeated. After Su Tang finished speaking, she contentedly patted the thick stack of animal hides before her, 13 animal skin skirts. Quite satisfactory. Should a similar situation arise in the future, they could engage in such an endeavor once more. Their own animal skin garments were nearly in tatters, offering scant protection. Although these skirts were worn, they could certainly alleviate the immediate plight. In moments when there was nothing left to wear, Su Tang was indifferent to whether these had been previously donned by others. Hearing her words, Xiao Fu felt a surge of emotion. He had not anticipated that his sister would become so kind after her injury. If this were not a dream, he truly wished for her condition to remain unchanged. Xiao Fu, I instructed you to fetch water. Why have you gone to the Grey Wolf tribe? Su Jianyuan suddenly regarded Xiao Fu with suspicion. The sentimental Xiao Fu's expression froze, his hands instinctively clutching the tattered animal hide, and he averted his gaze. Stammering incoherently, without managing to utter a complete sentence, Su Tang glanced at him, rose to her feet, and said to Su Jianyuan, Brother, there is no food at home suitable for the young ones. We must find sustenance before we return. Although she harbored no concern for whether the young ones would go hungry, their full bellies would ensure they slumber peacefully, which in turn determined whether she would enjoy a restful night. Oh, by the way, those little kittens seem to still be weaning, right? Su Jianyuan was successfully diverted from the subject. Where shall we go to procure milk for them? After a moment of contemplation, Su Tang inquired of Xiao Fu. Are there any female wolves in the Grey Wolf tribe that have recently given birth? Her mother often teased her about her childhood gluttony, recounting how, when milk was scarce, she would often consume the milk of the neighbor's aunt. Now that her mother could not provide milk, she could still seek nourishment from other females. Su Jianyuan, standing nearby, quickly grasped her intention and gave Su Tang a thumbs up, exclaiming, My sister is clever, figuring out a solution so swiftly. However, Xiao Fu, still recovering from his earlier embarrassment, shook his head vigorously upon hearing their plan to visit the Grey Wolf tribe. No. The orcs of the Grey Wolf tribe will not give us food. We have already deeply offended them. Is the Grey Wolf tribe solely under the authority of the Wolf Kuei family? Su Tang queried, perplexed. Xiao Fu was momentarily taken aback, then, with dawning realization, shook his head. No, it is the Grey Wolf leader who holds the power. Then that settles it. Extend your hands, she commanded. Huh? Xiao Fu, bewildered, extended his hands, only to be met with the weight of 13 animal skin skirts crashing down upon him, nearly causing him to kneel. Take these and head to the Grey Wolf tribe, Su Tang instructed as she strode purposefully in the direction where the wolf youth had just fled. Why must I, a mere cub, carry this? Xiao Fu exclaimed, eyes wide, staggering behind her. Each animal skin skirt weighed 2 to 3 pounds, and with 20 or 30 pounds pressing down on him, his expression was one of utter discomfort, more akin to constipation. He suspected that his sister was deliberately punishing him. He wished to retract his earlier thoughts. If you do not carry it, shall I, a female, bear such a heavy burden? Su Tang retorted. Xiao Fu was momentarily at a loss for words and glanced at Su Jianyuan, who also had empty hands, grumbling. Then why not let second brother carry it? Take it if you must. There is no need for so much chatter, Su Jianyuan replied, delivering a light smack on Xiao Fu's head. When you're being beaten, only then will you know to retaliate. Feeling both aggrieved and speechless, Xiao Fu recalled how effortlessly Su Tang and Su Jianyuan had subdued the wolf youth upon their arrival. Gritting his teeth, he staggered along behind them, thinking, when we get kicked out, you will regret it. The Grey Wolf tribe was nestled within a secluded valley, flanked by towering mountains and surrounded by dense forests filled with towering trees. Without prior knowledge of the area, even the orcs could easily lose their way. The description of the towering trees was not an exaggeration. Even a single branch was thicker than Su Tang's waist, and the enormous leaves could be plucked and used as beds for sleeping. Su Tang felt as though she had stepped into the realm of giants. Before long, the trio entered the valley and arrived at the territory of the Grey Wolf tribe. At the entrance of the valley, 2 Grey Wolf orc sentinels stood guard. Due to the matter concerning Wolf Kuei, they recognized Su Tang and assumed she had come in search of him, thus granting her entry. With Xiao Fu leading the way, the siblings swiftly made their way to the caves inhabited by the Grey Wolf orcs. In the Grey Wolf tribe, those orcs who have partners may carve out their own caves for residence, while those without partners reside communally. Once the young orcs reach adulthood, regardless of whether they have partners, they no longer live with their parents. Su Tang sought several female caves in succession, yet each one declined to share their precious milk with her. Xiao Fu could not help but pour cold water on the situation. I told you. They are bound to refuse. Food is such a precious commodity, and they barely have enough for themselves. How could they possibly spare any for you? He silently added in his heart, especially when it's a loan without repayment. Sister, should we continue to inquire? Su Jianyuan asked uncertainly. They had been out for nearly 2 hours. If they did not return soon, their parents would surely begin to worry. Let us proceed. Su Tang remained undeterred, her pace resolutely steady as she continued towards the next cave, inquiring along the way, how many female caves remain? Only one left, Xiao Fu replied, pouting. If you manage to borrow some milk from the Grey Wolf tribe today, I will do whatever you ask of me in the future. Before long, the trio halted in front of a narrow, dark cave. Is there a female inside? Su Tang called out in a booming voice. Soon, a slender female emerged. Who are you? She inquired, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Su Tang and her companions, a hint of perplexity crossing her sun-kissed, delicate features. Greetings. We are in need of milk for my young ones. I am willing to exchange something in return. We have fruit, Su Tang responded courteously. After a brief pause, the female smiled shyly. You need milk? That's fine. I have some. Xiao Fu, sulking, muttered despondently. I told you she wouldn't lend you any. Wait, what did you say? He finally registered the conversation, looking incredulously at the female. Chapter 8. The apples of the farm have ripe. I have milk to lend you, the female declared, gazing at Su Tang with a warm smile. You are the one they spoke of, the female who is to mate with Wolf Kuei, aren't you? My young ones are over a month old now. They are teething and have lost interest in milk. If you can exchange fruit for it, that would be splendid. Her voice was soft, as if imbued with cotton. After a moment's pause, she added quietly, my name is Wolf and I have heard about your situation. Once you obtain the milk, you should return quickly. If you encounter Wolfman, he might cause you trouble. Xiao Fu's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. There truly exists a female willing to trade milk. Ever since my sister injured her head, our luck seems to have changed for the better. Thank you. Su Tang responded with a smile. I am called a Tang. The beastmen in her family did not possess proper names, hence her introduction. Wolf and I nodded slightly. Please wait for me here. The three stood still at the cave's entrance, aware that entering another's cave was considered an infringement upon territory, an act deemed exceedingly impolite among beastmen. Only those who were deeply trusted could be invited into one's cave. Wait, we have already consumed the last 2 fruits. Now we have nothing to trade for the milk. Xiao Fu soon pondered another dilemma. Who says we have none? Su Tang swiftly stepped into the farm space, where the saplings had blossomed into towering trees, laden with plump, red apples. These apples were large and round, each as big as a grapefruit. Su Tang attempted to pluck an apple, only to discover that no matter how hard she pulled, it remained stubbornly attached. Is it truly the case that she could only gaze at it, but not gather it? Surely, she could not be denied the pleasure of tasting it as well. With this thought in mind, Su Tang decided to rise on her tiptoes, grasping an apple and taking a bite. Alas, what a disappointment. It was utterly unyielding. Su Tang's entire face contorted with wrinkles, and at that moment, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her as she recalled a once popular game. Since this place resembled that game, albeit devoid of a keyboard and mouse, could it be controlled by sheer thought? With this realization, Su Tang placed her hand upon the tree trunk and silently uttered the word pluck in her mind. In the next instant, the apple tree vanished before her eyes. and the farmland transformed into a barren expanse. Drawing from her previous experience, she was no longer astonished. Instead, she hastened toward the warehouse. The shelves within the warehouse stretched endlessly, and on the shelf closest to the entrance, a row of red apples was displayed, precisely the ones she had just plucked. Su Tang approached and counted. There were a total of 10 apples. It is indeed rare for an apple tree to bear only 10 fruits, yet these were remarkably large, each equivalent to 10 ordinary apples. Thus, in this regard, the quantity was not insignificant. Without hesitation, Su Tang reached out to touch one of the apples, silently reciting the word plant. Instantly, the apples on the shelf multiplied to 9. She gazed from the warehouse entrance toward the fields, where a small sapling had sprouted in the previously barren land. Its countdown also set to 1 hour. Excellent. The fruit could serve as seeds as well. Su Tang concluded that this way she would not need to venture outside in search of fruit, since it was possible to cultivate and harvest. And with an hour's time to grow, she resolved to make the most of it by planting more. This was, after all, the sole source of sustenance for her family at present. Su Tang retrieved 3 large apples from the shelf, stepping out into the space. Where did these come from? The voice of Xiao Fu abruptly ceased as he stared in astonishment at the 3 large apples cradled in Su Tang's arms. He distinctly recalled that they had not been there moments ago. I brought them from home, Su Tang replied nonchalantly, her heart steady and her cheeks unflushed. But you clearly weren't holding any fruit just now, Xiao Fu remarked, regarding her with suspicion. Am I seeing things? I have them in my possession. Do you have an objection? Su Jianyuan interjected, patting Xiao Fu on the shoulder with a rough voice. Xiao Fu flinched slightly, instinctively drawing back his neck. He realized that he hadn't been paying close attention earlier, leading him to believe he might have misremembered. Yet, he murmured softly, but our fruit was gone. I distinctly remember that those apples were quite small and not of this size. Feeling that something was amiss, Su Tang glanced at Xiao Fu, noting the little wolf cub's suspicious nature. Indeed, there were no fruits left at home. This was harvested on our way to find you. She concocted a plausible explanation, a blend of truth and fabrication that Xiao Fu could not discern. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Wolf and I re-emerged, cradling a large leaf shaped like a bowl, filled with a generous amount of milk. Su Jianyuan received the leaves, while Su Tang handed 3 grapefruit-sized apples to Wolf Nini. Fruits of such magnitude? Wolf Nini exclaimed in astonishment. This is far too much. One would suffice. As she spoke, she attempted to return 2 of the fruits to Su Tang. Although the Wolf clan's beast men were primarily carnivorous and did not have a particular fondness for fruits, it did not diminish their value. During the scarcity of food in the frigid season, fruits remained a precious reserve. Su Tang pushed the fruit back, stating that she would need to change the milk tomorrow, as she had 5 cubs at home who consumed a considerable amount. Upon hearing this, Lang and I no longer hesitated and bashfully accepted the offer. Come back to me at this time tomorrow, and I shall reserve some milk for you. Since her wolf cubs had begun teething, they nibbled at her while nursing, and she had ceased allowing them to suckle. Thus, the milk had become a superfluous commodity for her. She felt as though she had gained an advantage over Su Tang by exchanging her unwanted milk for such substantial fruits. The 3 of them, having achieved their desires, bid farewell to Lang and I, and made their way back to their grass hut. Upon returning home, they found Su Guodong and Su Shiwei already there, collaborating with Lin Xia to mend the leaky grass hut. The 3 of them were bent over in labor, perspiration beading on their foreheads. Moreover, the area outside the hut had been thoroughly cleaned, with weeds removed, leaving only a layer of short green grass that appeared neat and refreshing. The air was suffused with the scent of fresh grass and earth. Xiao Fu stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before regaining his senses. Was this truly his father, mother, and brother? The ones who had once been so lazy and cunning? Surely, he could not be dreaming. Xiao Fu tossed aside his beast's skin skirt and pinched his thigh with great force. Ouch! That hurt. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he felt utterly bewildered. This was no dream. Tang, you're back. Did you find Xiao Fu? Upon seeing Su Tang return, Lin Xia quickly set down her work and turned to look behind the 2. Noticing Xiao Fu standing there in a daze, she approached Su Tang and lowered her voice to inquire. Tang, what is going on? Why does it seem like he has become foolish? Has something happened? It's nothing, Mom. We exchanged for milk with the female from the Grey Wolf tribe, so the cubs have something to eat today. Su Tang recounted the recent events to her mother. There's milk? That's wonderful. I was so worried about the cub being hungry, Lin Xia exclaimed with delight. Then you must hurry and feed the cub. Su Tang's expression stiffened, and her earlier good mood instantly froze. Must we feed the cubs again? Chapter 9. My wife is right. Su Tang attempted to negotiate with her mother, saying, Mom, could you please help me with feeding? However, before she could finish, Lin Xia, with a smile, gently declined, stating, No, it's the responsibility of the parent to feed their own child. Su Tang turned to look at Su Jianyuan. The latter hurriedly stuffed the leaves filled with milk into Su Tang's hands and jumped back 8 feet. Sister, I cannot do such a thing. Do not look at me. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that he feared he might inadvertently crush the little ones. Helpless, Su Tang had no choice but to return to the grass hut, which had been mended. It was so well repaired that not even a hint of light penetrated its interior. Save for the dim, golden rays of the setting sun streaming through the entrance. Inside, it was clean and tidy, with a thick layer of leaves covering the ground to provide a comfortable resting place. In the center lay a circular grass nest, where the cubs were nestled, blowing bubbles from their tiny noses. Each cub wore a green grass collar around its neck. It was evident that the creation was the handiwork of her mother. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, her mother was remarkable, managing to find the time to craft such delights even in this moment. Perhaps sensing the aroma of the food, the little ones stirred, their moist noses twitching, and though their eyes remained closed, they whimpered and nudged towards Su Tang. Startled, Su Tang hastily placed the leaves on the ground. The leaves were carefully pinched at one overlapping corner, creating a concave shape to hold the milk. Su Tang extended her hand, tilting her neck in disdain as she awaited the young ones to come over and drink. The little creatures were quite cooperative. Before long, they crawled over to the leaves, diving headfirst into the milk. Some were submerged in the liquid, licking contentedly, while others buried their heads almost entirely, as if intent on drowning themselves. Meanwhile, a few, unable to squeeze in, anxiously cried out from the outside, "Su Tang, help!" Gazing upon this dreadful scene, Su Tang felt as though she were on the brink of suffocation. This was even more unbearable than the moment she realized she had traversed into another realm. Su Tang took a deep breath, found a small stick, and gathered the leaves together. Displeased, she extended her hand, pinching the scruff of each kitten's neck with her thumb and forefinger, placing them onto the clean leaves near the entrance of the grass shed, thus preventing them from continuing their milky bath. Their once fluffy fur now appeared damp, making the tiny creatures seem even smaller. The last kitten, thoroughly indulged in its meal, continued to lick the milk from around its mouth even as Su Tang lifted it. Its delicate pink tongue licked the remnants before it earnestly chewed on the air for a few moments. Su Tang, aside from being foolish, she is still foolish. With a nearly sullen expression, she fashioned a small spoon from leaves and gradually fed the little ones, bringing it to their mouths. The milk was rather scarce, and soon it was entirely consumed. The 5 kittens, still yearning for more, took turns licking the remnants of milk from one another. Su Tang, very well. It saves her the trouble of drying them off. Su Tang gently placed the clean cubs into the circular grass nest crafted by their mother, having just satiated their hunger. The little ones were overcome by drowsiness and soon drifted off to sleep. Su Tang felt a sense of relief. Raising little ones is indeed a taxing endeavor. In the evening, the sunset painted half the sky in vibrant hues. Su Jianyuan has already utilized the method of friction fire to kindle a bonfire outside the thatched hut, encircling it with stones to prevent sparks from igniting the structure and causing a conflagration. As Su Tang emerged, her family was gathered around the fire. Nearby lay several bowls fashioned from leaves filled with crystal-clear river water. A chip bowl rested atop the campfire, the crackling of sparks harmonizing with the bubbling of the water, creating an unexpectedly warm atmosphere. Famished after a day of toil, the family felt their stomachs rumbling in unison. Su Tang hastily shouldered Little Fu, retrieving the remaining 6 apples from the farm storage. Little Fu assumed they had just picked these from the forest, not giving it a second thought. However, Su Guodong, cradling a large apple, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Daughter, did you grow this in your farm? I've never seen an apple this size. It would certainly make the headlines back home. I must save some seeds to conduct further research." Lin Xia promptly covered his mouth with an apple. Her expression one of disdain. "In this desolate wilderness, by the time you manage to cultivate them, our family will have already queued in the underworld for reincarnation. Sister, this apple is truly sweet." Su Jianyuan had already begun to devour it, eating voraciously. Su Shiwei attentively assisted Su Tang in slicing the apple into slender strips, artfully arranging them upon freshly washed leaves. "Tang Tang, do indulge. You have been famished all day." "Thank you, elder brother." Su Tang picked up a sliced apple and took a bite. The apple was sweet, juicy, and quite filling. Even so, she only paused after consuming half of it, which was equivalent to the volume of 5 standard-sized apples. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, as an orc, her appetite had considerably increased compared to before. Xiao Fu sat dazedly with a large apple in his hands, appearing as though he had lost his spirit, fixated on the harmonious family before him. Did he have food to eat? Did he have a sturdy, opaque grass hut to sleep in? His elder brother could conjure precious flames, and his elder sister no longer hoarded food for herself. Although their mother still scolded their father as she always had, she had grown gentler and more benevolent towards both his sister and himself. Xiao Fu felt as though this reality was more surreal than a dream. He suddenly felt an immense relief for having been stopped by the wolf dog today. Otherwise, he might have lost all of this. "Xiao Fu, why aren't you eating? Don't you like this?" Lin Xia inquired with concern upon noticing his stillness. "No, I will eat. I like it." Xiao Fu quickly shook his head, taking a large bite and hastily swallowing. Unbeknownst to him, he accidentally choked on it. "Cough, cough, cough. Slow down while eating," Lin Xia said, gently patting his back. Observing how famished the child appeared, several individuals turned their gazes toward Xiao Fu. His face flushed crimson as he hurriedly reached for water to mask his embarrassment. However, before he could touch the water, a warm bowl was thrust into his hands. "Drink it warm. Cold water can easily upset your stomach," Lin Xia remarked habitually. Xiaofu felt a sharp pang in his nose. Never before had anyone shown concern for his discomfort. Cradling the bowl, he turned away and gulped down the water, only to find it souther than usual. I need to use the restroom, he declared, placing the bowl down and fleeing towards the grove without looking back. The family exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Su Guodong, what has happened to this child? Lin Xia, did you bully him? Su Jianyuan, who was caught in the crossfire, raised his hand with an expression of innocence, swearing by the heavens, I hold the elderly and children in the highest regard. Why would I possibly bully a mere child? Both Su Tang and Su Shiwei wore expressions of skepticism. This child is rather pitiful. In the future, you should treat him with kindness and refrain from bullying him. Since we have assumed this current body, we ought to treat him well. As Lin Xia spoke, Su Guodong nodded in agreement, affirming his wife's sentiment. This lad has a peculiar temperament. How could he be considered pitiable? Su Jianyuan nonchalantly scoffed. What mother means is that he will have no family henceforth. Su Shiwei cast a sidelong glance at Su Jianyuan, offering a cool retort. Su Shiwei's words rendered the entire family silent. In Su Tang's mind, an inexplicable image of 5 tiny kittens emerged. Perhaps they were still oblivious to the fact that their true mother had departed from this world. Chapter 10. Awakened by the kittens' licks apart from Su Tang, the entire family devoured the apples with great enthusiasm. The leftover half of the apple, which could not be stored for long, was also consumed by Su Guodong. After finishing, he meticulously extracted the seeds one by one, as if they were treasures, wrapping them in a leaf and placing them close to his chest for safekeeping. Lin Xia cast him a sidelong glance and remarked to Su Jianyuan, I wonder if wild beasts will roam about here at midnight. Second son, could you please add some wood to the fire? If it goes out in the night, we may find ourselves consumed by beasts without even realizing how we met our end. With that, she proceeded to gather the fallen fruit remnants from the ground, using a leaf as a makeshift garbage bag, preparing to dispose of it farther away the following day. Su Tang also came to lend a hand. From now on, they will reside here, at least for an extended period, and if they do not maintain cleanliness, this place may soon transform into a veritable dump. Do not worry, mother. The beasts are here, and tomorrow we shall have an ample feast. Su Jianyuan exclaimed, thumping his chest, yet dutifully added more firewood. Just as they were conversing, Xiaofu returned from the woods. Su Tang and the others feigned ignorance of his reddened eyes. The 3 siblings exchanged glances, communicating silently through their gaze. Su Jianyuan, has this young man discovered that his parents have passed away? Su Tang, I am uncertain. Su Shiwei, it doesn't seem like it. So do not reveal the truth just yet. Xiaofu Lin Xia was just about to urge Xiaofu to finish his apple quickly when she saw him walk straight to the fire pit and sit down, wordlessly devouring the fruit with great fervor. The family exchanged bewildered glances. What could have possibly triggered this? Why does it seem as though this lad is possessed? Surely, in the world of orcs, there are no spirits lurking about, right? Xiaofu diligently swallowed the flesh of the apple. Having realized that even if this were merely a dream or an illusion, he was willing to accept it. At the very least, before his beloved parents vanished, he could enjoy a hearty meal. Who knew when such an opportunity might arise again? The family stared in astonishment as Xiaofu consumed the apple like a ravenous wolf. Mother, I am full, came Xiaofu's voice, laced with a hint of nasal congestion. Good, being full is good, Lin Xia replied, blinking as she snapped out of her stupor, quickly nodding in agreement. Now that you are full, it is time for you to sleep. Lin Xia reiterated the arrangement for the grass hut to Xiaofu. Being still a young cub, he had spent the entire day in a state of anxiety and wild imaginings, and was now utterly exhausted. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, he lay down in the grass hut and was fast asleep in less than 3 seconds. Su Tang couldn't help but yawn. Mom, Dad, Tang, you should all go to sleep. I will keep watch tonight, Su Shiwei said with a composed expression. Before anyone could respond, Su Jianyuan had already made his way to the grass hut without hesitation. I'm utterly exhausted. It seems the responsibility falls on you, my elder brother. Let us take turns keeping watch. You shall watch over the first half of the night, and I will take the latter half. Su Shiwei extended his long arm to pull Su Jianyuan back, then strode directly towards the thatched hut. Su Jianyuan glanced back, only to find that the figures of Su Tang and the others had vanished from sight. This is unfair. Why am I the only one unable to sleep? Su Jianyuan complained to the air, and just as he finished speaking, a crow flew overhead, cawing loudly, and a droplet of bird droppings landed on his head with a splat. Su Tang and Lin Xia returned to the thatched hut, relocating the nest of their young ones to the innermost corner before lying down themselves. It was only after settling down that Su Tang remembered they had yet to freshen up today. Alas, she turned to converse with Lin Xia, only to find that Lin Xia had already closed her eyes, her breathing steady and accompanied by a soft snore. Never mind, they were utterly exhausted. What was the point of washing up now? Outside, it was pitch black, and venturing to the river could lead to an encounter with wild beasts or venomous snakes and insects. The water they had fetched with leaves was scarce, a laborious effort by her older brother and father. She did not wish to selfishly indulge in a wash. Tomorrow would suffice. Su Tang turned over and fell into a deep slumber. She lay nestled between Lin Xia and the cubs. In a state of half-dream and half-wakefulness, she sensed a soft, fluffy object brushing against her, a texture she found rather unappealing. Su Tang instinctively considered shifting her body to evade the situation, but she was utterly exhausted. Her eyelids heavy to the point of being unable to open them, let alone move. Thus, she resigned herself to simply falling asleep in that position. The following day, Su Tang felt something moist and slippery licking her face, a warm sensation gliding across her skin, accompanied by several such touches. She thought she was dreaming and turned over, intending to continue her slumber. However, a series of intertwining, adorable howls resonated in her ears. Su Tang's mind instantly cleared as she recalled the bizarre events of the previous day. She had traversed into another realm, and this was certainly not her home. But what was that on her face? Upon opening her eyes, she was met with several fluffy, white little creatures. The young ones were utterly oblivious to Su Tang's reluctance, their tender tongues eagerly licking above her eyes. Then, they wiggled their little behinds and burrowed into her embrace. How they craved to nurse. Su Tang sprang up as if equipped with springs, shaking off the cubs from her body, regarding them with a mixture of disdain and wariness. "Stay away. I have no milk for you," she declared. The cubs, oblivious to her words, cried out for nourishment. Undeterred by their falls, they continued to crawl towards Su Tang's feet. Despite their tender age, they instinctively understood that following Su Tang meant the promise of milk. Su Tang's face darkened, and at that moment, Lin Xia, who had already risen, peeked in from outside upon hearing the commotion. "Tang, the little one must be hungry, right?" Su Tang, a skilled caregiver, was well aware that the little ones were hungry. However, the pressing question was where she could procure food for them. The female from yesterday had produced very little milk, and it was likely that she still had none to spare. Su Tang felt a twinge of frustration. Wolf Nini appeared rather frail, clearly suffering from malnutrition. Being able to provide her with milk even once a day was already quite commendable. After some contemplation, Lin Xia proposed an idea. "Tang, don't you have apples on your farm? Perhaps you could mash some apples, dilute them with a bit of water, and see if the cubs would consume it?" It seemed that this was the only course of action they could pursue. Su Tang retrieved a bowl and found a stone to cleanse it thoroughly, then proceeded to pluck apples from the farm, continuing to sow another batch. She took a large apple, peeled it, and sliced it into small pieces, placing them into the bowl to be gradually crushed with the stone. After mashing half a bowl, she added a bit of the hot water that Lin Xia had boiled in the morning, and Su Tang attempted to offer it to the cubs. Anticipating a struggle, she was pleasantly surprised when, as soon as she scooped a little with a leaf and brought it to the cub's mouth, it eagerly began to lick the apple puree with its tiny, rosy lips, tirelessly savoring the treat. The other 4 cubs, enticed by the aroma of the food, crawled over as well. Still with their eyes closed and unable to locate the food accurately, they began to lick at Su Tang's hand. Su Tang's expression darkened as she used her idle left hand to retrieve the restless 4 cubs back to their nest. However, she underestimated the insatiable appetite of the little ones. In an instant, they would descend to the ground only to crawl back towards Su Tang once more. After several futile attempts, a sense of despair washed over her, and she relinquished her struggle, allowing the cubs to leave their drool upon her hands. It seemed imperative to construct some sort of enclosure. Chapter 11. Farewell to my online girlfriend. The bowl of apple puree was quickly consumed by the 2 cubs, leaving nothing behind. Su Tang once again prepared a large bowl, enduring the torment as she fed the remaining 3 until they were full. And then she fled from the grass hut. Su Guodong and Xiao Fu had already risen. Su Shiwei had only slept for the first half of the night, and beneath his eyes lay a faint shadow, hinting at his fatigue. "Elder brother, let it be my turn to keep vigil with father tonight. You have work to do during the day, and your body cannot bear the strain," Su Tang said as she approached Su Shiwei, her voice lowered with concern. In the household, only Su Shiwei possessed the skills to construct houses. He was the primary force for the upcoming projects, and insufficient rest was not an option. "It's all right. I'll have your second brother set traps around and use some thorns for protection. There is no need for a night watch tonight," Su Shiwei replied with a gentle smile. "That works," Su Tang acquiesced, relieved that Su Shiwei had already devised a plan. She excelled in caring for infants, but matters of this nature were beyond her comprehension. It was best left to those suited for the task, and she would refrain from unnecessary worries. As the 2 were speaking of Su Jianyuan, a sudden exclamation erupted from the makeshift hut. "Oh no, I forgot to charge my phone last night before sleeping." The others remarked that the fellow must have been dazed, mistaking the present for modern times. Xiao Fu, puzzled, asked Lin Xia, "Mother, what is Shouji? And what is Zhongdian?" Since yesterday, his mother and elder brother had been conversing in terms he could not grasp, and today seemed particularly severe. Surely, they won't perish, will they? Within the hut, Su Jianyuan sat up hastily, searching for his phone. His usage of the device in the army had been limited, thus upon returning home, he indulged daily. His phone never dipped below 50% battery, and he would recharge it before it ran out. However, he found no phone. Only a handful of dry grass that scratched his hands. Grass? Su Jianyuan gradually regained his composure, finally recalling the reality of his transmigration. "Ah, I no longer possess a mobile phone. What is the point of charging it?" Rubbing his disheveled hair, reminiscent of a bird's nest, he stepped out of the thatched hut. "Brother, Are you so preoccupied with your phone because you are secretly in love? Su Tang raised an eyebrow, casting a playful glance at Su Jinyuan. She remembered that before the transmigration, her brother was often engrossed in his phone, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. Nonsense. As your elder brother, I am perpetually engaged in military duties. Where would I find the time for romance? Su Jinyuan retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. Tang. Let us wash by the river, Lin Xia called out to Su Tang from the side. Su Tang glanced at her own filthy and odorous attire. Refraining from further teasing Su Jinyuan, she simply responded and proceeded with Lin Xia to the riverbank. Su Guodong and the others naturally remained at home while the women went to freshen up. It was inconvenient for them to follow, so they would wait until the women were done before joining them. Mother, I want to go too. Xiao Fu habitually trailed behind Lin Xia. What do you want to go for? Stay here obediently, and we will go wash together later. Su Guodong firmly pulled Xiao Fu back. This little rascal thought he could bathe alongside his wife and daughter. Absolutely not. If he were his biological son, he would have given him a good thrashing first. Xiao Fu looked aggrieved. I don't want to wash. I want to be with mother. Most beast cubs are closest to their mothers. In this family, only Lin Xia shared a blood connection with him, so it was only natural for Xiao Fu to want to be close to her. You can't go without washing. Su Guodong's face darkened. Xiao Fu's dark little face scrunched up in frustration. His father had previously disregarded his well-being, only competing with him for food, and now suddenly seemed to care. It seemed that a bump on the head brought both advantages and disadvantages. Thinking of the brighter side, Xiao Fu sighed, resigning himself to endure the situation. Meanwhile, Su Jianyuan observed as Su Tang departed and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What a joke. He would never divulge to his sister about his online romance. Knowing her nature, she would undoubtedly rush to inform their parents and elder brother, turning it into a source of ridicule for him. He would never admit it, reflecting on his online girlfriend, whom he had never met but had already lost. Su Jianyuan felt a pang of heartache. Alas, losing his little girlfriend was one thing, but the prospect of finding a partner who was even human seemed excessively daunting. Su Tang and Lin Xia traversed through the woods and arrived at the riverbank. The water was crystal clear, revealing the riverbed beneath, and the current was gentle, bordered by numerous stones of varying sizes. The two settled upon a large rock, cupping their hands to scoop water for rinsing their mouths and washing their faces. Tang. There is no one around. You should take off your clothes, and I will wash them for you. Here, wear this, Lin Xia suggested, offering Su Tang the animal skin skirt she had brought back the previous day. The young creatures they encountered yesterday were quite robust, and the animal skin skirts were fashioned generously, requiring little alteration from the beast men, making it suitable for Su Tang as well. All right, Su Tang replied, unperturbed, and promptly shed her tattered animal skin, which was in a deplorable state. Even if it had been previously worn by someone else, it was far superior to what she had on. The water was not deep, so Su Tang stepped onto the stones in the river, crouching to scoop water with her hands, washing away the dirt and blood from her body. The water was refreshingly cold, causing her to shiver as it splashed against her skin, compelling her to act swiftly. Su Tang inwardly scoffed, remarking that those scenes in dramas where characters simply plunge into rivers for a bath are utterly deceptive. After tumbling down the cliff yesterday, the superficial injuries she sustained have now scabbed over. Aside from their unsightly appearance, they pose no significant issue. The mother and daughter duo, having washed up one after the other, donned the juvenile animal skin skirts, feeling considerably refreshed and invigorated. Were it not for the frigid water, Su Tang fancied she could have scrubbed out several jars of mud. They proceeded to wash the animal skins they had just removed, but upon scrubbing, a loud tear resounded as a larger hole appeared in the skin. Oh no, this hide is ruined, Su Tang exclaimed, lifting it with her fingers. The gaping hole in the center was large enough to fit a head through. Let us use it as a towel and wash our hair too. Lin Xia decisively stated that the torn animal skin should not go to waste. Their family was currently impoverished. Even a tattered hide still held some utility. The two women then used the clean, tattered skin as a makeshift towel to dry their hair. The water was simply too cold for Su Tang to wash her hair directly, fearing illness would follow. Her locks, now tangled, cascaded around her shoulders, resembling a little princess from a beggar's gang. Even after wiping, her hair remained less than pristine. Su Tang decided to give up and planned to cut her hair upon returning. Lin Xia shared a similar sentiment. The orc was exceedingly unkempt, with lice infesting his scalp. Did he never wash his hair? She had just caught over a dozen of them. Su Tang estimated that there might be some on her head as well. She was too lazy to deal with it and decided to wait until she had her hair cut to resolve the matter all at once. Considering that there were several men waiting at home, they did not linger and promptly tidied up before departing. As they passed through the woods, Su Tang retrieved the remaining 8 apples from her space, intending to bring them back as if they had been freshly picked. To her surprise, one person took 3, leaving them unable to carry the last 2. Since there is no one around, we can leave these 2 here for your father and the others to collect later, Lin Xia suggested. All right, Su Tang agreed, arranging stones on the ground in a triangular formation to create a clear marker for the apples. Upon returning home, they took turns washing up, and Lin Xia distributed the beast skin skirts they had gathered the previous day among the men. Father, we just picked some fruit. There are still 2 on the way back. Remember to bring them if you see them. Su Tang informed Su Guodong about the location of the apples. While Xiaofu was present, they had to use the local terms to avoid revealing their identity. Understood, Su Guodong acknowledged. Realizing that his daughter had once again procured apples from the farm, the men washed up with remarkable speed, and soon enough, they returned. Su Guodong walked ahead with an anxious expression, his voice preceding his arrival. Daughter, something is amiss. Chapter 12. Su Jianyuan goes hunting. Mother, who is the daughter? Little Fu asked Lin Xiao with a puzzled look. The daughter is your sister's nickname, Lin Xiao replied, skillfully soothing the child, truly embodying the essence of motherhood. But I have never heard you call her that before. Little Fu furrowed his brows, resembling 2 tiny caterpillars, his eyes filled with suspicion. This is a nickname your father and I just decided on yesterday. Henceforth, this will be your sister's name, Lin Xiao explained. Oh, Little Fu nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Su Tang. Daughter, from now on, I will also call my sister daughter. Su Tang, what should I do if I suddenly feel like slapping someone? Lin Xiao, have I unwittingly become a caretaker? She was both amused and exasperated, quickly covering Xiaofu's mouth. You mustn't call out. Only mother and father can be addressed that way. Why? Xiaofu wanted to inquire further, but Su Tang interrupted by tapping his forehead, saying, children don't need to question everything. If I say be quiet, then be quiet. She had inadvertently lowered her own status in relation to him. Xiaofu pouted, gazing at Su Tang with defiance, yet obediently closed his mouth. Father, what has happened? Please, take your time to explain. Su Tang then turned her gaze to the visibly anxious Su Guodong. Behind him, Su Jianyuan and Su Shiwei remained composed, which left Su Tang somewhat perplexed about the situation. The fruit you left on the road has gone missing, Su Guodong lamented. Those were premium apples cultivated from my daughter's farm. Just 1 apple seed can yield numerous saplings. With 2 apples lost, think of how many fruit trees I stand to lose. The more Su Guodong contemplated, the more infuriated he became, as if he had lost an entire orchard. Su Tang initially thought something significant had transpired and quickly reassured Su Guodong, suggesting that perhaps a wild beast had carried it away. If it was lost, so be it, for we still have 6 fruits, which should suffice. However, the recurring loss of fruits is indeed an issue. It seems that in the future, we must construct some convenient containers for transporting the fruits and such. Little Fu inquired with skepticism, aren't the fruits merely picked from the forest? Can't we just go and pick more? Su Guodong's expression stiffened as he remembered that Little Fu was present. He quickly pondered whether he had inadvertently let something slip and evasively replied, those were picked with great effort by your sister. Of course, I would be anxious if they went missing. Little Fu thought for a moment and realized that just the day before, he hadn't even had access to fruit. With this in mind, he felt a pang of regret for losing such 2 substantial fruits. Had he known, he would have accompanied his mother to help retrieve them. He pouted and cast a reproachful glance at Su Guodong, blaming his father for not allowing him to go. All right. Let us consume these 6 fruits and then contemplate our future course of action, Lin Xiao interjected. Thus, the family fell into a contemplative silence, dutifully seated before the extinguished fire, gnawing on apples. The gravity of their current predicament weighed heavily on them, prompting a somber atmosphere. It was Su Tang who finally broke the silence, stating, merely subsisting on fruit is not sustainable, Little Fu. How did we procure food in the past? The most pressing matter now is to secure a reliable source of sustenance, and it cannot be limited to just one type of food. The others turned their expectant gazes toward Little Fu, acknowledging Su Tang's quick thinking. Previously, it was my father and my brother's father who ventured out to hunt. But after their demise, none have taken up the mantle. Since arriving at the Grey Wolf tribe, we have relied on Wolf Kuei's brother to supply us with game. Little Fu recounted the past circumstances candidly. The group responded, so, does that mean none of their family was of any use? What shall we do moving forward? Su Guodong voiced the collective concern, admitting his proficiency lay only in agriculture, which could not yield immediate results. Moreover, he lamented that he possessed only a single type of seed. Su Jianyuan stood up, declaring, I shall go hunting. Brother, are you certain? Su Tang inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. It was not that she doubted his abilities. Rather, they were in a foreign world, unfamiliar with its intricacies. Sister, are you underestimating me? Have you forgotten what I do? Su Jianyuan replied with a sense of pride. Furthermore, aside from hunting, there existed no alternative means to procure sustenance. In our household, who else possesses the skill to hunt, if not me? Su Jianyuan retorted. Su Tang glanced at her family. She and her mother were feeble. Her father was merely an old man skilled in farming, and while her elder brother was robust and strong. She understood that by the time he devised a precise hunting plan, their family would likely be queuing in the underworld for Mangpo's soup. Little Fu had not yet reached adulthood, so there was no need to consider him. Their family were all carnivorous beastmen, and merely consuming apples would not suffice to meet their physical needs. All right, second son, you shall hunt in the forest today. Remember to prioritize safety. Hunting comes second. Safety comes first, Lin Xia solemnly instructed, agreeing to Su Jianyuan's proposal. Understood, esteemed mother. Feeling the gaze from Little Fu, Su Jianyuan forcibly altered his address. Little Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he heard correctly? His second elder brother was going to hunt? Previously, when their mother had wielded a rattan whip against him, he had refused to step a foot away from the thatched hut, let alone venture out to hunt. He would rather eat, drink, defecate, and sleep in that hut. His second elder brother was utterly incapable of hunting. His foray into the forest would be akin to delivering himself as a feast for the wild beasts. Little Fu looked at the family that had already made up their minds, but he could not find a way to interject and ultimately resigned. Well, let us hope that when his second elder brother was devoured, it would be in one swift bite, thus sparing him from prolonged suffering. Second son, do you know where to hunt? The taciturn Su Shi unexpectedly inquired. Su Jianyuan, it seems that there are no wild beasts in this vicinity. Nor have I observed any small creatures. It is likely that the prey near the gray wolf tribe has long been exhausted by their relentless hunting. As Su Jianyuan experienced a moment of inspiration, he turned to the emotionally stirred Xiaofu. Xiaofu knows that he will accompany me on a hunting expedition today. Xiaofu, struck dumb, leaped in terror behind Lin Xia and hastily exclaimed, Second elder brother, I am but a cub. In the realm of beast men, young cubs are exempt from the rigors of hunting, and he had never received any instruction in hunting techniques at home. He knew nothing at all. Accompanying his elder brother simply rendered him a double portion of prey. You need not hunt. You merely need to guide the way. It is settled, Su Jianyuan declared, slapping his shoulder with a firm hand, his fingers curling tightly like hooks, pulling him forth. While grinning mischievously, his tone brooked no argument. Xiaofu cried out, Mother, save me. He cast a desperate glance towards Lin Xia. Lin Xia replied, Very well, just remember to bring Xiaofu back safely and do not bully him. After all, he is the only one here who knows the way. Su Jianyuan revealed a broad grin, dragging along a despondent Xiaofu as they departed. Xiaofu lamented, It's over. Just as mother and father have improved, I am to be taken by second elder brother to face doom before I even experience a single day of peace. My fate is truly wretched. As Xiaofu was pulled into the woods, he observed Su Jianyuan continuing to advance step by step on his legs. Unable to suppress a look of bewilderment, hesitantly, he inquired, Second elder brother, are you truly planning to hunt in this manner? Chapter 13, The Severely Wounded King Indeed. What other option do I have? Su Jianyuan replied, casting a curious glance back at Xiaofu. This little wolf cub seemed rather dim-witted. Was he expected to soar through the air instead of walking? What I mean is, why not assume your beast form? Xiaofu questioned, his expression rife with skepticism. Had second elder brother suffered a blow to his head, forgetting even the instinct to transform? After all, this was the inherent nature of a beast man. Su Jianyuan's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly scratched his head. His elder brother had been preoccupied with hunting and had not anticipated this oversight. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaofu realized that his second elder brother had never engaged in hunting before, making such a blunder quite understandable. It would indeed be surprising if he were to become as formidable as elder brother Wolf Kuei. The beasts were swift, and there was still a considerable distance to the hunting grounds. Let us transform into our beast forms, Xiaofu suggested. With that, he shed his animal skin skirt and transformed into a pure white wolf cub, measuring less than a meter in length and possessing a slender frame. His fangs and claws were not particularly pronounced. His fluffy tail stood upright, and his entire body was devoid of any blemish, exuding a charming innocence rather than intimidation. This marked Su Jianyuan's second encounter with a living wolf transformation. Instinctively, he tensed his body. This was the reflex born from years of training. After all, in the past, such an occurrence would have unequivocally signaled a life-and-death struggle between man and beast. Su Jianyuan's breath momentarily faltered as he realized that the small white wolf before him was, in fact, his younger brother. He hastily relaxed his instinctively clenched fist, barely managing to restrain himself from acting in haste. Noticing Su Jianyuan standing still, the wolf opened and closed its mouth, articulating human speech. Second elder brother, why have you yet to transform into your beast form? We must commence the hunt without delay. Should we tarry, we shall be unable to return in time. Su Jianyuan, regarding my brother being a werewolf and asking me to transform into a beast, I must say, dear second elder brother, you haven't truly forgotten how to shift into your beast form, have you? Xiaofu furrowed his brow. Indeed, I have forgotten. Perhaps you could enlighten me on how to transform. It might just jog my memory. Su Jianyuan candidly admitted. No more pretense, let us lay it all bare. Very well. Xiaofu sighed. He was the only reliable one left in this household. It was quite a struggle for him. Second elder brother. Your beast form is that of a leopard. First, envision the image of your beast form in your mind and feel the strength of your animal self. Xiaofu meticulously explained the essentials, shifting back and forth as he demonstrated several times. Su Jianyuan took a deep breath, his expression solemn. 10 minutes later, second brother. You are meant to transform into your beast form, not to suffocate yourself, Xiaofu remarked. Unable to contain his concern as he observed Su Jianyuan's face turning crimson from holding his breath, Su Jianyuan opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Goodness, this is exceedingly difficult. He is but a man, not a leopard. How could he possibly fathom the strength of a leopard? Perhaps it is best to abandon this endeavor. For even if we were to venture forth, we would not capture any prey. Seeing this, Xiaofu had already relinquished all hope, dejectedly preparing to turn back. He initially thought they were merely heading towards certain death, yet it seemed even that was not to be. As Su Jianyuan contemplated relinquishing his transformation into a beast form, he was suddenly aware of a profound change occurring within him. His perspective shifted downward, and his upper body instinctively lowered as his hands and feet morphed into the powerful limbs of a leopard. His robust paws pressed forcefully into the layers of leaves beneath him, causing them to sink instantly. Astonishing! I have succeeded. Su Jianyuan failed to restrain himself and uttered a phrase of national essence. Upon hearing the sound, Xiaofu turned around and saw that his second elder brother had transformed into a magnificent leopard. Its robust physique was several times larger than his, with exceptionally sharp fangs and claws glinting ominously in the sunlight. The formidable leopard raised its paw, strutting proudly with its chest out. Xiaofu was momentarily taken aback, casting an envious gaze, wondering when he would grow to such a towering and strong stature. In the next moment, thud, the leopard, unaccustomed to walking in its beastly form, stepped on its own paw and tumbled to the ground. Xiaofu quickly retracted his earlier thoughts. Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest, a majestic eagle soared gracefully above the treetops, its slender black talons tightly gripping two large apples. Moments later, it descended in front of a concealed stone cave. Your Majesty, I have returned with food. Upon landing, the eagle transformed into human form, deftly wrapping a hide around its waist and hurriedly entering the cave while holding one of the apples. The cave entrance was shrouded by a thick layer of branches. And just as the eagle's words fell, rustling sounds emerged from within as someone inside began to remove the branches. Another male emerged, adorned with two curled black horns atop his head. Seeing the eagle return, he frowned and urged, "Why are you so slow?" His expression darkened further upon noticing that the eagle was carrying only 2 fruits. The king is gravely injured. He needs substantial sustenance to recover quickly. How can he possibly eat just these? You were the one who told me to hurry. The eagle shot him a glare. Do you think it's easy to catch prey here? The king cannot wait for long. That does not mean the king should eat useless fruits. The horned male retorted, his brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor grim. Just then, a low voice resonated from within the cave, abruptly silencing their quarrel. Your Majesty, you are awake. Both the eagle and the horned male's faces lit up with joy as they exchanged disdainful glances before hastening into the cave. Inside the dim, dry stone cave, a tall and handsome male lay propped against the stone wall. 3 deep, bone-revealing wounds marred his shoulder, chest, and waist, blood flowing profusely, rendering his striking face pale and devoid of color. Your Majesty, how do you feel? The horned male inquired urgently, his voice deep and gravelly. Do you have no eyes? The king has just awakened. Why are you asking so many questions? Let him rest properly, the eagle scolded him sharply, turning to offer the apple. Your Majesty, I found 2 fruits outside. Please eat something to fill your stomach. I will go hunting again shortly, and you will surely be fine. Tiger Shin, half closing his eyes, spoke in a hoarse voice. Where is this? What are the other beastmen? Rest assured, this place is very safe. That group of traitors cannot find us. And everyone else is out of danger, the eagle hastily explained, though his voice gradually weakened. Only what? Tiger Shin pressed, his brow furrowed tightly. The eagle's expression turned grave, and the horned male lowered his head, unable to meet Tiger Shin's gaze. Lushi sacrificed himself, and the cubs he faltered, unable to complete his sentence. A heavy silence fell, and Tiger Shin's voice turned cold. What happened to the cubs? They are missing, the eagle said, his eyes tightly shut, a look of resignation on his face. The horned male felt a chill wash over him and quickly interjected, Your Majesty, we have already dispatched beastmen to search for them. The most important thing now is for you to recover, so we can reclaim the mountain of beasts. Tiger Shin's deep golden beastly eyes surged with turmoil as he glanced at the horned male. His tone low and piercing, the cubs are far more important than the mountain of beasts. We must find them, otherwise, neither you nor I shall return to the mountain. Chapter 14. This is the divine fruit. His low, cold voice, filled with unyielding authority, tightened the hearts of both beasts. Thud. The eagle and the horned male knelt in unison, their heads bowed in fear, responding repeatedly. Even the injured king emanated an aura so powerful that it instilled fear of defiance. I do not wish to repeat myself. Tiger Shin's penetrating gaze swept across the 2 beasts. Yes, we understand our mistakes. We will certainly find the cubs and bring them back safely. They replied respectfully, heads lowered. Your Majesty, your injuries, the eagle said, glancing anxiously at Tiger Shin's wounds. The deep, bone-exposing injuries showed no signs of healing, and in fact, seemed to worsen. The king was their hope for reclaiming the mountain of beasts, the leader of all beastmen. He absolutely could not afford to falter. It's of no concern, Tiger Shin said wearily, his eyelids drooping, his pale lips suggesting a need for vigilance from the 2 beasts. The horned male clenched his fists, speaking gruffly. I should go hunt to bring back some nourishing prey for the king. Only then can he recover quickly. He started toward the cave entrance. Horned, come back. Tiger Shin called softly, no need to hunt. Just give me the fruits. At this critical moment, he was gravely wounded and unable to fend off enemies. He did not wish for the horned male and the eagle to take risks for food. Your Majesty, you should eat meat. That is what will help you heal faster. The horned male protested, frowning. Is it because I am injured that my words no longer carry weight? Tiger Shin shot him a glance. The horned male quickly lowered his head. I do not dare. I am merely worried about your health. The mountain of beasts awaits your rescue. You cannot afford any mishaps. I will be fine. Bring me the fruits. Tiger Shin's tone was icy and firm, exuding undeniable authority. The eagle hurriedly handed over the fruits, and the horned male could only fall silent. He thought to himself that once the king tasted the fruits and found them lacking, he would surely send him back out to hunt again. Fruits could not compare to meat. Only meat was the most delicious and the best sustenance for making beastmen strong. The large red fruit was sliced into quarters, and a sweet aroma wafted through the air, captivating all present. The horned male, previously confident, stood momentarily stunned, bewildered by the fruit's delightful fragrance. It seemed utterly delicious, unlike the sour and bitter fruits he had eaten before. The eagle's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the fruit in Tiger Shen's hands. Driven by the enticing aroma, Tiger Shen took a bite, and the sweet juice flowed down his tongue, seemingly infused with a revitalizing power. Whether it was an illusion or not, Tiger Shen felt the pain within him ease slightly. Under the astonished gazes of the eagle and the horned male, Tiger Shen continued to devour the fruit, and before long, the two large apples had been entirely consumed, leaving only the bare cores behind. The horned male could not help but lick his lips. "Your Majesty, is this fruit delicious?" He longed to taste it as well. "Yes, it is quite good," Tiger Shen replied nonchalantly, placing the apple cores on the ground. The two beasts exchanged glances, sensing that his response seemed rather understated. The eagle was left speechless, wondering if it was merely his imagination, but Tiger Shen's complexion appeared slightly improved compared to before. Could it be that this fruit possessed divine qualities? Did it have the power to heal wounds? Hu Shun gazed intently at the fruit pit. Having never tasted such a fruit before, not only was it substantial, but its exquisite flavor also infused him with vigor. A few more might hasten the healing of his injuries. Nioli swallowed hard, and, noticing Hu Shun's gaze, eagerly inquired of Ingjia, "Ingjia, where did you find this fruit? Is there more? Go fetch some back. I spotted it on the way to hunt, but there were only these two. I'm uncertain if more can be found nearby," Ingjia replied candidly. "Then hurry and search again," Nioli urged. Although he was a herbivore, he had grown accustomed to a carnivorous diet while living among carnivorous beasts in Wansho Mountain since childhood. Moreover, previous fruits he had encountered were either sour or unpleasant, leading him to shun such delicacies. However, the enticing aroma wafting through the air today awakened his innate herbivorous instincts. Ingjie glanced at Hu Shin, who, with half-closed eyes, seemed to be resting, blissfully ignoring their conversation. This was tacit approval. "Very well, you guard our king here, and I shall return shortly." Ingjie nodded before shedding his beast skin at the cave entrance and transforming into a majestic eagle, soaring into the sky. Before long, Ingjie returned empty-handed. A look of disappointment etched on his face. There are no more of these fruits nearby. It seems as if they appeared out of thin air, almost as if placed there intentionally. It's quite uncanny. Could it be that the beast god is manifesting, bestowing divine fruits upon our king? Nioli exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. They could conceive of no other explanation, having never encountered such fruit before. Hearing their exchange, a flicker of regret passed through Hu Shin's eyes. Yet, encountering such a miraculous fruit even once was fortunate. He sensed his wounds were mending. Recovery was merely a matter of time. Now he hoped for a swift healing, for he needed to find the few cubs urgently. The cubs of their lineage were particularly fragile, especially those still weaning. Without the protection of their parents, their chances of survival were nearly non-existent. Even if they were fortunate enough to endure, a lack of sufficient nourishment would render them useless in the future. He could not allow either outcome to transpire. Outside the thatched hut, he asked, "My dear wife, my daughter, what shall we do next? Shall we plant these apple seeds? The sooner we plant, the sooner we may reap the fruits." Su Guodong cradled the apple core as if it were a treasure, chuckling merrily. "I think I should just plant you," Lin Xia teased, tugging at Su Guodong's ear. "No more planting. I was merely joking. I'm all ears for you, my dear wife. Please let go. The children are around." Su Guodong awkwardly pleaded for mercy. Lin Xia snorted in anger, saying, "Our family is currently destitute, and I have no idea what season it is or when the weather will change. Do you intend to let our daughter live in a thatched hut forever?" "Of course not." Su Guodong quickly shook his head, glancing at the barren surroundings. He hesitated, saying, "But dear, there is nothing here to build a house with. Should we, like the orcs of the Grey Wolf tribe, dig a cave to live in?" His suggestion was promptly dismissed by Su Shiwei. "No, Dad. Caves are damp and rife with bacteria, making them difficult to clean. Moreover, they are prone to pests like snakes, insects, and rodents. Living in a cave would be detrimental to Mom and Tang's health, and in serious cases, it could even impact their lifespan." Su Shiwei spoke with a grave expression. Residing in such an environment for an extended period poses significant harm to women, particularly to the female bodies here. That simply won't do. We can't stay in the cave any longer." Upon hearing that it was detrimental to his wife and daughter's health, Su Guodong immediately shook his head. After speaking, he furrowed his brow in distress. "But apart from the cave and the thatched hut, we have nowhere else to reside," Lin Xia replied, her face etched with worry. As parents, their greatest concern was the well-being of their children, ensuring they had enough to eat, warm clothing, and decent shelter. Suddenly, Su Tang, who had remained silent until now, suggested, Perhaps we could try building a wooden house. Chapter 15. The decision to construct a wooden house. A wooden house. Will that be effective? What if it leaks air or water? It must be freezing in winter, Lin Xia asked, her face filled with concern. Indeed, won't a wooden house lack sturdiness? Su Guodong also found the idea somewhat unreliable, remarking that it would be better to construct a mud brick house. As they had lived in such dwellings during their childhood, both elders felt that the wooden house was impractical. Su Tang shook his head and said, Father, what we lack the least here is wood. However, the vegetation is entangled and dense, making the excavation of soil and the firing of bricks quite time-consuming. Moreover, does anyone in our family possess the necessary skills? The soul-stirring question posed by Su Tang left Su Guodong momentarily speechless. It seemed that no one in their family possessed knowledge of such matters. He murmured softly, Can that wooden house accommodate people? Su Shiwei stood up and declared, Mom and Dad, Tang is right. A wooden house is indeed the best choice at present. Given ample time, a wooden structure can be constructed to be more robust and durable than other types of houses. Let us not forget that this wisdom has been passed down from our ancestors. Upon hearing Su Shiwei's words, both parents felt reassured. After all, their eldest son was a professional in construction. Very well, since our eldest has spoken, we shall proceed to build a wooden house. Lin Xia swiftly made her decision. Su Guodong naturally had no objections. His authority in the household was only slightly greater than that of the unreliable second son. However, with only a handful of us present and a shortage of manpower, the construction of the wooden house would take a considerable amount of time. Su Shiwei had already given them a heads up. Since this was to be a long-term residence, it could not be built shoddily. It required careful construction, as it would not suffice to merely make do for a few days before needing repairs. It's all right. We have the grass shed to stay in for now. Su Tang supported Su Shiwei. All right, big brother, you understand this matter. I will entrust the responsibility of building the wooden house to you, while your father and I assist you. Lin Xia nodded. As long as her daughter did not mind, she had no objections. Mom, I want to help too. Su Tang raised her hand. Her primary concern was not wanting to stay home alone to look after the few fluffy little cubs. This is work for the men. What are you two doing here making a fuss? There are still young ones at home. You two should stay and care for the cubs, tidying up the house, lest a wild beast comes and carries them away. Su Guodong exhibited a rare firmness, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Constructing a house is indeed labor-intensive, and he was unwilling to burden his wife and daughter, preferring instead to exert himself a little more. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia found his reasoning sound. Previously, there had been numerous incidents in rural areas where children were carried away by wolves. Moreover, given their secluded location, she felt uneasy leaving Tang alone at home. With this thought in mind, she acquiesced. Once they finalized the next steps, Su Guodong and his son Su Shiwei quickly set to work. The first task in building a house was to select a site. Their thatched hut was situated at the foot of the mountain, and there were indeed many open and level areas nearby, albeit overgrown with weeds and shrubs, and even a few large trees that needed to be cleared. After a thorough professional assessment by Su Shiwei, they ultimately chose a location for the wooden house on the southern side, a mere 100 meters from the thatched hut. This spot received ample sunlight, was not overshadowed, and provided shade in the afternoons during summer, making it the most suitable place for their wooden dwelling, while still being close enough to the hut for easy visibility. With the site selected, Su Shiwei began to design the house's structure, while Su Guodong cleared the area to prepare for the construction. Meanwhile, the mother-daughter duo of Su Tang and Lin Xia was not idle either. With Xiaofu absent at that moment, Su Tang joined Lin Xia in devising a method for keeping track of time. Su Tang now relies on harvesting the crops from the farm for her sustenance. The apples mature every hour, yet she possesses neither a watch nor a mobile phone, nor an alarm clock, making it all too easy to miss the optimal time for picking. Although the farm has a countdown, it does not remind her unless she is inside. For instance, last night, while she was preparing for bed, she could have planted dozens of apples. Although their family could not possibly consume such a bounty, the gathered fruits could be exchanged with the orcs of the Grey Wolf tribe for various goods, or transformed into dried fruits and preserves, thus enriching their food variety. In essence, idleness is not an option. Prosperity does not grace the homes of the indolent. If only she had known she would traverse through time, she would have taken the time to learn how ancient people kept track of time. Lin Xia sighed. The mother and daughter, racking their brains, failed to conceive a viable idea. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Su Tang. Mother, besides observing the sky, ancient people had other methods of measuring time. We could create an hourglass. How did I not think of that? My daughter is truly clever. Lin Xia beamed with a warm smile. Su Tang was a person of action. She immediately set about crafting an hourglass. Abundant sand lay along the riverbank, and she gathered a considerable amount, wrapping it in leaves to carry back. Once home, she carefully spread the sand out on the ground to dry in the sun. Lacking containers, Su Tang sought a broad, sturdy leaf in the forest, puncturing 3 holes at the corners, which she threaded with vines to suspend it from a tree trunk. Lin Xia fashioned a large basket from vines and constructed a support frame with sticks to stabilize it, ensuring it would not sag. Inside the basket, they laid a layer of leaves, positioned beneath the suspended leaf to catch the sand. During the day, the sun blazed fiercely, and by the time they completed their tasks, the sand was thoroughly dried. They poured the sand into the suspended leaf, finally piercing a tiny hole at the bottom. Fine grains of sand trickled down, falling delicately into the basket, producing a soothing sound reminiscent of a gentle whisper. Coincidentally, the apples on the farm had ripened, prompting Su Tang to consider picking them and planting new ones, synchronizing with the hourglass's passage of time. Should there be insufficient sand, she would add more. And after an hour, as the farm's apples ripened once again, they would extract the sand from the basket, which represented the measure of an hour. The mother and daughter tested this several times, finding their timing remarkably accurate. Su Tang felt a surge of joy, at least this way. She could make full use of her daylight hours. As for the midnight hours, diligence aside, one must strike a balance between work and rest. Thus, she would indulge in a peaceful slumber at night. Approaching noon, Su Tang ventured into the farm once more, embarking on her fourth apple harvest. As was her custom, she took an apple to plant as a seed. Upon reaching the storage room, she noticed that the shelf in the corner displayed the number 36. Yet only 10 apples were visible atop it. She also stumbled upon a curious phenomenon. It appeared that not all apples on the shelf were displayed. At most, only 10 could be seen, while the actual quantity was determined by the number indicated on the shelf. Su Tang was preparing to take a few apples outside to serve as lunch for her family, when she suddenly noticed 2 small yellow words next to the string of numbers, for sale. Curiosity piqued, she leaned closer and read the words aloud. What could this mean? Could the items on the shelf actually be sold? As this thought crossed her mind, she instinctively pressed her index finger on the 2 words. In the next moment, a line of bold black text appeared before her eyes. Chapter 16. Fruits for gold coins. Price of apples, 1 gold coin. Below was the numeral 0, flanked by plus and minus symbols, with a gray confirmation button behind it. Apples could be sold for gold coins? Su Tang began to grasp the concept. It was akin to a game. If that were the case, there must be a marketplace within the farm where one could purchase items. Intrigued by this prospect, she decided to increase the quantity to 10 and press the confirmation button. Soon, a message indicating a successful sale flashed across her field of vision, and when she turned to look, she saw a small stand at the entrance of the warehouse, atop which rested a golden pouch. Su Tang walked over with ease, reaching out to touch the surface, where bold golden characters prominently displayed, coins, 10. With the acquisition of coins, the marketplace adjacent to the warehouse was also unlocked. Su Tang recalled that beside the warehouse stood a gray edifice, its form barely discernible. Yet now, it has transformed into a resplendent shopping mall. It seems one can indeed purchase goods here. Su Tang entered the mall with anticipation, hoping to discover something useful to purchase. However, upon stepping inside, she was met with a dismal sight. The atmosphere remained shrouded in gray. The only item on display was a solitary product on the shelf nearest the entrance, corn seeds, priced at 100 gold coins. Su Tang, feeling impoverished, swiftly turned and exited the shopping mall. She decided to retain the remaining apples for the time being, intending to sell them when she required gold coins. After all, this farm operated within the realm of a game, and the items stored in her warehouse were unlikely to spoil. As she departed with 6 apples, Su Tang noticed that the brown wooden sign in the field had been updated with additional words. Second plot, unlocked for 50 gold coins. It appeared that in this farm, as in the world she had known, everything revolved around gold coins, a testament to the capitalist nature of this game. Su Tang returned to reality and shared her new discovery from the farm with Linxia. Upon hearing that they could exchange fruits for gold coins to purchase seeds, Linxia was filled with joy. This is wonderful. We should accumulate more gold coins to trade for corn seeds, so we won't have to rely solely on apples anymore. After a moment, she recalled something else and chuckled. If your father knew about this, he would surely be overjoyed. The most treasured possessions of Su Guodong are various seeds. Su Tang smiled, then glanced at the apple with a hint of suspicion, tugging at Linxia's hand. Mom, have you noticed something? What is it? Linxia inquired. After eating this apple, it seems to provide a strong sense of satiety, allowing us to go half a day without consuming anything else, Su Tang pondered. If it were ordinary fruit, we would have been hungry by now. Moreover, we have already had 2 meals of apples and worked for quite some time without feeling particularly famished. Additionally, the wounds we sustained, which were quite painful yesterday, have remarkably ceased to trouble us today. After all, we did fall off a cliff. This recovery seems rather swift. Upon hearing Su Tang's thoughts, Linxia also began to understand. It does seem that way. Could it be that the fruits grown on this farm possess extraordinary properties? Linxia exclaimed with delight. Regardless, they are certainly beneficial. This question lingered in Su Tang's mind, but she could not arrive at a conclusion for the time being. Ultimately, consuming them appeared to yield only advantages. It seemed prudent to refrain from sharing the farm's produce with other beastmen, lest they discover the peculiarities and attract unwanted complications. All right. Let us continue planting this afternoon. I will go fetch your father and elder brother for a meal. They have been busy all morning and deserve a break. Linxia beamed with joy, feeling that the future was filled with promise, and eagerly rushed to share this good news with Su Guodong. Su Tang nodded, watching Linxia swiftly depart. She was aware that her mother merely expressed disdain verbally, while in reality, she wholeheartedly supported her father's career and passions. Before long, the 3 of them returned. Su Guodong and Su Shiwei were drenched in sweat, their bodies adorned with an assortment of weeds and wood shavings. Upon their return, the first order of business was to quench their thirst with the cool boiled water that Lin Xia had prepared earlier. They eagerly drank from the large bowl fashioned from leaves, quickly depleting its contents. It took 2 substantial bowls, each resembling a ladle, for each of them to finally assuage their thirst. Mother, second brother, and Xiao Fu have yet to return. Should we wait for them? Su Tang inquired as she washed the apples. No need to wait. Let us save some for them. We shall eat first, and afterwards rest. For your father and elder brother still have work to attend to this afternoon, Lin Xia pondered before responding. Su Jinyuan possesses the skills for self-defense, so she is not overly concerned about encountering trouble. If she fails to catch any prey, she will naturally return, and with Xiao Fu by her side, she will not lose her way. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Su Tang did not insist further. She divided the apple and sat down, as the family of 4 enjoyed their apples while sharing the bounties of their morning endeavors. In the morning, Su Guodong and Su Shiwei cleared a patch of land, and by afternoon, they would commence the felling of trees to gather materials for constructing a wooden cabin. Upon learning of new seeds, Su Guodong felt a surge of excitement that instantly dispelled his fatigue. He even skipped his midday rest, finishing his meal and eagerly dragging Su Shiwei to the woods to chop down trees. He eagerly anticipated the completion of the cabin, for once he settled in, he would finally have the time to cultivate these exceptional seeds. Meanwhile, in the forest, Xiao Fu observed Su Jinyuan, who was squatting on the ground fiddling with some stones and weeds. Supporting his forehead, he took a step back. How could he believe that his second elder brother had come to hunt? Second elder brother, perhaps we should return. Su Jinyuan was unaccustomed to walking in his beast form, and by the time he arrived at the hunting forest, he had already squandered a considerable amount of time. Xiao Fu initially believed that his second elder brother would abandon the endeavor midway, but to his surprise, he persevered and reached this point. This made Xiao Fu regard his second elder brother with newfound respect. If things continued this way, they might indeed be fortunate enough to encounter some prey. However, upon arrival, Su Jinyuan did not seek a spot to hunt. Instead, he began to play with stones and weeds. Why the haste? They had yet to catch any prey. Just wait patiently until elder brother secures some game, and then you shall feast heartily on meat. Su Jinyuan nonchalantly dismissed Xiao Fu without turning back. Xiao Fu wore an expression of disbelief. Second brother, do you truly believe that these stones and weeds will help us catch any prey? Do I appear to be a fool? If one is to deceive, at least offer a credible reason. You know nothing. This is a trap. Once a beast steps upon it, it will be ensnared. Today we shall feast on meat, Su Jinyuan asserted confidently. He possessed unwavering faith in his wilderness survival skills. He had engaged in numerous outdoor expeditions, and capturing wild game for a meal was a trivial matter. Were it not for the numerous protected species, his culinary repertoire would be considerably more diverse. What trap? Beasts are not fools. Why would they step into it willingly? Xiao Fu felt that Su Jinyuan was merely trying to mislead him. He pouted, disappointment etched across his face. It was evident that they would not catch any prey today, and he wondered if there would be any fruits to eat. Otherwise, he would go to bed hungry once more. With a sigh, Xiao Fu realized that even though everyone had improved, filling one's stomach remained a challenging endeavor. Resigned, he concluded that since second brother was unreliable, he must devise his own strategies. He could not have ventured out for naught. After feeding the cubs another serving of apple puree, Su Tang laid down a handful of hay beneath the shade of a tree outside the grass shed, preparing to rest for a while. Just as she settled in, a piercing scream from the south shattered the tranquility, her father's anguish cry. Chapter 17. Unlocking the second plot of land. What happened? Lin Xia, who had been napping in the grass shed, quickly emerged. I don't know. It seems like Dad's voice, Su Tang replied, shaking her head. The mother and daughter exchanged bewildered glances and hurried southward. Upon reaching the clearing, Su Tang spotted Su Guodong standing beneath a tree that had been partially felled. She rushed over, asking, Dad, what is going on? Honey, are you hurt? Lin Xia inquired, her face etched with concern as she approached to examine Su Guodong. I'm not injured. Su Guodong shook his head, his expression one of utter despair. The bone knife is broken. I can't chop down any more trees, and without tools, how are we ever going to build the wooden house? Su Tang then realized that he was holding 2 pieces of earthy yellow objects. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be bone knives. Lin Xia, having grasped the situation, angrily pinched Su Guodong's waist, exclaiming, You cried out so frightfully, I thought something terrible had happened. Su Tang hurriedly reassured, It's all right, Dad. Eldest brother still has a bone knife in his possession. We can use that for now and devise a solution later. At that moment, Su Shiwei, who had been outside chopping wood, returned. He hoisted a thick log onto the ground with a thud, revealing 2 segments of a bone knife in his hands. He gazed at the 3 with a flat tone, saying, Now, we have none left. Without a bone knife, the progress of constructing the wooden house came to a standstill. The 4 of them exchanged bewildered glances. After contemplating for a moment, Su Tang suggested, Perhaps I could venture to the Grey Wolf tribe and see if any orcs would be willing to exchange bone knives for fruit. We cannot allow the absence of tools to hinder the construction of our wooden house. However, Su Shi gently shook his head, softly rejecting the proposal. That won't do. Bone knives are too fragile, and even if we manage to trade for one, it would not endure for long. Then what shall we do? We cannot resort to chopping with our bare hands, Su Guodong lamented, feeling a sense of hopelessness as he eagerly anticipated the completion of the wooden house to commence farming. Su Tang blinked her eyes and gazed at the unperturbed Su Shiwei. Brother, do you have another way? Su Shiwei smiled indulgently. A gentle curve gracing his lips as he nodded and said, I can attempt to craft a stone knife. I believe the stones by the river could suffice. My son. Is that feasible? How could one fashion a knife from stone? And how long would it take to hone an edge? Lin Xia inquired, her expression filled with bewilderment. Su Shiwei offered no further explanation as he led several individuals to the riverbank. The water was crystal clear, revealing numerous smooth, lustrous stones beneath the surface. Su Shiwei crouched down, sifting through the stones, and picked up a piece slightly larger than his palm, hurling it towards a massive boulder by the riverbank. The stone, which should have been solid, shattered into countless fragments upon impact. He selected a thin shard among the debris, one edge as sharp as a blade, while the other remained relatively blunt. This unique geological formation easily yielded sharp edges when fractured, making it suitable for crafting a stone knife or axe. As Su Shiwei demonstrated to his companions, he explained that by binding the sharp stone to a wooden stick, one could create a rudimentary stone axe. Although it could not compare to modern tools, it was indeed much more practical than the previous bone knives. Brother, you truly excel at this, Su Tang praised, unabashedly giving him a thumbs up. Su Shiwei crafted several stone axes and selected a few well-balanced stone knives for Su Tang and Lin Xia, which they could use both for cutting and self-defense. With the issue of tools resolved, Su Guodong could finally focus on felling trees to construct the wooden cabin. After a flurry of activity, Su Tang and Lin Xia lost their inclination for an afternoon nap, choosing instead to guard the hourglass as they awaited the moment to harvest apples. Feeling bored, Su Tang decided to learn the art of basket weaving from Lin Xia, creating various containers to store items for future use. Over the years, Lin Xia had occupied her time as a homemaker by mastering a plethora of crafts, from knitting sweaters and sewing shoes to making garments and engaging in various hand-woven creations. These skills had now proven to be quite useful. As the afternoon unfolded, the two women successfully crafted 8 large baskets using the vines they had gathered from the forest. They had also harvested apples from the farm 5 times. Upon entering her space to tally the quantity, Su Tang discovered that, after accounting for those she had taken out at noon, there were a total of 65 apples and 10 gold coins in the storage. This amount, however, was still insufficient for purchasing corn seeds. After much contemplation, Su Tang resolved to sell 40 apples, using 50 gold coins to unlock the second plot of land. The more land one possesses, the greater the harvest. By tomorrow, she would be able to plant corn seeds. Having consumed apples throughout the day, Su Tang's palate yearned for something more flavorful. The thought of fragrant boiled and roasted corn made her mouth water. Life as a primitive individual was undoubtedly arduous. Upon exiting the farm, Su Guodong and Su Shiwei returned as well. The two had felled over a dozen trees in the afternoon, stacking logs of various sizes in the clearing, preparing to dry them for future use. This would prevent moisture in the wooden house, ward off pests, and enhance its stability and durability. Su Guodong was rather clueless. He simply followed whatever his son suggested. Son, having chopped down so many trees today, can we commence building the wooden house tomorrow? Su Guodong rubbed his grimy hands together, a look of eager anticipation on his face. Not quite enough, Dad. Our family's house is quite spacious and requires a considerable amount of timber. Su Shi swiftly extinguished Su Guodong's hopes. Seeing her father's impatient expression, Su Tang couldn't help but chuckle. Dad, this is the home we will be living in. It must be constructed properly. We cannot rush this process. What if, in the haste of my elder brother, the house is built unsoundly? Upon hearing those words, Su Guodong instantly quelled his impatience. His daughter was right. There was no need for haste in constructing the house. It should be approached with care and deliberation. He nodded repeatedly, mindful of the potential calamity should the structure collapse while they slept, leading to the tragic demise of the entire family. With 2 men safeguarding their home, Su Tang and Lin Xia took the opportunity to venture once more to the Grey Wolf tribe. They had arranged with Wolf and I the day before to return at the same time to exchange milk. Wolf and I was the first orc to extend kindness and assistance to Su Tang upon her arrival in this world. And even after discovering the unique properties of the farm as crops, she remained willing to engage in trade. When Su Tang arrived at the cave entrance, Wolf and I had already prepared the milk in advance. I thought you wouldn't come, she said, a gentle smile gracing her features upon seeing Su Tang. How could I not? My little one still needs to be fed. Su Tang could discern that she appeared somewhat better than yesterday. Even her smile seemed to carry a touch more ease. No sooner had she spoken than a series of brief, youthful howls echoed within the cave, innocent and tender. Wolf Nini felt a tad embarrassed, remarking that her cub had been unusually vocal today. As she spoke of her young one, her face radiated with maternal affection. Su Tang recalled that she had not heard the sound of the cubs yesterday. Presumably, they had feasted on apples, which had invigorated them. This is indeed a positive sign, indicating that the cubs are healthy and thriving. Their lively antics are far preferable to a state of illness. Upon finishing her words, Su Tang couldn't help but reminisce about the 5 little kittens at home. They too had indulged in apple puree, yet all they seemed to do all day was sleep. reflecting on the fact that she had scarcely visited the little ones today, preferring to avoid the grass shed whenever possible. A wave of guilt surged within her. Could it be that she was neglecting their upbringing? Chapter 18. Stumbling into wisdom and strength. Although Su Tang harbored an aversion to the furry little creatures, she could not bear the thought of any harm befalling the young ones. As a nursery caregiver, it would be quite the embarrassment if anything were to happen under her watch. After a swift exchange involving apples, Su Tang did not linger and promptly returned with Linxia. Observing her daughter hastening along, Linxia felt a twinge of concern and cautioned, Tang, slow down a bit. What is the hurry? Be careful not to cut your feet on the way. Remember, the beastmen do not wear shoes. Indeed, they had no footwear, donning instead the grass sandals woven by Linxia that morning, leaving their toes exposed. Traversing through the woods required caution, as the area was rife with sharp branches and thorns, capable of inflicting wounds with ease. I just wish to check if my second brother and Xiao Fu have returned. They have been out for an entire day, Su Tang replied vaguely, careful not to disclose her true intention of wanting to see the young ones. Su Tang pushed aside the branches and stepped into the path, with Linxia following closely behind. The two walked with great focus, completely unaware of the pair of green wolf eyes observing them from behind a nearby tree trunk. Once they had moved further away, a gray wolf emerged from behind the tree and swiftly ran towards the gray wolf tribe. Man, I spotted that female from the cat clan. She has come to our tribe, the gray wolf exclaimed as it entered a cave, articulating human speech. Wolfman was guarding the unconscious wolf Kuei, having brought him back since his fingers had twitched yesterday, and she had been caring for him without leaving his side. However, despite her efforts, Wolf Kuei remained unresponsive, which had her exceedingly anxious. Upon hearing her partner's words, Wolfman's eyes widened in fury. That wretched female dares to come to our tribe. What does she want? Is she regretting her decision? Tell her that even if she kneels before me, I will never allow Wolf Kuei to mate with her again. Wolfman crossed her arms, her anger rendering her visage quite fearsome. No, she has already left, and she isn't looking for us, her partner hesitantly replied. If she isn't seeking us, then who is she looking for? Has that shameless female already moved on to another male? Wolfman's voice rose in indignation. Her partner quickly shook his head. No, she isn't looking for a male. I saw her coming from Wolf Ni's direction, and she took something back with her. She harmed our Wolf Kuei. And Wolf and I actually gave her something? That Wolf and I is clearly intent on opposing me. Wolfman was beside herself with rage, wishing to tear apart both Wolf and Su Tang to avenge Wolf Kuei. At that moment, a small figure stealthily entered the cave. Wolfman instantly spotted him, grabbing his ear and bellowing, Wolf Qing, your brother is gravely injured, and you still dare to go out and fight? You vanished for an entire day. Where have you been? I didn't go anywhere. Wolf Qing stammered, struggling to escape her grasp, reluctant to provide an answer. He was trying to hide the fact that he had been beaten by Xiao Fu and had spent the night outside to avoid returning home. Who would not know that Xiao Fu was a good-for-nothing? Being beaten by him made Wolf Qing feel even more pathetic. Stop deceiving mother. Can't you learn from your brother? He brings peace to mother, while you only know how to cause trouble. Wolfman scolded, striking Wolf Qing on the backside. Brother, always brother, Wolf Qing exclaimed, infuriated and with tears in his eyes, shouting, you only see your brother. Everything he does is right. He is so formidable. Yet now he is on the brink of death. Wolf Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? Your brother will not die. Wolfman retorted angrily, her eyes blazing. Completely disregarding Wolf Qing's intense emotions, Wolf Kuei was the pillar of their family, the source of their sustenance, and if he truly did not awaken, Wolfman was at a loss for what to do next. Seeing that his mother remained fixated on his brother while ignoring his own injuries, Wolf Qing felt despondent. He shook off her hand and shouted in anger, I was beaten by Xiao Fu. I am not as useful as my brother. Is that enough for you? Wolfman paused, gripping Wolf Qing's arm. That wretched creature dared to strike you? Su Tang has harmed Wolf Kuei, and her brother has beaten our little cub to this extent. I am absolutely furious. In a fit of rage, she seized Wolf Qing and, accompanied by several companions, headed straight for the gray wolf tribe. The sun dipped lower in the sky, and the sounds of insects in the forest carried a sense of weariness. Xiao Fu had been trailing Su Jianyuan in the forest all day. Aside from the droppings of wild beasts, they had only seen the fleeting figures of animals fleeing. After checking 2 traps, both empty and devoid of any trace of fur, he felt utterly exhausted, while Su Jianyuan appeared unperturbed, as if the fleeing prey did not concern him at all. Overwhelmed with fatigue and despair, Xiao Fu followed Su Jianyuan, resigned to the fact that they would return empty-handed. Yet, it was not entirely fruitless. At least they had not become the prey of wild beasts. Soon, they arrived at the site of the 3rd trap. Suddenly, Xiao Fu noticed a flash of white ahead. Second brother, there's a beast, he exclaimed, his eyes widening as he frantically tugged at Su Jianyuan's animal skin skirt. Hey, you little rascal, I'm not blind. Let go. Su Jianyuan felt a chill against his backside as he quickly yanked up his skirt, disregarding the opportunity to chastise Xiao Fu, and eagerly ran forward. Finally, after a day of waiting, they had made a discovery. The two approached the trap together, revealing a rabbit with a crushed skull. The triggered stone trap still stained with blood. It was indeed his trap that had worked. The rabbit was remarkably plump, and Su Jianyuan lifted it, estimating it weighed at least 30 pounds. Could it be that they had truly caught prey? It must have been sheer luck. How could the prey possibly deliver itself to them? Xiaofu stood in stunned silence, still unable to believe it. Su Jianyuan cast a glance at him, too indifferent to offer an explanation. After restoring the trap, he proceeded to inspect the next one. Xiaofu, undeterred, trailed behind, determined to prove that it was merely a stroke of good fortune. However, upon reaching the subsequent trap, he was once again rendered speechless. This trap, too, had ensnared a prize. A plump wild chicken, one of its legs ensnared by a rope crafted from fibers, appeared to have exhausted itself from struggling, flapping its wings in a futile display of despair. Following closely was a third catch, and then a fourth. Su Jianyuan set a total of 6 traps. Aside from the initial 2 that proved futile, the remaining traps successfully ensnared their prey. 2 rabbits, a wild chicken, and a squirrel. Xiaofu gazed at the bounty before him, feeling as though he were in a dream. His inept second brother had actually caught something. For pieces of prey, no less. Could it be that after his fall, he had somehow grown stronger? Perhaps he should consider throwing himself off the cliff where his brother had fallen to give his own head a good knock as well? Su Jianyuan tied together 4 pieces of prey with a grass rope and, casting a cheerful glance at the dazed Xiaofu standing still, urged him enthusiastically, "Come on. You silly boy, what are you waiting for? Let's head home and feast on some meat." Chapter 19. A hand soaked in the mischief of a little rascal Tang. We have arrived home, but your second brother and the others have yet to return. Lin Xia, upon arriving home, noticed the absence of Su Jianyuan and Xiaofu. As she was about to relay this to Su Tang, she turned around only to find that Su Tang had already vanished from sight. A look of confusion crossed her face. This child, didn't she say she would return to see her second brother? Where could she have gone? Su Tang made her way directly to the grass hut. 5 tiny kittens were nestled together in slumber, their heads resting against their backs. Paws inadvertently kicking at each other's faces, their poses a delightful jumble. They resembled a lump of dough that had been kneaded and shaped. Upon hearing the commotion, the little ones stirred awake, instinctively crawling towards Su Tang, their short legs moving as if they were treading on cotton, each of their 4 paws wandering in different directions. Su Tang instinctively furrowed her brow, attempting to evade the situation. Yet, recalling her purpose for returning was to care for the young ones. She suppressed the urge to flee the makeshift shelter and gently gathered each cub, bringing them back to their nest to feed. The little ones, ravenous, clutched Su Tang's fingers and eagerly drank, their rosy mouths adorned with streaks of white milk. In no time, they consumed the entirety of the milk she had brought. As she felt the soft touch at her fingertips, a wave of emotion washed over Su Tang. Perhaps these furry creatures were not as bothersome as she had initially thought. She even found a sense of healing in watching the cubs drink heartily. It was no wonder that so many people in the modern world cherished having pets. Su Tang intended to wipe their mouths, but just as he took out the animal hide, he observed them meticulously licking the milk stains off each other's mouths. Indeed, they left nothing untouched. Su Tang sensed that her aversion towards the young ones had significantly lessened. She observed a small kitten, resembling a stack of tiny bodies, climbing cautiously at her feet. Gently, she lifted one and placed it in her hand, using her fingertip to softly prod its head. The little creature gazed up at her with a bewildered expression, its adorably naive demeanor eliciting a smile from Su Tang. The little one, playful and endearing, brought her a moment of joy. However, her smile soon froze on her face. A warm, damp sensation emanated from her palm, as a pale yellow liquid seeped between her fingers, trickling down her hand. Su Tang's expression darkened. "You little rascal. You urinated on my hand. Sister, father, mother. We have returned." Su Jianyuan and Xiaofu returned to the grass hut, their mouths grasping their quarry, only transforming into human form and donning their animal skin skirts upon arrival. The elders, upon seeing their beastly forms, initially mistook them for wild animals. However, the leopard soon spoke with human articulation, emitting a voice identical to that of their son, before transforming back into a human before their very eyes. It took a moment for them to recall that they were no longer in human form. "Old second, all of this is your doing," Su Guodong exclaimed. His gaze fixed in astonishment upon the prey brought back by his companion, his face alight with joy. "Today has been fortuitous. We have captured 4 beasts. Soon, we shall prepare them for slaughter, and tonight we shall feast." Su Jianyuan wore a proud expression. After speaking, he pulled Su Guodong and Lin Xia aside and whispered, "Mom and Dad, today I learned how to transform into beast form from Xiaofu. Later, I will teach you as well. Traveling in beast form is much swifter." Lin Xia nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, if other beastmen discover that we cannot transform, they might start to doubt us." Su Guodong was filled with excitement. "My son, please teach me. I too wish to see what my beast form looks like. Your beast form appears so majestic." "Don't rush, Dad. Little Fu is still here. Let's wait for elder brother and sister to come so we can learn together," Su Jianyuan replied, weary from a long day, eager only to recline in comfort. Su Guodong glanced at the dazed Xiaofu beside him, nodding repeatedly. Why does Xiaofu seem so peculiar? After being out for a day, he appears almost vacant. Lin Xia whispered to Su Jianyuan. This child returned without uttering a single word, just staring blankly at the prey, looking utterly lost. He seemed perfectly fine before we left. What else could it be? He must be utterly captivated by my hunting prowess. Su Jianyuan chuckled with a smug grin, playfully tousling his hair, resembling instant noodles. Just then, he caught sight of Su Tang, her face darkened, emerging from the grass hut. Sister, come quickly and see what wonderful treasures I have brought back. Su Jianyuan immediately waved his hand and called out excitedly. Su Tang had just finished cleaning up after the cub's urination, feeling quite disheartened. She suddenly recalled that the kittens were too small and required stimulation to urinate, which explained why she had not witnessed any excretion from them since yesterday. The thought that, in addition to nursing, she would also have to tend to the cub's elimination needs only deepened her melancholy. How wonderful it would be if the cubs could transform into tiny infants. Mayor, what's wrong? You look quite unhappy, Su Jianyuan inquired curiously as he observed Su Tang approaching. Nothing, you must be mistaken, Su Tang replied with a flat expression, unwilling to disclose that she had just been splattered by the cub's urine. Su Tang's gaze shifted as she spotted the rabbit, wild chicken, and squirrel on the ground, her eyes sparkling with delight. Brother, you truly caught some game. The mere thought of having meat for dinner brightened her mood from overcast to sunny. Currently, her body was that of a carnivore. While apples could only satisfy her hunger temporarily, her innate instinct still yearned for flesh. I will take care of the prey, and you, second brother, ignite the fire. Tonight, our family shall feast on roasted meat. Lin Xia directed Su Guodong to carry the 4 pieces of game as she prepared to head towards the riverbank. The faces of the whole family radiated joy. Nothing is more gratifying than having worked hard all day and returning to indulge in a hearty meal of meat. Mother, I will assist you. Su Tang hastily made her way forward, but before she could take more than a few steps, an uninvited guest arrived at her home. Su Tang. Halt, snarled Lang Man, flanked by a few companions, blocking her path with a fierce demeanor. You wretched female, not only have you harmed my wolf Kuei, but you also incited your brother to assault my wolf Qing. Hand over that wretched cub. Today, I shall teach him a lesson and avenge my young. She seized the reluctant wolf Qing, her voice coarse and sharp, exuding the ferocity of a scorned harpy. Upon seeing Lang Man and wolf Qing approach, Xiaofu's face drained of color, realizing the gravity of the situation. This is disastrous. The fact that he had struck wolf Qing was now exposed, and Lang Man would undoubtedly exact a brutal punishment upon him. His second brother had only recently embarked on his first hunt. He had yet to savor the spoils of his siblings' endeavors. Just as he began to enjoy life, it seemed he was destined to meet an untimely end. Before Su Tang could utter a word, Lang Man had already spotted Xiaofu not far away, poised to pounce with claws bared. Terrified, Xiaofu contemplated fleeing. However, before he could take a single step, a figure appeared, blocking his path. Su Tang shielded Xiaofu behind her, casting a cold glare at Lang Man. Lang Man. It was your wolf Qing who first assaulted Xiaofu. Xiaofu did not retaliate. Does she simply stand by and allow herself to be struck? It was you who urged her to fight back, and now that trouble has arisen, you must bear the consequences. Lang Man found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She had grown accustomed to bullying others in the tribe, relying on the prowess of Wolf Kuei, and had never anticipated that Su Tang would confront her. I never said it was forbidden. Lang Man raised her chin defiantly, seething with indignation. It was merely a scuffle among cubs. Yet you and Yuan, both adult beasts, intervened intentionally. You strike my wolf Qing and now refuse to acknowledge it, attempting to imprison me, this lowly female, and Xiaofu, while also threatening to destroy this place. Upon finishing, Wolf Qing's companions ominously advanced towards Su Tang and Xiaofu. Chapter 20. We are merely assisting Lang Man entirely disregarded the presence of Su Guodong and his wife, along with the 2 brothers. Previously, these beasts had been subservient, bowing and scraping for just a morsel of their catch. In Lang Man's eyes, this family was utterly worthless, weak, and easily bullied. Even lesser than the cubs of the Grey Wolf tribe. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on them. Su Jianyan stepped forward, positioning himself in front of several males, his voice low and rough as he issued a sharp command. His piercing, cold gaze emanated an undeniable aura of intimidation, momentarily deterring them from advancing. Su Guodong and Lin Xia stood guard on either side of Su Tang, resolutely determined to protect their cherished daughter from being bullied by the group of orcs, even if it meant risking their own lives. As Su Shiwei returned after counting the wood, he observed the situation and forcefully struck the stone axe against the ground. He stood alongside Su Jianyuan, casting a cold gaze upon their adversaries. The unity displayed by this family left the companions of Langman exchanging bewildered glances. When did these orcs become so audacious as to challenge them? Langman, seething with indignation, exclaimed, "What are you all hesitating for? It's merely a useless male. Can he truly intimidate you? Does he dare to strike? After all, this family of orcs relied on them for sustenance and shelter. How could they possibly dare to lay a hand on them?" With newfound confidence, Langman's companion boldly approached, placing a hand on Su Jianyuan's shoulder, intending to spin him around and deliver a beating to vent his frustration. It was clear to them that this fellow was a troublemaker, and once he was dealt with, the rest would be manageable. However, as soon as his hand made contact, Su Jianyuan swiftly seized it, and before the companion could react, he found himself spinning in disorientation, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Langman's companion was left utterly dazed. The other companions stood in shock, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What had just transpired? They had scarcely witnessed how Su Jianyuan had brought him down. When had this supposed weakling become so formidable? Langman, witnessing his companion fail to best even a supposed waste, was consumed by rage and pointed an accusatory finger at Su Jianyuan, furiously declaring, "I see that you are deliberately opposing me, intent on harming my kin. I will summon the chief and ensure you are expelled from the territory of the Grey Wolf tribe. Su Tang's family is bullying the beast. The leader will surely take her side." Wolfman immediately commanded his partner to return and summon the leader. Su Jianyuan furrowed his brows and halted. "Elder brother, there is no need for concern. Let him summon the leader. It would be an opportune moment for the leader to adjudicate our matter and discern his judgment." Su Tang held on to Su Jianyuan, her expression calm as she spoke. Her voice was soft, just loud enough for Lang Man to overhear. When our leader arrives. Just wait and see you'll be sent packing." Lang Man wore a smug expression, convinced that Su Tang was merely feigning composure. However, that was their leader. What if the leader showed favoritism without discernment? Su Jianyuan remained uneasy. That won't happen. If it were true, the leader would have driven us away when Lang Kuei encountered trouble yesterday. Su Tang replied confidently. Since they have not expelled us, it surely indicates that we possess value. Otherwise, they would not have permitted us to stay here from the outset. Su Shiwei sided with Su Tang, acknowledging her reasoning. Su Guodong and Lin Xiao unconditionally placed their trust in Su Tang. Among them, Su Tang's intellect was unparalleled. Regardless of the circumstances, they could always relocate, after all. They possessed nothing at present, making any destination equally viable. Witnessing Su Tang and her companions offend Lang Man entirely for their sake, Xiaofu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "Sister, why not allow me to confront him? Let Lang Qing beat me up again to vent his anger. And perhaps he won't drive us away," he suggested, tugging at Su Tang's garment with newfound courage. Without a tribe, the beastmen would be doomed to wander the perilous forest. A place fraught with danger. They had finally found a tribe willing to shelter them. Should they be cast out, they might meet their demise in the wilderness. His father had suffered such a fate, and he wished to avoid a similar ordeal. "Stay put. Adults are speaking, and this is no concern for a child." Su Tang gently pressed his eager head down. Xiaofu's self-sacrificial thoughts were thus stifled in their infancy. Before long, Lang Man's partner arrived, accompanied by the Grey Wolf Chief and a host of onlooking Grey Wolf beastmen. The Grey Wolf Chief, a robust male in his 30s, exuded an imposing presence. His muscular physique reminiscent of a fitness enthusiast. "What is happening here?" the Grey Wolf Chief inquired, surveying the tense standoff between Lang Man and Su Tang's group. His square face etched with severity. "Chief, you must advocate for me," Lang Man interjected, his voice laden with distress. "This vile female caused Wolf Kuei to tumble off a cliff yesterday and even assaulted my Wolf Qing. She is clearly provoking our Grey Wolf tribe." Su Tang smiled gently, responding with an unhurried demeanor. "I have not laid a hand on your wolf dog. Rather, it is you indiscriminately sought to harm my little Fu. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" Lang Man glared, nostrils flaring, infuriated by Su Tang's feigned innocence. "You were the one who did this. You and a Yuan together assaulted my wolf dog and yet refused to admit it. What is the truth behind this?" The Grey Wolf leader furrowed his brow, casting a stern gaze upon Su Tang. "Female, should you dare to deceive me with falsehoods, I shall ensure you leave this place at once." Su Tang maintained an air of calm composure. "Chief, I speak nothing but the truth. Neither I nor my brother laid a hand on anyone. It was merely Lang Qing who struck Xiaofu, and we merely assisted in restraining Lang Qing, allowing Xiaofu to retaliate. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Lang Qing." She raised her hands in a gesture of innocence, countering, "Surely, your Grey Wolf tribe does not have a rule against retaliating when attacked, does it?" Upon hearing this, the chief of the Grey Wolves furrowed his brow even tighter. While her statement held some merit, it struck him as peculiar. Assistance? Is that truly what it was? The other Grey Wolf warriors exchanged glances, their tongues clicking in disbelief, recognizing the cunning nature of this female. Now, even if the chief wished to take sides with Lang Man, he found himself devoid of justification. The gathered beasts cast sympathetic looks towards Lang Man, who had always been notoriously domineering. This time, however, she had met her match. You, Lang Man exclaimed, her frustration rendering her speechless. How had this female become so sharp-tongued? Previously, she had been the one oppressed, never daring to utter a word in protest, a fact that Lang Man had exploited, believing this female to be easily manipulated, which is why she had consented to Lang Kuei's mating with her. Yet, in a mere night, it seemed as though she had transformed into an entirely different creature. "Chief, my younger brother and Lang Qing were simply engaged in playful scuffles. I had intended to intervene but was unable to do so." Su Tang, with a face full of remorse, spoke again, slightly bowing her head, exuding an air of sincerity. "Su Jianyuan, who just told me not to interfere?" Xiaofu was equally astonished. What on earth was sister saying? Wasn't it just moments ago that sister and brother had infuriated Lang Man to the brink of madness, prompting Lang Man to send her partner back to summon the leader? Furthermore, the Grey Wolf leader appeared utterly unfazed. This is utterly baffling. Ever since sister had cast the entire family off the cliff, life has become increasingly surreal. Chapter 21. I will take responsibility for his injuries. You are speaking nonsense. Lang Man's face turned a deep shade of green with fury. This is no mere scuffle. It is far from it. Lang Man yanked the wolf pup out from behind her, gesturing towards his swollen head, which resembled that of a pig, and indignantly questioned, how can this be considered a playful tussle among cubs? Look at my wolf pup. He has been battered to such a state. Xiaofu's strikes were so severe, it is evident that you instigated this. Upon hearing this, the gray wolf leader turned his gaze towards the injuries of the wolf pup. The wolf pup was indeed a sight to behold, with a bruised and battered visage, his eyes resembling that of a panda, a crooked nose, and several missing teeth, exposing dark, gaping holes in his mouth, truly a pitiful sight. He had indeed suffered greatly. The gray wolf leader furrowed his brow, preparing to confront Su Tang. Su Tang cast a meaningful glance at Lang Man before pulling out Xiaofu from behind her. It seemed that Lang Man too believed this was not merely a playful scuffle among cubs, it was an acknowledgement that the wolf pup had deliberately harmed her Xiaofu. The gray wolf leader then noticed that Xiaofu was also covered in wounds, with a bruised face and numerous claw marks. The injuries on his body were numerous and chaotic, with blood scabs crisscrossing everywhere, appearing far more severe than those of the wolf pup. Certainly, my wolf pup did not act with malice. Lang Man's eyes darted nervously, unsure of how to counter this accusation. Ultimately, he stubbornly insisted on his denial. As long as he refused to admit it, what could this female do to him? The gray wolf leader's expression darkened. Lang Man was clearly lying and being obstinate. Under normal circumstances, he might have turned a blind eye, but now, in front of the foreign beast men, with evidence laid bare, it felt like a slap to his face. Enough, Lang Man. This matter ends here. In the future, do not cause trouble for the females. Take responsibility for your wolf pup. The leader interrupted Lang Man sternly. Understood. Lang Man glared angrily at Su Tang, reluctantly acquiescing. Xiaofu's expression brightened, and he suddenly felt that his wounds no longer hurt. His sister was truly formidable today. Managing to sway the gray wolf leader to their side, it felt like a dream. He looked up at Su Tang, his eyes brimming with admiration. Su Shiwei and her companions appeared remarkably composed, their calm expressions betraying no hint of emotion. Thank you, Chief, for your discernment, Su Tang said, a smile gracing her lips. Though it failed to reach her eyes. She understood the chief's intent all too well. The dismissal was merely a means to curtail their opportunity to confront Lang Man. The reprimand, ostensibly directed at Lang Man, was, in truth, a subtle admonition to refrain from further discussion of the matter. Indeed, the Grey Wolf tribe had not oppressed them. Yet they had undoubtedly shown favoritism towards Lang Man. With the matter seemingly resolved, the Grey Wolf tribe signaled their intent to depart. Lang Man, her teeth clenched in frustration, was unwilling to leave empty-handed. Her gaze shifted, landing on the four prey behind Su Tang and Xiaofu, her eyes narrowing with greedy intent. How dare this wretched female possess prey? Lang Man had 3 companions, none particularly strong, and their provisions were supplied by Lang Kuei. Since Lang Kuei had fallen into a coma, food had been scarce in Lang Man's cave. Her companions had ventured out to hunt all day, returning empty-handed. Since the previous night, Lang Man had consumed nothing, and the sight of Su Tang's prey ignited her inner turmoil. Chief, Su Tang is responsible for Lang Kuei's current state. She must compensate me with prey. Lang Man's feet seemed rooted to the ground, her covetousness spilling forth. You have harmed Lang Kuei to this extent. You must deliver 2 pieces of prey to me daily, or you will come to my home and care for Lang Kuei until he awakens. She was aware that Su Tang would not come. Her only recourse was to demand compensation in the form of prey. Upon hearing someone threaten their quarry, Xiaofu grew agitated. You speak nonsense. Lang Kuei was not harmed by my sister. He injured himself while attempting to save a beast. Everyone witnessed it. Do not slander my sister. Xiaofu instinctively stepped forward, indignation evident as she defended Su Tang. And so what? Lang Kuei was injured and fell into a coma because of her. She must take responsibility. Lang Man retorted with a cold huff, showing no willingness to reason. Moreover, Lang Kuei has delivered so many prey to your home. Now that he is in trouble, isn't it only right for you to contribute some of your provisions to him? Xiaofu was momentarily speechless. They had indeed partaken of Lang Kuei's bounty, and it would be improper to sever ties now. What nonsense are you spewing, you she-wolf? What responsibility does my Tang bear? Why should she be held accountable? Speak with more respect. Lin Xia rolled up her sleeves, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. She cared not for anything else. Anyone who dared to bully her daughter would face her wrath. Su Guodong quickly embraced her, exclaiming, Wife, please do not be agitated. We have consumed their provisions, and we are in the wrong. He referred, of course, to the past transgressions of the orc tribe. Mother, do not fret. We will not allow them to bully Tang. Su Shiwei softly reassured Lin Xia. Given the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries, he worried that his mother might act rashly. And should a conflict arise, they would ultimately suffer the consequences. Do you not seek prey? Su Jianyuan glanced at the unreasonable wolfman and then turned. Retrieving 2 fine catches, stating coldly, Wolf Kuei is injured. We shall compensate for that. I am not so destitute as to be unable to afford these trifles. He commanded them to take the prey and declared that from this moment forth, they had no further dealings with Wolf Kuei. If he could resolve matters with Wolfman through these offerings, Su Jianyuan would be more than willing, for he could always procure more game in the future. A few morsels of meat were of no concern to him. Wolfman's eyes sparkled with desire as she beheld the rabbit and squirrel in Su Jianyuan's grasp. These 2 creatures were remarkably plump, easily weighing a total of 40 to 50 pounds. They could serve to satiate her for several meals. As she reached out eagerly, she greedily continued, "The prey my wolf Kuei provided you is far more than this. Do not presume you can dismiss me with such a meager offering. Henceforth, you must allocate half of your daily catches to me. This way, even if wolf Kuei did not awaken, she would have a continuous supply of sustenance." Wolfman felt a surge of pride in her cunning. However, before her hand could touch the prey, Su Tang swiftly swatted it away. "What do you think you are doing? Everyone heard your words. Do you intend to renege?" Wolfman glared at Su Tang, her eyes wide with fury. "Wolf Kuei was injured while saving our family. I shall not disregard that. I have already vowed to tend to his wounds," Su Tang replied with unwavering composure. "Then hurry and give me the prey," Wolfman insisted, attempting to seize the game. Su Tang curled her lips and spoke aloud. "This prey I shall return to Wolf Kuei. Why should I give it to you?" Without waiting for Wolfman to respond, Su Tang turned to face the leader of the Grey Wolves. "Leader, I am willing to seek veterinary treatment for Wolf Kuei. I kindly ask you to assist me in delivering these 2 pieces of prey to the tribe's veterinarian as a reward for Wolf Kuei's treatment." After Su Tang finished speaking, she instructed Su Jianyuan to present the prey to the leader of the Grey Wolves. Wolfman stared in disbelief. How had her quarry ended up in the leader's possession? What would she eat now? Chapter 22. The debtor is the elder. Very well. I shall deliver the prey to the veterinarian for the treatment of Wolf Kuei. The leader of the Grey Wolves accepted the offering, casting an appreciative glance at Su Tang. Previously, he had overlooked her. This female was indeed bold and astute. Onlookers among the Grey Wolf beastmen could not help but scrutinize Su Tang further. Previously, they had only heard Wolfman speak of how detestable this female was, yet today, upon witnessing her, they found her to be daring, meticulous, and responsible, standing before the leader with a presence that rivaled that of any male. She was far from the timid, weak, and cowardly female Wolfman had described. "Thank you, leader. Should Wolf Kuei's injuries require further veterinary attention in the future, I shall personally cover the veterinarian's fees. I will not shirk this responsibility." Su Tang slightly nodded to the leader of the Grey Wolves, expressing her gratitude. The leader readily agreed. Naturally, he was pleased to cultivate a good relationship with the female. Even if Su Tang did not harbor feelings for Wolf Kuei, she would eventually form bonds with other beastmen in the Grey Wolf tribe, thus increasing the number of females within the tribe. Females were fundamental to the tribe's development and continuity, and the leader of the Grey Wolves undoubtedly wished for an abundance of them. As Su Tang prepared to leave, Wolfman grew anxious. "Wait." She stepped forward to obstruct Su Tang's path. "This prey is barely sufficient to pay for Wolf Kuei's veterinarian. You still owe me. You must give me the remainder of your catch." The Su family was taken aback by the shamelessness of Wolfman. "Can the beastman be so brazen? We have already given you half of the prey. What do you expect us to eat?" Little Fortune shouted in indignation. "Wolf Kuei has provided you with much more than this. I am Wolf Kuei's mother. What is wrong with me taking a bit of your prey?" Wolfman scoffed, wearing an expression of entitlement. "So what if you are Wolf Kuei's mother?" Su Tang retorted with a smile rather than anger. "The prey belongs to Wolf Kuei, and naturally, I must return it to him. Should I give it to you, and, upon his awakening, you deny it? What will I do when Wolf Kuei comes to claim his share?" Wolfman had indeed harbored such intentions. Suddenly exposed by Su Tang, her gaze wavered, and her voice turned uncertain. "Nonsense. With the leader present, how could I possibly act in such a manner? Hurry up and hand over the prey to me." The more anxious Wolfman became, the sharper her voice grew. Su Tang's expression was impassive, utterly unmoved. With a smile that did not reach her eyes, she remarked, "I certainly trust the leader. However, your shamelessness renders you unworthy of my belief. Therefore, the prey will solely be given to Wolf Kuei. You, Wolfman, deprived of the prey, was further insulted by Su Tang's blunt words. Frustrated, she was about to command her partner to seize it. At that moment, the Grey Wolf leader's demeanor turned stern as he admonished in a low voice, "Enough. From now on, the prey belonging to Wolf Kuei will be taken by him upon his awakening. Wolfman, do not interfere in this matter. Return." Su Tang displayed such discernment. How could the leader of the Grey Wolves offend her for the sake of Wolfman? After speaking, the leader of the Grey Wolves turned to Su Tang with a warm smile. "Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out in the Grey Wolf tribe. As long as you are willing, you are always welcome to join our ranks." This was indeed an olive branch extended to Su Tang. Su Tang was well aware of the implications behind the notion of joining. The prerequisite for such an alliance was to find a male from the Grey Wolf tribe for mating, thereby truly becoming one of their kind. "Thank you, Chief." Su Tang merely smiled and offered a courteous nod, refraining from further comment. The Grey Wolf chief, understanding his stance, turned and returned to his tribe. With the chief's decree in place, Langman dared not act recklessly, swallowing her frustration as she cast several venomous glances at Su Tang, akin to daggers. Lang Qing, surrounded by a multitude of onlookers, felt increasingly humiliated. Without waiting for Langman, she wriggled free from her grasp and transformed into a nearly adult Grey Wolf, vanishing into the distance. "You ungrateful female, once my Wolf Kuei awakens, I shall ensure he reclaims every last prey," Langman declared with fierce determination. "Let that wretched family of yours starve." With a forceful stomp on the grass, she prepared to depart. But then her gaze fell upon a nearby clearing and a pile of timber. "Are they planning to reside in a wooden structure?" Langman scoffed, her expression dripping with disdain, giving a haughty snort. They cannot even dig a proper den. What a family of ineptitude, foolishly intending to live within wood. They should be wary of being frozen solid when the snow season arrives. Her recently chastised companion echoed her sentiments with a derisive sneer. Indeed, those ungrateful wolf beasts deserve to freeze to death. Su Tang sneered, you need not concern yourselves, if they freeze to death. I won't have to repay the prey to Wolf Kuei. I would welcome that. After all, the debtor is the one who bears the burden. Indeed, this adage holds true no matter the location. The mocking expressions of Wolfman and his companion froze on their faces. This cunning female. How utterly despicable. Wolfman realized that he gained not a shred of advantage in their verbal sparring and, in a huff, departed with his companion. Only their family remained in front of the thatched hut. Su Jianyuan scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face as he leaned closer to Su Tang. Sister, why did you give the prey to the leader? Couldn't we have simply dealt with it ourselves and spared any future entanglements with her? He certainly did not wish for his sister to be ensnared by that Wolf Kuei. What if Wolf Kuei awoke and continued to pursue his sister? Brother, you should eat more and cultivate your intellect, Su Tang sighed, shaking her head. She then linked arms with Lin Xia and proceeded to gather the remnants of the two remaining prey. Su Guodong cast a sidelong glance at Su Jianyuan, eagerly shouldering his catch as he trailed behind the mother and daughter. Su Jianyuan was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why was no one offering him an explanation? Are you foolish, my friend? This wolfman clearly embodies the essence of an unreasonable rogue. Even if there were a leader to vouch for her, she could easily retract her words. Su Shiwei gently patted his shoulder and softly explained. But had not the leader just defended the younger sister moments ago? Su Jianyuan found himself even more perplexed. Did you not notice that the leader of the Grey Wolves has consistently aligned himself with Wolfman? If he genuinely intended to assist Tang, why did he not utter a single word of reprimand towards Wolf Qing, allowing the matter to simply rest? Su Shiwei cast a sidelong glance at his naive younger brother. Where can one find kin who do not support their own? If such a case exists, it is solely because aiding others yields greater advantages. Regardless of the circumstances, self-interest reigns supreme. Upon hearing these words, Su Jianyuan suddenly realized how cunning this Grey Wolf leader is. I never considered this point. It is indeed my sister who possesses foresight and wisdom. Su Shiwei had grown accustomed to this. Stuffing a handful of hay into his hand, and calmly remarked, it would be quite strange if your mind could comprehend this. Hurry and start the fire. Mother and Tang will need it upon their return. Su Jianyuan immediately glared, eager to argue with Su Shiwei. However, she had already walked far away, leaving him no opportunity to unleash his tirade. Beside him, Xiaofu gazed intently in the direction of the river, his light green beastly eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. His sister had become remarkably formidable. Even the wolf leader treated her with deference. As for why his sister had grown strong, Xiaofu no longer cared. As long as he didn't have to endure a beating, he would heed whoever was powerful. Chapter 23, the first proper meal during her years as a housewife. Lin Xia had honed her skills, mastering both the art of hospitality and culinary prowess. Upon reaching the riverbank, she deftly skinned and eviscerated the rabbit. Discarding the inedible entrails aside, she wrapped the cleaned rabbit in leaves and proceeded to dispatch a wild chicken, draining its blood. The chicken would need to be scalded with boiling water before plucking. She merely awaited the return home to prepare it properly. The rabbit's skin was meticulously removed, and Lin Xia made sure not to waste it. She cleaned it thoroughly, planning to dry it for future use in sewing garments for her daughter. After a flurry of activity, Su Tang and Su Guodong ventured to dispose of the entrails at a distance, wary of attracting wild beasts with the scent of blood, which might lead them to their makeshift shelter. They were certain that the night would be rife with chaos otherwise. When the trio returned with the rabbit and wild chicken, Su Jianyuan had already kindled the fire. Xiaofu crouched before the flames, cautiously prodding the fire with a slender stick. Mother, sister, you have returned. Upon seeing Su Tang and the others, Xiaofu promptly discarded the stick and rushed towards Su Tang, his face beaming with eagerness. Is there anything I can assist with? Sister, I can help too. Su Tang wore a puzzled expression. How could this little wolf cub exhibit such a stark contrast from yesterday? Could it be that he too had experienced a soul transfer and taken over another's body? Su Tang initially intended to simply instruct him to wait for his meal. But upon seeing the sparkling brightness in Xiaofu's eyes, she casually remarked, then you should keep an eye on the fire and ensure it doesn't extinguish. In truth, Su Jianyuan was quite adept at tending to the flames, as the wood was already properly arranged, rendering Xiaofu's watch unnecessary. All right, sister. I shall attend to it right away, Xiaofu exclaimed, scampering off to the fire pit to resume his vigil. Behind them, Su Guodong and Lin Xia exchanged a glance, both taken aback. What on earth? Has this little rascal turned over a new leaf? They did not dwell on it further. Naturally, they hoped their dear son would behave, without harboring doubts about them, thus alleviating the burden of pretense. Lin Xia began to boil water and pluck the feathers from a wild chicken. Su Guodong, just as before his time travel, assist his wife. Su Tang glanced around but could not find the figures of her two elder brothers. Approaching the campfire, she inquired of Xiaofu, where are my brothers? Xiaofu looked up and earnestly replied. Eldest brother said he needed to set some traps to prevent wild beasts from attacking us at night, and he called second brother to assist him. He no longer doubted the efficacy of the traps devised by his elder brother. Today's 4 catches had thoroughly convinced him. From now on, if anyone dared to label his elder brother as useless, he would be the first to rise and protest. Tang nodded, recalling what her elder brother had mentioned earlier that morning. At this moment, the sun was nearing the horizon, perched atop the mountain like a great peak adorned with a crimson cap. Beneath the setting sun, wisps of blue smoke rose into the air as the family busily prepared the fire for cooking, their lives feeling even more fulfilling than before their journey through time. When Tang arrived to assist, it became evident that their household lacked even a decent set of cooking utensils. They could only boil water using a cracked bowl, heating it one bowl at a time. It seems that tomorrow will require some ingenuity to procure essential kitchenware, such as pots and dishes. Otherwise, although the meat is ready, the prospect of dining presents a challenge. Once the water is boiling, a wicker basket woven from vines is lined with several layers of fig tree leaves, serving as a makeshift tub to immerse the wild chicken in the scalding water. Before long, Linxia deftly plucked the chicken clean of its feathers. Thank you, my dear, for your hard work. Su Guodong timely presented a piece of leather, cut from the hide of a beast, to Linxia for her to wipe her hands. Although he had previously contributed little to household chores, the family's livelihood had solely depended on him. Now, in this unfamiliar place, he found himself devoid of money, unable to procure food, and incapable of affording shelter, rendering his efforts seemingly less valuable than those of his wife and children. This predicament instilled in him a palpable sense of crisis, as he felt an incessant urge to contribute, lest he be met with disdain. Linxia cast him a glance, pushing him away with the back of her hand in irritation, exclaiming, I am busy working. Why would I need to wipe my hands? Go and occupy yourself elsewhere. At your age, how can you be less sensible than Xiaofu? Su Guodong, feeling wronged, stood to the side, a heavy sensation gripping his heart. It dawned on him that he had truly become redundant in this household. It seemed he would have to work harder from now on. The last thing he wanted was to incur his wife's disdain. After all, this environment appeared to embrace a polyandrous arrangement, and he had no desire to forge bonds with other orcs. Tang sensed a subtle atmosphere and prepared to hand her mother the tools, only to realize that, apart from the stone knife, there was nothing else in the house. Mom, we don't even have a cutting board, she remarked. Linxia clasped her hands together, contemplated for a moment, and then turned to Su Guodong, saying, Darling, please find a flatter stone, wash it thoroughly, and bring it back. Without tools, we must make do with what's at hand. Upon realizing he had been assigned a task, Su Guodong responded with enthusiasm and hurriedly set off to find some stones. With dexterous hands and agile movements, he swiftly located 2 flat and broad stones. One of the stones was thicker, suitable to serve as a chopping board for slicing meat, while the other was thinner, ideal for grilling. Both stones were substantial in size, weighing several dozen pounds despite their flatness, and by the time Su Guodong returned, he was drenched in sweat. Upon observing, Tang noted that although her father's physical strength could not be compared to that of other robust orcs, it had undeniably improved significantly. Indeed, orcs possess an inherent racial talent for considerable strength. With the chopping board at hand, Linxia skillfully dismembered a rabbit into several pieces, while Tang diligently collected the chunks of rabbit meat using leaves for later use. In the wilderness, meat is susceptible to attracting insects. Thus, it is imperative to remain vigilant to prevent it from being devoured by ants or flies in the blink of an eye. Just as she finished her task, Su Jianyuan and Su Shiwei returned. Elder brother, second brother, have you completed your work? Tang inquired, offering them 2 bowls of cool boiled water. Yes. I have encircled the area near the thatched hut with thorns and set several traps. Wild beasts will not be able to approach. If fortune smiles upon us, we may even have an additional meal, replied Su Jianyuan gruffly, as he tilted his head back to gulp down a bowl of water. Su Shiwei appeared more refined. Despite feeling fatigued and parched, he sipped water with an air of tranquility. Once Su Jianyuan finished speaking, he continued, Do not heed his nonsense. There are no large wild beasts in this vicinity. The only creatures you may encounter are mere snakes, insects, and rodents. The traps we set are merely a precautionary measure. You need not worry. Sleep soundly at night. The traps and thorns serve to protect us not only from wild animals but also from beastmen. Tang's lips twitched slightly. Snakes, insects, mice, and ants? The thought left her feeling even more insecure. In her childhood, she had accompanied Su Guodong to the fields, where a vegetable snake had bitten her on the backside. Her aversion to fluffy creatures was merely psychological, but her fear of snakes was genuine and profound. Everyone wash your hands. Dinner is ready, Linxia called out. The 3 siblings, unable to indulge in idle chatter, swiftly took Xiaofu to wash their hands before plopping down in front of the fire, eagerly awaiting their meal. This was their first substantial feast since their journey through time, for rabbit legs had been removed and were currently roasting over the flames, while a new fire pit had been created beside it, where a flat stone was placed. The remaining rabbit meat was sliced thinly and laid upon the stone to cook. The stone, heated to an intense temperature by the fire, soon caused the rabbit slices to sizzle and exude an enticing aroma, stirring the appetite of all present. Xiaofu stared intently at the rabbit meat, unable to suppress a loud gulp of saliva. It smelled utterly divine. Chapter 24. The dilemma of the lavatory. The wild chicken and rabbit legs aren't ready yet. You should snack on some rabbit meat in the meantime, Lin Xia said, using leaves to serve the cooked meat to Su Tang and Xiaofu. She then addressed the others. Everyone eat up. Don't just stand there staring. Just moments ago, the wolfman had caused quite a commotion, delaying their cooking, and now darkness had begun to settle in. Without hesitation, Su Tang picked up 2 sticks to use as chopsticks and began to eat. The oil from the rabbit meat had been grilled out. Taking a bite, it was tender and fragrant, lacking any seasoning yet still savored with great delight. In no time at all, they devoured the scant roasted rabbit meat, their eyes eagerly fixed on the rabbit legs. It must be said that the orcs' innate inclination is to relish meat, even without any spices. It tasted divine in their current state. Not to mention, cooked meat is of a completely different caliber compared to raw flesh. Little Fu, unable to use chopsticks, seized the searing hot roasted meat with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth, exhaling with satisfaction while getting grease all over. He swallowed a piece before even tasting it. Slow down, there is more to come, Lin Xia humorously reminded them as they devoured their meal. Mother, we can manage on our own. You should eat too, Su Tang said, noticing Lin Xia had been grilling meat for them while she hadn't taken a bite herself. She offered a piece of grilled meat toward Lin Xia. The stone was not large, limiting how much they could cook at once, so they ate while grilling. Much like a barbecue. Darling, I've grilled this for you, Su Guodong said, eagerly presenting the meat, afraid of being perceived as useless in his wife's eyes. After all, this persona was ingrained in his current being, and not putting in some effort felt perilous. The family of 6 grilled and ate together. Before long, the rabbit meat was completely consumed, even the bones picked clean of any morsels. Little Fu, not adept at grilling, had his family take turns sharing their cooked meat with him, ensuring they didn't have to delay their own meals for his sake. Once they finished the roasted meat, the rabbit legs were ready. The outer layer was grilled to a crisp golden brown, with the aroma wafting up alongside the sizzling oil. Even more enticing than the previous meat, Lin Xia divided the 4 rabbit legs among the 4 siblings. The legs were crisp on the outside and tender within. A single bite released a burst of flavor, the meat succulent and delightful, causing Little Fu to forget to inquire about the meaning of the term wife that had puzzled him earlier. After distributing the rabbit legs, Lin Xia retrieved a wild chicken from the fire. Its exterior was covered in dried mud. Upon breaking it open with a stick, a few leaves wrapped around the meat separated it from the mud, revealing a simplified version of beggar's chicken. Su Tang had initially intended to make chicken soup, but lacking a pot and with the wild chicken offering little meat that would burn easily, he had Lin Xia prepare it as beggar's chicken instead. Lin Xia, as always, reserved the most delectable chicken legs for Su Tang and Little Fu, sharing the remainder with Su Guodong. Even with several tens of pounds of meat, the family of 6 barely felt satiated. After finishing the meat, Su Tang produced apples from the farm, which allowed them to fill their stomachs just enough. Thank goodness for our sister. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult for our family to enjoy a hearty meal, Su Jianyuan remarked with an apple-flavored belch, unable to suppress his astonishment. Orcs truly possess enormous appetites. Had Wolfman not come today, the game he brought back would barely suffice for a single meal, indicating that tomorrow they would need to set more traps and catch additional prey. Little Fu lay on the ground, patting his round belly, wondering why their sister deserved the credit. Was he their second brother who caught the game? However, he was too stuffed to speak, letting his confusion settle within him. Today had been the happiest day of his life. After satisfying their hunger, the family worked together to tidy up the mess. Su Jianyuan added more firewood to prevent the flames from extinguishing during the night. By the time they finished tidying up, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. The group was too weary to venture to the riverbank for washing, so they resorted to rinsing their mouths and washing their faces with water gathered in leaves. Xiufu, having been summoned by Lin Xia, looked perplexed and asked, "Mother, what is this for?" "It's for rinsing your mouth, just like your sister does. Rinse your mouth before going to bed," Lin Xia explained. Observing Su Tang and the others drinking water while producing bubbling sounds, Xiufu hesitated. "So, it's drinking water. But why must one hold it in their mouth?" Noticing that Lin Xia had also begun to drink, Xiaofu hastily took a large gulp, tilted her head back, and imitated their actions, producing the same bubbling sound before swallowing. Turning back, she saw Su Tang and the others spitting out the water. Xiufu exclaimed, "Mother, didn't he say we had to spit it out?" "Su Tang, did this kid actually swallow the mouthwash?" A few people exchanged bewildered glances, while Su Jianyuan burst into hearty laughter. Su Shiwei patiently explained the method of rinsing the mouth to Xiaofu once more. It was then that Xiaofu realized, to his astonishment, that rinsing was not about drinking water, but rather about cleansing the mouth. Dazed and confused, he followed through with the procedure. No longer possessing the energy to ponder the reasons behind their actions, all he desired was to collapse into slumber. Su Tang was utterly exhausted and lay back down beside Lin Xia in the thatched shelter. The young cub, having feasted in the evening, was now soundly asleep, requiring no coaxing from Su Tang. Just as she was about to drift into a peaceful slumber, an urgent need to relieve herself suddenly arose, prompting her to awkwardly nudge Lin Xia's arm. "Mom, do you want to go?" Lin Xia, still wide awake, sat up immediately upon hearing her daughter's voice. "Let us go." There was no restroom available nearby. During the day, Su Tang would find a secluded spot outdoors to take care of such matters, confident that no one would witness her. Last night, She had collapsed into slumber, completely forgetting about this necessity. However, today, she found herself unable to sleep. And with the night cloaked in darkness, she felt too timid to venture alone, thus she had to enlist Linxia as company. Linxia, having consumed a fair amount of water, also found herself in a similar predicament. The mother and daughter grabbed a burning stick and ventured into the woods. They discovered a spot that was neither too far nor too close to the thatched shelter, taking turns with the torch to resolve their needs. Tang squatted in the grass, feeling an incessant itch on her backside as the blades brushed against her, uncomfortable in every way. Her brother's warning about the presence of snakes, insects, and vermin in the area crept into her mind, making her feel as though a serpent might emerge from the underbrush at any moment. A shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to hastily finish her business. After which she donned her animal skin skirt and returned to Linxia, though she could endure harsh living conditions and the struggles of survival. The matter of finding a proper place to relieve herself was becoming intolerable. As the two made their way back, Tang remarked to Linxia, "Mother, I believe we should prioritize constructing a toilet before the wooden house." Linxia wholeheartedly agreed, saying, "I think that's a splendid idea. I shall discuss it with your brother tomorrow." This was not merely a matter of being finicky. The absence of a restroom was genuinely inconvenient for women in the wilderness. After finalizing their plans, they returned to their grass hut, finally able to enjoy a restful night's sleep. Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest, Niuli and Ingjie returned from their hunt to find Huxing moving about the cave. They hurriedly dropped their catch and rushed over. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to see Huxing moving with ease, his previous grave injury seemingly healed. Their faces displayed a mix of shock and disbelief. "King, your wounds have healed?" "Not completely, but I am no longer hindered in my movements," Huxing replied, casting a sidelong glance at the astonished duo. After consuming the fruit, he had taken a short rest, feeling the pain dissipate and his strength return, though his wounds had yet to fully heal, leaving the risk of aggravation. Niuli and Ingjie exchanged incredulous looks. Even if he could merely stand, it was nothing short of a miracle. They were acutely aware that just yesterday, the king had been unconscious, teetering on the brink of death. "Ingjie, the fruit you retrieved is indeed miraculous," Niuli exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Ingjie wore a small smirk of pride, asserting, "That must be a gift from the beast god to the king. Otherwise, how could I have found such divine fruit?" He then turned excitedly to Huxing. "At this rate, with a bit more rest, your wounds will mend completely, and we shall be able to vanquish those traitors," forcing them to beg for mercy. As long as the king remained, hope for victory endured. Huxing glanced at the two beasts with an impassive expression and stated coldly, "I have resolved to depart tomorrow and join the other beastmen. The cubs are likely in the hands of the traitors, and I must find them swiftly. There is no time to delay. Yes, we shall regroup and then crush those traitors." Ingjie exclaimed enthusiastically, suddenly realizing something was amiss. "Tomorrow? But king, your wounds are not fully healed. This is perilous." "Indeed, king, you should at least wait until your wounds have completely healed," Niuli added with evident concern. "There is no time for delay. We shall set out tomorrow." Huxing's tone was deep, leaving no room for negotiation. The two beasts fell silent, knowing the king was driven by the urgency to recover the cubs, whom he valued above his own life. "Today, we caught 3 prey. I will prepare them for you to eat more, aiding your recovery," Ingjie said, attempting to shift the conversation. Niuli, unusually compliant, prepared to join him in butchering the catch by the water source. They had 2 black goats and a spotted deer, the latter still alive. Ingjie had initially planned to save it for the following day, but with their impending departure, it was best to handle everything at once. Suddenly, Huxing recalled something and lifted his eyelids to regard the two beasts. "Wait," they halted, puzzled. "King, do you have further instructions?" "Leave the deer tomorrow morning. Take it to the place where you found the divine fruit." Huxing's expression was serious. Having consumed the miraculous fruit, he felt compelled to offer something in return, regardless of its origin. "Understood," Ingjie replied promptly. He firmly believed it was a gift from the beast god, and offering prey in tribute was only right. Perhaps the deity would be moved by their sincerity and grant them more divine fruit in the future. With this thought, Ingjie became even more eager. Having decided on their course of action, Huxing closed his eyes, seeking to restore his energy and silence. The following morning, as dawn broke, Tang's family awoke. Beastmen never slept until the sun was high in the sky, although they had previously been lazy beasts. Their recent escape and the arduous journey had readjusted their routines to be more normal. The family continued their tradition of having apples for breakfast, feeling satiated. Tang did not forget to prepare apple puree, feeding the cubs until their bellies were round and full. Once satiated, it was time to resume their tasks. The family of beasts had yet to depart, as Su Jianyuan had learned to transform into beast form yesterday but had not yet had the chance to teach them. This matter could not be delayed. They needed to learn swiftly to avoid arousing the suspicions of the beastmen. Using the same excuses yesterday, Xiaofu listened intently, showing no surprise and instead patiently instructing them on how to shift into beast form. At this point, even if he informed him that their mother could not transform, it mattered little to him. As long as he had food and shelter, the form they took was of no significance. After some diligent effort, Tang and her companions quickly grasped the method of transformation into beast form. Su Sherwei and Su Jianyuan are twin brothers. both possessing the same beast form of a magnificent leopard. They are robust and striking, standing as the strongest among their kin in their beastly manifestations. Su Guodong's beast form resembles that of a fox, appearing rather feeble and lacking in any formidable power. Su Tang's beast form inherited from Linxia is a pure white cat. However, while Linxia has short fur, she possesses long, luxurious hair. As she gazed at her transformed hands and feet, now resembling feline paws, it took her a moment to acclimate to the astonishing change. Clumsily lifting her delicate pink paw, she gently touched her ear and wiggled her tail, overwhelmed by the enchanting sensation. She had never imagined that one day, the girl who despised all things furry would herself become a fluffy cat, surrounded by her family, all of whom had taken on their own furry animal forms. Su Tang felt as though she had stepped into a whimsical zoo. Sister, your beast form is truly adorable. It is far cuter than your human form. Let me pet you. I have yet to stroke a beastly cat. Su Jianyuan playfully rubbed the head of Su Tang's cat a couple of times. No strong man could possibly resist such an adorable feline. Su Tang's expression darkened as she hissed, "Get lost." With a swift motion, she forcefully swatted Su Jianyuan's hand away using her paw and leaped aside, transforming back into her human form. Had it not been for her concern about Su Jianyuan potentially contracting tetanus and rabies in this situation, she would have undoubtedly delivered several slaps across his face today. Su Jianyuan chuckled softly, exhibiting not a trace of anger. The members of the Su family exchanged exasperated glances. This young lad had always delighted in provoking Su Tang, repeatedly earning himself a thrashing yet remaining resolutely unrepentant. After transforming into their beast forms, they commenced another day of diligent labor. Xiaofu, as usual, led Su Jianyuan on a hunting expedition, while Su Guodong and his son Su Shiwei ventured into the woods to gather timber, preparing materials for the construction of a wooden cabin. Lin Xia also took care not to overlook the priority of building a toilet, discussing the matter with Su Shiwei, who naturally had no objections. The needs of his mother and sister were paramount, and he was determined to support them wholeheartedly. Each member of the family busied themselves with their respective tasks. Today, Su Tang has tasks to attend to, and the household lacks utensils. One cannot perpetually substitute with leaves. She must devise a means to create some vessels. Tang, I inquired with Xiaofu yesterday. The orcs here fashion their utensils from stone. What material shall we utilize? Lin Xia habitually sought Su Tang's counsel. Su Tang serves as the strategist of the household, in the past, for matters both trivial and significant. The couple would often seek her counsel. As for the stone, it proves to be too challenging to polish. Su Tang shook her head. The essential labor force of their household was currently absent, leaving only her and her mother to toil away at grinding stones. It was uncertain when they would finally be able to utilize utensils. Moreover, there were no tools available for the grinding process. Orcs relied solely on their claws for such tasks. Even if both of them managed to smooth their feline claws, they would hardly be able to produce anything of decent quality. What materials were even suitable? There was a distinct lack of usable items. Lin Xia wore a troubled expression. Managing household chores was one thing, but she truly lacked the skills for survival in the wilderness. Chapter 26. The impossibility of cuddling cats. Perhaps we could use wood instead, she mused. Bowls, chopsticks, ladles, and buckets could all be fashioned from it. After much contemplation, Su Tang ultimately settled on the abundant supply of wood available in their vicinity. There was no other choice. It was the quickest and simplest solution, allowing them to avoid using leaves as bowls for at least today. Su Tang was a woman of action. She promptly went to Su Shiwei's place and selected 2 suitable large wooden logs to attempt crafting wooden bowls. Whether her method would be effective remained to be seen through trial. The mother and daughter duo collaborated, first cutting the wood into appropriate sizes, then removing the excess from the exterior, hollowing out the interior, and finally sanding both the inside and outside of the wooden bowl to perfection, ensuring it would not splinter and cause injury to the mouth. In the end, a palm-sized wooden bowl was successfully created. Su Tang and Lin Xia were both immensely satisfied. They no longer had to rely on leaves and those 2 broken stone bowls. Tang, this wooden bowl is quite satisfactory. We should craft a few more, Lin Xia remarked, gazing at the wooden bowl with evident excitement. Indeed, we should also make some water ladles, wooden basins, and barrels. Su Tang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that their household was currently lacking in many essentials. The leaf vessels for holding water would deteriorate in just a few days, having a brief lifespan. It was the perfect opportunity to create some wooden utensils as replacements. Su Tang was preparing to fetch more wood when she spotted several small white figures crawling out from the grass shed. They wriggled and undulated, resembling a few white caterpillars. It was then that Su Tang remembered she had a litter of kittens. She approached, grasping one by the scruff of its neck, intending to return them all to their nest. However, as her gaze shifted, it fell upon the kitten's disheveled face, and her movements hesitated for a moment. The little creature had opened its eyes unbeknownst to her, its azure gaze remarkably clear and beautiful, resembling 2 sparkling sapphires, a sight to behold. Despite being seized by Su Tang, it made no attempt to struggle, its 4 tiny paws dangling limply. It looked back at Su Tang with an adorably dazed expression. The other 4 kittens, having caught the familiar scent of Su Tang, began to clamber up her legs in a playful stack, yearning for their mother's affection. The soft, fluffy sensation enveloped her, akin to being surrounded by cotton candy. Su Tang was suddenly filled with an irresistible urge to take a deep breath, her heart tingling with excitement. The little creature appeared quite adorable. Tang Tang, what is the matter with you? Lin Xia inquired, noticing her daughter's stillness before the grass shed. At the sound of her mother's voice, Su Tang finally snapped back to reality. What had she been thinking? The absurd thought of wanting to inhale a cat. Su Tang jolted and promptly set the kitten down, replying, "It's nothing, just a few young ones that wandered out. I'm merely settling them." What a joke. How could she ever be tempted to indulge in the allure of cats? However, it was also unwise for the young ones to remain cooped up in the grass shed. Unlike human infants, kittens require sunlight to thrive, for without it, they risk developing unsightly skin conditions, leading to an even more unappealing bald appearance. With this thought in mind, Su Tang shook her head vigorously. In comparison to the fluffy charm of a cat, she simply could not accept the sight of a disfigured, hairless feline. Su Tang decided to drag the cat's nest outside, placing it beside the wood, allowing the kittens to bask in the sun and play. At this moment, the sun had emerged, though the current season remained uncertain. It was still pleasantly warm in the late morning, but by noon, the sun would become scorching. After ensuring the young ones were settled, Su Tang made another trip to Su Shiwei's place, bringing back a pile of wood to craft utensils. The mother and daughter duo tended to the kittens while diligently creating a variety of items, producing an impressive array of utensils by midday. They fashioned 10 wooden bowls and plates, 5 pairs of chopsticks, 3 wooden ladles, 2 wooden spatulas, and over a dozen wooden basins and barrels, all meticulously polished to avoid splinters. The barrels lacked handles, as neither Su Tang nor Lin Xia possessed the skill to create them. At noon, Lin Xia had Su Guodong bring back an old tree stump, clearing its surroundings and leveling it off to serve as a cutting board, ideal for chopping vegetables and bones. Only then was the family's dining ware completed. "Dear, we have bowls and chopsticks, but where is the pot?" Su Guodong inquired curiously while munching on an apple during lunch. "How can we make a pot out of wood? If we haven't even cooked the food, the pot would burn away first," Lin Xia retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Su Guodong. Su Guodong awkwardly touched his nose, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Tang cast a sympathetic glance at her father and offered him an apple, suggesting he should eat more and speak less to avoid scolding. However, the absence of a pot was not a grave concern. Even if they were to feast solely on roasted meat, they still required a pot to boil water for drinking. As the weather grew colder, they would also need hot water for bathing, even if she herself refrained from washing. The young ones certainly could not be neglected in that regard. Su Tang was unaware that her thoughts had begun to encompass her young ones. "Mom and Dad, we really ought to prepare a pot. Consuming grilled meat continuously can lead to excessive heat and is not beneficial for our health," Su Tang earnestly stated to the two of them. Lin Xia nodded in agreement, yet pondered, "But what shall we use to make the pot?" It was then that Su Shi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "If only we had some clay, we could craft a ceramic pot." Su Tang's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a splendid idea. The pottery was lightweight, unlike the cumbersome stone tools, although it might crack after prolonged firing. As long as there was clay, replacing it periodically posed no significant issue. "I shall venture to the riverbank this afternoon to search for clay," Su Tang declared with a decisive clap of her hands. Naturally, Lin Xia and Su Guodong, her parents, had no objections. They always heeded their daughter's wishes. After enjoying their lunch, the group took a brief rest before resuming their labors. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, prompting Su Tang to relocate the young ones back to the grass shed, entrusting their care to Lin Xia before setting off to the riverbank in search of clay. The journey from the grass shed to the riverbank required traversing a small grove, taking approximately 15 minutes to reach. Su Tang wandered along the riverbank, traversing from upstream to downstream, yet she found no suitable clay. The riverbank was devoid of anything but stones and sand. Su Tang attempted to excavate several spots, but found either loose soil or a mixture of yellow sand. The plan to create pottery was stillborn before it could even commence. With a sense of resignation, Su Tang decided to return home. The pottery was unfeasible, and it seemed she would have to resort to crafting a pot from stone instead. Su Tang pondered this in her mind. However, their family lacked experience in polishing stone pots, so she would have to wait for Xiao Fu to return and inquire with him. Su Tang wandered thoughtfully, unknowingly finding herself in a small grove. The trees here were so dense that they obscured the sky, with leaves so thick that sunlight could scarcely penetrate. Due to the frequent passage of her family, the thorns and underbrush along the path had been cleared by Su Jianyuan the night before, creating a narrow trail. Su Tang was retracing her steps when she suddenly spotted a cluster of yellow-brown material in the distance along the path. Amidst the lush greenery of the forest, it stood out remarkably. What could it be? Could there be a wild beast lurking nearby? Su Tang pondered silently, refraining from approaching recklessly. After observing for a considerable time, she noticed that the object seemed to remain still, and only then did she cautiously pick up a wooden stick and draw nearer for a closer inspection. As she approached, she finally discerned what lay upon the ground. Was this a sick deer? Chapter 27. The Awakening of the Wolf Kuei. Su Tang was taken aback. How could there be a spotted deer here? She glanced around and found no traces or footprints of other wild beasts, confirming it was not the prey of any other animal. The spotted deer lay under a tree, unscathed, yet a faint trace of blood marred its head, motionless. And it had already drawn its last breath. Could it be that this deer met its demise through its own misfortune? I have only heard of rabbits seeking their demise by colliding with wooden stakes, but I have yet to witness a sick deer meeting a similar fate. However, since it has already perished, let us take it back for a feast. Su Tang, filled with delight, hurried back to find Su Guodong to help drag the spotted deer back. This deer weighed at least 100 jin, far too heavy for her to carry alone. Mom, Dad, big brother, come quickly. Su Tang hurriedly returned to the thatched hut, calling out to the others. Tang, what happened? Did you find the clay? Lin Xia, upon hearing her daughter's excited voice, assumed she had discovered the clay and rushed out. No, I didn't find the clay, but I found something even better. Su Tang smiled mysteriously and urged, Mom, quickly go and call back my elder brother and dad. If we delay, the good stuff will be gone. Her urgency was not merely impulsive. She feared that the spotted deer might attract other wild beasts, which could lead to trouble. All right. Lin Xia did not inquire further. After all, if her daughter claimed it was something good, it must surely be so. Soon, Su Guodong and Su Shiwei were summoned back. Lin Xia stayed behind to look after the house and the young ones, while Su Tang led the father and son to the small forest. On the way, Su Guodong wore a puzzled expression and asked, Daughter, what is this wonderful thing? Su Tang, a sick deer that took its own life. Su Guodong, what on earth? When did my daughter learn to joke around? The three of them quickly arrived at the place where Su Tang discovered the deer. Su Guodong fixed his gaze and nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Indeed, it was a magnificent spotted deer. My dear, what on earth is happening? He inquired. I have no idea, Su Tang replied honestly. I just happened to see it here while passing by, as she had hurried to the riverside. She had not paid attention to her surroundings and was unaware of when the deer had appeared. However, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that it could be consumed. Such a large spotted deer. My dear, we have truly stumbled upon a stroke of good fortune today, Su Guodong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gestured animatedly. Su Shiwei stepped forward and examined the spotted deer thoroughly. He then turned to the two individuals and stated, It has only recently passed. The wound on its head is the sole injury, and it is indeed a fatal one. It did not succumb to poison. Thus it is safe for consumption. The latter part was of utmost importance. If it had perished due to some toxic substance or disease, it would be inedible. What a perplexing creature this deer was. Su Guodong clicked his tongue, pondering whether wild beasts could suffer from depression, leading them to such tragic ends. Father, elder brother, let us hasten to carry it back, urged Su Tang, her eagerness palpable. Having shared half of yesterday's catch with the veterinarian for wolf kuage treatment, she felt she had not indulged sufficiently in meat. Indeed, let us bring it back and feast on it later. Su Guodong's face radiated joy, resembling a blossoming chrysanthemum. The father and son worked in unison, swiftly transporting the spotted deer back to their abode. Upon seeing the trio return with such a magnificent deer, Lin Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening here? Where did you acquire such a large spotted deer? Tang, what is the story behind this? Have you awakened some sort of ranching ability? Su Tang found herself in a blend of amusement and exasperation, marveling at her mother's imaginative prowess. It was truly a pity that she did not pursue a career in writing. Mom, this was a fortunate find, she remarked, recounting the serendipitous encounter with the spotted deer to Lin Xia. Lin Xia could hardly believe the tale. To stumble upon a deer while strolling through the woods was an extraordinary stroke of luck, rivaling the improbability of their family's adventures through time. Naturally, the task of butchering the deer fell to Lin Xia. However, the creature was quite large, and Lin Xia could not manage it alone, prompting Su Guodong to return and assist her, rather than hauling it to the riverbank. They decided to lay down several large leaves near the grass shed and commence the process of skinning and dismembering the animal. The inedible offal was wrapped in leaves for later disposal in the forest. Lin Xia, unwilling to expose her daughter to the gruesome scene, directed her to tend to the fawn and sent her away. Su Tang, recognizing her lack of skill in these matters, wisely chose to return to the thatched hut to tend to the young ones, while also taking the opportunity to observe the farm. Today, the farm had been industrious, having spent the entire day cultivating apples. After accounting for those consumed from last night until today, there remained 144 apples. Furthermore, another batch was on the verge of ripening within a few minutes. It is worth noting that having ample land significantly accelerates the cultivation process. Su Tang hastily exchanged her apples for 100 gold coins and purchased corn seeds from the shop. The corn seeds were promptly stored in her warehouse. After a brief wait, the apples in the field ripened, and she eagerly harvested them before planting the corn. The farm's mechanics mirrored those of a game. There was no need for her to toil in the fields manually. Whatever she wished to do, she merely needed to touch the items and press a button. The corn took 2 hours to grow, which was double the time required for apples. However, for Su Tang, such a duration was hardly significant. After replacing the hourglass, she glanced once more at the unlocking requirements for the third plot of land, 500 gold coins and the possession of more than 3 types of fruit in the warehouse. Su Tang furrowed her brow. 500 gold coins was indeed a tenfold increase compared to the previous piece of land. This felt excessively burdensome. Currently, she possessed only apple and corn seeds, and she had not spotted any other seeds available for purchase in the marketplace. How could she possibly acquire 3 types of fruits? It seemed she would have to venture outside to seek seeds on her own. Su Tang quietly noted this matter and exited the farm. As soon as she stepped outside, she sensed something amiss. The cozy nest that should have been filled with several fluffy little bundles was now utterly empty, save for a few stray cat hairs. Where were her young ones? How could the little ones that had just been nestled in the nest have vanished? Su Tang hurriedly emerged from the grass hut. And as she stepped outside, she spotted several clusters of white caterpillars diligently making their way into the distance. After crawling a few paces, they would pause, resting on the ground for a moment before resuming their journey. The swiftest among them had already ventured several meters ahead, leaving the young ones trailing behind by 2 or 3 meters. Following the direction of the young ones, Su Tang observed her parents in the distance, engaged in the hunt for a spotted deer. Su Tang, undoubtedly a foodie cub. Su Tang meticulously retrieved the cubs, only to discover that the edges of their mouths were damp, glistening with their saliva. She was perplexed, wondering how such gluttonous little creatures could exist. With a sigh, Su Tang returned the cubs to their nest and sought out Lin Xia for a piece of venison. At that moment, Lin Xia was busy dismembering a sick deer, preparing to wash the cut meat by the riverbank. Upon hearing her daughter's request for meat, Lin Xia readily obliged without a second thought, not inquiring about its intended use. Su Tang sliced one side of the venison into 5 strips with a stone knife, while the other side remained intact, resembling a meat brush. Here, enjoy. Su Tang brought the meat to the grass shed and placed it in the nest. The cubs immediately crawled over, latching onto the venison like it was a pacifier, eagerly munching away. 5 little feline creatures lay in a neat row, synchronized in their actions, occasionally pressing their delicate paws onto the meat, adding a touch of adorableness. In reality, the cubs had yet to grow teeth and were unable to truly eat. They could only lick it, satisfying their fleeting cravings. Observing the settled cubs, Su Tang felt a deep sense of contentment. Just then, unfamiliar voices of beastmen echoed from outside. Is it Tang there? Upon hearing a noise, Su Tang stepped out of the thatched hut and was met with the sight of a gray wolf orc standing outside in his beastly form. Do you seek me for something? Su Tang inquired, gazing curiously at the newcomer. She was certain she did not recognize this orc. However, the orc was familiar with Su Tang. Upon her emergence, he opened his wolfish mouth and spoke in human tongue. Wolf Kuei has awakened. Chapter 28. A visit to Wolf Kuei. The chief has sent me to inform you that Wolf Kuei has awakened and wishes to see you. The gray wolf orc was merely the bearer of this message. At these words, Su Tang was taken aback. He wishes to see me? What purpose could he have in wanting to meet with me, especially since he has just regained consciousness? I am not a veterinarian and cannot tend to his ailments. Indeed. Do you have the time now to accompany me to meet Wolf Kuei? The gray wolf orc replied, his demeanor serious, disregarding Su Tang's bewilderment as he continued with his inquiry. Su Tang recalled that she owed Lang Kuei a significant debt of gratitude, and naturally, she could not afford to ignore him. Thus, she nodded and replied, very well, please wait for me a moment. Su Tang approached the couple, Lin Xia and her husband, who were standing a short distance away. Tang, what happened? Why did that orc come looking for you? Lin Xia inquired, her expression filled with concern as Su Tang drew near. It's nothing, Mom, Su Tang reassured her, explaining her intention to visit the gray wolf tribe. She usually went to exchange milk with Wolf Ni daily, and today was merely a convenient opportunity to stop by Wolf Kuei's home. It was no big deal. However, upon hearing that she was going to see Wolf Kuei, the couple's worry intensified. Dear, you should accompany Tang. I'm afraid that Wolfman might bully her again, Lin Xia said, furrowing her brow. All right, but my dear, can you manage the deer alone? Su Guodong nodded without hesitation, yet his gaze lingered anxiously on Lin Xia. Handling that deer on his own would be quite a challenge, and he certainly did not want his wife to tire herself. I can manage. You go and keep Tang company. Don't worry about the household matters, Lin Xia insisted resolutely, pushing Su Guodong out the door, in order to reassure her parents. Su Tang did not decline the invitation. All right, father, I shall accompany you, and we might as well return the milk. She wrapped 2 fruits in leaves, preparing to take them along. Just as they were about to depart, Lin Xia called out to her, wait a moment, take this meat as well. We owe Wolf Kuei and must repay him gradually. Lin Xia chopped off a substantial piece of meat, weighing approximately 20 pounds, and bound it with a vine, handing it over to Su Guodong. She had no intention of allowing her daughter to be entangled with Wolf Kuei over mere food. They would repay their debts, but she would not permit anyone to take advantage of her daughter. All right then. Su Guodong accepted the venison, casting a reassuring glance at Lin Xia. Su Tang and Su Guodong arrived at the front of the grass hut, where the gray wolf orc awaited with growing impatience. Irritably, he inquired, are you ready? If so, let us hasten, for I must return to report to the chief. It baffles me why the chief is so concerned with this female's affairs. Clearly, there is not a single capable member among these orcs. Even with 2 females, their males cling to the tribe like a pest, dragging it down. Very well. Let us depart. Unfazed by the gray wolf orc's demeanor, Su Tang proceeded. The gray wolf orc, in his beast form, sprinted swiftly, leaving the 2 on foot struggling to keep pace. Here, the majority of orcs ventured out in their beast forms, while females could adopt human form, typically being carried by the males. Observing this, Su Guodong transformed into his beast form as well. His beast form was that of a large white fox, significantly larger than any fox Su Tang had encountered before. likely due to the larger size of the orc's beast forms in this region, with a person seated upon his back. He was more than capable of carrying the burden. Su Tang was unaccustomed to assuming a beastly form, so she simply perched upon Su Guodong's back, holding fruits and venison. Su Guodong only learned to transform into beast form that morning and was still quite unskilled, barely managing to walk steadily. He stumbled along slowly behind the gray wolf orc. Quickly falling behind, the gray wolf orc glanced back at the two, his green wolf-like eyes filled with disdain, perceiving Su Guodong as a worthless orc. So slow in his movements that it was no wonder he resorted to selling offspring for survival. By the time Su Guodong arrived at the gray wolf tribe, an hour had passed. Upon reaching the tribe, Su Tang resolutely insisted on walking on her own, refusing to ride on Su Guodong's back any longer. The reason was simple. He was far too slow. Outside the tribe, it was manageable, but once inside, many orcs were staring at them. And she simply did not wish to be the subject of their ridicule. The gray wolf orc's disdain for Su Guodong only deepened. He was utterly useless. He couldn't even carry a female orc. How could their tribe allow such a weak orc to join? It was an utter disgrace to the gray wolf tribe. Daughter, why do I feel like this orc is looking at me strangely? Su Guodong whispered to Su Tang as he trailed behind the gray wolf orc. Since departing, the gray wolf orc had turned to look at him no less than 30 times. Surely, this gray wolf could not harbor some peculiar fixation? You're overthinking it, Dad. Su Tang replied, having noticed the glances herself. To alleviate any psychological burden on her father, she feigned ignorance. In these times, the more foolish one was, the easier life seemed to be. Conversely, it was the more intelligent individuals who appeared to suffer the most. Su Tang believed her father to be rather foolish. Is that so? Su Guodong cast a suspicious glance at the gray wolf orc, but upon hearing his daughter's words, he gave it little thought. Soon, the two arrived at Langman's cave. Ordinarily, Lang Kuei would reside with the other males. However, after sustaining injuries and falling unconscious, Langman had brought him back to her cave to care for him. We have arrived. You may enter on your own. I shall report to the chief. The gray wolf orc stated, unwilling to linger for even a moment before turning to leave. At the entrance of the cave, Lang Qing was squatting on the ground, engrossed in playing with pebbles while balancing a pig's head on his own. Lang Qing, I have come to seek your brother. Su Tang raised her hand to greet Lang Qing, hoping to have him enter and deliver a message. Upon spotting Su Tang, Lang Qing was suddenly startled, swiftly turning on his heels and dashing into the cave. Mother, she has arrived, he cried out, his voice echoing as he ran, as if a menacing specter were pursuing him. Su Guodong wore a perplexed expression. Daughter, it seems this young man is somewhat intimidated by you. His daughter, so charming, understanding, beautiful, and gracious, evoked a reaction in him akin to that of a mouse confronted by a cat. Clearing her throat, Su Tang chose not to respond. It was likely that the incident where she had allowed the wolf dog to be beaten had left a significant impression on him, though she would never admit it. They did not have to wait long. Soon, the harsh sounds of Wolfman's scathing insults echoed from within. Ah Tang, you have brought this misfortune upon Wolf Kuei. And yet you still dare to show your face here. Get out of my sight. You are not welcome in my cave. No sooner had the words been spoken than Wolfman emerged from the cave, hands firmly placed on her hips. Su Tang approached with an indifferent demeanor, her voice devoid of warmth as she stated, the leader summoned me here. I heard that Lang Kuei has awakened and wishes to see me. I came to check on him, and, incidentally, to bring some game for Lang Kuei. She refrained from mentioning Lang Man, as if Lang Man were merely a gatekeeper. Upon hearing this, Lang Man's already furious expression darkened further. Lang Kuei's obstinate affection for Su Tang had long been a source of her ire. Who said Lang Kuei wishes to see you? He shall not. He is not fully recovered and should see no one. You may leave the game and depart. Lang Man glared fiercely at Su Tang, blocking the entrance to the cave. She caught sight of the venison dangling from Su Guodong's hands, a substantial portion of fresh meat. Having gone several days with only a few sour fruits to sustain her, she felt an overwhelming desire to seize that meat for herself. It was this female who had caused Lang Kuei's severe injury, leaving her to endure hunger, while she, on the other hand, seemed to feast on meat daily. Lang Man's eyes sparkled with indignation. Very well, since Lang Kuei cannot see me today, I shall wait until he is able to before delivering the game to him. Su Tang remained unperturbed, turning to prepare to leave with Su Guodong, showing no inclination to engage in a debate with Lang Man. You, Lang Man, exasperated, could not fathom why this female, who had said nothing, incited such ire within her. It was utterly confounding. At that moment, a feeble voice echoed from the cave. Mother. Cough, let her in. Chapter 29. He appears to be alone upon hearing this voice. Lang Man's previously domineering demeanor seemed to wane. With a disdainful snort directed at Su Tang, she reluctantly stepped aside, saying, You may enter. Today, I am allowing this for the sake of Lang Kuei. Were it not for his current injury, I would undoubtedly expel you. Su Tang was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that the one who had just spoken was indeed Wolf Kuei. She had not anticipated that this fierce and imposing wolfman would transform so completely upon Wolf Kuei's utterance. It appears that this individual is merely a paper tiger. Su Tang gradually discerned the nuances of the orc world. The status of females was indeed superior to that of males, yet in the presence of formidable males, their authority diminished. After all, it was those who could ensure their sustenance whose words held sway. Upon entering the cave, they were enveloped in darkness, barely able to discern the path ahead. Fortunately, as an orc, Su Tang possessed the gift of night vision, and after a brief period of acclimatization, she was able to perceive the cave's interior with relative clarity. After traversing approximately 5 meters from the entrance, they arrived at a spacious cavern. The ground was strewn with coarse grass, which rustled softly beneath their feet. The air was imbued with a dampness that rendered the already dim space even more oppressive. Not far away, Lang Qing stood, and upon noticing Su Tang's approach, he sprang back like a startled rabbit, seeking refuge behind Lang Man. A series of coughs echoed from a shadowy corner. It was only then that Su Tang noticed a tall male figure reclining in a corner among the grass, draped with a hide. When she had first traversed into this realm, she had glimpsed him, but at that time, she was still bewildered and had not observed him closely. Now, upon closer inspection, she found the wolf-like creature somewhat familiar. Su Guodong also noticed the appearance of Lang Kuei and, in a voice only audible to the two of them, quietly remarked, "My dear daughter, don't you think he resembles someone?" Who? Su Tang frowned, realizing that her father, too, felt a sense of familiarity, which surely could not be mere coincidence. "Your ex-boyfriend," Su Guodong replied. "If you observe closely, apart from being a bit rugged and larger in stature, he is strikingly similar." It was only upon her father's reminder that Su Tang recalled how Lang Kuei indeed bore a remarkable resemblance to her former boyfriend, Su Zhenqiao. Su Tang contemplated the peculiar situation of having traversed into another realm alongside her parents, their appearances strikingly similar to their original selves. Suddenly, an absurd thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Su Zhenqiao had also crossed over with them? As this notion took root, Su Tang instinctively furrowed her brows, her typically carefree expression now tinged with a hint of gravity. Su Zhenqiao harbored an intense desire for control. During their relationship, he forbade her from interacting with any male. And as time went on, his possessiveness escalated to the point where even a man merely glancing at her would provoke his ire. It was only when Su Tang discovered that Su Zhenqiao had secretly taken her phone, intending to confine her, that she could no longer endure the situation and decided to end their relationship. Following their breakup, Su Zhenqiao persistently apologized and clung to her, even making alarming threats of self-harm if she refused to accept his apologies. Su Tang would certainly not be foolish enough to reconcile with him. After blocking all means of communication, she ceased all contact with Su Zhenqiao. It was not until a few days before her time travel that Su Zhenqiao persistently sent messages from an unknown number, attempting to entangle her once more. Su Tang did not even glance at the contents of the message before promptly blocking the sender. In hindsight, it seems rather coincidental that this incident occurred just before her time travel. "My dear daughter, what troubles you?" Su Tang regained her composure and noticed Su Guodong gazing at her with a worried expression. "I'm fine," she assured him, then turned her attention to the injured Lang Kuei lying nearby. "Ahem, Tang, you're here. Are you all right?" Lang Kuei's eyes met Su Tang's, filled with concern. Despite the fact that he was the one who had been injured, yet he inquired about her well-being. Su Tang momentarily found herself unable to discern whether her previous conjecture was erroneous. She felt a peculiar blend of familiarity and strangeness emanating from the wolf Kuei before her. Unsure if this sensation stemmed from the consciousness left by her current vessel. "I am well, thanks to your timely rescue. I sincerely appreciate it." Su Tang retracted her thoughts and expressed her gratitude politely. Upon hearing that she was unharmed, Wolf Kuei appeared to exhale a sigh of relief, his countenance revealing a hint of bashfulness. Wolf Kuei possessed an unremarkable appearance, exuding an air of simplicity and earnestness. He was the type one might overlook in a crowd. His thick brows and large eyes lent him a rugged demeanor, making him appear older than his peers among the beastmen. This was, in fact, the very reason that Su Tang had vehemently refused to mate with him previously. I am relieved to hear you are well. I feared you might not wish to visit me." Wolf Kuei's pale complexion tinged with a faint blush, seemingly astonished that Su Tang, who usually regarded him with disdain, would express gratitude and speak to him so tenderly. Su Tang remained silent, her gaze fixated upon him. Suddenly, she shifted the topic and inquired, "Lang Kuei, do you feel any discomfort? Perhaps a sense of forgetfulness?" If he truly had traversed dimensions, it was highly probable that he, like herself, lacked the memories of this body. Upon hearing her words, Lang Kuei immediately responded with urgency. "No, Tang, please do not worry. I will never forget the promises I made to you in the past. As long as you are willing, I shall wait for you indefinitely. I do not mind your young one." Witnessing his earnest demeanor, Su Tang dismissed her earlier doubts. It seemed he truly was Lang Kuei. Su Tang withdrew her gaze and took the venison from Su Guodong, placing it on the ground. "I did not come here to discuss this. I have returned your prey." She glanced at the glaring wolf man beside her and, with utmost seriousness, addressed Wolf Kuei. "The past was never my intention. I will repay everything I owe you. Let us consider the other matters as if they had never occurred. Since you remember, please tell me the amount. I will gradually repay you, and I kindly ask for some time." Upon hearing this, Wolf Kuei's complexion paled. He hastily sat up, coughing while waving his hand. "No, cough. You need not repay. That was a gift for you. Take it back." Before he could finish, Wolfman snatched the venison away. "Repay? Of course you must repay. Wolf Kuei, are you foolish? That is prey you toiled to catch. She is not mating with you. So why should she eat it for free?" "Mother!" Wolf Kuei exclaimed towards Wolfman, his expression revealing his displeasure. However, Wolfman, having secured the meat, was unwilling to relinquish it. Clutching the venison tightly, she retorted, "You are ill, and there is no food at home. If she takes the meat back, what will you eat?" As she spoke, she concealed the meat behind her, denying Su Tang any chance of reclaiming it. Wolf Kuei furrowed his brow, a look of helplessness on his face. Casting an apologetic glance at Su Tang, he turned to Wolfman Mother. "I wish to speak to Su Tang privately." Wolfman appeared reluctant, yet having just acquired a piece of meat, she found it difficult to refuse Wolf Kuei again. "Very well, Mother will step outside. You have just awakened, so be quick." With that she departed, clutching the piece of meat, fearful that Su Tang might change her mind and attempt to reclaim it. Naturally, Wolf Qin followed Wolfman out. Wolf Kuei then turned his attention to Su Guodong, who was either staring at the wall or looking at his toes, seemingly oblivious to Wolf Kuei's words. Wishing to speak privately with his daughter? Not a chance. Chapter 30. We will not become partners. Su Tang also noticed the gaze of Lang Kuei. Feigning ignorance, she gently inquired, "What would you like to say? Please speak now." This indicated her intention to prevent Su Guodong from departing. Su Tang harbored no desire to spend time alone with unfamiliar males. Having learned from the experiences with her ex-boyfriend, she approached interactions with men with utmost caution, uncertain if she might encounter another individual as deranged as her former partner. It is imperative for a woman to safeguard herself in the outside world. Observing this, Wolf Kuei refrained from inviting Su Guodong to step outside. Tang, I genuinely care for you. Please grant me another chance. Your cubs do not pose a problem. I am willing to assist you in caring for them." His face radiated sincerity as he gazed at Su Tang. "Your cubs are still young, and it must be quite challenging for you to manage alone. Become my partner. I will treat them as my own and ensure they want for nothing." His earnest demeanor suggested that he would agree to any condition, so long as it meant being with Su Tang. Upon hearing this, Su Guodong let out a disdainful snort from behind. Ah, what a truly infatuated fellow. However, he would not regard this young man with any particular favor simply due to his romantic fervor. Aspiring to become his son-in-law was far from a straightforward endeavor. Su Tang believed she had expressed herself quite clearly. Observing that Lang Kuei remained obstinate, she sighed and met his gaze with a serious demeanor. "Lang Kuei, I must apologize. I do not harbor any feelings for you. You need not concern yourself with my offspring. I will care for them myself." However, before Lang Kuei could utter a word, Su Tang interjected, "I am grateful for your rescue, and I will repay you with the spoils of the hunt. Beyond that, there is no further relationship between us. We shall not become partners." After Su Tang expressed her gratitude to Lang Kuei, she departed the cave alongside Su Guodong. Lang Kuei could only watch helplessly as Su Tang left. As they strolled across the grassy expanse of the Grey Wolf tribe, distancing themselves from Lang Man's cave, Su Guodong, filled with curiosity, finally inquired, "My dear daughter, were you just testing Lang Kuei? Surely, you do not believe he has also traversed time?" He had the distinct impression that Su Tang's demeanor shifted oddly upon hearing her mention that Lang Kuei bore a resemblance to her former boyfriend. Their family was aware that Su Tang had once been in a relationship, which had ended for reasons unknown to them. She had chosen not to divulge any details, and they had refrained from probing further, entirely oblivious to the events that had transpired between the two. Su Tang gazed at her father, who was seldom astute, and nodded slightly, albeit with a hint of skepticism. "So, what have you disowned?" Su Guodong inquired further. "Nothing," she replied. "He possesses the memories of Lang Kuei. He should indeed be Lang Kuei himself. Perhaps I am overthinking it." Su Tang gently shook her head, an inexplicable sense of unease enveloping her. Su Tang closed her eyes and shook her head, casting aside the distractions that plagued her mind. Perhaps it was the shadow cast by her ex-boyfriend that led her to overthink upon noticing the resemblance between Lang Kuei and him. The two planned to visit Lang and to replenish their milk supply before heading home. After having made the journey twice, Su Tang had become quite familiar with the path to the Grey Wolf tribe. The orc dwellings were nestled around the periphery of a valley, which featured open spaces and sparse trees in its center. The caves of the females were not interconnected but rather scattered throughout the tribe. Lang Ni's cave was situated in a more secluded area. Su Tang and Su Guodong walked westward for a quarter of an hour before nearing the cave of Wang Nini. However, before they could catch sight of Wang Nini, Su Tang was intercepted by a group of unfamiliar females. "Ah Tang, you have finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for quite some time," several dark-skinned, yet voluptuous females surrounded Su Tang. This sudden turn of events startled Su Guodong, who quickly shielded his daughter behind him. "What do you intend to do?" With their warm smiles, Su Guodong momentarily believed his daughter had transformed into a young man. A sudden thought struck him. He widened his eyes in alarm. Could it be that the orc females here harbored peculiar preferences, favoring their own kind? This was unacceptable. His daughter was in grave danger. It was imperative that he protect her. The females paid no heed to the obstructive Su Guodong, pushing him aside with ease. "Ah Tang, I heard that your cubs are not receiving enough milk. My cubs have just weaned, and I have plenty of milk left. You may take some of mine." "No way. I arrived first. If Ah Tang is to have milk, it should be mine. You all are speaking nonsense. I am the healthiest female here, robust and never ill. My milk is the best for cubs. Ah Tang, choose mine." One by one, the females pressed forward towards Su Tang. Confused, Su Tang found herself enveloped in a whirlwind of unexpected attention. What was happening? Just a few days prior, these females had refused to exchange milk with her. Yet now they seemed so eager and enthusiastic. Please, everyone, hold on a moment. Su Tang extended her palm, interrupting the quarrel among the females. I have nothing to exchange with you. We barely have enough prey for ourselves. She assumed these females were similar to Wang Man, also seeking prey. Upon hearing her words, the females exchanged sheepish smiles. One of them stepped forward and gestured, saying, "We do not want prey. Don't you have fruits? We can trade with fruits instead." The others quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. We don't need much. 1 fruit for a day's worth of milk will suffice. Their eager expressions conveyed their anxiety that Su Tang might refuse. Su Tang was even more perplexed. Fruits? Didn't the gray wolf orcs prefer meat? While she could comprehend the desire for prey, the craving for fruits left her utterly bewildered. Su Tang inquired with curiosity, prompting the female to reveal her hesitation. The cubs of Wolf Nini had initially been quite unwell, a fact known to all the females in the tribe. However, in recent days, these cubs had emerged to play, exhibiting strength by overpowering even larger cubs. Upon further investigation, the females discovered that Wolf Nini's cubs had consumed Su Tang's fruits, which had remarkably enhanced their vigor. Convinced of the extraordinary properties of Su Tang's fruits, they decided to linger, hoping to barter with her for these coveted items to fortify their own offspring. Upon hearing this, Su Tang comprehended their intentions. I apologize, but my fruits were also foraged from the forest and are limited in quantity. Furthermore, I have already committed to exchanging them with Wolf Nini, so I cannot engage in further trades with you. Su Tang outright rejected them. Having already promised to exchange with Wolf and she would not go back on her word. Upon hearing Su Tang's refusal, the females did not feel disheartened. Instead, they chuckled, saying, Wolf and is so frail, her milk cannot possibly be healthy. Your cubs might fall ill if they consume it. You should exchange with us instead. We require less fruit than Wolf and I. Indeed, and besides, Wolf and I's milk is insufficient for your 5 cubs. They surely cannot be satisfied. Chapter 31. The clue of clay. The females displayed an eager demeanor, incessantly promoting their milk, a stark contrast to their earlier cold rejection of Su Tang. Listening to their relentless disparagement of Wolf and I in their quest for fruit, Su Tang could not help but furrow her brow. Just as she was about to decline once more, she suddenly lifted her gaze and spotted Wolf and I not far behind the females. It seemed Wolf and I had overheard their conversation. Upon making eye contact with Su Tang, she immediately averted her gaze in embarrassment. Without waiting for Su Tang to speak, she hurriedly turned and left. Su Tang's expression turned completely cold as she pushed aside the female blocking her path and coldly stated, I have made it clear that I will only exchange milk with Wolf Nini. After saying this, she exchanged a glance with Su Guodong, and the two hurriedly pursued the direction in which Wolf Nini had departed, leaving a group of females gazing longingly at their retreating figures. The females were filled with regret. Had they known this would happen, they should have exchanged milk with Su Tang that day. But now, it was too late to lament. They could only silently envy Wolf Nini's good fortune in gaining Su Tang's favor. Wolf Nini. As Su Tang caught up with Wolf and I, she had already returned to the cave. Hearing Su Tang's voice, Wolf and I paused, turning back with an expression of disbelief. Ah Tang, how did you manage to get here? Weren't you supposed to be exchanging milk with those females? Su Tang, panting, stepped forward. She had sprinted the entire way, not expecting that despite Wolf and I's slender appearance, she could run so swiftly. Yet, it had utterly exhausted her. Su Tang did not mention the recent events as she approached Wolf Nini, ignoring the slight redness in Wolf Nini's eyes. She spoke gently, I haven't exchanged the milk with you yet. I just visited Wolf Kuei's home and arrived a bit later than usual. I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long. Su Tang surmised that Wang Nini must have come out to see why she had not arrived, and fortuitously encountered the recent scene. Observing the gentle smile adorning Su Tang's face, Wang Nini's eyes grew even more reddened. I shall no longer exchange milk with you. My health is poor, and your young ones would not thrive on my milk. It would be far better for you to seek a robust female for such an exchange, Wang Nini said, lowering her head to evade Su Tang's sincere gaze. Her voice slightly choked, although she desired her offspring to flourish and grow healthier from the fruits. She did not wish to jeopardize Su Tang's young ones due to her own condition. Su Tang exchanged such fine fruits for milk, thus benefiting herself. She could not put Su Tang in a difficult position. Upon hearing her words, Su Tang couldn't help but chuckle. Milk would not jeopardize the health of my offspring. They have already grown accustomed to your milk, and constant swapping would be detrimental to them. Moreover, we had already made an agreement. Do you wish to renege on it? My young ones would surely go hungry otherwise. Beside them, Su Guodong noticed the tears in Wolf Nini's eyes and felt a twinge of sympathy. This girl appeared to be of similar age to his daughter, still in that carefree stage of life, yet here she was, already bearing children. However, as a man, he found it awkward to offer comfort regarding such a matter as milk supply. He could only indirectly express, previously, we sought them out for a trade, yet they refused. Now the tables have turned, and they regret it. This is what they call the ebb and flow of fortune. We shall not let them take advantage of us, right? Tang Tang? Father is indeed correct. They were the ones who initially turned us down, and I hold grudges quite well, Su Tang responded, picking up on his cue. After 2 days of interaction, she discerned that Wolf Nini was a gentle and kind-hearted female. She was always straightforward with her words. Hearing Su Tang's sentiments, Wolf Nini felt even more touched. Tang, thank you, she began, wanting to express her gratitude, but was interrupted by Su Tang. It is I who should thank you. Had you not been willing to exchange milk with me, my offspring might have perished from hunger. Su Tang was not exaggerating. When she first arrived, the 5 cubs were all listless, devoid of any vitality, and it was only thanks to the nurturing milk of Wolf Nini that they were able to survive. Observing this, Wolf Nini no longer hesitated and sincerely took Su Tang's kindness to heart. If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to speak up, Wolf Nini earnestly declared. Su Tang contemplated for a moment, realizing that she indeed had inquiries to pose to the wolf, and I am seeking a particular type of soil. I wonder if you have encountered it, Su Tang inquired. What kind of soil are you referring to? Please describe it, and I responded with an expression of curiosity. As other females were preoccupied with foraging for food, while she seemed to be in search of soil. It is colored in hues of yellow-brown, gray-white, or red-purple. Su Tang briefly explained the characteristics of the clay suitable for pottery to Wang Nini. However, Wang Nini was left in a haze, barely retaining a few key features. Tang, what do those colors you mentioned look like? Wang Nini inquired, somewhat perplexed. It seemed as though she understood yet did not fully grasp the concept. Observing Wang Nini's bewilderment, Su Tang exchanged a glance with Su Guodong. Ahem, it slipped my mind that we are in the ancient continent, where the beastmen are hardly capable of distinguishing such a multitude of colors. They can only roughly discern red, yellow, blue, and green. Anything beyond that truly poses a challenge for them. Su Tang pondered for a moment, surveying her surroundings before pointing out several plants of similar hues to Wolf Nini. It was then that Wolf Nini began to comprehend, with a sudden epiphany. So it is this color. I believe I have encountered it outside the tribe. Given that females seldom leave the tribe, the sights and experiences from such a rare outing are unlikely to fade from memory. Su Tang and Su Guodong gazed at Wolf Nini with eager anticipation. This was pivotal for their transition from the Stone Age to the Pottery Age. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. It seemed that to the north of the tribe, there was a mountain whose soil was indeed the yellow hue she had mentioned. Wolf Nini pondered thoughtfully and replied earnestly. She recalled having fallen on that mountain, the earth staining her animal hide skirt, a moment that had been recounted by her partner for quite some time, leaving a profound impression on her. The mountain to the north. Su Tang noted this crucial piece of information and smiled graciously at Wolf Nini, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. If she had ventured to search on her own, she would have had no idea how long it might take to find it. Su Tang did not believe that she could inquire about such matters from other orcs, for they were solely preoccupied with food, oblivious to the color of the soil beneath their feet. Today, however, fortune smiled upon her, and she could only await the moment when she would find the time to explore the mountain that Wolf Nini had mentioned, curious if it contained the clay she desired. Wolf Nini, feeling a twinge of shyness, lowered her gaze and replied, "No need to thank me. I shall fetch you some milk." With that, she dashed back to the cave. She had prepared the milk in advance, fearing that Su Tang might arrive and have to wait, thus wasting her time. Once Wolf Nini had departed, Su Guodong leaned closer to Su Tang and quietly remarked, "This girl is truly remarkable, possessing a kind heart. Yet her gentle disposition may render her vulnerable to bullying. Such a temperament would lead to her exploitation even in modern times, let alone in this ancient continent where the strong prey upon the weak." Su Guodong, a university professor, regards Wang Nini as if she were one of his own students. Su Tang remained silent, pondering whether there was any need to contemplate the future. It was evident, without the necessity of foresight, that Wang Nini's past was far from pleasant. Nevertheless, she refrained from elaborating further, for the course of one's life is not something that can be altered by mere words. Soon, Wang Nini emerged with milk in hand. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Tang ceased her small talk and prepared to depart with Su Guodong. At that moment, a gray wolf came rushing back from outside the cave, clutching a prey in its jaws, and halted before Su Tang. Chapter 32. Wang Nini's companion. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Nini's face lit up with a smile. "Wolf Chi, you have returned. Did you manage to catch something today?" Su Tang was suddenly enlightened. It turned out to be the companion of Wolf Ni. The gray wolf transformed into a human form and approached Wolf Ni, placing the prey on the ground before turning to Su Tang and the other. Ni. Who are they? This is the odd Tang I mentioned, and this is her father. Wolf Ni promptly introduced Su Tang to her companion. Upon hearing this, Wolf Chi took a closer look at Su Tang. "So you are Ah Tang. Ni has been speaking of you these past few days." Wolf Chi's demeanor visibly brightened. Noticing the 2 fruits in Wolf Ni's hands, he nudged her arm and remarked, "Didn't I tell you to procure more milk in exchange for several fruits? Why have you only brought back 2? Consuming those fruits could enhance one's physical strength. If he could acquire a few more, perhaps he could grow stronger as well." Upon hearing this, Su Tang subtly frowned. Given Wolf Ni's current condition, being able to exchange for these few drops of milk was already a considerable feat. However, Wolf Chi was oblivious to the subtle change on Su Tang's face. Turning back, his dark visage broke into a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth. "My little cub no longer drinks milk. Whatever amount you need, feel free to ask Ni for it in exchange for fruits." Wolf and I's face flushed as she tugged at his hand and softly replied, I don't have much milk left. Exchanging for just 2 fruits is sufficient. Su Tang, with a calm demeanor, remarked, my little ones have sufficient nourishment. There is no need for more. In excess would not be beneficial for Wolf Nini's health. Wolf Chi was momentarily taken aback, only to soon realize that Su Tang was subtly declining any additional milk. Is there anything else you require? I could trade for prey or assist you in tasks. Wolf Chi inquired earnestly, undeterred by the rejection. Wolf Chi. Wolf Nini anxiously tugged at him from behind, wishing to put a stop to his forwardness. She had not anticipated that he would voice such an inquiry in front of Su Tang. It was indeed rather impolite. Just as Su Tang was about to speak, Su Guodong, standing behind her, suddenly grasped her arm and whispered, my dear daughter, are we not in need of a pot? Perhaps we could inquire if he might assist us with the polishing. Gathering clay for pottery may take quite a while, and their family is currently in urgent need of a pot. If he could help us in this endeavor, it would be splendid. Upon hearing this, Su Tang reflected on the fact that the corn would be ready for cooking that evening but had yet to be prepared. She nodded and said, all right. Could you assist us in crafting 2 stone pots? They should be sizable and somewhat thin. Su Tang conveyed her specifications for the stone pots to Lang Chi, who eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, of course, this is quite simple. He rubbed his hands together and inquired, what will you exchange for them? 2 fruits, she replied. Just wait a moment. I shall deliver them to you today. The prospect of trading 2 stone pots for 2 fruits filled Lang Chi with exhilaration, causing his spirits to soar. Without further delay, he entrusted his cash to Lang Ni and set off in search of the stones required for the pots. Lang Ni, unable to restrain him, called out but to no avail. Tang, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea, she said, her expression one of regret as she turned to Su Tang. Perhaps you could take back the fruits and exchange them once Lang Chi has completed the stone pots. As she spoke, she attempted to return the apples to Su Tang. Su Tang naturally would not accept it. She casually remarked, it's fine. My father and brother do not know how to use a stone pot, and I was just lamenting the lack of one. It would be quite helpful if your partner could assist. Her words were indeed truthful. However, Lang Ni felt a twinge of guilt, thinking she must repay Su Tang generously in the future. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Tang and Su Guodong took their leave. Before long, Lang Chi returned, carrying 2 large stones. Seeing Lang Ni still standing at the cave entrance, he inquired, Ni, why aren't you coming in? Lang Ni's expression was unusually serious as she grasped Lang Chi's hand, preventing him from moving away, and furrowed her brow, saying, Lang Chi, could you please inform me before you decide to do anything in the future? What's wrong? Lang Chi asked, confused. The females in the tribe want to exchange milk with Tang. She has not exchanged with them, and since every beastman can polish stones, we shouldn't rely on her fruits, Lang Ni stated earnestly. Lang Chi dismissed her concerns. So what? Just because she doesn't exchange milk with the other females proves your milk is good. Why wouldn't we want her fruits? They're valuable. He didn't intend to offer his assistance for free. Seeing that he clearly disregarded her words, Lang Ni's frown deepened. Lang Chi straightened her posture and smiled as he explained, Ni, her family isn't composed of ordinary beastmen. Just look at her father and brother. Do they seem capable? She has offended the Lang Kue family, and now the tribe's beastmen are reluctant to associate with her. I want to help her. She should take joy in that. But Ni, you know our current situation. I am merely trying to gather more food to support you and the cubs. Everything I do is for you and the little ones. Lang Chi spoke earnestly, not giving Lang Ni a chance to respond. Then he added, could it be that you think I'm not strong enough to catch sufficient prey? If you wish to find another partner, I have no objections. Hearing this, Lang Ni quickly shook her head. No, that is not my intention. Lang Chi, please do not misunderstand. In her heart, there was only Lang Chi. When other males were unwilling to mate with her, only he was willing to be her partner. How could she possibly seek another? I just feel that Tang is very kind to me. We shouldn't be doing this, Lang Ni explained anxiously. All right, from now on, I will inform you of everything. I will heed your wishes, Lang Chi nodded, raising his hand in a promise to her. Only then did Lang Ni smile. Seeing Lang Chi preparing to make the stone pot, she took the prey outside to skin and process it. Generally, females were not required to work. But as she had only Lang Chi as her partner, she could not bear to see him toil alone, so she often assisted. As soon as Lang Ni left, the smile on Lang Chi's face vanished, replaced by a look of indifference. That fruit could enhance strength. Only a fool would refuse it. He had never seen a female as foolish as Lang Ni. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao waited anxiously at home for quite some time. When the two returned, she hurriedly approached them. How was it, Tang? Did that Lang Kue family bully you? A mother's greatest fear is for her children to be mistreated. In modern times, Lin Xiao would not have worried. Her daughter was not one to be easily bullied. However, in this ancient land filled with fierce beastmen, she could not help but feel uneasy. Had she possessed any fighting skills, she would have accompanied Su Tang herself. Though Su Guodong was of little use. At least he was male. Even if he could not defeat others, he could serve as a shield to help her daughter escape. Rest assured, my dear, with me here. Who would dare bully our daughter? Before Su Tang could respond, Su Guodong interjected enthusiastically. He was unaware that he had just upgraded from useless to a mere shield. Lin Xia shot a disapproving glance at Su Guodong. She was speaking to her daughter, and this oblivious man had the audacity to interrupt. Mom, no one bullied me. Su Tang replied with a smile, noticing Lin Xia's concerned gaze. Indeed, it is only our daughter who bullies others. Who would dare bully her? Su Guodong chimed in. Lin Xia pinched his waist, and only then did he obediently fall silent, seeing her mother still looking worried. Su Tang recounted the events that had transpired at the Grey Wolf tribe that day. I have clarified matters with Lang Kuei. Once I repay the prey I owe him, we will be even. Good. Being even is excellent. Lin Xia nodded in agreement. With a mother like Lang Man, even if her daughter truly fancied Lang Kuei, she would never consent to their union. Lin Xia had no desire for the precious daughter she had painstakingly raised to be taken so early by a boar. Lin Xia forgot that Su Tang's current body had already been compromised by an outside boar. However, Lang Kuei remained persistent, unwilling to give up, and refused to disclose how much prey she owed him. Su Tang felt a headache coming on. The absence of the original owner's memories proved to be quite troublesome. He kept asking how much prey was owed, as if she were merely inquiring for the sake of it rather than out of genuine intention to repay. Humph. I knew that scoundrel had ulterior motives and wanted to cling to you. No way. Even if we have to repay more prey, we must settle this debt. Lin Xia huffed, her expression serious. Su Tang nodded in agreement. All right, mother. I shall inquire with Xiao Fu this evening to see if he is aware of the total game we have collected from the wolf trap. One should never owe favors to others. This is a lesson I have gleaned from years of experience. Just as she finished speaking, Su Jianyuan and Xiao Fu, who had ventured out for hunting, returned. Mother, father, sister, come out quickly. I have brought back the game. Tonight, we shall feast on meat. Su Jianyuan had transformed into human form, energetically carrying a large black goat on his shoulders as he made his way home. Considering that everyone had gone to bed hungry the previous night, he had intentionally sought out a larger prey today, envisioning the joy on everyone's faces upon seeing such a substantial catch. However, before he could set the black goat down, his voice abruptly ceased. Was that meat? Su Jianyuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on the wooden basin behind Lin Xia, filled to the brim with meat. What on earth? He had just returned from the hunt. How could there be meat at home? Could it be that his father and elder brother had also ventured out to hunt? Su Jianyuan was utterly bewildered, his thoughts spilling forth in confusion. Mother, where did this meat come from? With such a large skeleton, it's clearly a hefty creature. The proud smile that adorned Su Jianyuan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a sense of embarrassment over the black goat he had brought home. This is a sick deer that Tang found while searching for clay today, Lin Xia explained, observing her son's dazed expression. Upon hearing this, Su Jianyuan was instantly petrified as if turned to stone by the wind. You found it? How can this be fair? After toiling diligently to hunt down a few small game, his sister casually strolled out and managed to procure such a substantial catch. Truly, the disparity between people is infuriating. It seems that heaven's favor has completely shifted to the ancient continent. Little Fu trailed behind at a distance, clutching a grayish-brown wild chicken in one hand and a bundle of leaves tied with straw rope in the other, his face alight with excitement as he rushed towards them. He shouted the same words as Su Jianyuan. Mother, sister, today, second brother caught an enormous game, and we also found some treasures. Second brother, why are you just standing there? Seeing Su Jianyuan frozen like a statue, Little Fu expressed his confusion. As he bypassed Su Jianyuan, he noticed a pile of fresh meat stacked outside the thatched hut. He was taken aback, nearly dropping the wild chicken from his hands. Meat, so much meat. How could there be this much meat at home? He saw the venison on the ground, then glanced at the wild chicken in his hand and the emaciated black goat slung over Su Jianyuan's shoulder. Silently, he closed his mouth and discreetly moved the wild chicken behind him. Without comparison, there would be no harm done. What treasures have you brought back? Su Tang, observing the reactions of the two, couldn't help but chuckle as she approached and gently patted Little Fu's head, in stark contrast to his earlier exuberance. Little Fu now appeared somewhat dispirited. It's just this, he said, placing the leaves on the ground and spreading them out. Su Tang lowered her gaze to discover several plump, ivory-colored eggs. Instantly, her thoughts drifted to the 5 young ones at home. While they were still too young to consume meat, eggs would be perfect. A delicate steamed egg or a simple boiled egg, with the whites and yolks mashed together for the little ones, such a delightful treat for the kittens. Beastmen, too, indulge in eggs, which require no preparation. One simply cracks the shell and lets the contents slide into the mouth, smooth and easy to swallow, refreshingly delicious. When Xiao Fu stumbled upon the wild chicken eggs, he was eager to return and share his find. He could procure food. Little did he anticipate, however, that he would be met with a significant disappointment. Indeed, they were fine treasures. Xiao Fu, well done. Su Tang praised with a warm smile as she collected the wild eggs. Yet, upon hearing this, Xiao Fu's expression darkened, his face crumpling like a steamed bun. Compared to meat, these few eggs were hardly sufficient. Su Tang's words were merely a consolation for herself. Crestfallen, Xiao Fu dejectedly shoved the wild chicken into Su Jianyuan's embrace and retreated to a corner, enveloped in his gloom. Su Jianyuan seized a wild chicken with one hand, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. Wasn't he the one who should feel disheartened? He had returned in high spirits, and now this little rascal was causing another commotion. Enough of standing around. If we linger any longer, dusk will fall upon us. Second brother, set down the sheep and wash yourself by the river. You are drenched in sweat. Dear husband, could you assist me in slaughtering this sheep as well? The moment Lin Xia spoke, Su Guodong immediately approached with eager attentiveness. Ah, here I come, my beloved. Su Jianyuan touched his nose, glanced at the sweat stains on his body, set down the black goat, and returned to the thatched shed to fetch a clean beast skin skirt before heading to the river for a bath. The advantage of the whole family traversing together is that after completing their tasks, there are still others at home to tidy up, eliminating the need for one person to toil from beginning to end. The black goat was agile in its movements, and to prevent its escape, Su Jianyuan promptly sent it on its way, ensuring it was processed the same day. Otherwise, if left overnight, the meat would lose its freshness. There was no need to ponder whether they could finish the meat, as their family had never truly filled their stomachs with meat. They would eat first and worry later. Upon seeing Su Guodong holding the wild hen, Su Tang contemplated taking it for slaughter and suddenly inquired, Father, wait a moment. Is this wild hen a male or a female? I have no idea, Su Guodong replied, shaking his head. As a professor of agronomy, he was not versed in distinguishing the genders of chickens. Lin Xia cast a glance this way and remarked, It's a female. How do you know? Su Guodong exclaimed in astonishment. It was impressive that she could discern the gender with just a glance. Male wild chickens boast vibrant and striking plumage along with long tails, while females have shorter tails and more subdued feather colors. This is common knowledge, Lin Xia retorted with a roll of her eyes. Besides, didn't Xiaofu find some eggs? Can a rooster lay eggs? She speculated that this wild hen had been caught after Xiaofu pilfered its eggs, only to be encountered by Su Jianyuan, resulting in its demise. Having concluded her explanation, Lin Xia turned to Su Tang with a gentle smile and asked, Tang, why do you want to know the gender of the wild hen? Su Guodong curled his lips. His standing in this household was diminishing by the day. His wife was blatantly showing favoritism. Mother, I wish to keep the wild chicken. Perhaps it will lay eggs, which would be perfect to feed the little ones at home. Su Tang blinked, her eyes sparkling like jewels. The wild chicken seemed to retort, You are so lofty. You intend to use my offspring to nourish yours. Chapter 34. This youngling is not very astute. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia felt that this idea was indeed feasible. It was rare for her daughter to consider the younglings. And given her concern for the fluffy little creatures, how could this mother not offer her support? Very well. I shall trim the wings of this wild chicken and confine it in a basket for now. Tomorrow, when I have time, I will construct a coop to raise it for egg laying. Lin Xia replied with a smile, even meticulously planning the subsequent arrangements. Thank you, mother. Su Tang expressed her gratitude cheerfully. With the fire yet to be lit, Su Tang placed the eggs and venison together, anticipating that she would prepare a steamed egg dish later in the evening to provide a special meal for the young ones. Noticing that her parents were busy, Su Tang recalled that she had yet to feed the freshly prepared milk. She poured the milk into the wooden bowl she had made earlier and prepared to nourish the little ones. After a few days of familiarity, Su Tang had become quite adept at feeding. The wooden bowl was specially crafted for the younglings, to be precise. It was a large plate with higher edges than a typical dish, designed to prevent spillage and ensure that the kittens could reach it. Previously, she had held each youngling and fed them individually with a spoon, but today, as the kittens had opened their eyes, she decided to encourage them to feed themselves. Su Tang entered the thatched hut and gently placed the wooden bowl on the ground. The cubs, upon hearing the commotion, perked up their ears, stretching their claws in a leisurely manner while rolling over to expose their plush little bellies, some even yawning adorably. The largest cub, quick to respond, caught a whiff of the milk scent and wobbled towards the wooden bowl. The other three swiftly followed suit, while the last one, rather frail, stumbled clumsily, with its four paws moving in different directions, nearly resorting to using its head to navigate. Su Tang, this little kitten seems to lack a bit of intelligence. Upon witnessing the other kittens eagerly lapping up the milk, she could no longer bear to watch. She gently lifted the last one and placed it beside the wooden bowl. At last, the not-so-bright little one was able to partake in the milk. The 5 tiny heads formed a circle around the edge of the wooden bowl, diligently licking and savoring, creating a truly delightful scene. Su Tang gazed upon the scene, surprisingly feeling no aversion. Instead, a warm and soothing sensation enveloped her, unbeknownst to her. A hint of warmth graced her crystalline eyes, and a unique sense of accomplishment surged within her heart. Eat slowly. From now on, I will ensure that you are never left hungry. Su Tang crouched by the wooden bowl, intending to urge them to eat more slowly. Suddenly, she noticed that several of the young ones had white droplets adorning their faces and heads. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the rather dim-witted cub was drinking milk in a manner akin to a sprinkler, splattering it all over the faces of the other little ones. Su Tang furrowed her brow. This one is truly foolish in a way that is utterly distinct. Su Tang was reluctant to bathe the cubs after each feeding, so she crafted a small wooden bowl to separate the most foolish one, placing it in its own dish. After finally finishing the arduous task of feeding the cubs, Su Tang felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. She retracted her earlier thoughts. What sense of accomplishment and healing was there? Raising these cubs was merely a series of troublesome endeavors, a constant source of vexation. Su Tang meticulously washed the wooden bowl and, noticing that the hourglass had just run out, recalled the newly planted corn at the farm. With a swift motion, she entered the realm of the farm. The corn had reached maturity, with towering stalks nearly 3 meters high. In one plot of land, 3 stalks flourished, while across 2 plots, a total of 20 ears of corn hung gracefully. Each ear was identical in size, measuring 3 times the dimensions of ordinary corn. The golden-hued corn cobs cascaded downwards, reminiscent of a mermaid's flowing golden hair emerging from the sea, a truly enchanting sight. Tang eagerly harvested the corn. After glancing at the selling price in the warehouse, she noted it was 3 gold coins each, a price that was thrice that of apples. The seeds, purchased at a premium, were proving their worth. Tang felt quite satisfied with this price. After just 1 day of cultivation, she would recoup her investment. At this rate, she would earn the 500 gold coins required to unlock her 3rd plot of land in no time. Currently, there were 42 apples remaining in the warehouse. But Tang decisively chose to continue planting corn. Once she finished tending to her farm, Tang took 80 ears of corn back to the straw shed. The young ones were well fed and soundly asleep. Meanwhile, Su Sherwei was still chopping wood, and the elderly couple had gone to the river to tend to the black goat. Tang moved the corn outside the shed with the intention of peeling away the outer husk, planning to cook it once her brother returned to start a fire. Just as she placed the corn beneath a tree, she noticed Xiaofu returning from an unknown location. After a period of introspection, he had come to terms with the situation. Being a young one, finding an egg was already a considerable feat in the past. He would have rejoiced at the prospect of meat at home, so why should he feel disheartened now? Lost in thought, he suddenly spotted the green stalk in Tang's hand. The last remnants of his confusion vanished, and curiosity drew him closer. Sister, what is this? He inquired. This is corn, a type of fruit, she replied. As Tang was about to explain, Xiaofu's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Sister, did you find this fruit in the forest as well? Is it delicious? What does it taste like? His eyes blinked eagerly, fixated on the corn in Tang's hand. Unable to resist licking his lips, the large fruit that his sister had previously picked was delightful. Surely, this fruit couldn't taste too far from that. Tang gazed at the expression of sheer delight on his face, momentarily doubting whether her eyesight had faltered. Could this truly be the same little wolf cub who had regarded her with disdain upon her arrival? How could it be that after merely 2 days, he seemed to have transformed entirely? Indeed, just wait until you taste it, and you shall understand. Tang nodded and handed the corn cob to Xiaofu, preparing to teach him how to peel back the husks. Xiaofu, believing that Tang was offering him a treat, beamed with excitement. Thank you, sister, he exclaimed, opening his mouth wide to shove the corn cob inside. With a loud tear, he bit off a large chunk of the husk. Filled with anticipation, he began to chew, only to be met with a peculiar bitter flavor. Sister, this fruit tastes strange. Is it not ripe yet? He mumbled, his words unclear as he continued to chew. Tang raised her hand, yet the words she intended to stop him with were caught in her throat. This boy certainly had quick reflexes. She rubbed her forehead, her tone laced with resignation. Xiaofu, this fruit is not meant to be eaten like that. You must peel away the outer layer first. Tang, while elucidating, picked up an ear of corn and removed the husk, revealing the plump, golden kernels within. Xiaofu was momentarily taken aback, his chewing motion abruptly halting. Once he regained his composure, he quickly spat out the fibrous husk that was difficult to chew. Tui, 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 he exclaimed, realizing the reason behind the unpleasant taste. Sister, why didn't you mention this earlier? Xiaofu pouted, murmuring softly. Tang's lips twitched slightly, and you didn't even grant me the opportunity to speak. Xiaofu imitated her actions, peeling away the remaining husks, tearing off the corn silk, and taking a bite of the corn kernels. Each juicy kernel burst open at the tip of her teeth, releasing a sweet nectar that flowed into her mouth. The novel flavor caused Xiaofu's pupils to dilate slightly. Her ears perked up with curiosity. The taste was somewhat peculiar, yet undeniably delightful. Unsure, she decided to take another bite. Chapter 35, preparing to build a toilet. Xiaofu pondered and took another bite, tilting her head as she savored the flavor. This fruit was truly bursting with juice. It was sweet yet not overly cloying, with a uniquely refreshing texture that made it quite delectable. Sister, this fruit is delicious. It tastes different from the ones we had before, Xiaofu exclaimed, holding the corn, taking bite after bite while speaking indistinctly. Tang initially intended to save the fruit for a meal, but upon witnessing him devour it so eagerly, she refrained from intervening. Oh well. If the little wolf cub relishes it, let him indulge. Suddenly, Xiaofu halted his actions and inquired with wide-eyed curiosity, Sister, how did you know how to eat this fruit? He found it puzzling, as he had never seen his sister consume such a fruit before. It seemed that ever since she had fallen from the cliff, she had become remarkably astute, possessing knowledge of many things unknown to him. Tang cast a glance at Xiaofu, her expression calm and unruffled as she explained, I tested them while picking the fruit. Fortunately, her mental fortitude was strong enough to easily deceive a mere child. Xiaofu suddenly understood, exclaiming, oh, he thought to himself that in the future, if he encountered any unpalatable fruits, he would surely peel them to see if they tasted better. With this thought, he felt a wave of regret and frustration for all the delicious fruits he had previously overlooked. Tang found it somewhat peculiar. Her younger brother was a wolf, yet he showed such an interest in fruits. Given his excitement while devouring meat last night, it hardly seemed indicative of a preference for a vegetarian diet. Tang could not find any reasoning, So she stripped the remaining corn husks clean and, together with Xiaofu, took them to the riverbank for washing. Upon their return, they found that the elderly couple had also finished processing the black goat, carrying the skinned animal back home. As the family reconvened at the grass hut, Su Shiwei returned just in time. Elder brother, why have you returned so late? There is no need to rush with the construction of the log cabin. It can be done at a leisurely pace, Su Tang remarked, noticing her brother's drenched brow, which indicated he had just concluded a laborious task. They were currently utilizing the most primitive tools, with a limited workforce, making the construction of the cabin undoubtedly challenging. Su Tang was reluctant to tire her elder brother just for the sake of residing in a wooden cabin. It's fine, the sun has yet to set. And it is not too late, she reassured him. Su Shiwei glanced at the sun, which was descending the horizon, and leisurely wiped the sweat from his brow. Turning his gaze towards Su Tang, a hint of affectionate amusement danced in his eyes as he remarked, "Did you not mention to mother your desire to construct the toilet first? The timber is nearly prepared. We can begin building the toilet tomorrow." He had taken to heart what Lin Xia had conveyed to him early that morning. After much haste, he had finally gathered the necessary materials for the construction of the toilet. Upon hearing this, Su Tang's eyes sparkled with joy. "Is it true, brother? We can really build the toilet tomorrow?" she exclaimed, still in disbelief at the speed of the progress. Just last night, she had been fretting over the toilet situation. And now her brother was informing her that it would soon be a reality. "Brother, you are simply amazing." Su Tang raised her thumb, showering compliments while fanning Su Shiwei with water. After completing her tasks, she didn't forget to share the good news with Lin Xia. Upon hearing it, Lin Xia's face lit up with joy. "Oh, my son is truly remarkable. You've worked hard all day, haven't you? Mother will prepare a meal right away. Make sure to eat plenty of meat tonight to replenish your strength, dear second son. Why are you dawdling? Hurry and start the fire." At that moment, Su Jianyuan, who was wiping his damp hair with a beast hide while heading towards the grass hut, halted in his tracks, bewildered. "What is going on? Wasn't it mother who told me to take a bath? Why is she so irritable with me now that I'm back? Mother, I too have spent the entire day hunting. It was exhausting for me as well. Why don't you say I need to replenish my strength? Sister, you must help me reason with her." Su Jianyuan wore a face of grievance. How glaringly evident is this preferential treatment? It is blatant bias, unmasked and unapologetic. Su Tang handed him a piece of wood and urged, "Mother has asked you to start the fire. Hurry, hurry. The whole family is waiting for you to prepare the meal." Su Jianyuan remarked, "This girl is no longer desirable." He curled his lips, tossed the animal hide over his shoulder, and gathered wood to start a fire. Despite his complaints, his movements were swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation or personal grievances. In the past, when Su Jianyuan undertook missions, he would invariably carry essential tools into the wilderness, rarely resorting to the laborious method of friction fire. However, these indispensable skills remained etched in his memory. The process of creating fire through friction is time-consuming, and even seasoned practitioners cannot guarantee a successful ignition every time. In recent days, he had taken to preserving embers within hollowed-out wood, ready to ignite a fire with ease when the evening descended. This method was not only efficient but spared him the arduous task of drilling for fire. Before he could spark a flame, an orc had arrived at their dwelling. It was none other than Longqi, who had made an agreement with Su Tang to exchange fruits for stone pots. Longqi approached, shouldering 2 substantial stone pots. And upon reaching the group, he set them down with a sigh, having run in his human form due to the constraints of his beastly shape, which rendered him incapable of carrying such items. "Su Tang, here are the stone pots you requested. Is this what you envisioned?" Longqi inquired, while his eyes roamed curiously around the area. What he beheld was a startling sight. The ground behind the group was strewn with several logs, upon which lay a bounteous array of meat, at least a couple of 100 pounds, alongside several peculiar yellow fruits. So much food. If this were at his home, both he and Wolf Nini could feast for days. Longqi's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily entranced by the sight. Hadn't Wolfman claimed that this household of orcs was utterly useless, merely possessing good looks with no practical value, only dependent on Lang Kuei's charity? How could it be that while Lang Kuei lay gravely injured, they had amassed such a substantial bounty? Could it be that Wolfman's words were nothing but deceit? Internally, Longqi cursed Wolfman for her treachery, speculating that this cunning female had deliberately disparaged this family of orcs to deter other orcs from associating with them, thus allowing her own Lang Kuei to monopolize the benefits. At this moment, unaware of the unfolding drama, Su Tang remained oblivious. While Longqi concocted an elaborate scenario in her mind, she summoned Lin Xia to inspect the stone pot delivered by Longqi. Since the exchange involved fruits, it was imperative that the pot be properly prepared in order to facilitate the trade. After all, she was not a benevolent bodhisattva, dedicated solely to acts of charity. Su Tang possessed limited knowledge about these matters and merely conveyed her general requirements to Longqi, leaving the final decision to her mother. The stone pot, a large round vessel with handles on both sides, was indeed larger than a typical pot, considering that their family comprised 6 members, including the voracious orcs. And given the necessity of boiling water, a smaller pot would prove insufficient. The craftsmanship of this stone pot was commendable, and Lin Xia, after a brief inspection, expressed her satisfaction by nodding at Su Tang. It must be said, the orcs exhibited remarkable skill in stone tool crafting, both in precision and efficiency. With the stone pot deemed suitable, Wang Qi rubbed his hands together, retracting his scrutinizing gaze, his tone brimming with eagerness. Just a moment, Su Tang replied, retreating to the thatched hut to retrieve 2 apples from the farm storage, which he then offered to Wang Qi. Upon receiving the apples, Wang Qi's face lit up with delight, yet he showed no intention of departing. Noting his lingering presence, Su Tang inquired, do you have any other requests? Chapter 36. It turns out the little wolf cub has a sweet tooth. Wang Qi chuckled, rubbing his hands as he asked, is there anything else I can assist you with? I can manage other tasks as well. I'm willing to work in exchange for fruits or food. His eyes glistened with longing as he regarded the meat behind Su Tang. Although he hunted daily, most of his catches were reserved for wolf and the cubs, leaving him only partially satiated. Moreover, laboring was significantly less strenuous than hunting. If he could exchange stone polishing for food, why would he need to hunt at all? Su Tang naturally noticed his gaze. After some contemplation, she realized that they were going to build a toilet tomorrow and were in need of a squat toilet. She certainly did not wish to use the farm's primitive latrine, where, during summer, lowering her trousers meant facing a ground teeming with maggots, a scene that was nothing short of a childhood nightmare. Since they were constructing a toilet, a bathroom would also need to be established. Although there would be no prying eyes while bathing here, the river water was far too frigid, and she had yet to experience a proper wash. A bathtub was also essential. All right, I have 2 additional items that I wonder if you could help me create. But I can only exchange them for fruit, Su Tang preemptively informed him. She had an abundance of fruit, but trading for meat was out of the question. Of course. That's agreeable. Wolf Chi nodded enthusiastically. Fruit was perfectly fine. Once he consented, Su Tang conveyed her requirements for the bathtub and squat toilet. Wolf Chi understood the concept of a bathtub, yet he could not fathom what a squat toilet was. He simply could not visualize it. What is this peculiar contraption you speak of? What does it look like? Wolf Chi scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Where did this female conjure up such strange notions? Seeing that he did not comprehend, Su Tang pondered for a moment before turning to the water bucket nearby. Wait a moment, she said, leaving a remark. Then used a ladle to scoop some water and poured it onto the ground, moistening the earth and transforming it into mud. With a few deft movements, she shaped it into a model of a squat toilet. She presented it to Lang Chi and said, this is how it looks. Can you make one? Lang Chi took a glance at it, nodded, and assured her, certainly, I can manage that. You can count on me. So, how many fruits will you trade this time? His conversation was incessantly centered around fruits. 8 fruits in exchange for 4 stone tools, she replied. The bathtub was a sizable item, while the squat toilet was more intricate and challenging to construct. Su Tang requested 2 of each, ensuring a separation for male and female use, which would facilitate cleaning later. This arrangement was mutually beneficial, and Lang Chi was quite satisfied. They agreed that he would deliver the items the following evening, and with a contented demeanor, he departed with the apples. For Lang Chi, the mere act of polishing a few large stones to acquire fruits, particularly those with extraordinary properties, felt like an incredible windfall. Su Tang harbored her own intentions. The creation of stone tools was inevitable, and although the females were aware of the fruit's unique properties, they merely speculated, should a swap occur, it would solidify their suspicions. As for Wolf Chi, her motives were not influenced by Wolf and I. From her understanding of Wolf Chi, he would never be so magnanimous as to distribute the fruits. The fruits had only been consumed by his family, and when the time came, he could easily concoct an excuse to deflect blame, claiming it was merely a misunderstanding, leaving no one to contest him. The others had no objections to Su Tang's decision. After bidding farewell to Wolf Chi, Su Jian Yuan's fire was kindled. Lin Xia had originally intended to prepare roasted meat, but, upon acquiring a pot, immediately altered her plans. She instructed the laborer, Su Jian Yuan, to construct another stone stove, setting up the pot. This stove resembled those used in rural areas for banquets. Built from stones arranged in a circle, leaving an opening to add firewood, allowing control over the heat. The pot was placed atop, ready for use. With no bricks available and the stones uneven, Su Jian Yuan painstakingly assembled a crooked structure that was barely stable, much to Lin Xia's dismay. I toil so hard only to be scolded. Is there no justice? Su Jian Yuan lamented, feeling utterly aggrieved, burdened with the most perilous and labor-intensive tasks, yet still facing criticism. Naturally, the family had no time to appease him. One was washing pots, another cutting meat, and yet another steaming eggs. After a long day of labor, they eagerly anticipated the evening meal. With 2 large pots at her disposal, Su Tang planned to dedicate one solely to cooking and the other for boiling water or preparing corn and steaming eggs, tasks devoid of grease, without any detergent. The pot used for boiling meat would be greasy and difficult to clean, making it impossible for her to wash and prepare herself afterward. Although she was not overly fastidious, she sought to maintain cleanliness whenever possible. In this primordial era, contracting a gynecological ailment would spell disaster, leading to immense suffering. As for the cooking, Lin Xia certainly did not permit Su Tang to interfere. A pot containing 6 ears of corn was perfectly cooked, while the remaining ear was chopped into pieces for stewing lamb chops, filling the pot to the brim. 4 lamb legs were removed, and along with 2 deer legs, they were roasted just like the rabbit from the previous day, one for each person, ensuring fairness. Shafu watched, drooling, believing this to be his last meal of meat. He had never consumed such a quantity in one sitting. The more he pondered, the more grateful he felt. Thankful that his sister had pushed their mother and the others off the cliff, leading to their current fortunate circumstances, a debt of gratitude owed to his sister. It's time to eat, Lin Xia called, prompting the five to gather around the stone pot. The lamb soup and roasted legs took longer to prepare, so they began feasting on corn while waiting for the meat to cook. As the water in the pot continued to boil, Lin Xia extinguished the fire and, using a wooden stick, poked each ear of corn to portion it among them. The freshly boiled corn exuded a fragrant aroma, imbued with its distinctive sweetness. Su Tang was already so hungry that her stomach pressed against her back. Ignoring the heat, she grasped one end of the stick with one hand while using her nails to steady the other end, eagerly taking a bite. The corn grown on the farm was plump and juicy, a taste beyond compare. Su Tang took a bite and found herself unable to stop. Su Jianyuan praised endlessly, "Sister, this corn is truly delectable. It is the finest corn I have ever tasted." Su Shiwei remained silent, yet his actions spoke volumes. Little Fu's eyes were fixated on the mutton soup, and he couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation of the meat. However, he found it somewhat perplexing to see the others relishing their meal with such enthusiasm. Earlier, he had tasted a raw corn, which, while pleasant, did not elicit any extraordinary praise. What made his siblings enjoy their food so intensely? Was there something unique about the cooked corn? With a hint of skepticism, Little Fu took a bite, and an exquisite sweetness, entirely distinct from the raw corn, enveloped his palate, immediately captivating his appetite. This was simply divine. As he voraciously devoured a few more bites, his cheeks puffed out, and he couldn't restrain himself from exclaiming, "Sister, this corn is incredibly sweet and delicious." He realized that cooked fruits could indeed be delightful. He had learned something new. Su Tang gazed at the little wolf cub, whose eyes were nearly twinkling with excitement, and she seemed to comprehend something profound. It turned out that this young creature had a penchant for sweet delicacies. Chapter 37, Little Fu's Obsession with Fruit-Picking Sister. "Where did you find this fruit? May I accompany you to gather some tomorrow?" Little Fu inquired eagerly, his mouth full. His interest in hunting with second brother had waned. He yearned to pick fruits instead, since he was unable to catch any prey at the moment. He figured that joining his sister in fruit gathering would be more productive and beneficial for the household. "It's just found in the forest. I can't specify where." Su Tang replied vaguely. There was no way she could take him along when she entered the farm. It was impossible for her to conjure fruits out of thin air in front of Little Fu. Su Tang was contemplating how to decline Xiao Fu's request. "You, a male, should focus on hunting rather than foraging?" Su Jianyuan interrupted him with a slap to the back of Xiao Fu's head, his tone brusque. "But I wish to gather fruits." "Second brother, you already know the way, and you don't need me to guide you anymore," Xiao Fu protested, rubbing his head with a look of grievance. "Do you dare to retort?" Su Jianyuan glared at him, raising his hand threateningly. However, upon seeing Xiao Fu shrink back, he hastily altered his stance. "No, forget it. I will accompany second brother on the hunt." Though second brother had indeed mastered the art of hunting, he had become considerably fiercer than before. He was prone to violence, and in recent days, Xiao Fu's head had been left bruised and swollen from the frequent beatings administered by his elder brother. Su Jianyuan withdrew his hand with satisfaction, reflecting that the little brat was in dire need of education. He had been raised in such a manner by his mother, and now he exuded an air of maturity and charm that was undeniable. Lin Xia frowned at the scene, irritated by the boyish arrogance. However, before she could voice her discontent, Su Guodong grasped her hand and shook his head in disapproval. If she intervened, what would happen to Xiao Fu, who wished to accompany his sister to gather fruit? Lin Xia considered this and suppressed her urge to reprimand Su Jianyuan, signaling him with her eyes to temper his behavior. She thought to herself, "Forgive me, Xiao Fu. I shall surely avenge you next time, but today you must endure this slight. What if I hunt for fruit in the forest?" "That should be acceptable," Xiao Fu exclaimed, quickly devising another plan. The group exchanged silent glances, lost in contemplation. Little did Xiao Fu know, in the future, the fruit he sought in the forest would be an unattainable dream. Su Tang did not dampen Xiao Fu's enthusiasm, after all. It was sufficient to simply not follow her. Once they finished the corn, the lamb soup, and the roasted lamb and deer legs were also ready. The lamb soup, devoid of salt and seasoning, and the roasted lamb legs were hardly considered delicacies. However, in this ancient continent, they were indeed a rare and precious sustenance. The few who gathered around did not express any disdain for the food, consuming every morsel of both meat and broth without a trace left behind. Only when one is well fed can they gather the strength to pursue a better life. It was, however, the first occasion for Xiao Fu to savor mutton soup. As he relished the scalding meat, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Had it not been for the inability to chew the bones, he would have eagerly consumed them as well. As the family gathered around the fire to finish their supper, the night had enveloped them in darkness. For several nights, the moon had been obscured, leaving them without its gentle glow, forcing them to rely solely on the flickering light of the fire to tidy up the remnants. Xiao Fu was of little assistance, prompting Lin Xia to urge him to retire for the night. The pots and pans would have to wait until the morrow to be washed by the river, as there was not enough water at home. The cleanup was swift, leaving only 2 legs and half a portion of meat amidst the remnants. Upon encountering Lin Xia, Su Tang contemplated placing the meat in a wooden basin and could not help but voice her concern. "Mother, if we leave the meat here, Won't it be susceptible to being stolen by wild beasts during the night? While the meat may not spoil in this weather overnight, there are still numerous rodents, weasels, and insects to contend with. If it gets eaten while we are asleep, it would indeed be a regrettable loss. Linxia, suddenly realizing her oversight, slapped her forehead in realization. She had momentarily forgotten that they were in the ancient continent. It was one thing for the meat to be pilfered, but if it were to attract a larger predator, it could jeopardize their entire household. Then where shall we store this meat? Linxia inquired, glancing towards the others. Su Tang indeed wished to store the items safely within the confines of the farm. However, upon attempting to do so, she discovered that it was impossible to bring anything that did not originate from the farm itself. Faced with this dilemma, she was at a loss. Let us construct a rack, upon which we shall place a wooden board to hold the meat. This should prevent it from being pilfered, suggested Su Shiwei. The others, unable to conceive of a more effective solution, agreed to follow Su Shiwei's proposal. The two brothers set to work, and before long, they had crafted a triangular frame exceeding 2 meters in height. Atop this structure lay a wooden board, upon which they placed the venison, encircling it with a barrier of thorns to deter smaller beasts. Should larger predators be lured in, there would be little recourse. They could only hope the trap set by Su Jianyuan would prove effective. Mother, let us also place the wild chickens and their eggs up there, Su Tang reminded, not forgetting her precious eggs and the hens soon to lay. Upon seeing the wild chicken egg in Su Tang's hand, Su Jianyuan exclaimed, I almost forgot about the wild chicken eggs. Sister, why didn't you bring one out to enjoy during your meal? One for each of us would be just perfect. The flavor of a boiled egg is delightful even without the addition of seasonings. Do not get your hopes up, this is not meant for you. Su Tang cast him a glance. The wild eggs are meant for the young ones. You should indulge in the meat instead. Su Jianyuan suddenly remembered that his younger sister had now become the mother of 5 little cubs. With a teasing click of his tongue, he remarked, Sister, it seems you truly regard yourself as their mother now. You are quite kind to these little ones. I hadn't realized you possessed such a tender heart. I merely wish to prevent them from starving. The food available to them is already scarce, and a few wild eggs cannot possibly satisfy your hunger. Su Tang interjected without a moment's hesitation. Su Jianyuan chuckled, wearing an expression that seemed to say, do you believe me or not? His sister had this tendency. Whenever her heart and mind were at odds, she would concoct a multitude of excuses. It was evident that she was someone who typically eschewed explanations in her daily endeavors. All right, you are absolutely right. Su Jianyuan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Do you think the father of these little ones might come looking for them? What if he tries to snatch them away from you? It had been quite some time since he had laid eyes on the father of these youngsters. Upon hearing this, Su Tang's expression faltered. It was said that her yet-to-be-met partner was a wandering beastman. Most wandering beastmen were notorious for their misdeeds, having been cast out from their tribes, with no community willing to accept them, forced to survive in the wilderness. Su Tang had nearly forgotten the existence of such an orc. From Xiaofu, she had only learned that the cub's father was a wandering beastman. As for why only she and the cub had returned, while the wandering beastman had vanished without a trace, no one knew. Well then, if their father were to appear, I would have him take the cub away. She replied casually, for she had never had a fondness for furry little creatures. Are you truly willing to part with it? Su Jianyuan inquired deliberately. What is there to be attached to? I share no emotional bond with them, she retorted. After Su Tang finished speaking, she had no desire to endure Su Jianyuan's incessant chatter and turned to return to her slumber. Chapter 38. Finally acquiring a toilet upon returning to the thatched hut, Su Tang beheld 5 little cubs nestled together, deep in slumber. This sight inevitably reminded her of Su Jianyuan's earlier words. The fact that this wayward beastman allowed a Tang to bring the cubs back suggested either a calamity had befallen him or he simply did not care for her and the little ones. It was evident that this wandering beastman would not make another appearance. Su Tang did not take this matter to heart. It was an event that would never transpire. So why should she be troubled by it? When Lin Xia returned to the grass hut, the mother and daughter duo went together to the small grove to relieve themselves. And afterward, Su Tang slept soundly. The following day, Su Tang rose early, taking advantage of Lin Xia's preparation of breakfast to set aside half of yesterday's wild chicken eggs, which she transformed into steamed eggs. The rack she constructed yesterday proved quite effective, as neither the meat nor the wild chickens fell prey to any marauding beasts. For breakfast, she stewed 2 deer legs with corn and separately boiled a few ears of corn, intending to save them for Su Jianyuan and Xiaofu, who would not have time to return for lunch and would dine outside instead. The beastmen did not eat daily, as they could not always capture prey, typically. If they succeeded in hunting, they would indulge in a hearty meal that very day, but if they failed, they would endure hunger. The Su family has grown accustomed to 3 meals a day. Although they now inhabit the bodies of beasts, the instinct to eat something substantial at mealtime lingers, leaving an undeniable sense of incompleteness if they do not. Thus, they choose to adhere to their former habits. Upon waking, Xiaofu was astonished to find Lin Xiao preparing meat once again, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Had they not just feasted on meat the previous night? Why was his mother insistent on serving meat again? Previously, they had consumed fruits, and he presumed the forest was abundant with them, so he paid little attention. Yet, this was meat. How could a beastman have meat every day? What was he dawdling for? He needed to wash his hands and eat. for they had hunting to attend to afterward. Su Ji and Yuan emerged from the grass hut and spotted Xiao Fu lost in thought outside. He playfully tapped the back of his head. The previous day's encounter with the deer that Su Tang had rescued had left him feeling somewhat defeated. Today, he was determined to find a larger prey to assert his significance within the family. Oh, Xiao Fu finally snapped back to reality, responding affirmatively before heading off to wash his hands. He could not fathom why his elder brother and the others referred to fruits and meat as meals, calling out for food every time they ate. But never mind that. If there was food, they would eat it, and that was all that mattered. Each harbored their own thoughts. After feeding the cubs, Su Tang emerged to join the meal, only to find Xiao Fu and Su Ji and Yuan eating with remarkable fervor, which piqued her curiosity. What has gotten into these two? Why do they seem so invigorated this early in the morning? After finishing breakfast, Su Ji and Yuan prepared to go hunting. However, before he could leave, Lin Xia halted him. Wait a moment. Tang needs to raise some wild chickens. You must first construct a chicken coop before heading out. Su Ji and Yuan wore a distressed expression. Mother, my elder brother is quite capable. You should let him handle it. I have pressing matters to attend to. How shall we sustain ourselves without hunting? Lin Xia remained indifferent. Your elder brother has even more pressing concerns and lacks the time. Su Ji and Yuan lamented his predicament, yet he had no choice but to comply with his mother's demands and construct the chicken coop before embarking on his journey. Since there was only a solitary wild chicken, the coop need not be overly spacious. A modest enclosure of approximately 10 square meters, fashioned from wooden fencing, sufficed. Xiu Fu, assisting by handing him the timber, wore a puzzled expression. Why bother raising it? Wouldn't it be better to simply eat it? Such a creature will surely fly away. In the eyes of the beast men, prey was solely meant for consumption. The notion of nurturing it was utterly foreign. If its wings were clipped, it would not be able to escape, and keeping it could yield eggs for the young ones. Today, Su Tang exhibited remarkable patience, addressing each of Xiao Fu's inquiries. But sister, with only one, how can it lay eggs? Xiu Fu remained perplexed. Beast men, like all creatures, require mating to produce offspring, and wild animals were no exception. Su Tang momentarily faltered, realizing that hens could lay eggs independently, though those eggs would not hatch into chicks. So, it can lay eggs without mating? Xiu Fu asked. As if a new world had been unveiled before him, his astonishment palpable. Su Tang nodded in agreement. Indeed. But why? Can elder sister give birth to offspring without mating? Little Fu seemed like an inquisitive child, persistently probing for answers. Su Tang suddenly regretted her decision to engage with the little wolf cub. Was it appropriate for such a young creature to inquire about mating? There was no explanation. You will understand when you grow up, she answered with a scowl, placing the wild chicken into the prepared coop before swiftly departing. Why must one wait until adulthood to comprehend such matters? Couldn't one know now? Little Fu was eager to follow up with more questions. He had never realized how much his elder sister knew. However, before he could venture far, Su Ji and Yuan grasped him by the collar and dragged him off to hunt. My dear, I believe this young one is quite easy to nurture after just a few days. He has grown so close to you, Su Guodong remarked, having appeared behind Su Tang, watching the figures of Little Fu and Su Ji and Yuan depart with a look of satisfaction. Su Tang's lips twitched slightly. The situation had become rather absurd. She would rather avoid the topic altogether than engage in a discussion about mating with a mere cub. After bidding farewell to the two individuals, it was finally time for Su Tang and Lin Xia to embark on the task they had eagerly anticipated, constructing a toilet. Given that the wooden cabin was situated approximately 100 meters from the grass shed, and the toilet could not be relocated in the future, it was decided for convenience's sake to build it adjacent to the cabin. The 100-meter distance would not pose a significant inconvenience. In their eagerness to expedite the construction, both Su Tang and Lin Xia volunteered to assist, leaving no one at home to tend to the cubs. After much contemplation, Su Tang resolved to bring the cubs along. She lined a wooden basin with a layer of leaves and a layer of animal hide, placing the 5 cubs within and transporting them directly to the clearing. Fortunately, the cubs were remarkably well behaved, settling down to sleep wherever they were placed. One by one, they rolled onto their backs, basking in the warm sunlight and dozing off in a state of blissful slumber. Su Tang felt a deep sense of relief. These little cubs, aside from a bit of mischief during mealtime, were quite well behaved, causing no trouble apart from their sleeping hours. Once the cubs were settled, the group commenced the construction of a restroom. Su Shiwei and Su Guodong served as the main forces, tasked with excavating the latrine pit and constructing the toilet, while Su Tang and her mother Lin Xia assisted by passing wooden planks. The design of the toilet was quite rudimentary, reminiscent of the most common styles found in rural areas, occupying just a few square meters, divided into male and female sections. Viewed from above, the overall shape resembled a concave letter U, with entrances shielded on either side, effectively serving as the doors, which did not require additional construction. At the rear, it connected to the latrine pit, typically covered with materials when not in use. For the construction, Su Shiwei employed a mortise and tenon technique, ensuring sturdiness and resilience against collapse. Once the walls were erected, a roof was added, covered with thick grass leaves to prevent leaks, while the surrounding walls were sealed with earth to fill in any crevices. By the time the project was completed, the day was already well advanced. The group, drenched in sweat, felt a profound sense of accomplishment as they gazed at their newly built toilet. Unbeknownst to them, This would be their first new dwelling on the ancient continent, indeed, a toilet. It was evident that regardless of the era, acquiring a new home was no simple endeavor. Chapter 39. Could his memories be erroneous? Is it really finished? Will we no longer need to resolve our needs in the thicket? Lin Xia gazed at the swiftly constructed toilet, struggling to believe her eyes. However, it was not yet operational. They would have to wait for Lang Qi to complete the squat toilet before it could be used. Su Tang reminded her mother not to celebrate too soon, questioning whether Lang Qi would indeed be able to craft the squat toilet. Lin Xia, undeterred, felt that since the toilet had already been built, she could afford to wait for the squat toilet. Although it was temporarily unusable, both mother and daughter were filled with excitement. Dear daughter, we now have 2 toilets. Which one shall we designate as the male and which is the female? Su Guodong inquired, eager to please Lin Xia. Naturally, such decisions were not within the purview of the men in the household. Tang, you decide, Lin Xia said with a warm smile, turning to Su Tang. Let us designate the right side as the female toilet and the left side as the male toilet, Su Tang suggested. Reasoning it would be easier to remember and avoid any potential embarrassment of mistakenly entering the wrong facility. All right, we shall follow Tang's decision, Lin Xia confirmed, her face alight with joy. This moment was even more exhilarating than when they had first purchased a new home. There was something uniquely gratifying about having constructed it with their own hands. Once the decision was made, Su Shiwei fetched a stone knife to inscribe the characters for male and female outside each respective toilet. Even in the ancient continent, a sense of ritual was deemed necessary. Son, do you think inscribing these characters might lead to complications? What if other beastmen see it and inquire about it? Su Guodong questioned as he observed the engraving. The beastmen cannot read. Who would pay attention to this? We can simply say it is a symbol for differentiation, Lin Xia reassured, showing little concern. Su Guodong pondered, indeed. If there were anyone who recognized the characters, they must have also traversed through time, perhaps even finding fellow compatriots. The family had toiled for the better part of the day and were utterly exhausted, returning to the thatched shed to quench their thirst and rest. Su Tang was preoccupied with the matter of the third fruit from the farm. After relocating the cubs back to their nest, she ventured to the farm to harvest corn and took the opportunity to check if there were any new seeds available for purchase in the marketplace. Unfortunately, aside from corn seeds, no new offerings had yet emerged in the marketplace. Su Tang had no choice but to leave the farm. It seemed that the seeds of this third type of fruit could only be found in reality, much like the apples. However, despite the vastness of the forest, locating an edible crop proved to be quite a challenge. Su Tang couldn't help but scoff internally at the notion that the heroines in novels effortlessly stumbled upon food and herbs as soon as they stepped outside. Such portrayals were nothing but fabrications. Without any wilderness survival skills, existing in this ancient continent was akin to climbing to the heavens. The reality was that edible resources were as rare as a phoenix feather, while protein sources like insects, spiders, and rats were plentiful. They were hardly palatable and could not satiate one's hunger. Su Tang believed that, in addition to promptly addressing the issue of quality of life, the variety of food must also be enhanced. Relying solely on her second brother for sustenance was not sustainable, nor could they survive on a monotonous diet. She was contemplating discussing with her parents the matter of seeking crop seeds in the forest when she noticed Su Jianyuan and Xiao Fu had returned earlier than expected. Brother, why have you returned so early today? Su Tang inquired, her expression one of puzzlement. Glancing up at the sky, she noted that it was still afternoon. Around 1 or 2 o'clock, previously, the two would only return when the sun was nearly set. Su Jianyuan held 2 gray wild rabbits in his hands, while behind him, Xiao Fu clutched a wounded wild chicken with a broken leg. My son, your hunting skills have reached an extraordinary level. You've managed to catch prey so early. Su Guodong remarked with delight as he approached, eyeing the plump rabbits in his son's grasp. Su Jianyuan, however, wore a rather glum expression on his face as he explained. This is the prey caught in the trap I set yesterday. Noticing his gloomy demeanor, Su Tang curiously inquired, isn't it a good thing that the trap has caught prey? Why do you seem so downcast, dear brother? In the past, her second brother would have been over the moon. What had caused this sudden change in his disposition? The prey caught in the trap is too small. Not every trap guarantees a catch. I cannot solely depend on traps. I must devise other methods for hunting. Su Jianyuan glanced at Su Tang, primarily provoked by the spotted deer she had picked up. He had long lost interest in such trivial prey. Moreover, there was a possibility that the traps might fail to yield any game one day, leaving them without sustenance. It was not merely his competitive spirit at play. 2 rabbits and a wild chicken were insufficient for their family of 6 to enjoy a proper meal. If there were days devoid of meat, they would have to rely on fruits for sustenance. As a man, how could he allow his family to go without meat? Brother, why the haste? Missing a meal without meat won't lead to starvation. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure, Su Tang consoled him. Being inherently laid back and now having the security of a farm, she did not perceive the inability to catch game as a pressing issue. There were still other food sources available, were there not? Xiao Fu nodded in agreement. Sister is right. These catches are sufficient for our needs. In times past, Xiao Fu could scarcely have imagined the life they currently led. Alas, ever since the second elder brother became industrious, he too found himself in a state of distress. Su Jianyuan, however, held a differing opinion. He shook his head resolutely and declared, no, I must capture the prey. Relying solely on traps is insufficient. I require a suitable weapon. Hunting like a leopard is no longer viable, but with a weapon in hand, the task becomes manageable. Su Tang wished to continue guiding Su Jianyuan, but Lin Xia beside her shook her head and said, "Forget it, let him be. He has always been this way since childhood, exceedingly strong-willed. It's best to leave him alone." Since her mother had spoken, Su Tang decided to let it go. Su Jianyuan handed 2 wild rabbits to Xiaofu and then set off in search of materials to craft weapons. Xiaofu scratched his ear. A look of confusion etched on his face. Was second brother always so ambitious? He could hardly recall such a thing. What he remembered was that second brother had always been the laziest, most fond of trickery and deceit. Could it be that his memories were flawed? Though Lin Xia claimed to be indifferent, she still took Xiaofu along while processing the game, lest he hinder her performance by merely observing. After a brief rest, Su Shiwei and Su Guodong resumed their task of chopping wood in preparation for building the cabin. The young ones had slept for most of the day and were now restlessly crawling about. Su Tang prepared a portion of apple puree to feed the little ones. And after they finished, she ensured they were forced to take a nap. At this age, once the young ones were satiated, they would inevitably succumb to sleep. Su Tang has adeptly mastered the habits of the young cubs, and coupled with her prior experience as a caregiver, she finds nurturing these little ones to be a seamless endeavor. Once her tasks are completed, she finds herself at a loss for what to do next. With the responsibility of guarding the home and tending to the cubs, as well as monitoring the hourglass to ensure timely harvest from the farm, what appears to be a rather unexhausting routine becomes a source of restlessness, as she cannot simply recline and succumb to slumber, but must instead endure the weight. Feeling quite bored, Su Tang decided to check on the progress of Su Jianyuan's weapon crafting. To her surprise, she found him sitting on a stone stump beneath a tree, scratching his head in frustration. Upon seeing Su Tang, Su Jianyuan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly waved her over, exclaiming, "Sister, you have arrived just in time. I am in urgent need of assistance." Chapter 40. The chrysanthemum's fate is brief. What is it? Su Tang asked, eyeing him warily, fully aware that whenever this fellow spoke, it rarely boded well. Su Jianyuan chuckled softly, rubbing his hands together as he said, "I am in the process of crafting a weapon. I wish to create a bow and arrows, yet I am still in need of a particular material for both. My dear sister, your mind is quick. Could you assist me in pondering whether there exists a substance that possesses excellent resilience and is not easily breakable?" Su Tang gazed at him with suspicion, observing his mischievous grin, sensing that his intentions were not as straightforward as they appeared. Yet, despite Su Jianyuan's demeanor, often resembling that of a rogue, he was undoubtedly dependable when it came to undertaking tasks, never treating the hunt as a trivial matter. After a moment of contemplation, she considered the options. Vines were not easily severed, but lacking in resilience, perhaps deer tendons would suffice? Just yesterday, the doe had been skinned, and the tendons were still available. With the household in dire straits, Lin Xia had refrained from discarding anything that could be of use from their quarry. Who knew when it might come in handy? After all, keeping them posed no inconvenience. She had set aside various bones, hides, and even the teeth of wild beasts, amassing a small heap beside the grass shed. Deer tendons? This would do splendidly. Bring them forth, and I shall give it a try. Su Jianyuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, for he was solely responsible for the hunt and was unaware of what useful items might be found at home. Very well, I shall seek them out. Su Tang rummaged through a pile of clutter and retrieved the deer tendons, handing them over to Su Jianyuan. Su Jianyuan took the deer tendons but did not leave. Instead, he continued to grin at Su Tang with a mischievous smile. "Hey, sister, I still need one more thing." "What is it?" Su Tang furrowed her brow, her intuition suggesting that Su Jianyuan's target was likely the item behind her. "I intend to make a bow and arrow. I have the materials for the bow, but I still require some feathers for the arrows. Could you lend me a few feathers from that wild chicken you caught today?" Su Tang countered. Su Jianyuan curled his lips and replied without a moment's hesitation, "That wild chicken is far too small. Its feathers have yet to fully grow. It is of no use." Su Tang hesitated, but Su Jianyuan immediately raised his hand in assurance. "Sister, I will merely borrow a few feathers, and I promise not to harm your wild chicken. It will lay eggs for your young ones to eat." "All right, but just a few, and the wild chicken must not be harmed." Seeing his earnest expression, Su Tang reluctantly nodded. Plucking a few feathers should not adversely affect the wild chicken. Besides, the weather is mild, and there is no fear of the wild chicken freezing. In due time, the feathers will regrow. By the way, where do you all hunt? I heard from Wolf Nini that clay might be found on the northern mountains. If you are heading there, I would like to accompany you. Su Tang recalled the task of searching for clay, although there was no immediate need for a pot. The creation of pottery could not be delayed. While wooden utensils were serviceable, they were unrefined, and the unsanitary conditions here limited their usability over time. How fortuitous. I, too, wish to change my hunting grounds, so I shall venture to the mountain you mentioned. Without a second thought, Su Jianyuan readily agreed. Without waiting for Su Tang to utter another word, he eagerly dashed off to pluck feathers. Observing his jubilant figure, Su Tang felt a flicker of doubt. Why did she have the distinct impression of being duped? As evening fell, Su Tang was preparing to visit the Grey Wolf tribe to exchange milk with Wolf Nini when, unexpectedly, she encountered Wolf Chi and Wolf Nini at her doorstep. Wolf Chi was shouldering a bathtub considerably larger than himself, following closely behind Wolf Nini. Wolf Nini. What brings you here as well? Upon seeing the two individuals, Su Tang promptly approached them. A smile graced Wolf Nini's face as she explained. I noticed that Wolf Chi was on his way, so I brought the milk along to save you the trip. Su Tang received the milk and led the two individuals to the shade of a tree beside the grass shed. Long Chi, unable to contain his eagerness, promptly set down the bathing tub, displaying a greater impatience than Su Tang, who was there to inspect. Tang, I have prepared what you requested. Take a look and let me know if there are any issues. Good, Su Tang nodded, directing her gaze towards the bathing tub and the squat toilet that Long Chi had brought. All 4 items were crafted according to her specifications. Although the workmanship lacked a certain finesse, there were no other concerns. It is acceptable. There are no problems, Su Tang expressed her satisfaction. She returned to fetch 10 apples, placing them into the woven basket she had made earlier, and handed it to Long Chi. Do you have any more? Long Chi cheerfully accepted the apples, about to say something further when he was abruptly interrupted by Lang Nini behind him. Tang, we shall take our leave now. Thank you for entrusting these matters to Long Chi. From now on, I will deliver the milk to you. So there is no need for you to visit the Grey Wolf tribe again. Once Lang Nini finished speaking, she did not allow Long Chi the chance to respond, pulling him away as they turned to head back, as if fearing that he might say too much. Before Su Tang had the chance to speak, the two had already departed. Hey, Nini, why are you pulling me away so quickly? I haven't finished my words yet. As they moved further away, Lang Chi released Lang Nini's hand and frowned. Lang Nini halted, her expression serious as she gazed at Lang Chi. Did you not promise me last time that after finishing the stone pot, you would not seek out a Tang? Why are you engaging in these activities without informing me? Had it not been for my sighting of the items you left outside today, I might have remained oblivious. Lang Chi paused, noting Lang Nini's evident irritation, and quickly donned a smile to appease her. I was merely concerned about your feelings. It was not my intention to upset you. After I delivered the items yesterday, a Tang was quite pleased and implored me for assistance in polishing stones, so I reluctantly acquiesced. Is that truly the case? Lang Nini inquired hesitantly. Absolutely. I swear to the beast god that all I do is for you and the cubs. This will be the last time, in the future, whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. Lang Chi raised a finger, his expression earnest in his promise. Only then did Lang Nini refrain from further comment, resolving that in the future, she would personally deliver the milk, ensuring that a Tang would not encounter Lang Chi. Outside the thatched hut, Su Tang acquired the squat toilet and, seizing the opportunity before nightfall, promptly sought out Su Shiwei for its installation. Su Shiwei naturally had no objections and immediately installed the 2 squat toilets in the restroom. As there was no cement, and given that wooden flooring could easily become slippery and prone to pests during rainy days, Su Shiwei took the initiative to procure some flat stones to lay a layer on the ground. This not only enhanced the aesthetic appeal and cleanliness but also facilitated future cleaning and maintenance. Su Guodong also brought 2 buckets of water and placed them in the toilet. He fashioned a toilet brush using a wooden stick and tied some weeds around it, though it was not as pleasant as modern restrooms. Regular cleaning ensured it did not emit an overpowering odor. Finally, the toilet was completed. Su Tang clapped her hands, gazing with satisfaction at the fruits of their labor. No longer would they have to venture into the small woods for their needs. The thought filled her with a sense of exhilaration. As dusk settled, the 3 returned to their grass shed, and Su Tang could hardly contain her excitement to share the good news with Lin Xia. Upon hearing that the toilet was finished, Lin Xia was naturally delighted and, in high spirits, prepared a pot of corn, wild chicken, and rabbit meat soup. She no longer felt the need to roast meat. Previously, they had refrained from cooking due to the lack of a pot, fearing that consuming too much soup would necessitate a nighttime trip to the makeshift toilet. Now, with the toilet available, such worries were a thing of the past. Su Tang also steamed the leftover wild eggs from the morning and fed them to her young ones, savoring a delightful dinner afterward. During the night, the mother and daughter still ventured to the toilet together, yet their moods were starkly different. However, this cheerful disposition did not last long. Perhaps it was a case of too much joy leading to sorrow. Su Tang discovered to her dismay that she was suffering from an unfortunate bout of diarrhea. Gasping, she squatted in the pit latrine, one hand clutching the leaves Lin Xia had handed her, unable to contain her distress. Mom, why did you find leaves that are thorny? In her excitement, she momentarily forgot the newly adopted term of endearment. Oh, it's too dark. I couldn't see clearly. Are you all right, Tang Tang? Lin Xia asked with a face full of concern, standing anxiously outside the toilet. Su Tang was in agony, lacking the strength to converse with Lin Xia. As she leaned against the wall while emerging from the restroom, a singular thought crossed her mind. She must ensure the availability of toilet paper in the future. She feared that if this continued, her delicate condition would soon meet its demise. The following day, Su Tang appeared somewhat listless, while Su Jianyuan was remarkably exuberant. His bow and arrows were ready. 1 bow and a dozen wooden arrows, designed for reuse. After testing them around the grass shed, Su Jianyuan felt quite pleased. Su Tang sensed that something was amiss, yet she was not in the right frame of mind today and could not immediately discern the reason. Remembering her arrangement with Su Jianyuan to venture up the mountain in search of clay, she entrusted Lin Xia with the care of the young ones and prepared to set out with Su Jianyuan and Xiaofu. However, before they could depart, Wolf and I rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency as she breathlessly informed Su Tang. Tang, something terrible has happened. A wandering beastman has arrived in the tribe, claiming to be your mate. Chapter 41. Is he the father of the young ones? The offspring of Su Tang was born to a wandering beastman, a fact well known throughout the entire Grey Wolf tribe. The wandering beastmen are scorned and despised by their kin, and no beastman wishes to associate with them. Upon hearing this news, Wang Nini hurried to find Su Tang. The moment the words escaped Wang Nini's lips, the entire family of beastmen fell into a state of astonishment, turning their gazes towards Su Tang. Goodness! Sister, I knew it. The father of the cub has come knocking, just as I predicted, Su Jianyuan exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Su Tang, disinterested, turned to Wolf Nini and inquired, did that wandering beastman truly claim to be my partner? Yes, he indeed affirmed it himself. He is currently waiting at the Grey Wolf tribe, insisting he will not leave until he sees you, replied Wolf Nini, nodding vigorously, her face etched with concern. Su Tang, what will you do? If you wish to avoid meeting him, we should find a place to hide quickly. I fear that if Wolfman encounters him, he will inform him of your presence here. It was well understood that the wandering beastman could not enter the tribe, as the orcs of the Grey Wolf tribe were too preoccupied to concern themselves with him. However, if Wolfman were to learn of it, he would undoubtedly devise schemes against Su Tang, relishing the opportunity to see her in misfortune. Beside them, Su Guodong nodded in agreement. Nini is right, dear. Perhaps we should take refuge. You and the cubs can retreat into the forest with the second child. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He preferred to keep the peace and wished to shield his daughter from any complications at this time. Lin Xia, however, disagreed with Su Guodong's sentiment, scoffing. Hide? Why should we cower? If he has the audacity, let him come forth. I would like to see who dares to bully my Tang Tang. We are all here together. What can he possibly do? Tang Tang, what are your thoughts? Su Shiwei inquired, turning to the silent Su Tang. He recognized that his sister possessed a strong will of her own. Su Tang and her mother share a similar temperament, albeit with a softer edge. She lifted her gaze to survey the group, her voice gentle yet resolute. Since he has come seeking me, I shall meet him. After speaking, Su Tang turned to Wolf Nini with a smile. Thank you for coming to inform me of this news. Do you know where the wandering beastman is? Could you guide me there? She had initially thought the wandering beastman would not appear, yet Su Jianyuan's ominous words proved prophetic. The truth of the matter remained uncertain. If it were indeed the case, the presence of the cub's father posed a potential threat that ought to be resolved promptly. She had never been one to shy away from confrontation. Wolf Nini nodded eagerly. Of course I can, but are you sure it's wise to meet him like this? She regarded Su Tang with concern. The wandering beastman was known for his ferocity, showing no mercy even towards females, who typically kept their distance. If Su Tang were to engage with the wandering beastman, the tribe might well reject her. Observing the reactions of Lin Xia and the others, Wolf Nini felt a flicker of doubt. It seemed as if Su Tang's family was unaware of the situation regarding the wandering beastman. Had Su Tang returned from the forest without mentioning him? Before Wolf Nini could ponder this further, she heard Su Tang reassure her. It's all right, do not worry. I have my own plans. This statement was directed at both Wolf Nini and the others. Seeing that Su Tang had made up her mind, Lin Xia wholeheartedly supported her, pulling Su Jianyuan and Su Shiwei to her side. Eldest brother, second brother, you two must accompany Tang Tang and ensure she faces no harm, understood? Rest assured, mother. Who could possibly make my sister suffer? Su Jianyuan replied nonchalantly, yet he positioned himself protectively behind Su Tang, ready for action. Do not worry. With both me and Yuan here, nothing will happen to Tang Tang, Su Shiwei assured Lin Xia with a serious nod. I wish to join. Su Guodong began to step forward, but Lin Xia swiftly pulled him back. What are you doing? There is no need for you to join this commotion. If you get hurt, I'll be the one taking care of you. Stay home and wait. Su Guodong dared not voice any objections and could only cast a glance towards Su Tang, silently urging her to take care of herself. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Nini's earlier doubts dissipated. Su Tang's mother remained as resolute as ever, commanding respect and obedience, even from Su Tang's father, which mirrored exactly what Wang Man had described. Xiaofu opened his mouth to speak but fell silent, sensing that his voice held no place in this household. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that his elder brother, now so formidable, would undoubtedly protect his sister from any harm posed by the wandering beastmen. He decided to refrain from adding to the commotion. Su Tang gave the elderly couple a reassuring glance. Mother, please keep an eye on the little ones. Make sure they don't soil their nest while I'm away. She reminded Lin Xia before departing. The young ones had started to relieve themselves on their own, yet they still struggled to control their bowels within the confines of their nest. Being so small, they lacked the ability to use the toilet independently, necessitating constant supervision. TSK. Who was it that suggested taking the cubs to their father? If they're to be taken away, why should you concern yourself with where they relieve themselves? Su Jianyuan remarked, a teasing smirk on his face. Su Tang cast him a sidelong glance, her demeanor composed as she remarked. I merely wish to avoid the stench of excrement and urine permeating the hut while I sleep at night. If you are fond of it, then let the cubs slumber with you. I have no objections. Upon hearing this, Su Jianyuan immediately waved his hand and stepped back, declaring, I shall not play the role of a nanny. You are more than capable of managing on your own. After all, they are not my offspring. Linxia, accustomed to the sibling banter, cast a knowing smile at Su Tang, gently patting her hand, and reassured her, "Do not worry. With your mother present, you can rest easy. I shall care for your little ones." Lin Xiao had keenly observed the changes in her daughter over the past few days. Under the protective wings of her and Su Guodong, along with her two elder brothers, Su Tang navigated her life as if fulfilling a predetermined mission. Excelling at everything yet seemingly disinterested in it all, even the profession of a childcare specialist had been chosen without genuine consideration. Now that her daughter had finally found something truly meaningful to her, how could this mother not feel elated? Nevertheless, she pondered where her daughter had acquired such a stubborn demeanor. Outside the valley of the Grey Wolf tribe, upon the arrival of Su Tang and her companions, they were greeted by a cluster of orcs encircling the valley, a sight that appeared quite jarring in this secluded wilderness. Aside from the day they traversed into this realm, Su Tang had never encountered such a multitude of orcs. At the center stood a particularly tall orc, revealing a portion of his head, seemingly the focal point of the gathering. Wolf Nini, feeling a surge of anxiety, halted abruptly and grasped Su Tang's arm, whispering, "We've arrived, Tang. I've heard that this wandering orc is quite formidable. He claims he will not leave until he sees you. You must exercise caution." She was concerned that Su Tang had secretly fled from the wandering orc. If that orc were indeed seeking to bring Su Tang back, it would spell disaster. All right. Su Tang nodded, offering Wolf Nini a reassuring glance. Su Jianyuan also noticed the orc in the center, stretching his neck and squinting his eyes. One hand placed on his forehead, uncertainly inquiring, "Sister, is he the father of those cubs?" Chapter 42. At last, I have found you. Su Tang cast a glance at Su Jianyuan, remarking that she was not a Tang, and thus had no way of discerning who the cub's father might be. As they drew nearer, the murmurs of the Grey Wolf beastmen enveloped them like water absorbed by a sponge. How audacious this stray beastman was. Daring to seek a female among our Grey Wolf tribe. A Tang is no longer a female of our tribe. As long as the stray beastman does not enter the tribe, we cannot drive him away. Who would have thought that a Tang, in her desire to avoid becoming a mate to Wolf Kuei, would actually engage with a stray beastman? This boldness is quite astonishing. What discerning eye does this female possess? A throng of Grey Wolf beastmen gathered to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, the stray beastman remained unfazed, arms crossed. Casually leaning against a tree with a tuft of grass resembling a dog's tail dangling from his mouth, his eyes closed in sheer enjoyment. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was on vacation, completely devoid of any sense of embarrassment from being observed. Hush! A Tang is coming. A low voice from among the beastmen quieted their chatter somewhat. Upon spotting Su Tang and her companions, they parted ways, their expressions betraying a morbid curiosity. Stray beastmen are notoriously brutish and unreasonable. Once entangled with one, it is not easily shaken off. A Tang, it seems, may not enjoy peaceful days ahead. Upon hearing Su Tang's name, the stray beastman immediately opened his eyes, spat out the grass with a fooey, and eagerly approached. A Tang, at last, I have found you. Su Tang halted 3 meters away, her gaze scrutinizing the unfamiliar figure of the wandering beastman before her. Initially, she had assumed this vagabond would be a burly, weathered man of considerable age. Instead, she encountered a young lad, tall and slender in stature. However, his appearance was decidedly unkempt. With hair so matted it seemed as though he had emerged from a muddy bog. His pelt was intact but had evidently never been cleaned or tanned, still bearing the remnants of dried blood, and the peculiar odor wafting from him was more pungent than any refuse she had previously encountered. His emerald-hued eyes were perpetually half-closed, exuding an air of languor, and a distinct azure mark adorned his forehead. I searched for ages to find this place. It has truly exhausted me. You promised to be my companion, yet you vanished without a word. The wandering beastman chattered on, only to suddenly notice the unfamiliarity in Su Tang's gaze. His voice faltered as he regarded her with confusion. A Tang, why are you silent? Do you not recognize me? It's Daqing. Daqing furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Surely, you are not having second thoughts? You vowed to be my companion, and you cannot renege on that promise. Before Su Tang could respond, Daqing continued, No, it's futile to reconsider. I will not accept it. You are destined to be my partner. And from this moment forth, I shall follow you. Nowhere else will I go. Before Su Tang could utter a word, the vagrant beastman before her began to chatter incessantly, akin to the rapid fire of a machine gun, delivering a torrent of speech. He immediately called out her name, confirming that he was indeed the companion sought by a Tang. From his words, it became evident that a Tang had stealthily returned when he was unaware. Yet, was her initial flight driven by a desire to avoid mating with Wolf Kuei? If she had found a companion outside, why then had she chosen to return? Observing Daqing's agitation, Su Tang had no time for further contemplation. Taking a deep breath, she raised her gaze, her expression grave and earnest, and addressed Daqing. Daqing, my prior promise to become your partner was a moment of impulsiveness. I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this matter, and I sincerely apologize. Upon concluding her words, Su Tang sincerely bowed her head in a gesture of apology, and then promptly continued speaking. Aside from the responsibilities of companionship and the care of the young, you may voice any other demands, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. I sincerely hope for your understanding. The chasm that Tang had dug, she was determined to fill, albeit not with her own efforts. The fervent Daqing, Upon hearing Su Tang's statement, was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of uncertainty passing through her emerald-hued eyes. Young ones? What is this female implying? The three siblings of Su Tang discerned that Tang was behaving unusually. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of perplexity. This vagabond beast man seemed oblivious to the existence of the cubs. Could it be that he was unaware that Tang had birthed a litter? Stop your nonsense. I don't care. You have already promised me. I seek no compensation, only to accompany you. You shall be my partner, and this time, there is no escaping. Tang waved his hand dismissively, resolutely refusing to relent. Wolf and I, incensed by his brazen demeanor, could not contain her indignation on behalf of Su Tang. You, vagabond beastman, possess an audacity unmatched, daring to so openly come to the tribe to seize a female. Under normal circumstances, vagabond beastmen would avoid the tribe altogether, never approaching so brazenly. Were it not for the fact that Su Tang is not yet a female of the Grey Wolf tribe, they would have surely expelled Tang long ago. Do not attempt to intimidate me, female. I have not come to steal any female. I merely seek my partner and have not intruded upon your tribe, Tang retorted with a hint of pride, shaking his head at Wolf and I. At worst, I shall remain here, waiting for my partner. Do you intend to confront me? The sense of territoriality among beastmen is remarkably strong. Yet as long as one does not encroach upon the territory of the tribe or harm its members, even the presence of vagabond beastmen would not provoke a swift response. Wolf and I found herself momentarily at a loss for words. If this vagabond beastman were to persist in his vigil, they truly had no means to deal with him. However, how could Tang continue to reside here under such circumstances? Frustrated and anxious, Wolf and I pulled Su Tang aside and whispered, Tang, do not be afraid. It appears he is still unaware that you are not part of the Grey Wolf tribe. I will approach the chief shortly and request that he intervene to expel the vagabond beastman. He would not dare to act against you. Although Su Tang did not believe that the wolf leader would assist her, she noticed that Wolf Nini wore an expression of deep concern, seemingly more anxious than she herself was. With a gentle smile, she nodded. All right, I am not afraid. Wolf Nini hurried off to find the leader. Ching. I am Su Tang's elder brother. If you have any demands, feel free to express them. We can discuss it elsewhere. Su Shiwei stepped forward and addressed Ching. Ching cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining unmoved. What is there to discuss with you? I do not seek a partner in you. I only want Su Tang. If you refuse to comply, I shall not depart. You insolent brat, refusing to drink the wine offered and instead opting for punishment. Do you seek a beating? Su Jinyuan's temper flared instantly as he clenched his fists and swung them towards the face of the man with the blue complexion. This scoundrel dared to lay claims on his sister, not on his watch. Today, he was determined to teach this rascal a lesson, ensuring that he would remember it well. If gentle persuasion failed, then he would resort to a more forceful approach. Neither Su Tang nor Su Shiwei anticipated that Su Jinyuan would act so swiftly. They were not concerned about Su Jinyuan suffering any losses. Rather, they feared he might damage the precious Qing artifact. Just as they were about to intervene, they were taken aback by an astonishing scene. Chapter 43. His strength is incomprehensible. Su Jianyuan not only failed to strike Qing, but was instead seized by Qing, who effortlessly hurled him 2 zhang away. He even received a kick from Qing, which sent him staggering. Su Tang wore a look of astonishment. It was indeed her first time witnessing her second brother suffer a setback during a confrontation. How peculiar. Su Jianyuan was equally bewildered, struggling to maintain his composure. His expression one of disbelief. How had this young man managed to seize him so swiftly? It was inconceivable. Infuriated, Su Jianyuan was eager to strike again, but Su Shiwei, quick-witted and agile, intercepted him, shaking his head in warning. Yuan, refrain from acting rashly. This vagabond beastman possesses unfathomable strength, far beyond what he appears to be. Since Su Shiwei arrived here, he has been observing Qing. He noticed that although Qing appeared disheveled, he bore no wounds. And even his attire consisted of an intact bare skin. Su Shiwei expressed her thoughts, yet Su Jianyuan appeared indifferent. So what? It was merely a bear pelt. The Grey Wolf tribe possessed such things as well. Perhaps in the future, I too could hunt a bear. However, he was a wandering beast man. Su Shiwei furrowed her brow and cautioned. Upon hearing the words, Su Jianyuan momentarily paused, then began to comprehend the situation. A wandering beast man is devoid of companions. Unlike the beastmen of the Grey Wolf tribe who can band together to hunt formidable beasts, a wandering beastman must rely solely on their own strength. In such circumstances, the absence of even a single scar on this wandering beastman's body suggests an extraordinary prowess. This individual is at least several degrees stronger than the majority of the beastmen from the Grey Wolf tribe. Su Jianyuan finally realized why everyone harbored such trepidation towards the wandering beastmen. Qing brushed the dust off his hands, gazing innocently at Su Jianyuan. It is not I who intends to take action, he proclaimed. I have made it clear that as long as Tang becomes my partner, I shall not trouble you. Observing his demeanor, Su Jianyuan felt an undeniable surge of anger. This fellow was utterly audacious. The onlooking Grey Wolf beastmen, however, perceived nothing amiss. To them, Su Jianyuan was merely a worthless individual, and it was entirely expected that he would be unable to contend with the wandering beastmen. If Su Jianyuan were capable of defeating a wandering beastman, that would indeed be preposterous. Meanwhile, Wolf Nini was preparing to return to the tribe for assistance from the chief. However, as soon as she entered the tribe, she spotted the Grey Wolf chief emerging. A wave of joy washed over Wolf Nini. This was splendid news. As the chief was here to lend aid, ensuring a Tang's safety, she hurriedly rushed back to Su Tang, exclaiming, "A Tang! The chief has arrived." As Su Tang gazed toward the entrance of the valley, she beheld the Grey Wolf chief emerging, flanked by a cadre of robust males. The wolf tribe was renowned for its unity, and upon witnessing the spectacle, the onlooking Grey Wolf orcs promptly aligned themselves behind their leader. In an instant, the presence of the Grey Wolf orcs became quite formidable. "Su Tang, the chief's appearance surely bodes well for you. The wandering orcs are in for a rough time." Wolf Nini whispered excitedly in Su Tang's ear. "Perhaps not," Su Tang murmured softly, her gaze fixed on the Grey Wolf chief. Upon seeing the chief, Daching's previously languid expression shifted to one of vigilance, retreating with a wary demeanor. "Are you the leader of this tribe? I have not taken any females from your clan. She willingly agreed to be my mate. Do you intend to confront me?" He was acutely aware of his own strength. He could manage a few ordinary orcs, but he was no match for the chief, contemplating a hasty retreat until the Grey Wolf chief departed. Daching's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the chief's hearty laughter. "Ha, male, you have misunderstood. This Su Tang is not one of our tribe's females. If you are her mate, I shall not interfere in your affairs." Wolf Nini's expression faltered, a look of disbelief crossing her face as she regarded the chief. How could the leader utter such words? "Chief, Su Tang is a female. She cannot be taken by a wandering orc. Moreover, did you not refuse her entry into the Grey Wolf tribe? How can you allow this?" Everyone among the orcs understood the grim fate that awaited females taken by wandering orcs. "Wolf Chi, bring Wolf Nini back immediately. What if she is inadvertently harmed by the wandering orcs?" The chief's countenance darkened, and without waiting for Wolf Nini to finish, he commanded Wolf Chi, who hastily advanced, tugging at Wolf Nini's arm to lead her away. "Nini, come back quickly. The chief's decisions are made with reason. Do not meddle." Upon hearing the Grey Wolf chief's words, Daching's guarded expression finally relaxed. He looked at Su Tang with dawning realization. "So you are not a female of this tribe. No wonder you came from outside. You belong to no clan. This is fortuitous. Why not return with me to the forest?" he said, reaching out to take Su Tang away. Su Jinyuan's face was etched with fury. "You insolent brat, silence yourself." Without hesitation, he swung his fist once more, only to have it effortlessly evaded by Daching. A flicker of unusual color flashed in Su Tang's eyes. Her second brother was indeed a paragon in the military, his strength as formidable as his temperament. Moreover, the physique of the orc now surpassed his original form. Astonishingly, he had failed to even make contact with Daching on 2 consecutive occasions. Daching's reflexes, strength, and speed were on par with those of her second brother, indicating that this ancient continent was truly a realm of hidden talents. As the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, Su Jianyuan found himself at a distinct disadvantage, suffering several blows from Daching. The latter's demeanor was one of effortless amusement, as if he were merely toying with Su Jianyuan for sport. The sight left Su Jianyuan's face a shade of green with fury. He had never endured such humiliation, even during his rookie days. "Brother," Su Tang called out to Su Jianyuan, pulling him back alongside Su Shiwei. "Do not worry, sister. Even if I must fight him to the bitter end, I will not allow him to take you away." Su Jianyuan was unwilling to let the matter rest, furiously wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth and preparing to charge forward. "Enough, Yuan. He is merely toying with you. You are no match for him at present," Su Shiwei admonished, furrowing her brow as she sought to rouse Su Jianyuan from his reckless determination. Su Jianyuan gritted his teeth, fully aware that Su Shiwei spoke the truth. Why was the Grey Wolf leader not lending a hand? What was the purpose of his presence? Merely to stir up trouble? Frustrated, Su Jianyuan redirected his anger towards the Grey Wolf leader. Su Tang supported Su Jianyuan, her lips pressed together in silence. The alpha of the Grey Wolves gazed over with a smile. "Ah Tang, should you choose to become a mate of the tribe's males, you will be recognized as one of our females. I shall not permit any wandering beast men to lay a hand on the females of our tribe." Su Shiwei and Su Jianyuan's expressions darkened. These two individuals had been waiting for them all along. Upon hearing this, Lang Nini abruptly halted, forcefully shaking off Lang Chi's hand. She looked up and challenged the Grey Wolf leader. "Leader, isn't it true that once a Tang joins the tribe, she becomes one of its females? Why must she pair with the tribe's males? Is the leader not here to assist a Tang, but to coerce her into mating with the tribe's beasts? Nini, what are you doing? Come back with me." Lang Chi admonished, his brow furrowed as he whispered to Lang Nini. He was already displeased with her frequent defense of Su Tang lately, and now, before the leader, she was openly defying his words. Did she wish to become like Su Tang, a female without a tribe? Chapter 44. A mind not quite right, I will not return. Lang Nini stepped back a few paces, gazing at Lang Chi with a look of unfamiliarity. Is it true that if a female does not mate with a male, she loses her right to remain in the tribe? Must one mate with the tribe's beasts to belong? Does this mean that a female who does not seek a mate will also be expelled from the tribe? Lang Nini turned to the Grey Wolf leader and questioned. Females must seek mates upon reaching maturity, whether or not they bear offspring. After 1 year, they are required to find a second partner. No female in the tribe has ever violated this rule, nor have I ever questioned it. But today, I find myself wavering. Lang Nini pondered. Was my existence in the Grey Wolf tribe solely for the purpose of mating? Nini, what nonsense are you spouting? Come back. Lang Chi exclaimed in frustration. Was this female out of her mind? Did she not see that the leader was on the verge of anger? Surely, she had been led astray by a Tang. The responsibility of a female is to mate and bear young. If she does not mate with the tribe's beast and fails to bear offspring for the tribe, how can she be considered a female of the tribe? Why should the tribe go to such lengths to protect her? The leader posed these questions to Lang Nini without a hint of remorse. Lang Nini was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. A female can reciprocate the tribe's care in other ways. Mating and bearing young are not the only forms of contribution, Su Tang interjected, stepping beside Lang Nini. That is utterly absurd. What else can a female do besides mate with a male and bear young? Lang Chi scolded Su Tang without a second thought. Did she think females were the same as males? The notion of alternative contributions was simply ludicrous. The Grey Wolf leader merely scoffed dismissively at Su Tang's words. A Tang, it is not too late for you to decide to join the Grey Wolf tribe. If you choose not to, I cannot guarantee what the roaming beast will do to you. Upon hearing this, De Qing raised a hand in discontent, pointing at the Grey Wolf leader. Hey, did you not say you would not interfere? Why are you trying to take a female from me? To compete for a mate before his very eyes was an affront to his dignity. A Tang, what is so great about the tribe? Be my mate. And I can offer you everything the tribe cannot provide. De Qing quickly turned to persuade Su Tang, fearing that she might be swayed by the Grey Wolf leader's words. You promised me, and you swore an oath to the beast god. If you go back on your word, you shall be punished by the beast god. The surrounding Grey Wolf beasts erupted in laughter. A wandering beast, believing that the beast god would protect him, was indeed laughable. In that moment, all eyes turned to Su Tang. Lang Nini anxiously clenched her fingers, her palms slick with sweat, sensing that neither of these choices was what Su Tang desired. Tang, Su Shiwei subtly shook his head at Su Tang, his gaze resolute. No matter what, my brother will always support you. Su Jianyuan squinted with one eye, which had turned a shade of blue from the blow, his head shaking like a rattle. Su Tang bestowed a reassuring smile upon several individuals, calming their spirits, and I understood her intentions. She turned around with an air of composure. I apologize, Grey Wolf leader, but I currently have no desire to seek a partner. Then are you to accompany me back to the forest? De Qing exclaimed joyfully, his excitement causing several clumps of dirt to shake loose from his head. I shall not be going to the forest. Ah, do you wish to go back on your word? You deceiver, how could you trick me? De Qing's eyes brimmed with tears, embodying a victim's sense of grievance. This display amused Su Tang. She couldn't help but find this wandering beast man, despite his strength, somewhat lacking in intellect given his stubbornness. I do not wish to retract my statement. Fearing that De Qing might resort to some impulsive action, Su Tang swiftly interjected. Since you refuse compensation, you may accompany me back. I reside nearby. Upon hearing this, Su Jianyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, why on earth did you bring him back? What will father and mother say? Is he really going to become an additional brother-in-law so soon? If we return, won't mother tear him apart? I was supposed to protect you, yet I failed, and now that oaf has barged into our home. Don't worry, I'll handle things over there, Su Tang reassured, patting Su Jianyuan's arm. Unfortunately, her hand landed on a bruise, causing him to wince in pain, rendering him speechless. What good would it do to persuade further? He was outmatched in strength, and the only one capable of assisting was unwilling to help, not to mention the unfair agreement that would involve selling his sister. One pitfall after another awaited him. It was indeed a trying situation. Su Shiwei cast a deep glance at Su Tang, noticing her confidence, and thus refrained from further persuasion. Su Jianyuan had already anticipated everything that Su Tang could conceive. If Su Tang had a better solution, it would undoubtedly be most preferable. Return with you? De Qing appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Su Tang's proposition. You would allow me to accompany you to your residence and stay together? Indeed. You may either return with me or accept compensation to return to your forest. The choice is yours. Su Tang nodded earnestly. Although this was a promise made by a Tang, she remained uncertain whether the young cub would desire the presence of its father as it matured. Previously, she had been indifferent to the cub's fate, believing that as long as it survived, that was sufficient. However, after prolonged interactions, she found herself subconsciously considering the cub's feelings. Cough, cough. Although these little cubs were currently only preoccupied with their basic needs, eating, drinking, and sleeping, Da Qing exclaimed, I'll go back with you. Is there even a choice? His face flushed with excitement as he nodded vigorously. He had never imagined that in his lifetime, there would be a beastman willing to share a home with him. Did this mean he would no longer have to live alone in the forest? The other beastmen, upon hearing this, gazed at Su Tang with incredulity, as if they were witnessing folly. Did this female truly comprehend the implications of her words? She intended to reside with a wandering beastman? This was akin to dragging an entire family of beastmen into a quagmire. Even the two foolish brothers seemed oblivious to the need to dissuade her. As if all the imbeciles were gathered in one nest. The Grey Wolf chief's expression darkened ominously. This Tang was utterly ungrateful, opting to consort with a wandering beastman rather than join the Grey Wolf clan. Humph, even if she comes to beg me later, I shall never permit her to join the clan, he seethed, waving his hand in anger before turning back to the tribe. The other beastmen, witnessing this, dispersed as well. Daching, filled with joy, bounced around in place, transforming into a human-shaped jumping candy. Wolf Nini observed his antics with a peculiar expression, feeling that this wandering beastman's intellect might not be entirely sound. While males in the tribe were typically exhilarated upon finding a partner, none exhibited such behavior as he did. A Tang, she tugged at Su Tang's hand, her face etched with concern. Are you truly going to bring him back? He is a wandering beast man. If you take him in, no tribe will accept you in the future. Chapter 45. The innocence of my sweet Tang, and what of it? Do I not currently lack a tribe to return to? Su Tang retorted nonchalantly. Wolf Nini was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was indeed the case. Moreover, I do not intend to seek another partner. Given that I am already living outside, Daching possesses considerable strength. Having another ally is certainly safer. Su Tang's words left Wolf Nini with no room for dissent. She glanced at the exuberant Daching. Daching was already Su Tang's partner, an unalterable fact. If Daching could treat Su Tang well, perhaps it wasn't so dreadful after all. With this thought, Wolf Nini felt a sense of relief. That's good. You should return quickly. There's no need to worry about me. My brother is here, Su Tang gently reassured her. Wolf Nini nodded. Not far away, Wolf Chi awaited her. Upon seeing Wolf Nini finally willing to return, he expressed his discontent by whispering in her ear. Wandering beastmen are fickle. How could you associate with them? What if the leader becomes enraged and banishes us from the tribe? Wolf Nini had initially wished to avoid conversing with Wolf Chi, but his words caused her to frown. But Su Tang is in danger. He is not a female of our tribe. His peril is of no concern to you, Wolf Chi replied nonchalantly. Wolf Nini's frown deepened as she turned to him. Su Tang even exchanged fruits with us. Su Tang had been the only beastman throughout her life who did not disdain her frailty. Wolf Nini believed that Su Tang was different from the others. A female as exceptional as Su Tang should not be harmed. But we exchanged items as well. Wolf Chi was about to retort when he suddenly noticed the gravity of Wolf Nini's expression. He paused, then quickly plastered on a smile, explaining, Nini, I am merely worried about you. I mean no offense. We still have cubs. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of me and the cubs? The leader's actions were for the well-being of the tribe. What if, in offending the wandering beastmen for the sake of an outsider female, he invited their wrath? Wolf Nini fixed her gaze on Wolf Chi's smiling face. She seldom felt anger towards him. Each time she did, hearing him say it was for her sake would quell her ire. But this time, her feelings were different. The leader's refusal to assist Su Tang was clearly due to Su Tang's lack of mating with the beastmen of their tribe. Moreover, was Wolf Chi's recent display of anger truly for her and the cubs? Wolf Nini found herself increasingly uncertain about Wolf Chi's intentions. Wolf Chi wished to continue speaking, but he noticed that Wolf Nini had already turned away and resumed her forward path. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking that this female was still as easy to placate as before, just a few casual words would suffice to keep her from being upset. If it were another female, he couldn't imagine how much trouble she might cause. Wolf Chi quickened his pace to catch up, entirely unaware of Wolf Nini's inner turmoil. On the other side, the three siblings, Su Tang and the two others, accompanied Daching as they made their way back. I no longer need to return to the forest, Daching exclaimed joyfully. Along the journey, Daching was filled with enthusiasm, sometimes racing ahead and at other times pausing to wait for them, glancing around eagerly. A stark contrast to his previously languid demeanor. Su Jianyuan could no longer contain himself and whispered to Su Tang, sister. Have you truly made up your mind to bring this fellow home? To have him as my brother-in-law? I absolutely refuse. There is no way I shall consent. At that moment, Su Shiwei also turned his gaze in their direction. Su Tang cast a sly glance at him, asserting that she merely invited him to return with her. With no further assurances. Brother, do you see him? Does he appear to have gained some insight? She suddenly posed a question. The two brothers turned their gaze towards Daching. Su Shiwei's face revealed a look of confusion. Tang, what do you mean by awakening? He found himself struggling to comprehend her words. It's evident that you are a perennial singleton. You don't even know what awakening refers to. It pertains to the realization of romantic love. Su Jianyuan finally had the opportunity to educate Su Shiwei, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Su Shiwei nodded in realization. Second brother was indeed correct, from the very beginning. His concern was never for me, but rather whether I would waver in my decisions. Su Tang explained languidly. Is there really any distinction? This time, it was Su Jianyuan who found himself scratching his head in confusion. How could he not grasp the meaning? Tang's implication was that Daching merely sought companionship, rather than genuinely harboring affection for her. Su Shiwei understood and proceeded to elucidate this to Su Jianyuan. Su Tang gave Su Shiwei a thumbs up. Her elder brother's quick wit impressed her. She raised an eyebrow and glanced at Daching's retreating figure. Do you see Daching? Doesn't he resemble a small child who, after being deceived by an adult's broken promise, finally gets his wish fulfilled? Indeed, it truly does, Su Jianyuan replied, nodding in astonishment. So what you're implying is that Daching's thoughts are not at all focused on the female. Is he not just a big, foolish oaf? Su Tang smiled silently, and this was merely one of the reasons she had brought Daching back. She was not a lifelong singleton. She had experienced love at least once and understood the nature of romantic relationships. The gaze Daching directed at her was devoid of any romantic sentiment. She pondered how a Tang had managed to give birth to this brood. Seizing the opportunity, She intended to inquire with the Qing about what had transpired since Tang's escape. Wait, Su Tang suddenly paused, turning her attention to Su Jianyuan, her eyes narrowing. Brother, have you secretly started a relationship? Have you finally gained some wisdom? Coughing, Su Jianyuan nearly stumbled over his own feet, feeling a twinge of guilt as he cleared his throat. What nonsense are you talking about? There's nothing of the sort. I simply returned home for the holidays and spent some time online, that's all. Su Tang evidently does not believe it, does she? Go on, go on. Father and mother are still waiting at home. You must hurry back, quickly now. Without allowing Su Tang to speak further, Su Jianyuan hurriedly moved to the front, walking side by side with the Qing. At last, he had escaped the clutches of Su Tang. Su Tang and Su Shiwei exchanged a knowing smile and swiftly followed suit. Lin Xia and Su Guodong were utterly preoccupied, their faces etched with worry as they stood guard outside the thatched shed. Xiaofu, too, was burdened with concerns. His days of tranquility had yet to unfold, and now an errant beastman had unexpectedly appeared. Just as anxiety gripped him, he suddenly spotted several figures returning in the distance. With a surge of joy, he leaped up. Mother, they have returned. It's Tang Tang. Why has she been gone for so long? Thankfully, she is unharmed. Lin Xia also caught sight of Su Tang, and her heart, which had been heavy with dread, finally eased. Wait, dear. Do you see that there is another person behind our daughter? Su Guodong, with keen eyes, noticed the imposing figure of the Qing and was taken aback. Prompted by Su Guodong's observation, Lin Xia scrutinized the scene more closely. Indeed, there stood an unfamiliar male. Mother, we are back. Su Tang announced upon her return to the shed, immediately reassuring her parents. Lin Xia glanced at the Qing behind Su Tang, then at Su Jianyuan and Su Shiwei, who were silently lingering in the background, her eyes nearly igniting with fury. These two rascals. How could they let someone come to our doorstep while they were supposed to be safeguarding Tang Tang? Now, it seems our daughter's reputation is at stake. Chapter 46. Free labor. Su Shi and Su Jianyuan exchanged knowing glances, skillfully evading Lin Xia's fiery gaze. Lin Xia, exasperated, had no time to waste on angering the two. Before Su Tang could introduce herself, she swiftly pulled the newcomer aside. Tang Tang, who is he? Surely he isn't that wandering beast man, is he? Su Tang nodded in agreement. At the same moment, Su Guodong's complexion turned pale. My daughter, how could you be so foolish? Why did you bring him back? Did he threaten you? Father will drive him away. The mere thought of his beloved daughter, whom he had painstakingly raised, being bullied by a wandering beastman filled him with indignation. Father, mother, please do not rush to conclusions. Allow me to explain. Su Tang, with a look of helplessness, pulled Su Guodong back. How could her father be even more impulsive than her mother at this moment? Tang Tang, what on earth is happening? What just transpired between you? Lin Xia couldn't help but inquire. How could she remain calm? She had heard tales of the feral beastmen, notorious for their brutal appearances and delight in tormenting females. Truly a depravity among depravity. She resolved that, even at the cost of her own life, she could not allow Tang Tang to endure such suffering. Su Tang gestured for the two elders to remain calm and conveyed the decision that the Qing wished to come live with them. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia nearly erupted with indignation. What? He wants to come to our home? This is unacceptable, absolutely out of the question. Lin Xia shook her head vigorously, her expression darkening to an ashen hue, leaving no room for refusal. Su Guodong naturally followed his wife's lead, shaking his head in agreement. What your mother says is correct. We do not consent to him coming to our home. Observing his foolish demeanor, lacking any cleverness, he had yet to meet us. Yet he wishes to reside in our house, showing no regard for etiquette whatsoever. Su Guodong glanced back at Dai King, feeling an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. He regarded himself as the old-fashioned one in the family, holding on to somewhat antiquated beliefs while still retaining modern perspectives. How could one so abruptly take residence in the home of the woman? What kind of situation is this? Su Tang found herself in a rather perplexing situation, hastily restraining the anxious elder couple who were nearly beside themselves with worry. Father, this is the ancient continent, not the modern world. The orcs do not adhere to such conventions. Su Guodong, who was already flustered, paused in surprise. Oh, I almost forgot we have traversed dimensions. He pursed his lips, still unwilling to relent, asserting, that is unacceptable. He must show you respect. If he truly wishes to come, let him come and speak to me directly. Despite his relatively low status within the family, he still held some authority regarding the matter of taking in a son-in-law. Lin Xia shared the same sentiment as Su Guodong, affirming, yes, let him come to us. Surely the orcs must heed their parents' wishes. Su Tang cleared his throat twice, observing that the two remained undeterred. He unleashed his ultimate technique. Even Xiong was no match for him. Just look at the expression on Xiong's face. It was a result of his blows. Lin Xia and Su Guodong exchanged glances, noticing Su Jianyuan's asymmetrical panda eyes, and a shiver ran down their spines. At that moment, silence enveloped them. Their martial prowess paled in comparison to others, leaving them utterly helpless. Barbaric, rude, backward. Su Guodong, exasperated, could not help but voice his criticism. Yet, I cannot simply stand by and watch him take advantage of you. Lin Xia snorted coldly. The concept of compromise was one she had yet to embrace. Su Tang continued to coax gently, Father, Mother, in truth, his presence in our home does not bring us any loss. Lin Xia inquired, puzzled. What do you mean? This wandering beastman has come seeking Su Tang. He has made it clear that if he does not accompany him back to the forest, he will remain at the Grey Wolf tribe indefinitely. Hence, I decided to bring him here. Our household is in need of extra hands for labor. And with the wooden cabin's construction still uncertain, an additional helper would be most advantageous. Su Tang exchanged knowing glances with the two elders. Su Guodong and Lin Xia exchanged a glance. Free labor? That sounds quite appealing. Yet, he is a feral beastman. What if he suddenly succumbs to his primal instincts and turns against us? Lin Xia remained apprehensive. Her primary concern was for her daughter's well-being. After all, in the affairs between men and women, it is often the women who are left vulnerable. Suddenly, Su Tang clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Indeed. What if I force him to leave and provoke his wrath? He might retaliate against us, and that would spell our doom. It is far wiser to keep him in the house, to appease him for the time being, and take things one step at a time." Upon hearing this, the elders felt a semblance of reason in her words, yet there lingered a sensation of being outwitted by their daughter. Given the circumstances, Lin Xia found herself devoid of alternative solutions. She gently nudged Su Guodong aside and said, "Darling, please step over there for a moment. I have a few private words to share with Tang Tang." Su Guodong found no reason to linger and nodded before stepping away, allowing space for the mother and daughter. However, he couldn't help but wonder what secrets they might share that even he was not meant to overhear. The dynamics of his family's standing were deteriorating day by day. He needed to prepare for agricultural endeavors. Only by cultivating his own crops could he hope to secure their position. "Mother, what is it you wish to discuss?" Su Tang inquired, intrigued by the seriousness of Lin Xia, a rare sight indeed. Lin Xia wore a grave expression. Her brow furrowed with concern as she spoke earnestly. "Tang Tang, while I cannot oppose his staying, there is one thing you must promise me." "What is it?" Su Tang asked, her face a picture of confusion. "You two must not act recklessly. The matter of offspring is one that concerns a Tang. And while we cannot alter that, you must not be as careless as a Tang was," Lin Xia cautioned, though her words were interrupted as Su Tang grasped the implication. She quickly assured her, "Mother, I understand. Your daughter knows her limits." Yet Lin Xia remained unconvinced and added, "Even if you truly desire it, there are no measures in place here. You must exercise caution." In her view, while love may be pursued freely, the prospect of childbirth should never be treated lightly. Not even in the ancient lands. Su Tang felt her temples throb intensely. Her mother's imagination was indeed quite vivid. Just a moment ago, she had vehemently disagreed. And in the blink of an eye, she had leapt to this conclusion. After much persuasion and repeated assurances from Su Tang that she harbored no such intentions, Lin Xia reluctantly decided to let her off the hook. The two returned to the vicinity of the thatched hut. Qing sensed two menacing presences lurking nearby. He turned his head to glance around, puzzled, as there should not be any ferocious beasts in the vicinity. Could it be merely his imagination? Su Tang successfully persuaded the elders and did not forget to formally introduce Qing to the family. "Father, mother, this is Qing. He is the father of the cubs and will be living with us from now on." This was all she could articulate. Anything beyond that eluded her. Lin Xia and Su Guodong wore grim expressions, offering Qing no warmth or kindness. Su Jianyuan and Su Shiwei, the two brothers, naturally held disdain for the individual attempting to steal away their precious sister. Behind them, Xiaofu exhibited the most pronounced reaction. Upon hearing Su Tang's words, he nearly stumbled in disbelief. What had he just heard? His elder sister had actually brought home a wandering beastman, and they would be living together henceforth. If he resided with a beastman, would he not also become one? Xiaofu rolled his eyes, nearly fainting from the thought. This was catastrophic. Everything was ruined. And soon they would all be wandering the forest. Chapter 47. Impersonating a cub. Qing surveyed the group of beastmen, sensing their apparent discontent. Even the small, half-grown cub regarded him with eyes that seemed to harbor animosity. However, it mattered little, for he was brimming with joy. Qing excitedly circled the grass hut several times before returning to Su Tang's side, eagerly inquiring, "Is this to be my future dwelling? Is this the place where I will sleep? Will I truly rest here from now on?" A barrage of questions erupted from him, akin to a series of firecrackers that could not be quelled. Su Tang felt as if she were a child venturing out for the first time, finding everything remarkably novel. "We're all wandering orcs like him? This is our sleeping place, not yours. Find somewhere else to rest," Lin Xia replied tersely. How dare he wish to sleep alongside her daughter? She sensed his ulterior motives, believing him to harbor ill intentions. "Oh, that's fine. I shall create a nest just like yours." Qing was not at all offended and had even contemplated how he would arrange his sleeping quarters in the future. Lin Xia's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Su Guodong felt a surge of trepidation, silently wishing not to become the target of her ire. "What are you all standing around for? Get to work. Is there nothing to be done at home? You're all just standing there like wooden statues." As Su Guodong was pondering, he suddenly heard Lin Xia's fierce roar akin to that of a lion from the east. Time to get to work," he thought. Su Guodong retracted his neck, intending to call his son to join him. However, when he turned around, he discovered that Su Jianyuan and Su Guodong had already vanished from sight. Su Guodong's face was dark with frustration. Those two little rascals. They fled without even calling for him. When he got the chance, he would certainly teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, Xiaofu hurriedly positioned himself behind the grass shed, distancing himself from the battlefield to avoid any unintended harm. He pondered in confusion. After his father and the others had tumbled down the cliff, they had all improved. Yet why had his mother's temper intensified, becoming even fiercer than before? Regardless, it was wise to avoid provoking her in the future. Da Qing. We shall construct the nest later. First, I'll take you to see the cubs, Su Tang called out to the excited Da Qing. Da Qing paused, a flicker of curiosity crossing his emerald eyes. What cubs? Why does this female keep mentioning cubs, and why must he go to see them? He cast a suspicious glance at Su Tang and walked over to Xiao Fu, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder. Cubs? Haven't we already seen them? What more is there to look at? Xiao Fu flinched, instantly donning a mask of agony. How could the stray beastman possess such immense strength? It was even greater than that of his second elder brother. His shoulder felt as though it might be shattered. Su Tang's eyes flickered, vaguely sensing something fleeting through her mind, too swift for her to grasp. Lin Xia huffed disdainfully, questioning how one could overlook their own offspring. She found Da Qing increasingly irksome, lamenting her daughter's misfortune. Not only had she traversed realms with a brood of younglings, but she was also entangled with a disheveled male of questionable merit. Da Qing paused, bewildered, pondering when he had fathered any younglings. Su Tang had merely consented to be his mate, yet had fled before they could consummate their bond. Aside from Su Tang, he had encountered no other females in the forest, and had yet to truly embrace his identity as a male beastman. Before he could voice a thought, Lin Xia extracted the nest of younglings. 5 tiny, cream-colored bundles lay on their backs, blissfully asleep. If you wish to stay here, you must contribute. You will care for your own younglings henceforth, she declared, angrily tossing a beast hide soaked in the youngling's urine into Da Qing's arms. Da Qing, utterly perplexed, caught the pungent hide, bewildered by the situation. Stealing a glance at Su Tang, he noticed her scrutinizing him with equal curiosity, and realization dawned upon him. She must have suffered a fall. No wonder he had overheard the beastmen at the Grey Wolf tribe speaking of her plummet from a cliff. It had evidently muddled her mind, leading her to misremember the identity of her own offspring's father. Could it be that she believed he was the sire of these younglings? If Su Tang were to discover the truth, she might reconsider and banish him back to the forest. Alarm bells rang in Da Qing's mind. No. He had no desire to return to the forest, where not a single beastman dwelled. He must remain here. Noting his silence, Lin Xia remarked with irritation. What is the matter? Can't even recognize your own younglings? Da Qing snapped back to attention, nodding vigorously. Of course I recognize them. They are my younglings. He reached out, prodding the soft, round belly of one. They are quite squishy. For now, he would masquerade as their father. Su Tang did not overlook the fleeting unfamiliar gaze in Da Qing's eyes. He clearly did not recognize the cub. Why? Since he claimed that a Tang had agreed to be his partner, the so-called wandering beastman must indeed refer to Da Qing. Could it be that Da Qing was unaware of a Tang's pregnancy, and that the cub was born only after a Tang had fled from him? This would indeed clarify matters. But why would he feign recognition? Su Tang found this situation rather perplexing. However, if she were to confront Da Qing, she was uncertain about what had transpired at that moment. If it were discovered that she was not a Tang, it would be quite a disastrous revelation. Although Da Qing appeared to be somewhat dim-witted, her mind was quite sharp. Otherwise, she would not have been able to respond so swiftly. Su Tang pondered for a moment and resolved to temporarily suppress the doubts swirling in her mind. After all, the person had already been brought back, and it would be futile to attempt to drive him away at this juncture. It would be wiser to allow him to remain and gradually unravel the truth of the matter. Both individuals harbored their own secrets and concerns. Su Tang cast a glance at her mother's disdainful expression and, after some contemplation, resolved to withhold the matter from them for the time being. Should her mother become overly excited, the secret might inadvertently slip out. Da Qing had never before been in the company of so many beasts and, rather than being repulsed by the younglings, found the experience quite enchanting. She even desired to nestle among them. Lin Xia's expression darkened as she seized a stick from the ground, ready to strike. Stay right there. Don't you dare crawl into the cub's nest with your filthy self. You'll foul the air for them. Da Qing, having received a light smack on the back of her hand, halted her movement. Lin Xia's demeanor was fierce, though her strength was not particularly daunting, and Da Qing felt no pain. Instead, she earnestly lowered her head to sniff at her own body, exclaiming, "But I don't smell." What could possibly be unpleasant about her? Having lived in the forest since childhood, Da Qing perceived no odor on herself. However, to Lin Xia and the others, she was reeking beyond belief, not to mention the nearly pickled scent emanating from her animal skin garment, which had already attracted a considerable number of flies buzzing around her. At this moment, Su Tang finally regained her senses and realized that Da Qing was indeed quite unkempt. If they were to live together, such untidiness would be intolerable. Da Qing, why don't you wash up by the river? Mother, do we have any clean animal skins at home? Please give Da Qing one as well. Chapter 48. The young cub's first teeth. Lin Xia scoffed lightly and retrieved the most hideous wild boar skin from the thatched hut, handing it to Da Qing. However, upon seeing Da Qing in such a state, she surmised that he likely had no concept of cleanliness. Therefore, she instructed Su Shiwei to accompany Da Qing and ensure that he did not return until he was thoroughly clean. After all, they were to live together. Even if she harbored no fondness for him, it was essential for her own eyes to be spared the discomfort of such filth. Da Qing wore a puzzled expression, questioning why he needed to wash. He initially intended to protest, but suddenly recalled that other beastmen mentioned that once a male had a partner. He was expected to heed their wishes. Thus, he obediently nodded in agreement. Su Shiwei accompanied Daching to the riverbank. After some exertion, half a day had already elapsed. The midday sun hung high in the sky, and Su Jianyuan realized that it was too late to go hunting. Thus, he conferred with Su Tang, suggesting that they venture into the mountains together for hunting the following day, while the day would be devoted to inspecting the traps in the forest to check for any gains. Su Tang has no objections. After all, it is merely a one-day postponement. At this moment, leaving Daching at home while her mother and others stay together does not put her mind at ease. Su Jianyuan took the frowning little Fu to inspect the traps. At home, only Su Tang and the elderly couple remained, along with the 5 sleeping cubs. Mother, are you hungry? I could fetch some corn from the farm. How about we roast some corn to eat? Su Tang affectionately linked her arm with Lin Xia, aware that her mother was currently in a melancholic mood, and thus resorted to charming her. Lin Xia, fully cognizant of her daughter's intentions, had already acquiesced to her wishes and would not oppose further. As long as her daughter remained unharmed, she was willing to support her in any endeavor. Although Lin Xia harbored her own aspirations for her daughter's path, she recognized that attempting to control her would be akin to nurturing a mere pet, rather than exerting control. It was far more prudent to be a steadfast pillar of support for her daughter. Come now, fetch more. When that stray beast returns, it will be too late to gather provisions, and we would have to make multiple trips, Lin Xia chided gently, tapping Su Tang's forehead with her finger. All right, mother. I shall do so immediately. With her mother's mood now lightened, Su Tang responded with a beaming smile. Upon entering the farm, she collected apples and corn, filling 2 large baskets. Previously, she had always taken items from the farm when Xiao Fu was absent. Now, with an additional companion in tow, retrieving supplies had become even more cumbersome. Su Tang contemplated for a moment, realizing that her current dwelling was excessively rudimentary, lacking even a sheltered storage space. It became evident that constructing a wooden cabin was indeed imperative. She could only hope that her elder brother would hasten the construction of the cabin. Su Tang placed the wicker basket beside the grass shed. This was a habit of Xiao Fu. Food, in the eyes of the orcs, held a value akin to gold and must be kept in the safest and closest location. Su Tang took as much as she could, for there was not much to begin with, and she decided to follow the lead of Xiao Fu. After all, she had to adapt to local customs, otherwise her true intentions would be revealed. Just as she was about to put her belongings in order, she suddenly realized that the cubs in her nest were nowhere to be found. Su Tang was taken aback. Had not the cub just been here? She turned to search around but found no sign of the cub. Instead, she discovered a pile of green husk remnants beneath the basket. Su Tang was momentarily taken aback as she picked up the remnants with her hand, her index finger and thumb rubbing together, revealing flecks of yellow debris. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the corn, which had appeared perfectly fine just moments ago, was now riddled with several gnaw marks. Could it be that there were mice in the farm, stealing away the harvest? Su Tang crouched down, a look of bewilderment on her face as she picked up the corn that had been gnawed at several spots. Just as she was pondering the mystery, her gaze shifted, and she noticed a fluffy white tail suddenly emerging from the basket of corn before her. The tail, pointed and curved into a small hook, swayed up and down. From that very spot, the faint sound of nibbling echoed softly. Su Tang squinted her eyes and leaned in for a closer look. To her surprise, there was a significant gap between the corn stalks, through which a young creature was desperately attempting to wriggle. She removed the nearby obstructing corn stalks and rescued the little one. Su Tang discovered another one inside. After rescuing the second, a third and a fourth soon followed. Su Tang exclaimed, "Are you all mice? So adept at burrowing?" With a sigh of resignation, she retrieved the 5 tiny cubs and placed them back in their nest. Just as she began to relax, the cubs gazed up at her with innocent, bewildered expressions, their eyes resembling glistening marbles. Their once pristine white fur was now tinged with a pale yellow hue. After rolling in the dirt, they appeared as if they had just indulged in a rather unsavory meal. They exchanged a quiet gaze for several moments. Su Tang lifted her head, her fingers entwined in her hair, gazing at the sky with an expression of utter disillusionment. Just a moment ago, how had these little ones managed to get themselves into such a predicament? Su Tang resignedly prepared a basin of water to wash the soft fur on the face of the kitten. After exerting tremendous effort, she finally managed to remove the layer of soiled yellow. However, a faint yellow stain still lingered around its mouth. The freshly cleaned kitten remained damp, its fur drooping, resembling a disheveled little cat, an utterly pitiable sight. Prolonged moisture in its fur could lead to fungal infections. With no hairdryer available, Su Tang had no choice but to drag the kitten's nest outside the thatched shed, allowing it to bask in the sun to dry its fur. To prevent the little one from escaping and causing mischief, she stood watch nearby. As she observed the once restless kitten finally settle down, she noticed that it had begun to grow teeth, entering that stage of teething when it delights in gnawing on objects, even with merely its baby teeth emerging. It was already quite the handful. Su Tang was suddenly beset by a foreboding sense, sensing that these few cubs were not as innocent and gentle as they appeared. Yet, observing them huddled together, peacefully slumbering, Su Tang found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Perhaps she was overthinking it. After all, how much trouble could a handful of cats truly cause? It would suffice to keep a closer watch on them in the future. Su Tang shook her head, casting aside her recent thoughts. Before long, Su Shihui has returned, accompanied by a male figure. Lin Xia, upon seeing Su Shihui's return, cast a puzzled glance at the male behind him. Lao Air, did I not instruct you to bring that stray beastman for a wash? Why have you returned first, and who is he? Since when did Lao Air become acquainted with another beastman? This male appeared to be quite handsome, with refined features that were rather pleasing to the eye. Su Tang also glanced over, feeling a sense of familiarity with the male figure. Upon noticing the irregular azure mark on his forehead, she couldn't help but blink, confirming that her eyes were not deceiving her. Mother, he is the Qing, Su Shihui explained. What? He is the Qing? Lin Xia's eyes widened as she scrutinized the male from top to bottom, left to right, unable to connect him with the disheveled and foul-smelling Qing from earlier. Chapter 49. Qing's transformation. Before her stood Qing, his once foul-smelling beast hide replaced by a pristine brown deerskin. From head to toe, he appeared as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, shedding the darkness for a healthy wheat complexion. The deerskin vest and short skirt clung to his muscles, presenting a physique that was neither overly robust nor frail. His once chaotic hair had been washed clean, now damply draping over his forehead, accentuating his charming yet slightly flushed face. The scruffy, unkempt beastman had transformed into a handsome young man, leaving Lin Xia feeling too bashful to voice any disdain. You were supposed to take him for a bath. Why did it take so long? Lin Xia turned to Su Shihui, seeking to divert attention from her earlier failure to recognize the Qing. Su Shihui, usually composed, now displayed a rare crack in his demeanor, expressionless as he remarked. After scrubbing away a layer of skin, can it not be exhausting? This fellow bathed as if plunging into a river for a roll. It was a wonder he emerged clean at all. To fulfill his mother's assigned task, he found himself compelled to wade into the water to assist the Qing with his bath. Observing such a grown individual, yet one who lacked the understanding of a child, left Su Shihui utterly fatigued. It was only then that Lin Xia noticed her eldest son's animal hide was drenched, his palms flushed red, and beads of sweat graced his forehead, a sight that revealed a weariness not typically seen during his usual toil. Su Tang initially thought that the Qing was embarrassed after being cleaned up, but upon hearing her brother's words, she realized that the Qing's redness was not due to embarrassment, but rather from a layer of skin being rubbed off. To her surprise, the freshly cleaned Qing appeared quite handsome, easily surpassing those effeminate young men of modern times. Just as she was contemplating this, the Qing approached her eagerly. Tang, I'm all cleaned up now. Can I move in? He gazed at the two grass huts with a look of anticipation, for he had never resided in such a place before. Su Tang understood that if the Qing fell asleep here, his mother would undoubtedly become furious. Hastily, he exclaimed, You cannot sleep here. There is simply no room left. You must build a separate thatched hut for yourself. A thatched hut? Is this truly a thatched hut? The Qing widened his eyes, not in anger but in wonder, as he gazed curiously at the makeshift shelter. After observing for a while, he eagerly darted off, declaring, I shall go build a thatched hut too. I want to reside in the same place as they do. Before Su Tang could call out to him, he had already dashed into the small grove. Shortly after, the Qing returned, carrying a bundle of weeds taller than himself, which he clumsily tossed beside Su Tang's grass hut and began constructing. Observing the Qing haphazardly pile the weeds together, sometimes stacking them, other times knocking them down, and then plopping down onto the heap, the intended grass hut had yet to materialize. Instead, a makeshift chicken coop had emerged. Su Tang rubbed his forehead. This fellow is utterly ignorant of even the simplest things, more primitive than the original orcs. De Qing, where did you reside before? Su Tang curiously inquired. You live in a tree? De Qing paused his busy movements and replied earnestly, Or I might take refuge in the cave of a beast. In any case, I would never sleep on the ground. Why? Su Tang instinctively pressed for more information. Without a moment's hesitation, De Qing responded, Trees offer safety. And so do the caves of beasts. When it's hot, I rest in the trees. When it's cold, I drive the beasts away and occupy their caves. Of course, most of the time, the beasts end up in my belly. Su Tang pondered to herself, Is this not merely a wild man? But what of your father and mother? Are they akin to this? I do not know. I have never seen them, De Qing replied, his expression one of bewilderment. I have always been alone, a solitary beast, devoid of parents. An orphan, Su Tang thought, adding another label to her understanding of De Qing. Her gaze fell upon the azure mark situated in the center of his forehead. What is that upon your brow? It resembles a tattoo, albeit faint in hue. Surely, a beast man would not adopt such modern trends as body art? Could it be a birthmark? Upon hearing her inquiry, De Qing raised his hand to touch the mark upon his forehead and shook his head once more. I know not. I have possessed this mark since birth. In his youth, he had encountered other beastmen, and upon sighting the mark on his head, they recoiled in fear, driving him away with fierce and malevolent intent, forbidding him to approach. Those beastmen branded him a wandering beastman, a term he did not comprehend, only aware that all beastmen loathed this mark. Subsequently, he concealed his face with mud and allowed his long hair to shroud the mark, thus severing all contact with other beastmen. Yet, he would still stealthily venture near other tribes, observing from a distance, but never daring to draw closer. Upon concluding De Qing's tale, Su Tang's mind conjured a poignant narrative of a forsaken orphan beastman. De Qing, seemingly indifferent, resumed his work on his grass hut. Seeing his pitiable state, Su Tang could no longer bear it and decided to assist him in constructing a rudimentary shelter. They covered it with weeds all around. And aside from being slightly smaller and less sturdy, it bore little distinction from their own grass hut. Of course, this was merely Su Tang's perspective. All right, Deching. You shall reside here for the time being. Su Tang straightened her back, brushed off her hands, and felt quite pleased with her labor's results. Deching's brows furrowed into a shape reminiscent of a caterpillar as he scrutinized the grass hut built by Su Tang. Then glanced at the two grass huts constructed by Su Shiwei, his eyes brimming with skepticism. This is not like the one you live in. I want one just like yours, he declared, taking a step back in disdain. Su Tang carefully compared the differences, noting that there seemed to be little distinction. Just make do for now. Once the wooden house is completed, I will reserve a room for you, she suggested. However, she felt there was hardly any difference at all. Deching stubbornly shook her head, insisting, no, this one is far too ugly. I want one just like yours. I refuse to stay in this. Why does this female always attempt to deceive him? Clearly, there is a difference. Su Tang, suddenly regretting bringing him back. What should I do? Where's the flaw? This is called personality, uniqueness. In our community, everyone appreciates diversity, for it is the uniformity that is truly undesirable. Su Tang feigned seriousness as she playfully deceived him. I specifically crafted this unique grass hut for you. If you don't want it, that's fine. I'll just dismantle it, and you can make one yourself. With that, she stepped forward, pretending to push the hut over. Deching immediately became anxious. No, don't tear it down. He positioned himself in front of the grass hut, his face a mixture of tension and lingering disbelief. Is what you said true? Are all the orcs in your tribe like this? Su Tang raised an eyebrow and nodded, saying, indeed, our tribe's orcs are just like that. Using the same thing would lead to disdain. It seemed she had somewhat grasped the nature of Deching, who had a penchant for following trends. The naive Deching was quickly taken in by her words. Then I want this thatched hut. You must not tear it down. Su Tang revealed a satisfied smile. All right, I shall grant you this unique straw shed. Take a moment to rest. Once you have recuperated, we shall commence our tasks tomorrow. Su Tang raised her hand, intending to pat him on the shoulder, but upon extending her arm, she realized her stature was somewhat lacking, rendering her unable to reach him. She had no choice but to change her approach and instead patted his arm. Chapter 50. So small? This body is not particularly tall, standing just over 1.60 meters, making her quite diminutive among the orc females. Orcs, in general, tend to be significantly taller. Deching, though appearing slender, stands nearly 1.90 meters, towering like a utility pole amidst their family. Even Su Shiwei and Su Jianyuan do not surpass Deching in height. Mother, we are back. Just as she finished speaking, a voice from behind called out, belonging to Xiaofu. Upon turning back, Su Tang discovered that it was Su Jianyuan and Xiaofu who had just returned after inspecting the traps. Su Jianyuan held a rabbit weighing around 10 pounds in his hand, and the excitement he had felt upon capturing his prey had faded from his face. Xiaofu followed behind with empty hands. Why have you returned so early? Did you not depart only around noon? Su Tang inquired with a puzzled expression. At this hour, the sun had yet to set, and it was only a little past 4 o'clock, even if they were not to hunt today. Simply checking and resetting the traps would require them to return only after the sun had dipped below the horizon. Su Jianyuan let out a sigh. Yet before he could utter a word, young Fu behind him took the initiative to explain. The trap yielded no prey, save for a solitary rabbit. His second elder brother declared that they would henceforth abandon traps and venture out to hunt with weapons. Young Fu's face was alight with excitement, brimming with anticipation for the hunt, and he felt no discontent at having caught merely a single rabbit today. Su Tang glanced at Su Jianyuan, who nodded in response. The beasts here are exceptionally cunning. Today, only a few traps were triggered, and those that were activated failed to capture any prey. It seems they have become aware of the traps. Su Jianyuan felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed that the creatures of this ancient continent possessed a certain degree of intelligence. Several of the triggered traps had shown no signs of their bait. However, he quickly regained his composure, his expression turning earnest as he declared. Relying solely on traps is insufficient. I have set aside a few traps, but starting tomorrow, I shall venture forth to hunt. I cannot rely solely on the traps. He certainly did not wish to leave his chances of meat to mere luck in the future. Su Tang found the reasoning quite sound, suggesting that they should change their hunting locations frequently. She feared that remaining in one spot might lead to the local wildlife being depleted. As a modern, conscientious young individual, she still harbored a sense of responsibility towards the preservation of wild animals. Consuming them was merely a matter of survival. Exterminating them entirely was unnecessary. Were this the contemporary era, the animal hides they wore and the game they consumed would likely suffice for a lifetime's worth of sustenance. Naturally, Su Jianyan nodded in agreement. Upon the return of Su Guodong and the others, Su Jianyan relayed his plans to them. The trio unanimously concurred, recognizing that this straightforward young man had, at long last, displayed foresight. A rabbit, too, was considered meat. Lin Xiao promptly dispatched the rabbit, skinned and cleaned it, preparing to simmer it into a tasteless rabbit soup. Su Tang and her companions were not particularly finicky eaters. They consumed whatever was available. Her farm boasted an abundance of corn and apples, ensuring they would not face starvation anytime soon. However, Su Jianyuan harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards the meager rabbit they had. Sister, there is only this little meat today. Bear with it for now. I shall embark on a hunt tomorrow and return with something larger, Su Jianyuan assured Su Tang. A solitary rabbit was insufficient to satisfy both his sister and the young wolf cub, were it not for their current hardships. He would feel quite embarrassed to bring a single rabbit home. Su Tang perceived a mysterious obsession in her second brother towards hunting and quickly reassured him. One rabbit is sufficient for our meal. We can also sustain ourselves with fruits. Do not feel excessively pressured. It is perfectly fine if you do not succeed. She feared that Su Jianyuan had become utterly consumed by the pursuit of hunting. That simply cannot be, she thought. However, Su Jianyuan was resolute, declaring, I'm currently the only one in the family capable of hunting. I must certainly shoulder this responsibility. Su Tang cast a sidelong glance at him, sensing an air of ostentation in his demeanor. No sooner had he spoken than a head popped up between them. What are you discussing? What prey? Daching, having finally diverted his attention from his peculiar thatched hut, inquired with a puzzled expression. Tang, do you have no prey to consume? Su Tang suddenly recalled that there was an additional mouth to feed at home. She was contemplating whether to ask Daching for assistance in hunting tomorrow or to help with chopping wood, when Daching had already spotted Lin Xia tending to a rabbit. So small? Su Jianyuan's expression darkened, feeling a sense of insult, just as he was about to curse. Daching turned to Su Tang and said, Wait for me, Tang, I will go hunt for you. He understood that the male must hunt for his partner. If the partner were to go hungry, the male would be driven away. He did not wish to be cast aside. He desired to remain and live with them. No need, it's quite late, Su Tang remarked. But before she could finish her sentence, she saw Daching already dashing behind a tree. In the next moment, a red-clawed hawk soared from behind the tree, swiftly disappearing into the sky. The family stood in stunned silence. This young one is indeed a man of action, Su Jianyuan muttered, gazing blankly at the horizon. Su Guodong instinctively felt a pang of worry. As dusk approached, would venturing into the woods for hunting pose any danger? It was said that the forest at night was perilous. After all, it was a matter of a living being, and Su Guodong couldn't shake off his unease. Lin Xia scoffed lightly, tugging at his waist. What could possibly happen? If it weren't for Tang bringing him back, he'd still be in the forest by now. He knows these woods better than you know your own home, so stop fretting and take care of yourself first. Su Guodong hesitated, torn between the desire to hide and the fear of doing so, ultimately closing his mouth with a sheepish expression. Mother S words resonated with wisdom. Let us prepare a meal first, he mused, for he will return on his own if he fails to catch anything. Su Tang concurred, and the others shared the sentiment that it was unlikely for Daching to secure any prey at such a late hour. They kindled a fire, cooking rabbit meat and corn, and took turns bathing in the river, before settling down together around the warmth of the fire. The sky had transformed into a deep shade of blue, as if a curtain had been drawn across the horizon. Just when Su Tang began to think that Daching would not return, a dark speck appeared, soaring from the far reaches of the sky, drawing nearer with each passing moment. In an instant, the speck came into focus, revealing Daching, who had transformed into a majestic eagle not long before. As Su Tang lifted her gaze, she beheld the great hawk swooping down, its two crimson talons firmly grasping the massive horns of a black bull. The sheer size of the prey created an illusion that the great hawk could be yanked down at any moment. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the situation, a dark shadow plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. The hawk deftly dropped its catch before them, landing gracefully behind a tree. Emerging, it had already donned a pelt and hurriedly approached Su Tang, wearing an expression akin to that of a treasure bearer. Tang, I have brought you a feast, it exclaimed. You actually caught this. Su Tang stared in astonishment at the colossal black bull. He had indeed returned with prey, and such a massive bull at that. The bull's legs were thicker than her waist, its body several times larger than an ordinary cow. Several claw-like wounds marred its hide, each one a gruesome testament to its struggle, with the most grievous being a fist-sized gash on its head, oozing crimson. Su Tang was unaware of how orcs hunted. Yet it was evident that capturing such a robust black bull would not be a simple endeavor. Moreover, considering that these black bulls typically roamed in herds, seizing one from the group in such a brief span of time was quite the feat. How had he accomplished it? Chapter 51. Who plucked the feathers off my wild chicken? Daching nodded, his expression nonchalant and ordinary. Indeed, Tang, you eat. If it's insufficient, I shall procure more. There are plenty of such game available. From now on, all your hunting shall be entrusted to me. He patted his chest, speaking with an air of casualness as if playing a mere game. Su Tang, your words make it seem as though hunting is a trivial endeavor. Goodness, what has this bull been fed to grow so large? Capturing such a beast must require considerable effort, does it not? Su Guodong approached, his face a canvas of astonishment as he reached out to caress the hide of the black bull, unable to suppress his murmurs of wonder. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered a creature of such magnitude. Lin Xia swatted Su Guodong's hand away with a look of disdain, chiding him for his lack of composure. Have you never tasted beef? She exclaimed. By the way, Daching, is your grass hut spacious enough? If it's not, just have your elder brother build you a new one. The two bantered back and forth, captivated by the imposing presence of the black bull. Shufu, long since entranced, stood beside the bull's leg, lying down to measure its length, which towered over his own stature. How long would it take to consume this? He pondered. To his surprise, he found no fault in the life of a wandering beast man. The orcs of the Grey Wolf tribe paled in comparison to such magnificence. In just a few short days, Xiaofu's worldview had undergone countless transformations. He would now readily believe that his sister's companion was the mightiest beast man on the continent. Su Jianyan had long recognized the prowess of Daqing, yet he was still taken aback by how swiftly he returned with his quarry. Observing his family gathered around Daqing and Hanyu, Su Jianyan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration at being sidelined. This brat had audaciously usurped his place within the family dynamics. No, he could not permit this youth to revel in his triumph. It was merely a cow. Come tomorrow, armed with my weapons, I too shall procure a catch. Just wait, and behold the might of my arsenal. Su Jianyuan crossed his arms and let out a cold snort, proclaiming loudly, how should this beef be prepared? Boiled or grilled? Oh, let us just have a bit of everything. After all, it lacks flavor. I must devise a method to preserve the excess, lest it spoil. As for the cowhide, we shall keep it, for we are in need of shoes. I will craft a few pairs for myself, and then make some for my father and elder brother, and perhaps a couple of gloves for Daqing. To spare our hands from the toil. Ah, my daughter truly knows how to show concern for me. Several individuals surrounded Hanyu, engaged in animated discussions regarding the distribution of the cattle. Completely overlooked, Su Jianyuan interjected, excuse me, did you hear my voice? He continued, by the way, please reserve a few bones for the cubs to gnaw on, as they are currently teething. Su Tang persisted in her planning. Save the horns for me. They would make splendid decorations for the wooden house. The reticent Su Shiwei also chimed in with a remark. Su Jianyuan's expression was one of exasperation. It seemed that he could no longer endure staying in this household. The group hastily commenced the process of butchering a cow. While Lin Xia and Su Guodong softened their attitude towards Daqing considerably, even declining his offer of assistance and urging him to rest well. Daqing, satisfied, rolled about in his thatched hut, causing the already unstable structure to collapse and scatter straw all around. Such a bloody scene was naturally beyond Su Tang's privilege to witness, as her mother had ordered her to stay home and guard the place. With nothing much to do, she suddenly remembered that there was a hen at home. She wondered if the hen had laid any eggs. As the chicken coop was situated between the thatched hut and the open space, ensuring that the hen's droppings would not disturb them, Su Tang approached the chicken coop to observe the wild chickens, with Xiaofu curiously trailing behind her like a little tail, contemplating whether the domesticated wild fowl would lay eggs. Upon reaching the coop, they found an unsettling silence within. How peculiar, could they have perished? Su Tang pondered. Recalling that she had fed them some corn earlier and noting that the wild chickens appeared unharmed, surely they were not dead. Xiaofu, climbing up to peer into the coop from a height of over a meter, exclaimed, Sister, there it is, in the corner. His excitement quickly turned to confusion as he added, Wait, why does this wild chicken seem to be missing its feathers? Su Tang followed the direction of his finger and spotted a bare wild chicken huddled behind a clump of weeds, its head buried within its featherless wings in a display of despondency. Where did this featherless creature come from? It seemed to sense Su Tang's gaze. As the trembling wild chicken lifted its head, exhibiting a woeful demeanor. Who stripped my wild chicken of its feathers? Su Tang turned around, gritting her teeth in inquiry. No wonder she had not heard any sounds from the wild chicken today. She had been pondering whether she had fed it the wrong things, causing it to refrain from laying eggs. Stripped of its feathers, it would be a miracle if it were still willing to lay eggs. Not far off. Su Jianyuan caught wind of Xiaofu and Su Tang's voices and sensed trouble. He hurriedly grabbed a handful of feathered wooden arrows and stealthily made his way toward the riverbank. After a few steps, he quickened his pace to a jog, calling out, Mother, I'm coming to help you kill the cow. For the time being, the cubs would have no wild chicken eggs to feast upon. But Wolf Nini had dutifully delivered wolf milk on schedule. A Tang, are you all right? Has that wandering beastman harmed you in any way? Wolf Nini discreetly pulled Su Tang aside while delivering the milk, her voice lowered. In her perception, wandering beastmen were as terrifying as wild beasts. Su Tang cohabits with the wayward orc, placing her very existence precariously on the edge of a precipice, as if she might plummet into oblivion at any moment. Nonetheless, he possesses the ability to hunt, so there is no need for concern on my part. Su Tang recounted to Wolf Ni the incident of capturing a large black bull. Yet, Wolf Ni remained uneasy, convinced that Su Tang's pure heartedness led her to take in the wandering orc. Su Tang was utterly oblivious to the orc's potential menace. She glanced around, nestled closer to Su Tang's arm, and swiftly pressed an object into her hand. It was a sleep fruit, colorless and tasteless upon consumption. An orc would slumber for an entire day and night. If he harms you, simply squeeze the juice from the sleep fruit onto the meat he consumes. Wolf Ni whispered. Su Tang lowered her head, extending her hands, revealing 2 green fruits the size of eggs. The outer layer felt slightly fuzzy, reminiscent of a kiwi, with 2 slender leaves perched atop, appearing remarkably fresh, clearly harvested that very day. Wolf Nini, recognizing her own limitations and unable to assist Su Tang in driving away the feral beast men, devised this small gesture to provide her with an escape route. Observing the earnest concern etched on Wolf Nini's face, Su Tang refrained from being coy and accepted the sleepy fruit. This was something she had never encountered before. It might prove useful in the future, so keeping it would be prudent. Thank you, Wolf Nini. Allow me to trade you for another type of fruit. Su Tang did not wish to take advantage of Wolf Nini's kindness for free, so she offered 2 boiled corns that they had tea finished for lunch, teaching her how to eat them. She also exchanged 2 apples in return for milk. This exchange fostered a closer bond between the two. Once Su Tang accepted the sleepy fruit, Wolf Nini returned home with a sense of relief. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the forest, a diverse assembly of formidable beastmen gathered. At the forefront stood a majestic white tiger, perched atop a massive rock, receiving the devoted gaze of the assembled beasts. Beside the white tiger lay a bound beastman, a hefty figure with a bruised face and a pained expression. "Speak. Where have you taken the cubs?" Niuli demanded, his foot pressing down on the beastman's chest, his voice gruff and intimidating. No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of urgent shouts erupted from behind. "Hurry up and talk. If you don't, we'll break your limbs and gouge out your eyes." The beastman nearly choked on his own blood, the weight of Niuli's foot crushing him, ribs cracking under the pressure. I did not know what you were talking about." "What cubs?" "I truly do not know." He trembled, whether from pain or fear was indiscernible, blood, tears, and sweat mingling, a foul odor emanating from beneath him. After enduring a barrage of kicks, the beastman still refused to divulge anything. Niuli, exasperated, approached the white tiger with a furrowed brow. "My lord, this beastman is too tight-lipped. He reveals nothing. I've never encountered such a difficult mouth to pry open. If we continue this way, we may end up killing him." He hesitated, cautiously inquiring, "My lord, could it be that he genuinely does not know where the cubs are?" They had painstakingly retrieved a beastman from the traitorous lot, hoping to extract information about the cubs' whereabouts, yet this beastman remained obstinately silent. Tiger Shin transformed into human form, donning the black fur cloak presented by the beastmen, looking down at the traitor with an inscrutable expression in his deep-set eyes. Before Tiger Shin could speak, Ingjie interjected, "Impossible. Who but those treacherous traitors would seize the cubs?" He turned to Tiger Shin urgently. "My lord, this fellow must be lying. He undoubtedly knows where the cubs are. They would keep the cubs close by to threaten you. We should simply attack and retake the 10,000 Beast Mountain to find the cubs." Upon hearing this, Tiger Shin cast a glance at Ingjie. A chill ran down Ingjie's spine, feeling an invisible claw pressing against his life force. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and just as he regretted his impulsive words, Tiger Shin finally spoke. "Capturing them is the only way to locate the cubs?" His calm tone left uncertain whether he was questioning Ingjie or merely musing aloud. Ingjie, sensing a glimmer of hope, eagerly nodded. "Indeed, my lord. The cubs are still young and in peril. If we do not retrieve them soon, their lives may be in jeopardy. Those traitors will certainly not care for the cubs. They might be torturing them even now." Tiger Shin's brows furrowed deeply, his piercing gaze suddenly igniting with a fierce light, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him, causing the surrounding beastmen to tremble. "Send out the orders. Account for the beastmen. Those who are severely injured shall remain at the camp, while the others will accompany me to the 10,000 Beast Mountain tomorrow." His deep, resonant voice cut through the air like an explosive sound wave, reaching every beast in attendance. Upon hearing this, excitement lit up Ingjie's eyes. "Excellent. The king is finally preparing to take the offensive." "Yes." He straightened his back, responding enthusiastically. Ever since the traitors had slain the old beast king, the king had been despondent, forced into retreat deep within the forest, even suffering grave injuries. Although his condition had improved, he had been reluctant to strike back. Yet now, for the sake of the cubs, the king was regaining his resolve. And how could Ingjie not rejoice at that? In his eyes, the king was the only beastman worthy of leading the 10,000 Beast Mountain, and he could no longer tolerate its occupation by those loathsome traitors. The announcement to reclaim the 10,000 Beast Mountain invigorated the assembly, a chorus of excited roars erupting. Even the wounded beast showing renewed spirit. Only the bound beastman on the ground looked utterly despondent, wearing an expression of despair. These individuals clearly sought to assault the 10,000 Beast Mountain, but felt compelled to find an excuse to first mete out punishment upon him, if they had the guts. They should end it quickly. Niuli scratched his head, watching the retreating figures of the beasts, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind as he muttered, "I can't shake the feeling that this traitor truly doesn't know." After spending a couple of hours hunting, Lin Xia and Su Guodong finally finished their task. By the time they prepared dinner and sat around the campfire, savoring the delicious roasted beef, the moon hung high in the starry sky. Su Tang and a few others were engrossed in their meal, with only the crackling of the fire and the sound of their hearty chewing breaking the silence. Qing, in particular, appeared to revel in the feast. Despite not being particularly robust, his appetite was astonishing. He devoured an entire leg of beef and gnawed at a cow's head, leaving little behind, his eating style reminiscent of a famished wolf. "Qing, take your time. No one is competing with you," Su Tang remarked, unable to bear the sight. With his prowess in hunting, he hardly seemed like someone who would struggle to sate his hunger. Why then did his dining resemble a desperate race? "Oh," Qing paused, cradling the cow's head in both hands, observing Su Tang's manner of eating, and attempted to mimic a slower pace. Yet mere seconds later, he reverted to his voracious consumption. It was not merely hunger that drove him. Having grown up in the forest and often alone, he had learned that if he did not consume his catch promptly, other beasts would seize it away. Thus, this habit had become ingrained in him over time. Upon witnessing this, Su Tang relinquished the thought of persuasion and allowed him to proceed. After the family finished their meal, it was already late into the night. Lin Xia instructed the males in the household to move the remaining meat onto the high wooden rack. After this feast, the black cow had consumed 1/3, leaving Lin Xia with the intention of reserving half for tomorrow's meal while devising a method to preserve the other half. The unpredictability of hunting rendered it uncertain when they might find themselves without a catch. Thus, she felt an undeniable unease about not storing some meat. Su Tang comfortably relieved herself and then gently wiped each of the adorable kittens who had gathered by the fire and rolled into little calico faces, before carrying them back to their nest and falling into a deep slumber. Su Guodong was initially uneasy about Daqing, intending to keep watch at the entrance for his daughter. However, to his surprise, as soon as Daqing finished eating, she burrowed into her grass hut, unresponsive to his calls. He suspected that even if an earthquake or tsunami were to strike, Daqing would remain hidden within her shelter. The following morning, as daylight broke, Su Jianyuan rose early, counting his wooden arrows in preparation for a hunting expedition. Today, Su Tang is also set to journey to the mountains in search of clay for pottery, while also hoping to discover new seeds. The third plot of the farm awaits the fruits of new seeds to be unlocked. The young ones are now able to waddle about, and upon seeing Su Tang preparing to leave, they clumsily follow in her footsteps. Su Tang came to a halt, and the 5 little cubs, caught off guard, collided into one another and tumbled to the ground, their expressions innocent and adorably dazed. "Do not follow me. I am venturing out today to seek something. Return to your den," Su Tang said, lowering her head and speaking to the cubs in a stern tone. The outside world is fraught with danger, and she cannot risk bringing the cubs along. These little creatures are hardly enough to fill the gap of a single wild beast. After Su Tang finished speaking, she continued to walk outside. The 5 cubs emitted whimpering sounds, trotting eagerly alongside her feet, as if in a playful hunt, completely oblivious to her words. Chapter 53. Journey to the deep mountains in search of clay. Su Tang's straw sandal had worn out, exposing her big toe as she walked. One of the playful cubs suddenly pounced, nipping at her toe with a joyful yelp. Her temples throbbed momentarily, just as she lifted her foot to push the cub away. Another little one clung tightly to her leg, swiftly climbing onto her back. The cubs, having outgrown their frail stage, were bursting with energy, insisting that Su Tang entertain them. Get down, she exclaimed, attempting to lift one cub off, only for another to ascend even more vigorously. Observing this amusing scene, Su Jianyuan erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained by his sister's predicament. "Sister, perhaps you should stay home and care for the little ones," he jested. Su Tang's face was filled with annoyance as she shot him a glare, her eyes pleading for help from Lin Xia. "Mother, I truly lack experience in raising kittens." Lin Xia, unwilling to see her daughter in distress, beamed with a smile and suggested, Tang, why not create a cat tree? I've noticed that many cat owners have one. Perhaps having a cat tree will deter them from climbing on you." Su Tang nodded, though she was uncertain about how to construct a cat tree, as her knowledge of feline care was minimal. "Let me handle it," said Su Shi, stepping in as usual during critical moments. Tang, why don't you bring back some thin vines today? I can use wooden vines to make one." Su Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, brother, will you still make cat trees?" Su Shiwei instinctively raised his hand to adjust his glasses, smiling as he remarked, "I have seen it before. It is quite similar to constructing a house. I believe we can give it a try." Su Tang regarded Su Shiwei merely as a means to her own ends, without much contemplation. Her only requirement was functionality. Ultimately, it was Lin Xia who brought over a bucket, placing the 5 cubs within. The walls of the bucket were smooth, rendering the cubs unable to climb out, leading them to clamber over one another and tumble back inside, granting Su Tang the opportunity to extricate herself. "Tang, where are you going?" Daqing inquired, seated before the fire, gnawing on a beef bone from the morning's hunt, as he observed Su Tang preparing to depart. "Hunting." As soon as Su Tang finished speaking, Daqing abruptly discarded the ox bone and hurriedly strode towards her, exclaiming, "I shall hunt as well. Tang, I will accompany you." He understood that a male must hunt for his mate. He needed to procure sufficient game to avoid being cast aside. The fact that Tang intended to hunt alone clearly indicated her disdain for the quantity and quality of his catches. "No, you must not go." Daqing's words were immediately echoed by Su Jianyuan and Su Guodong in unison. "Why can't I go?" Daqing questioned, a look of bewilderment on his face. Su Tang and Lin Xia also turned their gazes toward the two, perplexed by their sudden and intense reactions. Indeed, given Daqing's exceptional hunting skills, wouldn't it be more advantageous to invite him along? Lin Xia inquired with an enigmatic expression. Su Jianyuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had just completed his weapon and had yet to seize the opportunity to utilize it. If this fellow accompanied them, what would become of his own role? Moreover, the family still required Daqing's assistance. Su Guodong, with a stiffened neck, suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Let Daqing help us at home by chopping trees, so we can construct the wooden house sooner. It will ensure our safety." What if Daqing and his daughter went hunting together, and she were to be abducted along the way? He had heard from Xiaofu that the wandering beastmen were unpredictable, and who could say if Daqing might suddenly change his mind? It was imperative to keep Daqing at home, away from the hunt with his daughter. "Exactly. Daqing must remain here to assist us. The father and son." each harboring their own thoughts, exchanged a glance and nodded resolutely, their opinions perfectly aligned. Su Tang contemplated this and found it quite reasonable. At present, the most pressing matter is to construct the wooden cabin. Additionally, the second brother must hone his hunting skills to adapt to life here. For no one can guarantee that Tang will remain to assist them indefinitely. Su Jianyuan noticed that Su Tang did not oppose his suggestion and addressed Tang, saying, "You shall remain at home today and forego the hunt." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang shook his head, asserting, "No, I wish to hunt alongside Tang." Su Jianyuan's temper flared momentarily, and he was about to resort to his usual methods of persuasion through force, when it suddenly dawned on him that he might not be able to overpower Tang. This realization rendered the situation rather awkward. "Tang, please wait for our return at home," he insisted. Su Tang was contemplating a way to persuade Tang, believing it would require considerable effort. However, before she could finish her argument, she heard Tang suddenly change his mind and say, "All right, then I shall not go." He was solely inclined to heed Su Tang's words. "Su Jianyuan, do you harbor any grievances against me, young man?" Su Tang was momentarily taken aback. How could this person suddenly become so agreeable? "My dear, you all should set off promptly. Please be cautious and do not get hurt," Su Guodong urged, fearing that Tang might change her mind, as he pushed her towards the exit. Tang watched longingly as Su Tang, Su Jianyuan, and Xiao Fu departed, only to be pulled away by Su Guodong to chop wood. Su Tang was preoccupied with the search for clay, prompting Xiao Fu to guide the way. The mountain was situated at a considerable distance from their grass hut, and to conserve time, Su Jianyuan transformed into a leopard, allowing Su Tang to perch upon his back. This was customary for females venturing out in this region. The beast forms of the orcs were significantly larger than those of ordinary wildlife, rendering Su Tang strikingly petite as she sat atop the leopard. Within a mere quarter of an hour after departing the grass hut, the trio entered the forest, where towering trees and colossal plants swiftly receded from view. Su Jianyuan had long been accustomed to the daily pursuit of hunting in this environment. However, for Su Tang, it was her first genuine venture into the forest. Countless nameless, bizarrely shaped plants intertwined in a chaotic embrace, and the rampant growth here was beyond mere description. She could even sense the vibrant breath of life that permeated the surroundings. Su Tang felt a jolt of astonishment. The visual spectacle before her surpassed that of any 3D film by countless magnitudes. When she regained her composure, the trio had already arrived at the hillside described by Wang Nini. Rather than a mountain, it resembled an elevated expanse of forest. For the grandeur of the mountain was overwhelming. The diminutive figures of the three stood amidst the vastness, their heads shrouded by dense foliage, rendering the summit entirely invisible. "Male, you must follow closely behind me and refrain from touching anything. This place is exceedingly perilous," she cautioned. Su Jianyuan placed Su Tang down, transformed into human form behind the tree, donned his attire, and emerged with a bow and arrow, offering gentle admonitions to Su Tang as he walked. Su Tang seldom witnessed her elder brother in such a solemn demeanor. Acknowledging the seriousness of the moment, she nodded in understanding. The mountain was vast, and she was uncertain where to seek the clay. She resolved to accompany the leader, Su Jianyuan, in hopes of fortune. If their search proved fruitless, they would focus on finding it together after securing their prey. In contrast to their cautious approach, Xiao Fu brimmed with excitement, maintaining the spirit of a young white wolf. He dashed through the underbrush, leaving behind several claw marks on the nearby tree trunks as markers. Although wolves possess keen olfactory senses, the multitude of scents in the forest easily masks them. Thus, visual markers are far more discernible. This distinction highlights the difference between beastmen and wild animals. Beastmen leverage their advantages to make simpler, more accurate decisions, while wild creatures rely solely on instinct and nature. The trio, 2 individuals and 1 wolf, ascended the mountain. Just as Su Tang thought they might not encounter any beasts, Xiao Fu, who was leading the way, abruptly halted. His emerald green eyes fixated intently on the path ahead, his body slightly crouched, adopting a stance of both hunting and vigilance. Chapter 54. Xiao Fu's precise communication. Su Jianyuan and Su Tang, upon witnessing this scene, immediately fell silent, their gaze fixated ahead. Before them lay an impenetrable thicket of verdant foliage, and in the distance, an unrecognizable shrub stirred imperceptibly twice, producing a faint rustling sound, only to swiftly return to stillness. Su Tang initially thought that Xiao Fu had mistaken something, but she soon observed that both Xiao Fu and Su Jianyuan remained utterly still. They stood in silence for several minutes, until a black snout emerged from the thicket, sniffing the air before gradually stepping out from the foliage. Coming into view of the three, Su Tang's breath caught in her throat. It was a colossal wild boar. The creature was cloaked in a deep ebony hue, with 2 short tusks protruding from its snout. Its body was as robust as that of a bull, and its hooves resembled iron shoes, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each step, flattening the underbrush in its wake. Su Tang estimated that this wild boar weighs at least 1,000 pounds. Su Jianyuan's expression brightened, his eyes shimmering with astonishing brilliance. What a stroke of fortune! Right upon stepping outside, he stumbled upon a treasure. This wild boar would provide ample sustenance for his family for quite some time. Today, he was resolutely determined to capture this wild boar. He quietly tightened his grip on the bow, deftly drawing an arrow from behind and cautiously knocking it, stealthily advancing towards the direction of the boar. Xiaofu, fully aware of his own limitations in capturing the wild boar, continued to trail behind Su Jinyuan as usual. However, Su Tang did not share Su Jinyuan's fervor. It is important to note that wild boars are omnivorous creatures, and in her eyes, this particular wild boar was merely an opportunity for the King of Hell to bolster his records. Should they fail to kill it and instead provoke its wrath? The three of them, unarmed, would likely become its next meal. Observing Su Jianyuan with his arrows drawn, ready to unleash two at once, Su Tang braced herself for the prospect of being pursued by a 1,000-pound wild boar through the forest. Whoosh, whoosh, two swift arrows sliced through the air, striking the wild boar's eyes with unerring precision. The creature let out a harrowing cry as its robust body charged forward in a frenzied escape. Upon noticing the situation, Su Jianyuan was unwilling to let this coveted prey escape and hurriedly pursued it. Just as he dashed out, he suddenly remembered that Su Tang was still trailing behind. He turned and called out loudly to Xiaofu. Xiaofu, please inform your sister to keep up and not fall behind. The forest is perilous. In the midst of his run, Xiaofu lifted his head, the rush of wind whistling past his ears. Observing Su Jianyuan's eager demeanor, he quickly grasped the urgency of the moment and promptly relayed the message to Su Tang behind him. Sister, brother says you should stay here and wait for us. The forest is quite dangerous. All right. Upon hearing the words, Su Tang paused, watching the figures of the two fade from sight. The surroundings swiftly returned to silence, as if even the sound of the wind had ceased. With nothing else to do, Su Tang decided to explore the vicinity for the clay she sought. The forest was filled with identical scenery, and a moment's distraction could easily lead one astray. To mitigate this risk, Su Tang carved arrows into the trees as she progressed. Thus, she wandered, stopping intermittently, until she was suddenly greeted by the sound of flowing water. Excitement surged within her. There might be clay near the water source. She quickened her pace toward the sound. As the sound grew louder, Su Tang caught a glimpse of clear streams through the gaps in the leaves. Just as she was filled with joy, the ground beneath her gave way, the soft leaves transformed into a void, and she found herself uncontrollably sliding downward. In the next moment, she plummeted into the very water she had just seen. The rushing current pulled her swiftly downward, and after choking on a few mouthfuls of water, she finally regained her composure. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself at the edge of a waterfall. A wave of despair washed over her, surviving a car accident and a dimensional shift only to nearly drown now. Everyone is ready for a break. And we've brought enough water for the journey. Shall we set off now? It was Ying Jie who spoke, proposing a counterattack on the Beast Mountain, following Hu Xing's command. He had led the orcs back to the mountain overnight, gathering scattered orcs along the way. The ranks swelled, and the orcs grew increasingly spirited. Behind them, Niu Li was leading a group of orcs and resting by a small pool. The pool was modest in size, with a turbulent waterfall cascading on the opposite side. The water crashing onto the smooth stones in the center, sending sprays of water into the air. Let us rest a while longer, Hu Xing remarked. Observing the weary faces of the orcs. Agreed, Ying Jie replied. Just as Hu Sheng was about to turn away, his gaze fell upon the stones in the pool, causing him to pause. Ying Jie, do you have any further instructions? Ying Jie inquired, hurrying to catch up. Remove those stones. Hu Sheng gestured towards several large rocks standing in the pool. Although puzzled, Ying Jie complied without question. With the help of several orcs, they swiftly moved the stones to the shore, arranging them neatly in a row as per Hu Sheng's request. Hu Sheng regarded the pool once more, satisfaction gleaming in his deep-set eyes. The sound has diminished, and it appears more pleasing to the eye. Soon enough, the orcs had rested sufficiently, and Hu Sheng led the formidable procession onward. Just as they departed the pool, a shadow suddenly plummeted from above. Plop. Hu Sheng, moving forward, halted in confusion at the sound, glancing back only to find no sign of disturbance in the long line of orcs. The splashes from the pool continued to ripple outward. After a brief pause, Hu Sheng redirected his focus and led the group onward, disappearing into the dense forest. Splutter. Spit, spit, spit. Su Tang emerged from the pool, wiping her face and pushing aside the wet hair that clung to her eyes, forcefully expelling the water from her mouth. After taking several deep breaths, she surveyed her surroundings, finally comprehending her environment. I'm not dead. I fell from the waterfall and didn't perish. Su Tang looked up and realized that the waterfall was only a few meters high, and fortunately, there were no obstacles in the pool beneath it. The heavens have not forsaken me. Relieved by her good fortune, Su Tang quickly scrambled to the shore, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. After lying there for a while, she began to feel a discomfort in her stomach. Sitting up, she retched and expelled a pool of water, which brought her a semblance of relief. Su Tang hurriedly rose to her feet, searching the surroundings for clay. Having braved numerous perils to arrive here, she felt compelled to thoroughly explore the area, honoring the arduous journey she had undertaken. The riverbank bore numerous footprints, the soil turned over, making her search considerably easier. Oddly enough, the stones were arranged with remarkable precision. Su Tang gazed at the stones by the pond, her expression filled with skepticism as she murmured to herself. This does not appear to be a natural formation. Could it be that wild beasts possess a penchant for order? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Her gaze unexpectedly fell upon a mound of earth behind the stones, her eyes brightening with realization. Clay. Chapter 55, coated with a layer of cow dung. Su Tang briskly approached the stone, scooping up a handful of earth with her hands and examining it closely. The brown soil in her grasp was moist and supple, with a minimal sand content. The particles were tightly bound together, making them difficult to separate, precisely the clay she sought for crafting pottery. It appeared that Wang Nini had spoken truthfully. Indeed, this mountain harbored clay. Filled with joy, Su Tang seized the opportunity while the hour was still early. Locating a flat stone to begin extracting clay. Behind the stone lay a vast expanse of this very clay. After unearthing several mounds, Su Tang gathered a selection of large leaves and tore some vines from the trees, portioning the clay into several bundles wrapped in the leaves, then binding them together with the vines. Each large leaf contained several dozen pounds of clay, and after filling 10 bundles, she finally paused. This ample supply of clay should suffice for crafting pottery for her family. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Su Tang leaned against the stone to rest, gazing up at the waterfall that had just cascaded down, and another dilemma crossed her mind. While she had indeed found the clay, how would she return? It was not feasible for her to retrace her steps. The cliffs flanking the waterfall were steep and barren, devoid of any vegetation, offering no footholds for ascent. Moreover, numerous tracks of wild beasts marred the area, causing Su Tang to worry that danger could approach at any moment. However, burdened by such heavy clay, leaving this place posed an even greater risk. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to wait here for her second brother to come and find her. Su Tang possessed a remarkable self-awareness. If she were to encounter a wild beast on her way out, she feared that she might not even have the chance to flee. Thus it was wiser to remain in her current refuge. The towering and robust tree trunk resembled a wooden ladder. Grasping the descending vines with both hands and using her feet to push against the stones, she exerted herself just enough to ascend. Observing the dense tangle of vines above her, Su Tang recalled her elder brother's request for her to bring back slender vines to craft a cat-climbing frame. Fortunately, the vines on this tree were both slender and sturdy, exhibiting considerable resilience, prompting her to begin pulling at them. The vines proved difficult to sever, and after considerable effort, she finally managed to grind through 2 strands, each over 20 meters in length, using a stone. Bound together, these 2 vines were larger than she herself. Surely, this should suffice. Su Tang clapped her hands, intending to sit down and rest, when suddenly a rustling sound emanated from the distant thicket. Instantly alert, she concealed herself with leaves, fixating her gaze on the direction of the sound. 1 second passed, then 2. Abruptly, a white wolf's paw emerged from the underbrush. Su Tang was momentarily taken aback, but soon she heard the anxious call of Su Jianyuan. Sister, where are you? Can you hear me? Sister. Recognizing the voice of her brother, Su Tang instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her. As she descended the tree, she called out, "Brother, I am here." From the underbrush emerged a white wolf and a spotted leopard. Upon seeing Su Tang unharmed before him, Su Jianyuan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. "Sister, I finally found you. I told you to keep up. How did you end up lost in the forest? You nearly gave me a fright." Su Jianyuan, unable to transform into human form in time, anxiously scratched the ground with his panther paws, articulating human speech. "If anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly explain it to father and mother? Mother would surely strip me of my skin." God knows that when he realized Su Tang was missing, his heart nearly ceased to beat in terror. If he could not find Su Tang, he had already resigned himself to the plan of digging a grave nearby and burying himself. Upon hearing this, Su Tang wore a perplexed expression and remarked, "Elder brother, did you not instruct me to remain here and await your return? When did I ever tell you to wait for me in this very spot? The forest is fraught with peril. I would be foolish to abandon you alone." Su Jianyuan, wide-eyed, protested, "Such slander is unjust. If her mother were to overhear this, I would surely face dire consequences." Suddenly, the 2 siblings, locked in a gaze, grasped a shared realization and, in unison, turned to observe the small white wolf nearby. Su Jianyuan gritted his teeth. "Little Blessing, you little wolf cub nearly caused my demise." Little Blessing instinctively shrank back a couple of steps, realizing that something was amiss. "I might have misheard. Forgive me, elder brother." Su Tang pressed down on Xiaofu's head and said to Su Jianyuan, "Never mind. Xiaofu did not mean it." Xiaofu looked at Su Tang with a face full of gratitude, thinking that his elder sister was the best. In the next moment, a large shadow loomed overhead, causing Xiaofu to stagger and fall flat on the ground. "Xiaofu, take these vines." Su Tang tossed the vines to him, then led Su Jianyuan to gather clay. Struggling under the weight of the vines, Xiaofu managed to stand up, his face a picture of confusion. He suspected that his sister might have done it on purpose, but he had no proof. "Sister, is this the clay? Can it really be made into pottery?" Su Jianyuan regarded the unremarkable lump of earth with skepticism. "We won't know until we try it back home," Su Tang replied, unable to guarantee success. She glanced behind Su Jianyuan and suddenly recalled something. "By the way, did you manage to catch that wild boar you were chasing earlier?" The mention of the wild boar brought a proud grin to Su Jianyuan's face as he lifted his chin and patted his chest. "Of course. Just look at who the hunter is. A wild boar is nothing but child's play." He continued, "The boar was too heavy to carry. so I hid it along the way. This one is much larger than the black bull we encountered yesterday. You really caught it, Su Tang exclaimed in surprise, but did not ask further, turning instead to prepare the clay for their journey. Su Jianyuan, feeling dissatisfied, hurriedly followed, exclaiming, "Hey, what is this reaction? I am quite formidable. You know, it is unbecoming to look down upon me like this." The trio, armed with clay, took an alternate path up the mountain, and midway, they stumbled upon a wild boar that Su Jianyuan had concealed. The boar was drenched in blood, and Su Jianyuan had smeared it with a foul-smelling layer of mud. As Su Tang approached, she was immediately struck by an odd odor. She pinched a bit of the mud between her fingers and noted its peculiar texture, distinctly unlike ordinary soil. "Brother, from where did you procure this earth? It reeks terribly." Su Jianyuan replied without turning his head. "Well, when I was looking for you, I encountered a herd of cattle. I used their dung to mask the sin of blood, thus preventing wild beasts from feasting on it." Su Tang, suddenly feeling the urge to hit someone. "What should I do? Beneath the cow dung lies a layer of mud, once dried. A mere tap with a wooden stick causes it to crumble away. This wild boar is exceedingly heavy. Su Jianyuan cannot lift it alone and must resort to binding it with vines to drag it along. Fortunately, the mountain is not too far from home. The trio ambles along, pausing intermittently, and at last returns home just before nightfall. "Mother, look what I brought back." Upon arriving home, Su Jianyuan sets down the wild boar and eagerly rushes to show off. To his surprise, after calling out for a considerable time, no one comes to greet him. How peculiar! Where has everyone gone? Furrowing his brow, Su Jianyuan searches the surroundings, and when he gazes towards the distant clearing, he suddenly halts. Su Jianyuan waved his hand without turning back, beckoning Su Tang to come over. "Sister, come quickly and see what that is." Chapter 56. The great Qing cuts trees. Su Tang and Xiao Fu were diligently placing down the clay and fine vines, as they had an abundance of items, leaving none of the three with a moment's respite on their journey. Upon hearing Su Jianyuan's voice, Su Tang approached with a look of curiosity. What could possibly warrant such a commotion? Could it be that one could encounter ghosts in broad daylight? As Su Tang spoke, her gaze drifted into the distance. And just as she finished her sentence, her voice faltered. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and widened her pupils to observe the direction in which Su Jianyuan was looking. To her astonishment, what was that? In the distance, within the woods, an inexplicable creature seemed to wander, causing the towering trees to crash down one after another. In the blink of an eye, Su Tang had witnessed a row of trees topple. After watching for a moment, she sensed something amiss. No, this was not some monstrous being. It was someone felling trees. Su Tang furrowed her brow and peered intently at the forest floor. A cerulean shadow darted swiftly, pausing for a few seconds at each tree before it toppled over. This cycle repeated itself, leaving a substantial number of trees in the woods felled. Meanwhile, not far away in a clearing, the wood that had previously been exhausted for building a restroom was now piled high once more, even more than before. Su Tang was momentarily taken aback, pondering the bizarre situation before her. They had only ventured out for a single day. Surely, machines could not fell trees at such an astonishing pace. "Daughter, you have returned." Just as she was grappling with her astonishment, Su Guodong, who had come back for water, spotted Su Tang and promptly called out to Lin Xia in the distance. "Dear, our daughter is back." Before long, Lin Xia dashed back from the woods, her back adorned with a basket woven from an unknown plant. 5 young cubs curiously peered out from behind her, eager to escape, only to be mercilessly pushed back in by Lin Xia, akin to a whack-a-mole game. "Tang Tang, you are finally back. Are you tired? You are drenched in sweat." Even before they drew close, Lin Xia's concerned voice resonated like a rapid-fire barrage in Su Tang's ears. "I am not tired, mother," Su Tang replied, shaking her head and curiously gesturing towards the woods. "What transpired over there? Is someone felling trees?" "Oh, that," Lin Xia responded, glancing back. "It is Qing who is chopping the trees." "Qing is the one felling the trees?" Su Tang exclaimed in disbelief. "This fellow excels not only in hunting, but also in tree cutting." "Indeed. Just look over there at the clearing. All those trees were felled by Qing. It is said that we can commence building the wooden house tomorrow." Lin Xia exclaimed with excitement, tugging Su Tang along to witness the scene at the clearing. As Su Tang approached, she realized that the amount of timber on the clearing exceeded her expectations. Many large trees had yet to be cleared of their residual branches, which had been carelessly discarded here, nearly filling the space. The clearing was divided into 2 halves. One side showcased neatly stacked and organized timber, while the other was a chaotic jumble. Su Sherwei was tidying up the felled trees in the center of the clearing. With this timber, the wooden house should be completed soon. "Tang Tang, what kind of room would you like to live in? I will discuss it with your elder brother." Lin Xia was as excited as a child, her mouth chattering incessantly. "Indeed, we will soon be able to move into our new home." Su Guodong chimed in from the side, his smile radiant, more brilliant than blooming chrysanthemums. Xiao Fu glanced at Lin Xia, then at Su Guodong. He was unsure of what the wooden house would look like, but ever since his family had fallen from the cliff, any endeavor seemed to herald good tidings. This time would surely be no different. He joined in with a silly chuckle, thinking it didn't matter. As long as he could enjoy a good life alongside his current father and mother, Su Jianyuan was once again left in the shadows. He approached Lin Xia from behind, attempting to draw the attention of the two. Mother, look what I have brought back today, a wild boar, even larger than yesterday's black bull. By the way, a girl's room must face the sun. It needs to be well lit. However, Lin Xia paid no heed to Su Jianyuan's words, engrossed in conversation with Su Tang. Su Jianyuan glanced at Su Guodong, gesturing with his hands as he spoke. Father, a wild boar, a ferocious beast weighing over 1,000 pounds. Su Guodong seemed oblivious to him, joyfully exclaiming, Today, we owe a great deal to Daqing. I never expected Daqing to be not only an exceptional hunter, but also remarkably skilled in labor. Let the boss allocate a room for Daqing. Lin Xia nodded in agreement, having no objections this time. Given Daqing's impressive capabilities, reserving a room seemed entirely warranted. After all, since her daughter had taken him in, it was far better to have someone industrious than otherwise, and gradually, Lin Xia began to view Daqing more favorably. Meanwhile, the overlooked Su Jianyuan interjected. You all are conversing as if I am invisible. The couple continued their dialogue, while Su Tang, intrigued by how Daqing felled trees, casually replied to a couple of remarks before making her way toward the forest. Upon reaching the severed tree stump, Su Tang gazed upward. She observed a large blue bird pecking at the trunk with its sharp beak. With 2 resounding strikes, the tree emitted a cracking sound before slowly leaning and ultimately crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Su Tang gazed in astonishment. Can one truly fell trees in such a manner? Is he akin to a woodpecker? Ah Tang, you have returned. As Su Tang marveled at the scene, a large azure bird descended before her. Upon spotting Su Tang, the bird set aside its tasks and swiftly approached her. I have been laboring at home today. Look, I have felled numerous trees, as your brother instructed me to do. The azure bird boasted of its accomplishments with enthusiasm, eager to clarify its efforts, lest Su Tang think it had been idle. Impressive, impressive. You have done exceptionally well, Su Tang praised, raising her thumb in commendation without reservation. She increasingly felt that bringing the azure bird back had been a most prudent decision. Ah Tang, you should return first. I shall fell a few more trees. Your brother mentioned needing quite a number of them. The azure bird gently nudged Su Tang back with its wings, preparing to continue its task of chopping down trees. It discovered an addictive thrill in the act. Having felled one tree only fueled the desire to fell another. It seemed that this was the ordinary life of a typical beast man, and it was indeed delightful. Su Tang quickly called out to him, Daqing, let us pause here for today. We shall continue tomorrow. One cannot endlessly extract wool, and even the most resilient must take a respite. All right then, Daqing replied, nodding obediently. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at the forest. In the past, he had to toil in the woods, finding it rather tedious. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he discovered a peculiar enjoyment in working here. Upon their return to the thatched hut, Su noticed Yuan crouched beside a wild boar, lost in his own world, drawing circles in the dirt. Su Shiwei returned with several wooden planks of varying sizes. Upon seeing the wild boar, he inquired, Lao Air, is this your catch for today? Noticing that someone had finally acknowledged the wild boar, Su Jianyuan stood up excitedly, hands on his hips, beaming with pride as he responded. Indeed, this is the wild boar I shot with my bow and arrow. Just look at its size. Only I could effortlessly capture it. Had it been anyone else, they would have at least risked half their life. The wild boar was quite substantial. Su Shiwei nodded calmly, pushing the air in front of him with a casual gesture. He then turned to Su Tang. Tang, I have prepared the materials for the cat climbing frame. Now, let us assemble it together. Chapter 57. The footsteps in the grass. Is it ready so soon? Su Tang exclaimed in delight, having anticipated a wait of several days. By the way, brother, I have brought back the delicate vines you mentioned. Su Tang brought the vine back with Xiaofu. The two turned around to tinker with the cat climbing frame. Daqing, ever curious, followed closely behind, as he relished being part of any lively commotion. Su Jianyuan stared in astonishment at the retreating figures of the three. Is that all there is? You did not react this way when the big blue brought back its prey yesterday. Su Jianyuan, filled with frustration, spat blood. What was the significance of his arduous effort in bringing back a wild boar weighing over 1,000 pounds? This newcomer, Daqing, upon arriving at his home, seized everyone's attention. How infuriating. Truly, it was insufferable. Su Shiwei had previously sketched the structure of the cat climbing frame in the sand, crafting each wooden panel separately. Now, it merely awaited assembly. Su Tang gazed in admiration as Su Shiwei skillfully joined various wooden planks together. In no time, the scattered pieces of wood had been firmly assembled into a cat climbing frame, now standing over a meter tall. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Just moments ago, these were mere wooden pieces, and now they have transformed into a cat tree. Su Tang exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder at the half-finished creation. Her brother truly possessed a pair of dexterous hands. How did he manage to create something so intricate that she could hardly comprehend? Su Shi smiled gently. It is merely a matter of cutting the pieces into appropriate shapes, and assembling them is quite effortless. In the past, a friend had purchased some and sought my assistance in the assembly, which allowed me the opportunity to study the process. As Su Tang rubbed her hands together, she noticed that there were still vines yet to be installed, and her eagerness grew. Brother, how do we handle the vines? I would like to give it a try as well. After all, these were items meant for her young ones, and it was imperative that she lend a hand. Upon hearing her, Su Shiwei promptly made room and patiently guided Su Tang through the process. Simply tie the vines to these leg pillars, and then weave a few small cat nests on the empty ground. Cats love to sharpen their claws, and this will also allow them to climb. However, Su Tang was unfamiliar with the art of weaving cat nests, and thus sought assistance from her mother. The ever-capable mother did not hesitate. Upon learning of Su Tang's desire to weave cat nests, she readily agreed to help. Following Su Shiwei's instructions, Su Tang meticulously wound the vines in concentric circles. By the time she finished entwining the vines, Lin Xia's 2 cat nests were also completed. Su Tang secured the cat bed onto the cat climbing frame. The structure comprises 3 tiers, adorned at the pinnacle with a touch of verdant leaves, while the tawny brown trunk is intertwined with deep green vines, resembling a castle overrun with foliage. At first glance, its aesthetic appeal is surprisingly resilient. Brother, you are truly remarkable. I shall fetch the kittens to test it out. Su Tang eagerly rushed to bring the cubs over. The 5 little bundles of joy were engaged in an intellectual duel with Lin Xia, playing a game of whack-a-mole. Recently, the cubs' spirits had noticeably improved. Their sleeping hours diminished, and whenever they were not drowsy, they engaged in various antics that even left Lin Xia somewhat exasperated. The cubs, placed by Su Tang beneath the cat climbing frame, seemed to have entered a new world. Initially peeking out cautiously, a few of the little ones huddled at the back, hesitant to approach. Among them, the largest and most audacious one led the way, sniffing and observing its surroundings. Upon reaching the post, it rubbed its head against it a couple of times before beginning to sharpen its claws on the surface, producing a series of sharp scratching sounds. Su Tang's face radiated joy, as it appeared that the little cub was genuinely intrigued by the cat tree. In the past, you had also engaged in play there. She playfully poked the little backsides of the few cubs behind her. The small fluff balls were nudged forward a few steps. At that moment, their bodies were not overly sensitive, and their attention was entirely captivated by their elder brother and the cat tree. Observing this, they gradually gathered around. Before long, several tiny kittens had ascended the castle. The little ones climbed with unrestrained delight, as if they had arrived at an amusement park. Even when they tumbled down, they would shake their heads and merrily continue their ascent. Watching their paws grasp the cat tree, Su Tang recalled the earlier incident when the cubs had crawled all over her, causing her scalp to tingle. Thankfully, there was a cat tree. Otherwise, her body would have been the one to endure the torment. Ah, brother, thank you. It seems the cubs truly adore it. Su Tang expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Su Shiwei, thankful that her elder brother had come to her rescue. Su Shiwei revealed a gentle smile. Remarking that there was no need for formality with her elder brother, she should simply express her desires to him in the future. He had only one sister, and whatever she wished for, he would strive to fulfill wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, the perplexed Daching scratched his head and inquired, "Isn't this akin to a tree? Why not simply let the young cub climb the tree directly?" Su Tang was taken aback. Upon reflection, there seemed to be some merit in that statement. However, having already committed, she could not possibly concede that the tree was superior. This was a cat climbing frame, while the tree was merely a tree. The two were undoubtedly distinct. With an unwavering expression, Su Tang asserted her stance. "Oh, if a Tang says they are different, then they are indeed different," he mused, for he did not quite comprehend. Just then, Lin Xia emerged from the thatched shed with a stack of animal hides. "Tang Tang, look at you, drenched in sweat. Hurry to the river and wash up. Mother has made you a new dress today. It's the perfect opportunity to try it on." Su Tang took the animal hide and unfolded it to reveal a loosely fitted, short-sleeved long dress, complete with 2 adjustable ties at the waist, crafted from deerskin. The dress featured a beautiful pattern reminiscent of plum blossoms, exuding charm. "Mother, how did you make this? Where did you find the needle and thread?" Su Tang asked, her face filled with astonishment. Though the stitching was somewhat coarse, it was evident that one could not create such a garment without needle and thread. Lin Xia, with her hands on her hips and a proud demeanor, declared, "There is nothing in this world that your mother cannot accomplish. The needle is fashioned from cow bone, and the thread is spun from fibrous materials that your father found in the woods. While you were out today, I dedicated my time to making this." Lin Xia was the epitome of a restless spirit. When idle, she felt compelled to find something to occupy her. The intricacies of this process overwhelmed Su Tang, who could hardly fathom how her mother managed it. Overcome with emotion, she embraced Lin Xia's arm and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Mother, you are truly wonderful. At your age, how can you still act so childish? I've prepared a bucket of hot water for you. Quickly wash up and change so I can see if it fits," Lin Xia urged, her face radiant with joy, despite her words of encouragement. Su Tang replied with a smile, swiftly taking the hot water to the riverbank for a bath. At this moment, the young ones were playing on the cat climbing frame, under the watchful eye of a large blue, requiring no further supervision. Su Tang prepared to hastily cleanse herself by the riverbank. Given the current circumstances, a proper bath was out of the question. She could only manage a quick rinse. Upon arriving at the river, she mixed some hot water with a bit of river water until the temperature was just right. Then, she shed her greasy beast-hide garments and crouched by the water's edge, using a ladle to scoop water from the bucket for her wash. While it was termed a bath, the luxury of shower gel or soap was entirely absent. It was merely a matter of rinsing away the sweat. Su Tang symbolically brushed away the dirt from her body, emptied the bucket of water, and then wiped herself clean in preparation for dressing. At that moment, a rustling sound of leaves being disturbed suddenly emanated from the thicket behind her. Chapter 58. It's you. Su Tang furrowed her brows, swiftly donning her dress, and cast a sharp gaze towards the source of the sound, demanding, "Who is there?" Her mother had instructed her to come for a bath, and certainly would not allow anyone else near the riverbank. Only their family resided here. The orcs of the Grey Wolf tribe had other water sources at their disposal and would not venture here for water. Who, then, could be lurking behind the thicket? Was it a beast, or perhaps an orc? Su Tang's heart tightened as she slightly bent her knees, turning to fix her gaze intently on the thicket. A Tang. It's me. A familiar voice emerged from behind the grass. Lang Kuei parted the foliage and stepped out with a broad smile, approaching Su Tang. Why are you here? Aren't you at the Grey Wolf tribe? Su Tang exhaled in relief upon recognizing him. As long as he was not a ferocious beast, she felt somewhat reassured. Otherwise, if she were alone here, she feared there would be nothing left of her when her mother and the others arrived. I came looking for you, a Tang. Where did you go today? Lang Kuei asked, concern etched on his face as he drew closer. How did you know I was out today? Did you come searching for me? Su Tang inquired, puzzled by the situation. If Lang Kuei had indeed sought her out, why hadn't her mother mentioned it upon seeing him? Although Lin Xia had a fiery temperament, she held deep respect for her children and would never conceal anything under the pretext of concern. You've always been so meticulous about cleanliness. Coming to the river each morning to wash. You didn't come today. Lang Kuei did not answer Su Tang's question and continued to approach her. A Tang, did you go to the forest today? It's quite perilous there. If you need anything, just tell me, and I can fetch it for you. Please don't take risks. His voice became increasingly agitated. The sudden escalation in volume pierced Su Tang's ears, evoking a familiar sensation. Su Zhengxiao had spoken similarly, his voice rising in a frenzy as he became increasingly animated. Yet, Su Tang had no time to ponder this. She frowned at Lang Kuei, incredulously asking, "Have you been following me?" In an effort to conserve water these past few days, she had been washing at the river each morning. However, this morning, pressed by Su Jinyuan to leave, she had hastily rinsed her mouth and washed her face with water from the barrel instead. Only her family was aware of this change. Yet Lang Kuei seemed to know all too well. The only explanation was that he had been spying on her movements. This unsettling behavior, reminiscent of Su Jingxiao's, filled Su Tang with repulsion. She began to question whether the Lang Kuei before her was truly who he claimed to be. A Tang, I only worry for your safety. It's dangerous outside the tribe. Come to the Grey Wolf tribe and stay with me. I can protect you. Seeing the astonishment and wariness on Su Tang's face, Lang Kuei stepped forward eagerly, attempting to grasp her hand. Su Tang hastily stepped aside, grasping a branch for defense. She cast a warning glance at Lang Kuei, stating, I have made it clear that our relationship has ended. If you dare to make another move, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. She found it perplexing. During their last encounter, Lang Kuei had not exhibited such aggression. How could he have changed so drastically in just a few days? Having learned from Su Jingxiao's unfortunate experience, Su Tang felt it prudent to maintain her distance from Lang Kuei. How can there be no connection? You are my most cherished female, a Tang. Regardless of how you transform, my affection for you remains unwavering and eternal, Lang Kuei responded, his excitement palpable as he approached Su Tang with fervor. Seemingly undeterred by her warning, Su Tang's expression darkened. Before she could react, Lang Kuei swiftly approached. At that moment, she stood by the riverbank, with the water at her back, leaving her no avenue for retreat. As Lang Kuei bore down on her, she barely had time to evade, gritting her teeth. Su Tang lifted a branch and struck Lang Kuei on the head. Bang! A resounding impact echoed, and Lang Kuei staggered backward, clutching his buzzing head. Su Tang gazed incredulously at her own hands, astonished by her own strength. Could she truly have the power to incapacitate Lang Kuei? However, she quickly recalled the injuries Lang Kuei bore. It was likely that he had not yet fully healed, otherwise he would not have been vulnerable to her strike. I warned you, if you approach me again, I shall not hold back. Observing the pain etched on Lang Kuei's face, Su Tang felt no remorse. The matter of the game he owed her was one thing, but his inappropriate advances were an entirely different issue that should not be conflated. You must leave this place at once. If my brother arrives, your escape will not be so simple. Furthermore, you are forbidden from following me in the future. With a grave expression, Su Tang spoke to Wolf Kuei before casting aside the branch and swiftly picking up the bucket to return. Confronting Wolf Kuei alone was a perilous choice. She needed to hasten back for her safety. As Su Tang walked, she pondered that she could no longer venture out alone in the future. The construction of the wooden cabin needed to be expedited, and the bathroom should be completed as well, so she would no longer have to bathe by the river. Lang Kuei snapped back to reality, releasing his grip from his head, only to find his hands stained with fresh blood. After a few moments of daze, a frenzied expression suddenly flickered in his eyes as he gazed upon Su Tang's retreating figure. A Tang, you cannot leave me. You promised to be with me, and thus, you must remain by my side for eternity. Su Tang was walking when suddenly a chill crept up her back. Turning around, she was startled to see Wolf Kuei transformed into a gray wolf, blood-soaked and charging towards her. Su Tang was taken aback. Had this fellow lost his mind? What on earth was he trying to accomplish? In the blink of an eye, Lang Kuei had approached Su Tang. And just as she thought she would have to shed some blood to return home, a shadow of azure suddenly lunged from behind, knocking Lang Kuei to the ground. How dare you bully Ah Tang? I shall strike you down. I will. Su Tang could only feel a fleeting blur before her eyes. When she looked again, a fierce hawk was incessantly pecking at the head of a gray wolf. With each flap of its wings, clouds of dust and dirt enveloped the wolf. The creature emitted a wretched howl, utterly powerless to retaliate. In mere moments, Su Tang observed that the wolf's body was riddled with bloodstains. Great hawk, you may strike, but do not kill. Slaying an orc within the tribe incurs the chieftain's wrath. Su Tang quickly called out to Qing Ying, recognizing that this was De Qing's beast form. Upon hearing Su Tang's summons, De Qing hastily released the gray wolf and soared before her, anxiously glancing back to ask, "A Tang, are you all right?" Should anything happen to a Tang, he would once again be compelled to return to a solitary existence in the forest as a beast man. He cherished his current life and had no desire to return. Su Tang shook her head and replied, "I am fine. What brings you here?" De Qing answered earnestly, "I noticed you hadn't returned for quite some time, and I was concerned about your well-being, so I came to check on you." Su Tang discerned that De Qing was indeed quite fearful of her encountering misfortune, yet she could not perceive the warmth of familial or friendly concern in his tone. "Why are there so many peculiar orcs in this ancient continent? Does mother know you are looking for me?" Su Tang inquired once more. De Qing, with a sincere expression, replied, "She did not see me when I left." Su Tang, "Thankfully, my mother didn't see this, otherwise, she might not have returned today." As the two conversed, Lang Kuei struggled to rise from the ground. He had lost the strength to revert to human form, his green wolf eyes fixated intently on De Qing. Chapter 59. What nonsense is he thinking? Who are you? Why are you with Su Tang? He recalled that Su Tang had never been accompanied by this beast man before. For the past few days, Lang Kuei had been recuperating at home. Lang Man had kept him confined to hasten his recovery and had not paid much attention to Su Tang's affairs. He could only steal glances at Su Tang whenever he ventured out to relieve himself, remaining entirely unaware of the fact that Su Tang had been approached by a wandering beast man. Without a moment's hesitation, De Qing replied, "I am Su Tang's partner, the father of Su Tang's offspring." Upon finishing his words, he cast a hostile glare at Lang Kuei. "Do not approach Su Tang again. Leave at once, and do not let me see you again." Hearing that he was Su Tang's partner ignited a blaze of fury in Lang Kuei's eyes. His wolf claws dug deeply into the earth beneath him. However, given the display of strength De Qing had just shown, Lang Kuei, even if uninjured, would not stand a chance against him. Gritting his teeth, Lang Kuei could only utter, "Su Tang, I will return." And with that, he fled like a shadow. De Qing, infuriated, shook his wings in exasperation. Is this gray wolf beastman deaf? Can't he understand beast language? Su Tang gazed at the retreating figure of Lang Kuei, her mind wandering aimlessly. She felt an inexplicable peculiarity about Lang Kuei today. Each of his words resonated with an uncanny familiarity. However, she had recently learned from Xiao Fu that her own habits bore a striking resemblance to those of a Tang. Thus, Lang Kuei's remarks to a Tang seemed entirely reasonable. Perhaps her understanding of a Tang was even less profound than that of Lang Kuei. If she were to impulsively question Lang Kuei, would she not inadvertently reveal that she was not a Tang? "A Tang, what are you looking at? He has already departed, a Tang?" De Qing's voice interrupted her reverie. Su Tang came back to reality and noticed that De Qing had transformed into human form, waving her hand in front of her face. "Nothing much, let us return," she replied. Su Tang regained her thoughts, shook her head, and returned home with De Qing. Upon arriving, Lin Xiao approached her inquiring why she had taken so long in the bath. Su Tang recounted her encounter with Wolf Kuei by the river to Lin Xiao and others. Upon learning that Wolf Kuei had the audacity to harass Su Tang, even intruding while she was bathing, Lin Xia and Su Guodong were filled with indignation, wishing they could immediately retrieve Wolf Kuei for a thorough reprimand. "This wretched boy dares to bully Tang Tang in our absence. Second, we must ensure he receives a well-deserved beating to avenge her," Lin Xia exclaimed in exasperation. "Understood," Su Jianyuan responded, cracking his knuckles ominously. "Should I ever cross paths with him again, I shall not hesitate to strike." Su Shiwei, with a serious expression, gently touched the bridge of his nose and stated earnestly, "Starting tomorrow, we must promptly commence the construction of the wooden house. It is simply too perilous for Tang Tang to venture out alone. Henceforth, she must always have company when she goes out. The inconveniences faced by young ladies in the outside world are manifold, and as her elder brother, it is my duty to address these matters. Even in the ancient continent, I cannot allow my sister to suffer any grievances." Xiao Fu, equally indignant, was taken aback to discover that Lang Kuei, whom he had regarded as a brother, could act in such a despicable manner, secretly trailing his sister. How utterly abominable. No, he would never again refer to Lang Kuei as a brother. He was unworthy of the title. For beastmen, stalking is an exceedingly rude act. De Qing glanced at the furious group and, eager to appease Su Tang, offered, "Tang, I shall accompany you when you bathe. Thus he will not have the chance to bully you." De Qing beamed with pride, convinced of his cleverness. However, upon hearing this, the members of the Su family collectively darkened their expressions, exclaiming in unison, "Absolutely not. Dream on if you think you can sneak a peek at our Tang bathing." This insolent boy was indulging in fanciful thoughts. Xiao Fu, wearing a puzzled expression, alongside Qing, asked simultaneously, "Why not? Isn't Qing her companion? Why shouldn't he accompany her to bathe?" Su Tang gave him a sharp reprimand, asserting that it simply wouldn't do. There was no room for so many questions. The little wolf cub was nothing short of a walking encyclopedia of inquiries. Su Guodong, with a stern expression, pulled Xiao Fu away, instructing, "Adults are conversing. What place does a young one have in this dialogue? Go and play with your peers." Although the family felt a surge of anger, they were not radicals. As dusk approached and exhaustion weighed upon them after a long day, it would not be wise to storm the Grey Wolf tribe and confront Wolf Kuei. Besides, Wolf Kuei had already left covered in blood after being beaten by Qing, a fate sufficiently dire. There was no time to address the wild boar issue. Lin Xia took out the leftover beef from the previous day and prepared a stew, resulting in yet another feast of beef. Dinner once again found the family gathered around the crackling campfire. After the earlier incident, Su Jianyuan had long since cast aside his feelings of neglect, focusing solely on satisfying his hunger. The bubbling beef soup in the pot was exceedingly tempting. As the family eagerly devoured the beef, Lin Xia suddenly produced an item and presented it before the ravenous Su Jianyuan. Su Jianyuan, with a piece of unchewed beef in his mouth, looked up and mumbled, "Mother, what is this?" Lin Xia placed the items into his arms, saying, "Today, time is of the essence. So I made you a pair of leather boots and a leather quiver. Take a look and see if they fit." Su Jianyuan could scarcely believe his eyes as he pointed to his own nose, questioning whether this was truly meant for him. Was he hallucinating? The boots and quiver crafted by his mother's own hands? After being forgotten by his family, he still received such treatment. Who else could they possibly belong to? Among the family, his feet were the largest, consuming an entire piece of cowhide. Lin Xia cast him an exasperated glance. Though unspoken, they all understood that Su Jianyuan's task was the most arduous and perilous. Lin Xia had always harbored concerns for him, fearing he might be injured while hunting outdoors. Thus, after finishing her sewing today, her first act was to create boots and a quiver for her son's use. Su Jianyuan, overwhelmed with excitement, swiftly removed his straw sandals and slipped his feet into the boots, rising to take a few steps, his face radiating exhilaration. Perfect, simply perfect. His mother truly held him dear in her heart. With that thought, he eagerly dashed to retrieve the wooden arrows, placing them one by one into the quiver, playing with them affectionately, completely forgetting about his meal. Nearby, Su Shiwei observed his younger brother's foolish delight and shook his head in resignation. Xiaofu gazed at Su Jianyuan with envy, pondering whether this was the privilege of the strong. When Ergij caught a wild boar, his mother crafted him a pair of boots. Qing glanced down at his own grimy feet, casting a wistful look at Su Jianyuan's boots. Having never experienced such things himself, uncertain of what it felt like. As if sensing their gazes, Lin Xia waved her hand and declared, "All right, everyone, hurry and eat. Tomorrow, I will make boots for the others. Everyone shall have a pair. Finish your meal and rest early. We must build wooden houses tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Xiaofu and Qing's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Would they also receive boots? The two were suddenly filled with anticipation for the morrow. Su Tang swiftly finished her meal and proceeded to feed the cubs. Ever since she took in these little ones, her eating pace had hastened considerably, as thoughts of their hunger occupied her mind. After satiating the cubs, she felt no need to wash up. A mere swish of water in her mouth sufficed before she returned to the grass hut and fell into a deep slumber. The entire family dreamed of the dawn that awaited them. Chapter 60. Crafting pottery the following morning. Su Tang was once again roused from her slumber by the eager tongues of her cubs. With a scowl, she drew water from the vat to cleanse her face, which bore the remnants of dried saliva. Following yesterday's incident, she dared not venture alone to the riverside for her morning wash, despite having warned Wolf Kuei. One could never be certain of his compliance. After washing her face, she prepared mashed potatoes sufficient for 5, ensuring the cubs were well fed before finally escaping their relentless attentions. Sated, the cubs returned to their nest for a nap. By the time Su Tang completed her tasks, the rest of the family was already awake. With breakfast yet to be prepared, Lin Xia gathered everyone to discuss the fate of the wild boar. This boar is quite substantial. If we do not consume it soon, it will spoil. Moreover, we lack salt for preservation, leaving us little time. Does anyone have any suggestions? Lin Xia glanced around, her gaze particularly fixed on Su Jianyuan. For the wild boar had been his catch. Let us feast on it. We should eat it all before it spoils, Su Jianyuan replied without a moment's hesitation. The others exchanged glances, while Lin Xia felt a wave of frustration. She regretted having asked him. "Mother, I too am uncertain about preserving meat. I shall defer to your wisdom." Su Tang continued to be the obedient child in her mother's eyes. Su Shiwei and Su Guodong nodded in agreement with Su Tang's words. "I also heed mother's advice." Little Fu chimed in hastily. He remained somewhat perplexed. Hadn't mother always been the one to make decisions regarding both trivial and significant matters within the household? Why was she seeking everyone's opinions today? Although he found it strange, He did not ponder it too deeply, as his mind could not unravel the reason behind it. Observing the consensus among the others, Lin Xia spoke up. This is my perspective. Let us keep a couple of days' worth of provisions at home, and return the remainder to Lang Kuei. Once we have settled our debts for the game, if he dares to harass Tang again, I shall break his legs. She had hardly slept the previous night due to this matter. Upon hearing this, little Fu couldn't help but shudder. How did Mother suddenly seem more ferocious than the beasts in the forest? Was it merely his imagination? Lin Xia surveyed the group, adding, after all, the second brother goes hunting daily, and we have fruit to eat. We will not starve for the time being. What do you all think? Despite her fiery temperament, household matters had always been deliberated upon collectively. Once she finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. I think that's a good plan. Yes, it would be best to settle the debt soon. Su Jianyuan and Su Shiwei, the two brothers, were the first to express their opinions. They were not unreasonable individuals. They understood the importance of repaying debts and were certainly capable of doing so. My dear, I shall assist you in dividing the wild boar shortly, Su Guodong said. Seeking to please, Su Tang turned to Xiao Fu and inquired, Xiao Fu, do you recall how much game our family has received from Wolf Kuei? Xiao Fu scratched the back of his head, pondering intently. We have been here for 3 months, and Wolf Kuei has visited almost every few days, each time delivering game equivalent to half a black bull. After hearing Xiao Fu's words, Su Tang made a rough calculation. Over the course of these 3 months, with the Tang having evaded for 2 of them, Wolf Kuei had provided a month's worth of game, estimating a delivery every 3 days, each weighing over 200 pounds. In total, that amounts to over 2,000 pounds of game. This represents a considerable fortune for the beast men, which explains Wolf Kuei's relentless pursuit. It is akin to a man presenting a woman with bags of gold and exquisite jewelry, while their parents have already consented to their union. Yet he has yet to hold her hand before she slips away. Who could bear such a situation? Su Tang could not help but inwardly lament. While others traversed realms with immense fortunes, or at the very least, lived without a care for sustenance, her own plight was quite the opposite. Upon awakening, she found herself nearly suffocated and burdened with an overwhelming debt. It seemed the tales spun in novels were nothing but fabrications. After considering Su Tang's calculations, Lin Xia promptly resolved to retain 300 jin of wild boar meat, discarding the skin and inedible entrails. The remaining 600 jin would be returned to Lang Kuei. If things continued in this manner, it would not be long before their family could clear their debts. Although making smoked meat could preserve some of the meat, Lin Xia believed that while an occasional indulgence in smoked delicacies was acceptable, a prolonged diet of such fare would be detrimental to one's health. Thus, she preferred to consume fresh provisions whenever possible. Upon hearing this, Su Jianyuan invigorated himself and set out for the hunt with Xiao Fu. It was imperative that he procured additional game. The remaining individuals joined forces to divide the wild boar into 2 portions, with the larger share entrusted to Qing and Su Shiwei for delivery to Wolf Kuei. By the time the 2 returned, it would be time for the main event of the day, the construction of the wooden house. Su Shiwei serves as the principal and overall commander, while Su Guodong is merely an amateur, capable only of offering minimal assistance. As for Qing, it is best left aside, a perfectly intact piece of timber. Once in his hands, soon splintered, prompting Su Shiwei to send him back to continue felling trees. Before long, the forest echoed with the resounding crashes of fallen giants. Su Tang had intended to lend a hand, yet constructing a wooden house proved to be far more intricate than building a toilet. She could not comprehend a single one of the diagrams drawn by Su Shiwei on the ground, nor could she grasp how the wooden pieces fit together. So she ultimately decided to abandon the task. Tang, is this what you all brought back yesterday? What is it? Lin Xia inquired. As she worked on crafting garments from animal hides outside the thatched shelter, noticing several bundles wrapped in leaves lying on the ground. Upon hearing this, Su Tang slapped her forehead, nearly forgetting the clay. This is the clay we discovered on the mountain yesterday, she explained, stepping forward to unveil the dark soil beneath the leaves. While this clay lacked the refined texture of the ceramic clay used in the artisan shop of her previous life, it was certainly sufficient for crafting pottery. Lin Xia's face brightened with joy. You found clay? Does that mean we can make pottery? The wooden bowl at home has started to fray after just a few days of use. Su Tang nodded, seizing the opportunity of the 5 cubs still indulging in their nap to experiment. Lin Xia, a spirited soul, swiftly fetched a stone basin and water upon seeing Su Tang's intent to craft pottery, eagerly joining her in the tactile delight of molding clay. Merely shaping the clay by hand proved inadequate. A potter's wheel was also essential. Su Tang obtained 2 cut tree stumps from Su Guodong, which she fashioned into a makeshift potter's wheel. Between the 2 wheels, she installed an axle, enabling her to rotate the lower wheel with her foot while shaping the clay, thus creating a primitive potter's lathe. This was the only tool Su Tang was adept at crafting. She possessed a distinctive trait. Once she embarked on a task, she would delve deeply into its intricacies. After her initial experience at a DIY craft store, she took the opportunity to understand the principles of a potter's wheel and even constructed one herself at home. Now, as she worked, she found the process remarkably intuitive. By the time she finished, Lin Xia had also prepared the clay. Su Tang grasped a handful of clay and placed it upon the spinning wheel. setting the lower wheel in motion. Her fingertips barely moved across the clay, yet in no time, the material transformed into the shape of a bowl. Lin Xiao watched in astonishment, eagerly rubbing her hands together by the side. Tang, this seems quite delightful. Could you allow mother to give it a try as well? Su Tang carefully removed the molded bowl, placing it upon the pristine leaves that had long been prepared, and then stepped aside. All right, mother, give it a try. The clay is ready for use. She still needs to construct a kiln for firing the pottery, as it can only be utilized after the firing process is complete. Without much thought, Su Tang moved aside to dig a pit. Before long, she had completed her task, and, straightening her somewhat sore back, brushed off her hands and called out, Mother, how is your work going? I can begin the firing process here. Lin Xiao's exaggerated voice echoed from behind. Tang, your mother is struggling with this clay. Please come and assist me. Chapter 61. The uninvited arrival of the Grey Wolf leader Su Tang turned around to see Lin Xiao's hands covered in clay. While the clay on the wheel was also soft and shapeless, the wheel spun rapidly, and a blob of clay even flew out, landing with a splat right on Su Tang's face. Su Tang, is this an endeavor in pottery or an act of murdering one's own daughter? Mother Su Tang peeled the clay from her face and let out a helpless sigh. Lin Xiao was startled and hurried over. Tang, are you all right? Mother did not mean to. Did I hurt you? Let me help you clean up. I'm fine, mother. You should return to your sewing. I can manage here. Su Tang hurriedly stopped Lin Xia, as she dared not let her mother assist any further. Lin Xia nodded repeatedly, saying, All right, mother will go make clothes. If you need any help, just call for me. After speaking, she quickly washed her hands and made a swift exit. Su Tang shook her head, washed the clay off her face, and after tidying up the mess left by Lin Xia, she continued to craft her pottery. Each vessel was meticulously fashioned in accordance with the number of individuals present. Su Tang dared not produce too much, fearing that a failed firing would waste the clay. Thus, she only crafted bowls, chopsticks, and a pot. The remaining items would be gradually added once success was achieved. After completing her work, Su Tang placed the items into the kiln and kindled a fire using the embers left by Su Jian, allowing it to burn slowly. Here, there was no scarcity of firewood. The remnants from the trees felled by Qing could serve as fuel, and it appeared that it would last for several months without depletion. Su Tang placed the firewood inside and ultimately sealed the kiln's opening. The process of firing pottery is a lengthy endeavor, requiring one to wait until the following day to witness the results. Su Tang was not in a hurry. She had intended to help her mother win the thread while waiting. However, as soon as she turned around, she was taken aback to find the 5 little cubs, who were supposed to be nestled in their den, had somehow scampered over to the pottery wheel. Don't move. Everyone, stay still, she exclaimed urgently, as she noticed the fluffy little balls were about to step onto the wet clay. Upon hearing their mother's voice, the 5 cubs obediently halted, looking up at Su Tang with innocent, bewildered expressions. Su Tang let out a sigh of relief, grateful that she had not stepped into it. Otherwise, she could only imagine how long it would take to clean up. Just as her words faded, one of the little ones tilted its head, its round, sparkling eyes blinking with excitement as it let out a cheerful "Owa." In the next moment, it eagerly trotted over to Su Tang, its short legs scurrying with delight. "Owa, mother!" The cub once mother Su Tang was momentarily petrified, unable to intervene in time, as the subsequent 4 cubs seemed to trigger some unseen switch, joining in rapid succession. The last cub charged forward, colliding with the one ahead. 1 struck 2, and 2 struck 3. In the blink of an eye, the 5 cubs transformed into a small, muddy mass. After rolling on the ground for a few moments, they staggered to their feet, shaking off the dirt that clung to them, and joyfully continued their dash towards Su Tang. At first glance, they resembled 5 little mud minnows. "Su Tang, she is about to break. Don't come any closer, stay right there, and do not move." Su Tang, in a fit of exasperation, issued a warning. Little Mudfish responded, "Wah? What is mother saying? I cannot comprehend. It matters not." The 5 young ones scurried along, puffing and panting, with even greater speed. Su Tang, her face clouded with displeasure, found herself covered in mud after the little one had its way. Resolutely, she built a fire and heated a pot of water, then, with a resigned demeanor, prepared a stone basin nearby to bathe the mischievous cub. By the time the water was ready, the clay on the little one's body had already dried. Dissolving sugar in warm water, I gently submerged the cubs, swirling them for a moment until the water turned a murky hue. By the time I had cleansed all 5 cubs, I had already replaced the water several times. As Su Tang washed, the cubs eagerly lapped up the murky water in the basin, infuriating her to the point of nearly spitting blood. The more she scolded, the faster they drank. After finally completing her task, Su Tang realized that all 5 cubs had round, bulging bellies. Su Tang, truly a quintet of little fools. After a battle of wits with the cubs, she finished bathing them and cast them onto the lawn to bask in the sunlight, perhaps exhausted from their play. The 5 cubs sprawled out on the grass and fell into a deep slumber. Su Tang was drenched in sweat, her irritation rising as she gazed at the cubs. Yet, upon seeing them sleeping peacefully, drenched and vulnerable, she could not help but fetch a clean piece of animal hide to wipe them down thoroughly. Truly, it felt as though she owed them from a past life. Su Tang, while teasing and complaining, resolved to have her dear uncle take these little fools away as soon as she located the cubs. She simply could not manage these imbeciles any longer. In the following days, Su Tang and her companions diligently engaged in hunting and constructing wooden shelters. Su Jianyuan does not capture wild boars every day at times. He may catch goats, elk, wild chickens, or ducks, an array of both familiar and unfamiliar creatures. The most astonishing occurrence was when he returned with a great tiger. Had it not been for the ancient continent, Su Tang would never have dared to consume such a beast. However, after partaking in this feast, he found himself free from the worries of hunger. Over the course of several days, he returned more than half of the game owed to Wolf Kuei. The pottery crafted by Su Tang has also been successfully produced. The initially fired pottery exhibited significant cracks, causing it to leak water and rendering it entirely unusable. Subsequently, Su Tang refined the firing process, resulting in pottery that became progressively more complete and exquisite with each attempt. Su Tang replaced all the wooden utensils in her home with pottery. As the clay proved insufficient, she later asked Su Jianyuan to excavate twice, resulting in several large earthenware jars for water storage. With these, she could fetch water once and have enough to last for several days, alleviating the need to visit the river daily. However, relying solely on water fetching was not a sustainable solution. Su Tang believed that once the wooden house was constructed, she would need to devise a way to address the water supply issue. After several days of diligent effort, the wooden house began to take shape. Su Shui constructed a residence in the traditional Chinese style, encircled by towering walls, with a courtyard within. The layout comprises a square, flanked by 3 rooms on each side, with the eastern room adjacent to the main house having been enlarged. At the request of Lin Xia and Su Guodong, this particular room has been reinforced and isolated, destined for Su Tang's future occupancy. Given that she is their sole cherished daughter, and considering the perilous circumstances of the ancient continent, it is imperative to exercise caution. However, accomplishing these modifications within just a few days is an unattainable task. Su Shui has only completed the foundation, with the boundaries of each house already delineated, and the wooden walls at the base have been erected to a height of more than half a meter. The construction of the wooden cabins is merely a matter of time. Su Tang gazed at the emerging form of the wooden cottage, her heart brimming with anticipation. Just as the family reveled in the joy of soon inhabiting their new abode, the leader of the Grey Wolves, accompanied by a throng of orcs, intruded uninvited. The Grey Wolf orcs swiftly encircled Su Tang and her companions. Su Jianyuan, poised to embark on a hunting expedition, was abruptly halted, his expression one of irritation. What do you want? This is not the Grey Wolf tribe, step aside. The 5 young cubs, sensing the impending danger, puffed up their fur and hissed fiercely at the nearest Grey Wolf orc from atop the cat tree. The orc, incensed by their defiance, swung a massive hand towards one of the cubs. Chapter 62. Surrender the Great Green in an instant. One of the cubs was sent flying, yelping as it tumbled to the ground, rolling several times in a daze. Stop. In a fit of rage, Su Tang was incensed. How dare this outsider lay a hand on the offspring when she, as a stepmother, had not even harmed them? She swiftly approached, lifted the young one, and placed it into Lin Xia's arms before seizing the large stone axe that Su Shui used for chopping trees, aiming directly at the hand of the Grey Wolf Beastman. Caught off guard by Su Tang's audacity to confront him, the Beastman turned just in time to evade the descending axe. It struck the ground with a resounding thud, embedding itself deeply into the earth. The Grey Wolf Beastman felt a surge of terror. Had he been a second slower, his hand would have been severed. This female was truly ruthless. No wonder Lang Man insisted that she and Lang Kuei should never become mates. Su Tang refrained from further assault, instead choosing to carry the remaining 4 cubs back. Yet, the icy gaze continued to send shivers down the spine of the Grey Wolf orc. Su Tang turned to the Grey Wolf chief and inquired, "What do you mean by this? Why have you brought so many orcs to harm my young?" The Grey Wolf chief's lips twitched. His subordinate had merely delivered a slap, and what injuries had the young sustained? It was she who had nearly severed his subordinate's hand. Yet she stood there with such brazen defiance. Before the Grey Wolf chief could respond, Lang Man stepped forward from behind the orcs. She glared fiercely at Su Tang, and then pointed at the large blue creature behind her, exclaiming, "Chief, it was that wandering orc who injured my Wolf Kuei. Su Tang, you incited the wandering orc to harm my Wolf Kuei. If you do not surrender the wandering orc today, do not expect to remain here any longer." Lang Man's face was filled with malice. In recent days, she had discovered that Wolf Kuei's wounds not only had not healed but had worsened. Upon inquiry, she learned that it was indeed the wandering orc who had inflicted the injuries. How could Lang Man not be enraged? This wretched female had already caused Wolf Kuei harm once, and now she had allowed the wandering orc to further injure him. She was nothing less than a bane to her family. It was said that ever since the arrival of this wandering orc, the wretched female had been thriving. She could hardly swallow this humiliation. The wandering orc must be dealt with today. Even if she could not kill him, she must drive him away. Upon hearing the words, Su Tang and the others immediately grasped the nature of the unfolding drama. It turned out that Lang Man had sought a formidable ally to avenge Lang Kuei. Regarding the reason behind Lang Kuei's beating, Lin Xia, hands on her hips, let out a cold snort, asserting that Lang Kuei had initially bullied her daughter Tang, and thus, he deserved the thrashing he received. Should he dare to approach again, she would not hesitate to strike him once more. When it came to her daughter being wronged, she would not yield an inch. The Grey Wolf leader maintained a composed demeanor, pondering how Lang Kuei, who harbored feelings for Tang, could possibly wish her harm. His sharp gaze turned toward Qing. However, this wandering beastman posed a significant threat. As the leader of the Grey Wolf tribe, he could not allow such a perilous individual to remain in their midst. It was imperative that the beastman be expelled today. And the Grey Wolf leader's words left no room for negotiation. Tang furrowed her brow slightly. Was the Grey Wolf leader implying that he intended to support Wolfman today? Leader, she addressed the Grey Wolf, you were present the day I brought Qing back. And at no point did you declare that he could not reside here. Moreover, we have not disrupted the order of the tribe. The Grey Wolf leader retorted with conviction. At that time, we were unaware of the dangers posed by the stray beastmen. Now that he has injured Wolf Kuei, who can say he won't harm other beastmen in the future? I cannot allow such a significant threat to remain outside our tribe. Tang's expression darkened slightly. It was evident that this was a deliberate provocation. The last time the Grey Wolf leader visited, there was no such favoritism towards Wolfman. Why had things suddenly changed today? Could it be that Wolfman had offered the leader some form of benefit? Upon hearing this, Su Jinyuan's temper flared. How dare you meddle so excessively? Do you reside by the sea? We merely dwell outside your tribe. Why do you concern yourself with our affairs? You seem to conjure demands at whim. Today you wish to expel Qing, but will you not concoct another unreasonable request tomorrow? The leader of the Grey Wolves did not comprehend, pondering. What do you mean by the sea? I reside within the Grey Wolf tribe, not by any seaside. Su Jinyuan, enough. Playing the lute to a cow. Did you hear that? The chief has spoken. Why are you not hastening to surrender that wretched stray orc? Langman stands behind, feigning authority, utterly arrogant. Tang let out a cold snort. What if I refuse to comply and do not allow him to leave? Although Qing is a wandering beastman, during our time together, he has neither committed any heinous acts nor failed to assist us tirelessly. He is simply an innocent fool. And I have never considered driving him away. Langman wore a smug smile. Tang, do you think you are someone of importance? Do you truly believe the chief would hesitate to act against you? My Wolf Kuei is no longer the same as before. If you oppose the chief over a wandering beastman, do not come back crying for my help in the future. Haha. Tang's eyes narrowed slightly. The wolf woman appeared exceedingly smug, suggesting that some event had transpired that eluded her knowledge. What, indeed, had instilled such confidence in her? The leader of the Grey Wolves darkened his expression and said sternly, if none of you are willing, then I shall have no choice but to let you depart alongside the wandering beastmen today. The faces of the crowd turned grim. Tang cursed inwardly, lamenting the treachery of this unscrupulous individual. Over the past few days, they had gradually provided some game as a gesture of goodwill, only to have the leader devour their offerings and promptly turn his back on them. Before Tang could utter a word, the Grey Wolf chief continued. I have no time to waste here. Hand over the stray orc at once, or leave this place immediately. It was a clear ultimatum, forcing her to make a choice. In her heart, Langman reveled in her misfortune, gleefully anticipating Tang's embarrassment. She could hardly believe that Tang would abandon her family and their comfortable existence for the sake of a mere stray orc, if they chose not to leave. Without the orc's protection, her family of misfits would surely face starvation. Tang gazed at Lin Xia and Su Guodong, the couple showing no inclination to urge her. Tang, you may pursue whatever you desire. Both your father and mother stand firmly behind you. Speak freely, without fear. Su Guodong nodded. Indeed. At worst, we can start anew as a family. As long as we are together, there is nothing to fear. Neither Su Jinyuan nor Su Shiwei uttered a word. Yet their resolute gazes provided Tang with an answer. Sister, I am also willing to follow your lead. Xiaofu hastily chimed in. Recalling that their family had previously wandered outside for a period, relocating to another place was hardly a significant matter. The eyes of the young cub were bright and perceptive. In Xiaofu's view, compared to the wicked beastmen like Wolf Kuei, Qing was far more preferable. Tang had long anticipated that everyone's thoughts were aligned. Yet hearing it with her own ears still stirred a subtle wave of emotion within her heart. The greatest fortune she cherished was the ability to be with her family even after traversing through time. Tang gently ruffled Xiaofu's messy hair and turned to face the Grey Wolf leader, just as Qing stepped forward unexpectedly from behind. Wait, hold on. Chapter 63. From now on, you have a home. Everyone turned their attention to Qing. His expression was complicated as he glanced at Tang and Lin Xia, clenching his fists as if wrestling with some inner turmoil. However, he soon relaxed his grip, as though he had reached a resolution. Qing addressed the Grey Wolf leader, saying, I will leave on my own. Do not allow them to depart. Qing? Tang exclaimed in confusion. It had been him who, at the beginning, had insisted vehemently on staying. What had changed? This fellow was not the type to shy away from confrontation. The others were equally astonished, unable to comprehend Qing's sudden declaration. Over the past few days, Lin Xia had come to see that this boy was rather straightforward and earnest, devoid of ulterior motives. Their perception of Qing had shifted considerably. Now, hearing him express a desire to leave felt almost unbelievable. After speaking, Qing turned back to Tang and dropped another bombshell. Tang, in truth, I am not your mate, and I am not the father of the cubs. I do not know them at all. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he rushed through his words, fearful that hesitation would lead to regret. He truly did not wish to return to the desolate forest. Yet he was even more averse to the thought of seeing Tang and her family driven away because of him. The moment his words left his lips, everyone, except Su Tang, was left in stunned silence. Qing, what do you mean? If you are not the father of the cubs, then who is? Lin Xia asked in disbelief. It seemed they had taken in a false one. This lad had deceived them. Su Guodong's face was etched with confusion as he pressed further. What on earth is happening? He glanced at his daughter, whose expression revealed no trace of surprise, indicating she had long been aware of the situation. Qing shook his head. I am uncertain as well. When I first encountered Tang, she merely agreed to be my companion, yet nothing transpired between us. By the time I returned from my hunt, Tang had vanished. I searched for nearly 2 months before I found this place, and beyond that, I am at a loss. He candidly shared all he knew. Then why did you wish to become my partner? Why not forcefully take me back to the forest, but instead chose to return with me? Su Tang seized the opportunity to inquire. Qing scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I simply desired a beastman with whom I could converse. Living alone in the forest is exceedingly dull, and I yearn to experience what it is like to share life with a beastman. He expressed his profound loneliness, devoid of any romantic inclinations. When he denied such feelings, it was evident that he was indeed lonely. Upon hearing this, the others felt a wave of embarrassment. This fool sought companionship merely for conversation? Su Tang's lips twitched, uncertain of what to say about Qing. Wasn't it said that wandering beastmen were all nefarious villains? Yet, to her eyes, Qing appeared simply foolish. It turned out he had feigned being a cub's father solely for this purpose. Even more shocking to Su Tang was the revelation that Tang had, in one moment, agreed to become Qing's partner, only to dash off in the next to bear offspring with another beastman. In that instant, she was at a loss whether to ridicule Qing or herself first. Qing's words had not escaped the ears of the gray wolf beastman. Within Wolfman, a curse formed in his heart. This brazen female was indeed fickle, racing off to seek so many males. His decision to refrain from letting Wolf Kue mate with her was undoubtedly wise. Qing resolutely addressed the gray wolf leader, declaring that he would return to the forest immediately and would not come back again, imploring him not to trouble Tang and the others. After speaking, he cast a reluctant glance at his humble dwelling before turning to leave. Upon hearing this, the gray wolf leader's eyes glimmered with a hint of delight. He had not anticipated that this wandering beastman would take the initiative to depart, which would spare him considerable trouble. Recently, Wolf Kue had made significant contributions to the tribe, and if a choice had to be made between him and Su Tang, the leader would undoubtedly choose to protect Wolf Kue, no matter how precious a female may be. The future of the entire tribe held greater importance. However, if he could retain Su Tang as well, he would not object. After all, having an additional female in the tribe could only be advantageous. Su Tang and the members of the Su family exchanged glances, and upon receiving affirming looks, they called out to Qing. Wait. Wolfman furrowed his brow, wondering what this little impudent female was up to now. Su Tang locked eyes with the leader of the Grey Wolves, her gentle voice unwavering. Leader, we have made up our minds. We shall leave this place together. The moment her words escaped, not only did Wolfman stand dumbfounded, but so did the other Grey Wolf beastmen. Was this female truly out of her mind? She was willing to abandon this place for a mere wandering beastman? It was utterly incomprehensible. The Grey Wolf leader's expression darkened. For Su Tang's declaration was a severe affront to his dignity. She would rather venture into the forest than remain here, implying that his Grey Wolf tribe was utterly lacking. Did she truly believe that a multitude of young and exceptional Grey Wolf beastmen paled in comparison to a solitary vagabond? Tang, the others were left in shock, gazing at Su Tang and her companions with disbelief. Su Tang offered him a reassuring glance and smiled, saying, "This is not a decision made solely by me, an orc." Su Shiwei gently touched the bridge of his nose, his voice warm and melodious. "We are not leaving for your sake, but rather to avoid the repeated troubles caused by certain shameless orcs." Wolfman's face turned a shade of green with anger. "Who are you calling shameless?" Su Shiwei directly ignored her, infuriating Lang Man to the point of nearly suffering a myocardial infarction. The leader of the Grey Wolves, with a grim expression, inquired, "Tang, have you truly made up your mind to leave this place? Is it worth it for the stray beast man?" Su Tang chuckled lightly. Compared to the Grey Wolf tribe, it was undoubtedly worth it. The implication was clear. The Grey Wolf tribe was not even a match for a mere stray beast man. The tribe's leader intended to persuade Su Tang to reconsider her words, but upon hearing her remark, he was instantly filled with rage. "Unappreciative female. Even if I were to perish in the forest, I would never take you in again. Do not come crawling back to me in supplication." Listening to the Grey Wolf leader repeatedly refer to him as a stray beast man, Qing felt a wave of insecurity wash over him, causing him to lower his head as he wished to dissuade Su Tang. "Tang, you need not act this way. I understand that as a stray beast man, I am unworthy of entering the tribe. I do not wish to be a burden to you." His words were heartfelt. Before meeting Su Tang, he had been completely unaware of the essence of camaraderie, only driven by his own desires. Yet now, he realized that, in comparison to his own greed, he was far more reluctant to involve them in his plight. Qing smiled faintly. He was already accustomed to it, and returning would not pose any issue for him. Instead, it was they who would face danger in the forest. The tribe and the forest were two entirely distinct realms. Who says you're a stray beast man? Lin Xiao interjected, hands on her hips, her voice authoritative. From this moment on, you have a home and a family. Wherever we are, that is your home. She refused to believe that such a simpleton could be beyond redemption. Su Guodong felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that his wife truly agreed to let that foolish young man be with their daughter? This simply cannot be allowed. Su Tang remained unperturbed. Mother. Who is he to our family? Lin Xiao raised her voice confidently. He is my adopted son. Chapter 64. The Wolf Lies. After all, she had already gained one little wolf cub. Adding another foolish big boy was of little consequence. Lin Xiao had always possessed a remarkably open mind. Damn it. Su Jianyuan couldn't help but curse, turning to Su Guodong. Father, how does it feel to be a father again? You brat, if you don't speak. No one will think you're mute. Su Guodong huffed, glaring at his son in frustration. Yet, inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was certainly more acceptable to have an additional adopted son than an extra son-in-law. The Qing stood there in a daze. I have a family now? He could hardly believe his ears. Ever since the death of the only person he knew, an old wandering beast man, at the age of 5. He had forgotten what it felt like to have a home. Su Tang gave his arm a light tap. If you are unwilling, you may decline. My mother does not appreciate being forced. I am willing. I am willing. The Qing hastily nodded, fearful that Lin Xiao might have a change of heart. The gray wolf leader's expression darkened. He began to comprehend why Su Tang was so unreasonable. She was a lunatic, and her mother was a madwoman. This entire family of beastmen was utterly abnormal. You better think it over and not regret your decision, the gray wolf leader said coldly. Rest assured. We are not like the leader, who enjoys going back on his word. Su Tang replied with a submissive demeanor, though her words dripped with sarcasm. The gray wolf leader nearly spat blood upon hearing this. This sharp-tongued female was subtly insulting him. Su Tang immediately joined the others in gathering their belongings, determined to depart. While they were leaving, they would ensure that not a single item was left behind for the gray wolf orcs, if necessary. They would smash and burn whatever they could not take. Observing the actions of the group, the gray wolf orc did not feel a shred of triumph. Although they had successfully driven away the stray orcs, an inexplicable sense of defeat lingered. Only Lang Man was ecstatic. The wretched female would finally leave this place. Once she returned to the forest, her demise would be swift. Freed from her entanglement with Lang Kuei, he would soon forget her. Not to mention that Lang Kuei had always been popular among females, and now that he had regained his former prowess, even the chief regarded him with newfound respect. It would be simple for him to find an even more suitable mate, to mate and bear offspring. With Lang Kuei around, the tribe would no longer have to worry about food, which male or female would not hold her in high regard. Lang Man could already envision herself being revered in the future, and she almost couldn't suppress a laugh. At that moment, a gray shadow burst forth from the woods. Wait, Chief, do not drive them away. The gray wolf chief turned to see Lang Kuei in his beast form. Lang Kuei, what do you mean by this? Lang Kuei transformed into his human form and immediately knelt before the gray wolf chief. Chief, this is a misunderstanding. The stray orc has not harmed me and will not harm the tribe's orcs. I beseech you, do not expel them. If they leave, they will surely perish. The gray wolf chief furrowed his brow and glanced at Lang Man, his tone tinged with displeasure. Lang Man, what is going on? This is not how you explained it to me. He was merely concerned for Lang Kuei's safety. If this were merely Lang Man's perspective, he would not have intervened. Lang Man was equally bewildered. She had no idea. Child, you clearly told me this yesterday. How could it be that he did not attack you? Lang Man was frantic. She had finally managed to drive away that wretched female, and even if it were not true, there could be no unforeseen developments. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she grasped Lang Kuei's arm. Did that stray orc threaten you? Do not fear. The chief stands behind you, and he will have no opportunity to act brazenly again. Lang Kuei shook his head. No, mother, he did not threaten me. I speak the truth. This is a misunderstanding. Lang Man looked perplexed. But yesterday, you clearly said. Before she could finish, Lang Kuei interrupted her. Mother, you misunderstood. I said that this wound was caused by my own hunting. And it has nothing to do with Su Tang and the others. How could you? Lang Kuei sighed, turning to the Grey Wolf Chief. Chief, I apologize. Please retract your decision. The Grey Wolf Chief's expression darkened, and he exclaimed in anger, this is utter nonsense. How can you spout such ridiculous claims? Lang Man, do not let me witness such folly again. Otherwise, even as a female, you will face severe punishment. Lang Man had always been at odds with Su Tang, and the Grey Wolf Chief assumed that she was using this as an excuse to drive Su Tang away. After speaking, the Grey Wolf Chief felt embarrassed to continue addressing Su Tang and left, his expression stern, accompanied by his subordinates. Having just quarreled so bitterly with Su Tang's family, he felt no desire to face them again. Lang Man watched the chief's retreating figure, feeling immensely wronged. She had merely spoken the truth. Why was the chief angry with her? Lang Man wished to say something more but was pulled back by Lang Kuei, who shook his head. Mother, please return home. I will be back shortly, do not worry. Lang Kuei's status had changed, even the chief showed him some respect. So Lang Man had no choice but to heed his words. Reluctantly, she replied, very well, I shall return first. Be cautious. And do not get entangled with that wretched female again. Come back soon. Lang Kuei reassured her that he merely needed to speak for a moment. And only then did Lang Man leave. Su Tang gazed at Lang Kuei with a look of bewilderment, uncertain of what act this fellow was putting on this time. Su Jianyuan glared at him, infuriated, blocking his path. You little rascal, how dare you show your face before me? Do you believe I won't beat you to a pulp? He continued, do not think that driving away the wolf leader will let this matter slide. When Wolf Kuei saw a fist flying towards him, he swiftly dodged, refraining from retaliation. Instead, he distanced himself and turned to Su Tang. Tang, I acknowledge my fault from last time. I had no idea my mother would conceal the fact that she brought the leader here. I sincerely apologize. Please do not hold a grudge against me. Su Tang displayed an air of aloofness, her voice icy as she remarked, I never allow myself to be angered by insignificant beasts. Wolf Kuei found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze fixed on Su Tang's frigid expression. Gathering his resolve, he pressed on. I shall ensure that the leader will no longer trouble you. You may remain here, the forest harbors great peril, and any female venturing into its depths risks losing her life at any moment. Su Tang squinted, her gaze probing as she studied Wolf Kuei, attempting to discern something from his expression. Why did you lie just now, deceiving Wolfman and the leader about your injury being a result of the hunt? She suddenly inquired. She felt that the changes in Wolf Kuei were remarkably profound, given the obsession she had previously observed in him. If he intended to take advantage of the leader's trust, he could easily do so without resorting to deceit. Tang, actually. Wolf Kuei paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Suddenly, he swayed, the veins on his forehead bulging. With a swift motion, he turned away and transformed into a gray wolf, darting off rapidly. As he departed, he left behind a hasty remark. In any case, I do this for your own good. Do not venture into the forest. Su Jianyuan and Da Qing had yet to intercept him when the shadow of the gray wolf vanished from the crowd's sight. Chapter 65. Su Tang's speculation. That brat, running away so swiftly, must be feeling guilty. Su Guodong exclaimed in exasperation, thinking that such a tactic could erase the prior events. Dream on. Lin Xia shot him a glance, criticizing him for his hindsight. Why didn't you apprehend him when he was running? Now you're merely complaining. Su Guodong was momentarily taken aback and murmured, isn't it true that I cannot compete with him? As the two exchanged banter, Su Jianyuan and a few others arrived behind Su Tang. Sister, what is the situation here? Why is he suddenly so amiable? Could it be that he has turned over a new leaf? Su Jianyuan expressed his confusion. How could a beastman capable of such stalking be lying to assist them? Could it be that this fellow has ulterior motives? Su Jianyuan was utterly perplexed, while Su Shi, lost in contemplation, murmured, I believe he merely wishes to keep Tang here. Noticing that Su Jianyuan remained confused, Su Tang elaborated. What my brother means is that if I venture into the forest, Wolf Kuei will no longer have the opportunity to pursue me. She had indeed considered this reasoning. Yet, even with this understanding, she sensed something amiss, though she could not articulate it. Father, what is your perspective? Su Tang turned to inquire of Su Guodong. Su Guodong, a university professor, is well-versed in human nature and possesses a keen eye for discerning character. Upon hearing his daughter's concerns, he shook his head, admitting that he too found this young man inscrutable. It was evident that he was not a person of straightforward intentions, and it would be prudent to limit interactions with him. It seems that the Su family has harbored a long-standing enmity with the Lang Kuei family, resulting in continuous conflict since their arrival in this realm. Su Tang nodded, sharing the same sentiment. Since the leader of the Grey Wolves had chosen not to evict them, they too had no intention of relocating. After all, construction on their dwelling had already commenced. Changing locations would not only pose risks but also require starting anew from the very beginning. Su Tang was also reluctant to leave her restroom, however. A more pressing matter loomed. Father, mother, have you noticed the peculiar demeanor of the Grey Wolf leader towards Wolf Kuei? Su Tang inquired, voicing her inner perplexity. With Su Tang's prompt, Lin Xia recalled, I sensed that the Grey Wolf leader seemed unusually attentive to Wolf Kuei's words today. Su Guodong nodded repeatedly, pondering the situation. Indeed. The last time they visited, the leader of the Grey Wolves did not exhibit such esteem. What had this young man done to suddenly earn such regard from the Grey Wolf chieftain? The others shared his perplexity. Aside from hunting prey, they had little interaction with the orcs of the Grey Wolf tribe and were entirely unaware of the recent events unfolding within the tribe. Although Su Tang meets with Wolf and I daily, she is often preoccupied with tending to her young, leaving little time for conversation as she has only one partner and is burdened by her responsibilities. It dawned on her that even in the ancient continent, the lack of information flow poses a significant challenge. Why not seek out a Grey Wolf beastman for inquiries? Suggested Su Guodong. However, this proposal was swiftly met with a cold rebuttal from Lin Xia, given our relationship with the Grey Wolf tribe. Which beastman would be willing to divulge such matters to you? Su Guodong, with a sheepish expression, touched his nose, seemingly in agreement. Their current relationship with the Grey Wolf tribe was delicate. It was a blessing that they had not been driven out. At that moment, Su Jianyuan suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, I have thought of an excellent plan to gather intelligence on the Grey Wolf tribe. The crowd turned to Su Jianyuan, their eyes filled with skepticism. What brilliant idea could this fellow possibly have? Su Tang inquired once more, what method? Su Jianyuan remained silent, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips as he cast his gaze towards the inconspicuous little Fu nestled in the corner. You want me to seek out the pups of the Grey Wolf tribe to gather intelligence? Absolutely not. I refuse to go. Upon hearing Su Jinyuan's suggestion, little Fu shook his head vigorously, retreating behind Lin Xia. He had recently endured a beating, and had even clashed with the wolf pup, undoubtedly. That group of youngsters still bore a grudge against him. To venture forth now would be akin to inviting trouble upon himself. The expression on little Fu's face was a clear testament to his resistance. For the first time, Lin Xia felt a glimmer of hope for her second son's intellect. This strategy seemed promising. Adults may weave tales, yet the young ones lack such cunning. Little Fu's inquiry for information was the most prudent course of action. However, upon hearing this, little Fu's face fell in despair. Mother, I do not wish to go. Despite his previous temper towards Su Tang, he was acutely aware of the differences between his family and other beastmen, harboring a sense of inferiority deep within. Even in his former tribe, he had always felt out of place. Moreover, their family's reputation within the Grey Wolf tribe had already been tarnished. He never played with peers of his age. And the last incident of being beaten was merely a chance encounter with the wolf pups. Su Tang had a profound aversion to coercion. If they chose not to go, so be it. In the worst-case scenario, they would merely be driven to the forest together, and that was hardly a cause for concern. As a family, they would face their fate with unity, which was quite comforting. Meanwhile, Xiao Fu's face turned pale with fear. Moments ago, in a fit of excitement, he felt no fear regarding the forest. However, now, the mere thought of that scene made him tremble uncontrollably. He certainly did not wish to be devoured by a wild beast. Xiao Fu, do you not desire to learn the art of hunting with weapons? If you gather some intel, I shall teach you tomorrow. Su Jinyuan coaxed enticingly. Xiao Fu swallowed hard, his eyes wide with anticipation. Really? He had long yearned to master the skills of the hunt, but his elder brother was exceedingly protective of his weapons, never permitting him to touch them. Su Jinyuan nodded. Indeed. Xiao Fu glanced at Su Tang and the others. Everyone had been working hard lately, and he felt the need to contribute to the family. With this thought, he nodded vigorously, saying, all right, I will go ask. After all, the worst that could happen was another beating, and he had nothing to fear. As Xiao Fu was about to head to the Grey Wolf tribe, Lin Xia called out to him. Wait a moment, take this with you. Beneath the tree stood a makeshift wooden table, where Lin Xia gathered a generous handful of dried meat and wrapped it in leaves before handing it to Xiao Fu. Mother, what is this for? Xiao Fu asked, perplexed. It was meant to be a snack for you all. Take it to share with the cubs. The Grey Wolf tribe was hardly affluent. The cubs here were akin to children from the 1960s and 70s, fortunate just to have enough to eat, let alone enjoy snacks. As the saying goes, one should be mindful of how to gather information. It's often easier when one is generous. You're even giving them dried meat? Xiao Fu grumbled, clearly displeased. He would rather endure a beating than share food with those cubs. Yet, he had always obeyed his mother, so after a brief murmur of discontent, he took the dried meat and departed. Thus, the family successfully persuaded Xiao Fu. Su Tang gazed in the direction of the Grey Wolf tribe, her mind replaying the recent encounters with Wolf Kuei, a flicker of alertness flashing in her eyes. This fellow bore an uncanny resemblance to the one etched in her memories. It seemed she needed further confirmation. Chapter 66. Just call us uncle, and Annie. Wolf Kuei burst forth from the thicket, spotting Wolfman waiting at the entrance of the valley tribe. Mother? His eyes regained a semblance of clarity, albeit unsteadily. Wolfman was alarmed by his state. Fearing that Wolf Kuei had once again been beaten, she rushed forward to support him. My child, what has happened? Did that roaming beastman lay hands on you again? I knew he was no good. It must have been Su Tang's doing, right? Before Wolf Kuei could respond, Wolfman, seething with indignation, bombarded him with questions. Firmly believing that the other party was at fault, Wolf Kuei shook his head, taking a moment to gather strength before transforming into human form. No, mother. It's my own injuries that Haven Tea healed. It's not their doing. Let us head back quickly. His complexion was still pale, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Wolfman, clearly skeptical, was too enraged to notice Wolf Kuei's peculiarities, and they proceeded into the tribe together. After walking a short distance, Wolfman could no longer contain herself, beginning to voice her grievances. My child, I must say that Su Tang is truly no good. Even protecting a wandering beastman. What kind of female are you looking for? Listen to your mother and find a good mate within the tribe. Mating. After all, the females in the tribe are at least trustworthy and reliable. If you don't find a partner soon, I fear you'll waste food on that little wretched female again. Mother. Upon hearing Wolfman speak ill of Su Tang, Wolf Kuei halted, his brows furrowed, his expression darkening. Do not seek trouble with Su Tang again. This is my personal matter and has nothing to do with her. He spoke with grave seriousness. Upon hearing this, Wolfman's conviction that Su Tang was a harbinger of misfortune deepened. Resentment surged within her. She could not fathom what sort of enchantment that wretched female had cast upon Wolf Kuei, rendering him so infatuated that he would disregard his own mother-as counsel. It infuriated her. Recalling that no matter how much she urged him, Wolf Kuei refused to relent, Wolfman decided against further argument. Fine, mother understands. As long as you take care of yourself and heed my advice in the future, I won't trouble her. Yet, in her heart, she began plotting. Once they returned, she would hasten to find a mate for Wolf Kuei. Regardless of his feelings, once they mated, he would no longer be able to seek out Su Tang. Indeed, that was the plan. She could not believe that a vigorous male could resist the allure of a beautiful female without something transpiring. Hearing this, Wolf Kuei finally felt a sense of relief. He had not anticipated that his typically assertive mother would be so agreeable today. He was also perplexed by his own recent folly, having acted so recklessly. In the days ahead, he could only wish for Su Tang's well-being, hoping she would remain safe. Both mother and son carried their own thoughts. Wolfman, having devised her strategy, felt considerably uplifted. My child, you have accomplished a great deed for the tribe. The chief has promised you that you can prioritize the food. Remember to bring back plenty. Wolf Ching is at that stage of growth and needs to eat well to become strong like you. As they walked, Wolfman continued to chatter in Wolf Kuei's ear. Having you is already a source of envy among the tribe's beastmen. If Wolf Ching can grow to be like you, then I shall have no worries in the future. All right, Wolf Kuei replied absently. Wolfman continued her monologue. Only my little one has the capability to procure such bountiful food, benefiting the tribe. Our Grey Wolf tribe has never experienced such a joyous occasion. As for what she said, Wolf Kuei absorbed not a single word. Meanwhile, outside the grass hut, a family of 5 had just bid farewell to Xiaofu and was now lost in contemplation surrounding Deching. Su Jianyuan scratched his head and asked, Mother, what should Deching call you in the future? Su Shiwei inquired, how many older brothers do you have? To which Deching replied, indeed. I have gained either an elder brother or a younger brother. By the way, how old are you this year, Deching? Su Tang also cast a curious glance towards Deching. This fellow was quite tall, making it difficult for her to discern whether he was older or younger than her 2 brothers. Upon hearing this, the members of the Su family fell silent, as they themselves were unaware of their ages. Fortunately, Deching seemed equally perplexed. Scratching his nose with a naive expression, he remarked, how old? I'm just this tall. I'm older than all of you. With that, he spun around in place, showcasing his height and stature. Su Tang, what a silly one. That's not what I meant. I was asking about your age. How old are you? Deching shook his head in confusion, completely unaware of what the old orc meant. The others remarked, what a fool. Lin Xia felt a bit embarrassed. She had indeed taken in a rather dim-witted boy. You youngsters, just go back to calling each other as you used to. We no longer concern ourselves with trivialities. Lin Xia waved her hand dismissively. As for the 2 of us, she glanced at Su Guodong and said to Deching, from now on, you may call us uncle and aunt. Consider this place your home. After some thought, she felt it would be somewhat unfair to have him call her mother since she had not cared for him even for a day. Calling them uncle and aunt seemed more appropriate and would avoid any awkwardness. Uncle, aunt. Deching immediately complied, his excitement showing as he flashed a broad grin, clearly thrilled. He had family now. He had a home. He would never again have to return to the lonely, desolate forest. Deching exuberantly dashed about, transforming into his beast form and soaring through the sky for quite some time, as if his entire being brimmed with unspent energy. Observing Deching's blissful demeanor, Lin Xia felt a pang of sympathy for her foolish son. What had merely been an impulsive decision for her turned out to be a momentous occasion for Deching. Suddenly, 5 little cubs appeared at Su Tang's feet, mewling softly. Their tender, milky voices seemed to carry a hint of sweetness as they climbed over each other, using their little paws to scramble upward while flailing their front legs toward the sky. Su Tang found herself at a loss for words. Do you little kittens think you can fly? Despite the joy, there was still work to be done. Before long, Deching was called back to chopwood. Observing the fallen trees scattered across the forest, Su Tang couldn't help but say to Su Guodong, Father, when we chop down trees, shouldn't we also plant some? Otherwise, by the time the wooden house is built, this forest will be bare. She was, after all, an environmentally conscious youth, driven by necessity to fell trees for shelter. Su Guodong found it quite reasonable. It is essential to plant trees and refrain from damaging the natural environment. Once the wooden house is constructed, I shall cultivate fruit trees. I have preserved all your apple seeds. You know, planting ordinary trees seems rather dull. Fruit trees not only contribute to environmental protection but also provide sustenance, which is truly wonderful. Su Tang, this premeditated smile made her suspect that her father was not merely interested in planting trees. Chapter 67. Fruits growing in the soil. There were hardly any wild beasts near the Grey Wolf tribe. Although the cubs were generally prohibited from venturing out, they were not the most obedient creatures. Sneaking out for play was a frequent occurrence. The beastmen would turn a blind eye, as their young were not particularly delicate. As long as there was no danger, they were allowed some freedom. At this very moment, in a small grove outside the Grey Wolf tribe, Xiaofu discovered a group of cubs who had secretly slipped out to play, holding the jerky that Lin Xia had brought for him. He stood in front of the cubs for about 10 minutes, yet he couldn't muster the courage to take a step closer. He swallowed hard. What should he say first? What could he say to avoid being beaten by them? Socially anxious Xiaofu wore a tense expression, and feeling utterly at a loss for words. He could only stuff his mouth with jerky to ease the awkwardness. Meanwhile, the cubs were also bewildered, torn between wanting to leave and being too afraid to do so. They hadn't forgotten how Xiaofu had once thoroughly beaten the wolf blue. Although they weren't afraid of Xiaofu himself, they certainly feared his older siblings. Who knew if those 2 devils were lurking nearby? Thus, both parties remained in a stalemate, with no words exchanged. After a while, The cub's eyes fell upon the jerky in Xiao Fu's hands, filled with astonishment. He was actually eating meat. Wasn't meat supposed to be eaten during meals? How could he casually hold it in his hand as if it were grass? The cubs were utterly dumbfounded. Hadn't they heard that Xiao Fu's family was quite poor and could hardly afford meat, relying on Wolf Kuei for assistance? While their families could afford meat, it was never enough. They could only have one meal in the afternoon or evening, often just barely full. The cubs, who grew hungry quickly, had already digested the meat from the previous night. Now, seeing Xiao Fu actually eating jerky, their eyes widened with envy. The dried meat had a faint aroma. But the wolf tribe beast men had sharp senses. The cubs watched Xiao Fu's every movement, their noses twitching, nearly drooling with desire. Half an hour later. Delicious. This jerky is truly delightful. Xiao Fu, your mother is remarkable, managing to prepare meat like this. I can barely chew it. The flavor is overwhelmingly rich. Each cub clutched several pieces of jerky, chewing enthusiastically while showering praises. In truth, the jerky was rather bland, lacking even salt. It couldn't be that tasty. Yet, as they were all teething and famished, the jerky was both a means to grind their teeth and a source of meat. Hence they found it delectable. Xiao Fu gazed at the cubs, his face brimming with pride. Naturally, my mother is incredible. She prepares delicious food for us every day. Who else wants some? I still have more. No sooner had he spoken than he was surrounded by the cubs. I want one. I want one too. Reluctant to part with even a single piece, Xiao Fu nonetheless distributed all the jerky. He had 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, so he wasn't even hungry. Seeing the adoring and envious gazes of the cubs, he felt elated, completely forgetting his earlier words. This was all thanks to the tumble he had taken, scattering the jerky. A brave cub had picked it up and timidly spoken to him. With someone breaking the ice, Xiao Fu responded in kind. That initial step led to a smooth continuation. And Xiao Fu naturally began to share the jerky. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. The relationships among the cubs were indeed simple. A mere piece of jerky was enough to unite them, causing them to forget their previous conflicts. Have there been any recent happenings in your tribe? Xiao Fu glanced at the cubs who were earnestly enjoying the jerky, seizing the opportunity to inquire, as he had not forgotten the task he had set out to accomplish. Oh, quite a lot. The cubs, their mouths full of jerky, chimed in. One of the older cubs mumbled. Xiaopang's sister had cubs, 6 in total. And Wolf Shuang's brother was bitten by a beast and lost an arm, and then their SDA's family without hesitation. The cubs began recounting the gossip they had overheard from their mothers. The females of the tribe were quite gossipy, lacking other activities. They would gather to discuss the tribe's affairs. Xiao Fu listened, his expression darkening. He had no desire to know these details. Stop. Is there anything else? The cubs looked puzzled. What do you want to know? Most of their information stemmed from the females, as the beastmen rarely shared their matters with the cubs. As Xiao Fu pondered how to ask further, one cub suddenly exclaimed, I know of something significant. Xiao Fu and the other cubs turned to the speaker. The one who spoke was a plump little cub, around 5 or 6 years old, and among the otherwise slender cubs, he stood out conspicuously. Xiao Fu found him somewhat familiar. After a moment, he recalled that the last time he had been beaten, this chubby cub had been standing beside Wolf Blue, seemingly on good terms with him. However, Wolf Blue was not present today. Xiaopang, do tell us what we don't know, urged the nearby cubs. Since they were all carefree cubs, having feasted on Xiao Fu's jerky, they no longer regarded him as an outsider. After all, he had shared such precious jerky with them. What secrets could they possibly keep from him? Encouraged by the others, the chubby cub finally revealed. Wolf Kuei has found a kind of fruit that can be stored for a long time. It's dug up from the ground. With this fruit, we can have food even during the snowy season. When did this happen? How come we didn't know? Asked the first cub who had spoken. Upon hearing about food, the cubs perked up, all ears. Their interest was piqued. It was just a few days ago. I overheard my father speaking with Wolf Kuei, the chubby cub explained. What kind of fruit grows in the soil? Aren't all fruits supposed to grow on trees? Xiaopang, you must be joking. The cubs regarded him with skepticism. The chubby cub's round face scrunched up. I'm not lying. The fruit really does grow in the soil. My father has already dug up plenty. You'll know once you eat it. The fruit is still covered in dirt. As the cubs exchanged words, Xiao Fu listened intently, taking mental notes of the information regarding Wolf Kuei. Once he had gathered enough, he bade farewell to the cubs and returned to relay everything to Su Tang. Fruits growing in the soil? Su Tang instinctively glanced at Su Guodong upon hearing this. This was his area of expertise. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, and peanuts all grew underground. She just wasn't sure which type of fruit Xiao Fu was referring to. Su Guodong, feeling intrigued, inquired of Xiao Fu whether he had asked what the fruit looked like. Xiao Fu pondered carefully and recalled that the skin of the fruit was red, with the flesh being yellow, and there was also white flesh. The leaves, he remembered, grew close to the ground. His memory was quite remarkable. As he nearly recounted Xiaopang's description verbatim, it can be confirmed that Su Tang is communicating with Su Guodong through glances. It is indeed sweet potatoes. Chapter 68. This place is no longer habitable. There are perverts. No wonder the Grey Wolf leader suddenly underwent a complete change in attitude towards Wolf Kuei. It seems they have discovered a substantial quantity of sweet potatoes. Otherwise, they would not place such importance on Wolf Kuei. Su Tang spoke in a solemn tone. Food is the cornerstone of a tribe's survival. Although the gray wolf beastmen are carnivorous, in inclement weather when hunting becomes futile, they must rely on fruits to stave off hunger. The rainy and snowy seasons each year pose significant challenges for hunting. If there are fruits that can be preserved for an extended period, they would indeed be an invaluable resource, comparable to meat. The confusion of Su Tang has finally been resolved. Upon learning about the presence of sweet potatoes, Su Guodong was overwhelmed with excitement. Sweet potatoes are indeed remarkable. They are a resilient crop, known for their high and stable yields, wide adaptability, and robust resistance to adversities. They thrive in arid and poor soil conditions and can also serve as a vegetable. If sweet potatoes can be cultivated here on a large scale, it ensures that starvation will be a thing of the past. Su Guodong immediately began to enlighten the family on agricultural knowledge. During this period, he had been either chopping trees or constructing wooden houses, which was quite stifling for him. Xiufu, listening nearby, was utterly perplexed. What was this about a red rat? He could not comprehend a single word that followed. Lin Xia, noticing Xiaofu's bewildered expression, coughed insistently to remind Su Guodong. Ahem, ahem. Can't you see there's a little wolf cub present? If you continue, we might expose ourselves. Dacheng and Su Shiwei had gone to chop trees and build the wooden houses, while Su Shiwei also ventured into the woods for hunting. It was only when Su Guodong saw Xiaofu return to assess the situation that he learned of these happenings. Su Guodong, belatedly aware, quickly shut his mouth. It was almost noon, and Su Tang sent Xiaofu away. Xiaofu, you've been out all morning and must be hungry. The fire is still going. Go and roast some corn to eat. Having just returned from a run and having eaten jerky, Xiaofu felt no hunger after his exertion. He replied, Sister, I'm not hungry. Su Tang gazed at him and asked if he was hungry. With that, she unceremoniously pushed Xiaofu aside. Xiaofu stood there, bewildered, unable to articulate a retort in the face of his sister's piercing gaze, instinctively yielding to her. Lin Xia, ever observant, noticed something amiss with her daughter. After Xiaofu departed, she inquired, Tang, what troubles you? Do you feel that something is awry? Since hearing Xiaofu's words, Tang had been wearing a frown. Su Guodong curiously inquired, Indeed, my daughter, isn't it a wonderful thing to have found sweet potatoes? Why does your expression appear so grim? Su Tang cast a glance at her parents and voiced her inner doubts. Father, mother, do you not find this matter rather coincidental? How is it that the orcs of the Grey Wolf tribe have never discovered sweet potatoes before our arrival? Could it truly be mere coincidence? Su Guodong could not fathom such complexities. His expertise lay solely in farming. Sweet potatoes grow underground. Why would Wolf Kuei dig the soil without reason? And how could he possibly know they were edible? Su Tang inquired further. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia also began to find the situation peculiar. Tang is right. They have only been digging for sweet potatoes for a few days. How could they know that sweet potatoes can be stored for long periods? The three exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. One answer loomed large in their minds. Daughter, are you suggesting that there are others from our world in the Grey Wolf tribe? Su Guodong exclaimed, both startled and elated. Could that person be Wolf Kuei? Lin Xia added in a rush. Su Tang exhaled a breath of murky air and elaborated. I suspect that Lang Kuei is indeed Su Zhenqiao. What? Su Guodong exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. He considered the possibility rather slim. You mean your ex-boyfriend? Su Zhenqiao? Surely not. Although they bear a striking resemblance, if he had traversed here, why wouldn't he seek us out? A normal person, upon encountering someone who resembles their former lover, would undoubtedly inquire further. Moreover, the vessels they use and the wooden huts they have constructed are unlike anything from the Grey Wolf tribe. A traveler from another realm would surely recognize such distinctions at a glance. Yet, Lang Kuei appears utterly unremarkable. Su Tang furrowed her brow, finding it difficult to comprehend this matter. However, the enigmatic aura surrounding Lang Kuei was simply too peculiar for her to dismiss. Given that their family had already traversed such extraordinary circumstances, she found it increasingly easy to entertain other possibilities. Yet, she pondered, even if the young man had no issues. He seemed rather admirable, handsome, with a pleasant disposition. It appeared he was a teacher, diligent in his work and ambitious. Indeed, he appeared to be quite an impressive individual. Su Guodong remained unaware of the reasons behind his daughter's breakup. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia snorted dismissively, remarking that he may be well-groomed, but in her eyes, he resembled a petty thief with beady eyes and spoke in a low, unmanly tone, clearly not a dependable individual. From the very first encounter with Su Zhenqiao, Lin Xia harbored an aversion towards him. The news of her daughter's separation brought her immense joy, as she feared that her daughter might reconcile with him again. Consequently, she strictly instructed Su Guodong not to inquire about the reasons for their split, anxious that Su Tang might reminisce and regret her decision. Su Tang could not help but glance at Lin Xia, and she had to admit that a woman's sixth sense is indeed quite accurate. If she had heeded her mother's advice and not gotten involved with Su Zhenqiao, she would not have experienced the harrowing ordeal of nearly being imprisoned and controlled by him. Mom and Dad, I have something to discuss with you. Considering the current situation, Su Tang decided to be transparent and share the reasons for her breakup with Su Zhenqiao with her parents. Upon hearing her words, they were filled with both anger and shock. Tang, why didn't you tell us sooner? I always suspected that he was not a good person. Did he harm you? Lin Xia asked, her face etched with concern. He did not harm me. The moment I sensed something was amiss, I ended the relationship and stayed at home afterward. So he had no opportunity to do anything, Su Tang reassured her parents, hoping to alleviate their worries. In a brief moment, Su Guodong transitioned from shock and fury to a sense of dread. That wretched boy, how deeply he concealed his true nature. He is truly a monster. Worse than a beast. Fortunately, my daughter possesses a discerning eye and saw through his facade at once. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If I ever encounter him, I shall ensure he is left incapable of caring for himself. Lin Xia and Su Tang exchanged glances. A silent understanding passing between them as they refrained from interrupting Su Guodong. Once he finished his eloquent rant, he realized that both women were silent, clearing his throat. He sensed an awkward tension in the air. Dear daughter, are you suggesting that Su Zhenqiao has somehow possessed Wang Kuei? He attempted to shift the topic. Lin Xia furrowed her brow, her expression tense. If Wang Kuei is indeed Su Zhenqiao, then our Tang is in grave danger. Wang Kuei currently has the Grey Wolf leader as his backing, and the leader is quite obedient to him. If he were to wish harm upon Su Tang, it would be all too easy. Su Guodong lowered his head and began to pack his belongings. This simply would not do. We must relocate. For this place is no longer tenable. There are unsavory individuals here. It is not only his daughter who feels apprehensive, even he, as a grown man, is unnerved by such depravity. One can only imagine the terror his daughter must be experiencing. Chapter 69. A further probe. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, their expressions heavy with concern. Lin Xia firmly pulled her back, insisting, Move? What good would that do if he truly is a deviant? Father, I am merely speculating. I have not drawn any conclusions. Please, do not rush to judgment, Su Tang reassured him. She could not shake the feeling that their roles had somehow reversed. Should it not be she who was filled with dread? Su Guodong finally calmed down and turned to the two individuals, pondering what to do next. How can we ascertain whether he is Su Zhenqiao? Surely, we cannot directly inquire in his presence. During our last visit to the Lang Kuei family, Su Tang had attempted to probe the situation, yet she could not discern any peculiarities at that time. After a moment of contemplation, Su Tang mused, it is certainly feasible. In the afternoon, Su Jianyuan returned from his hunting expedition. Fortune favored him today, as he had captured a wild boar slightly smaller than the last, along with 2 plump rabbits, and even managed to catch a large turtle from the river. Recently, Xiaofu had been accompanying him on his hunts, and Su Jianyuan had memorized the local terrain. Should he choose to remain within familiar bounds, he could hunt alone, having become accustomed to the form of beasts. He now outtrained Xiaofu in his beastly guise. Today, without Xiaofu by his side, he spent less time on the journey, returning a good 2 to 3 hours earlier than usual, which typically saw him home only by dusk. This morning, due to the sudden arrival of Lang Man, he had yet to return the game from yesterday. Su Tang calculated that with the addition of today as wild boar, he could finally repay the debt owed to Lang Kuei. With 2 plump rabbits and the boundless supply of fruits from Su Tang's farm, they would have more than enough sustenance to last until tomorrow. Having learned of Su Zhenqiao's nefarious dealings, the elders harbored no desire to maintain any connection with Lang Kuei, and even the slightest possibility of such a relationship was unwelcome. Conversely, Su Jianyuan appeared puzzled. The wild boar was quite substantial, and retaining half for their consumption seemed reasonable. After all, he would be hunting again tomorrow, so delaying repayment by a day was hardly a significant concern. Upon witnessing this, Su Tang recounted her earlier conversation with the 2 elders to Su Jianyuan. Although her older brother appeared rather frivolous, he was steadfast when it came to important matters, and she was untroubled by the prospect of potentially causing a mishap by informing him. After hearing Su Tang's words, Su Jianyuan immediately hoisted the wild boar and made his way outside, determined to act promptly. I shall repay the debt for the hunt at once. This insufferable pervert shall not have another chance to entangle my sister. Su Tang felt overwhelmed. The father and son were truly cut from the same cloth. One was set on relocating, while the other was intent on moving a wild boar. It was only natural for her to accompany them, as she intended to go personally. After all, she was the one most familiar with Su Zhenqiao, and if anything were to be uncovered, she would be the first to recognize it. Su Guodong wished to accompany them, but Lin Xia did not permit it. Instead, she called back to Qing, who, along with Su Jianyuan, shouldered the spoils of their hunt and accompanied Su Tang. The 2 men were now the stalwart protectors of the household, and their absence was not an option. The game was plentiful, and only the 2 of them together could transport it all without arousing suspicion. Once Lang Kuei was able to rise from his bed, he moved out of Lang Man's cave and returned to reside in the male dwelling, just as before. Each day, De Qing would come to collect the game. Familiar with the path, and soon the trio arrived at the entrance of the cave. Su Tang summoned a male companion to call out for Wolf Kuei, and they waited in a secluded spot nearby. It wasn't long before Wolf Kuei approached with an expression of delight. Ah Tang, you've come to find me. Could it be that Ah Tang has had a change of heart? However, before he could draw near, he was intercepted by De Qing and Su Jianyuan, who flanked him on either side. De Qing had come with a mission before departing. Uncle and aunt had instructed him not to allow this orc named Wolf Kuei to approach Su Tang. Thus, Wolf Kuei could only stand several meters away, gazing longingly at Su Tang. This is your prey returned to you, along with our gratitude for saving us. From this moment forth, our debt of game to you is settled. Please verify the quantity for yourself. Su Tang cut straight to the heart of the matter, devoid of superfluous words. The prey they had acquired was all procured through the utmost effort, and the remuneration provided to the old veterinarian for treating Wolf Kuei was directly settled by them. Alongside a token of gratitude, it could be said that Wolf Kuei had not benefited in the slightest from their dealings. Repaying debts and expressing gratitude for kindness received were principles Su Tang deemed essential. If one wished to sever ties completely, there should be no pretense or hesitation. Wolf Kuei paused momentarily, glancing at the prey on the ground, his face reflecting surprise. Is this all the game you have captured recently? He instinctively cast a glance at Tang. Astonished that this wandering beastman possessed such prowess, managing to catch not only prey daily but of considerable size as well, even among the gray wolf tribe. There were few males with such capabilities. No wonder Su Tang was willing to bring him back. A twinge of jealousy flickered within Wolf Kuei, yet it was merely jealousy. For he recognized that his own abilities paled in comparison. He had initially thought Su Tang's insistence on repaying for the prey was mere bluster. The steady stream of offerings over the past few days had not warranted much attention on his part. After all, none of Su Tang's family of beastmen possessed the means to sustain themselves, and it was no easy feat for Tang to provide for them. However, it became evident today that Su Tang was serious. Take a look. If everything is in order, we shall consider it settled, Su Tang stated firmly to Wolf Kuei. Although reluctant to accept, Wolf Kuei, confronted with Su Tang's unwavering resolve, could only nod. There is no issue. This is significantly more than the prey I offered you. Su Tang. You really need not go to such lengths. I willingly give this to you. He sought to retain some semblance of the previous arrangement. If you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Su Jianyuan uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Indeed, we have matters to discuss with you. Since you have put it that way, we shall not stand on ceremony, my dear sister. He turned to Su Tang and exchanged a knowing glance. Su Tang gazed at his brazen demeanor. Shaking her head in resignation, she turned to remove the burden from her back, lifting the leaves and grass that covered it, and retrieved the apples and corn she had placed inside before departing. I have heard that you have discovered a fruit that grows in the earth. My younger brother has a fondness for such delicacies. I wish to exchange a few of the fruits I gathered in the forest for some of yours. If that is agreeable to you. As Su Tang spoke, she keenly observed Lang Kuei's reactions. Of course you can. Lang Kuei nodded without a second thought. Then quickly shook his head. No. I meant you don't need to exchange anything. I have plenty here. You can simply take them back with you. They're just a few fruits. How could I possibly want your belongings? He didn't even glance at the apples and corn in Su Tang's hands, entirely focused on her words. If Su Tang was willing to ask him for fruits, did that not imply her desire to continue their interaction? Su Tang's expression remained unchanged as she exchanged a glance with Su Jianyuan, then continued to inquire, what is the name of that fruit? Is it delicious? After posing the question, she continued to speak to herself. When I was young, I heard an old orc in the tribe mention a fruit called sweet potato, which grows underground, has red skin, and is sweet in flavor. Both its fruits and leaves are edible. Upon hearing this, Lang Kuei nodded in delight. The fruit I found is just like that, but I wonder if it is the red mouse you mentioned? Chapter 70. Indeed, she had overthought it. Lang Kuei scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. Why would a perfectly good fruit be named after a mouse? Such a peculiar name. Su Jianyuan gazed at Su Tang, realizing that this individual was evidently not someone from another world. What kind of person from a different realm would react this way upon hearing the word sweet potato? This was nothing short of an authentic ancient native. As for Su Jianqiao, he had encountered him as well. Although there was an air of pretentiousness in his speech, he could not possibly feign such authenticity. Su Tang slightly furrowed her brows. If Lang Kuei were indeed Su Jianqiao, it was possible that he himself was uncertain of his identity. However, his complete lack of reaction to her earlier words indicated that he was utterly oblivious to these matters. Could it be that she was merely overthinking? Tang. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return with the fruit for you. Lang Kuei gave it little thought and turned back to fetch the fruit. All right. Su Tang nodded, but just as he was about to walk away, she suddenly called out, Su Jianqiao. Yet, Lang Kuei's silhouette showed no sign of pausing. He continued on his path without hesitation. Su Tang had already reached a conclusion. Indeed, she had overthought the matter. It appeared that the recent peculiar behavior of Wolf Kuei was solely for the sake of Tang, rather than any other reason. Her family possessed striking looks. Her complexion is pristine as freshly fallen snow, and her appearance was a splendid blend of her parents' finest traits, exuding a charm that was both delicate and strikingly beautiful. Coupled with her enviable figure, it was no wonder that males found her irresistible. Were it not for the formidable presence of Tang's parents and her 3 brothers, many suitors from the Grey Wolf clan would have pursued her. Ultimately, only Wolf Kuei remained steadfast in his affections. Su Tang had recently heard whispers of Wolf Kuei's infatuation with Tang, and reflecting on this, it was unsurprising that his recent extreme reactions made sense. Wolf Kuei. Su Tang called out to him. What is it, Tang? Wolf Kuei replied, turning with a look of confusion. My younger brother no longer wishes to eat. Thank you. We shall take our leave now. With that, Su Tang picked up her basket and departed with Su Jianyuan and Tang. Since Wolf Kuei was not Su Jianqiao, Su Tang would not be offering him apples or corn. Meanwhile, little Fu, languishing at home and being playfully tormented by 5 little kittens, remained blissfully unaware that Su Tang had whimsically designated him as one who relished fruits. Wolf Kie gazed bemusedly at the retreating figures of Su Tang and her companions. Utterly perplexed, how could Tang know that little food did not wish to eat, given that he had not arrived? Naturally, no one was there to answer his inquiry. After leaving the cave where the males resided, Su Tang redirected her steps toward Wolf and I's home. Since she was already out, she intended to swap milk with Wolf and I to spare her the trouble of delivering it personally. She had heard that Wolf and I's 3 cubs had been particularly rambunctious lately, requiring constant supervision to avoid mishaps. As fate would have it, the trio encountered Wolf and I just as they were halfway there. "Hey Tang, what brings you here? I was just about to look for you," Wolf and I exclaimed, her face brightening with a smile as she approached. She held 2 bowls, one large and one small, stacked atop each other. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Tang recounted her venture to the tribe today, specifically mentioning the hunt, while tactfully omitting any details that were best left unsaid. "Perfect, you can take it back directly." "I shall not accompany you," Wolf and I smiled, having noticed Su Tang's arrival, and handed her the stone basin she held. "By the way, Wolf Kuei recently discovered a new type of fruit. The chief led the orcs to dig up quite a few, and each female received a portion. I've brought you a few as well." The fruits had only been distributed the previous evening, and she had intended to bring some for Su Tang to taste. Especially since Su Tang had exchanged so many fruits with her and had been of tremendous help. She firmly believed that even if assisting someone seemed trivial to them, one should always express gratitude. Listening to Wolf and I, Su Tang lowered her gaze. Indeed, within the large basin outside, there were several sweet potatoes. In total, there were 7, 3 large and 4 small. The smaller ones were no bigger than an infant's fist, and the larger ones were only slightly more substantial, measuring just 3 or 4 fingers in thickness. Despite their unremarkable appearance, Su Tang recognized the sweet potatoes. "Thank you, I shall not be modest," she said, contemplating how to cultivate sweet potatoes on the farm, only to find that Wolf and I had brought them to her. Not wishing to remain entangled with Wolf Kuei, she had refrained from exchanging with him earlier. She decided not to be overly coy, seizing the opportunity while the leaves concealed her backpack. She added several more apples to it and handed it over to Wolf and I. Wolf and I was taken aback as she accepted the backpack, exclaiming, "How heavy. This is quite a lot for today." She had brought the fruits solely for Su Tang's enjoyment and had not intended to barter. In her heart, she understood that these fruits, though small, paled in comparison to those of Su Tang. Su Tang merely smiled, remarking that she had gathered in abundance today, and any excess would inevitably spoil. Her younger brother relished fresh fruits he had never tasted before, so she requested that next time, if there were any available, she would appreciate a few to savor. Upon hearing this, Lang Nini graciously acquiesced. The two exchanged pleasantries, their bond deepening without any sense of loss. If either felt a twinge of guilt, they could simply reciprocate on another occasion. Su Jianyuan and Daching exhibited little interest in the conversation with the female. As they conversed, they opted to wait aside. Wang Nini cast a glance at Daching in the distance, recalling the rumors she had heard earlier that day, and lowered her voice to inquire. "Tang, I heard that Daching is not your mate. What is the story behind that? So, who is the true father of your offspring?" "He is indeed not the father of my young," Su Tang replied, uncertain of the true identity of the offspring's father, and could only provide a vague explanation. "I am unaware of where the true father of the young is gone. The circumstances in the forest were too convoluted at that time. I only brought back the young and cannot recall anything else clearly. It is quite a surprise that Daching managed to find his way here. For there are not many orcs who are as determined yet simple-minded as he. Su Tang believes that the father of the cubs likely perished in the forest. Otherwise, how could Daching have come searching without a trace of him? Given this, whatever transpired in the forest is hers alone to recount." Upon hearing this, Wolf and I's face filled with compassion. "I understand. The forest is fraught with peril, and it is already remarkable that you managed to bring the cubs back." Su Tang's words surely hinted at some haunting memories associated with the cubs' father in the forest. It must have been incredibly challenging for a female to survive there for 2 months while carrying cubs. It is said that when Su Tang returned, the cubs were barely clinging to life, and she was covered in blood. Undoubtedly, Su Tang endured immense suffering, and she preferred not to revisit those painful memories. So Ni refrained from inquiring further. Su Tang observed the expression on Wolf Ni's face, which conveyed an unmistakable sense of understanding. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that the girl might be indulging in a rather extravagant imagination. Never mind, as long as she refrained from asking, it would suffice. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Wolf Ni suddenly recalled something. "Oh right, Tang, the rainy season is just over a month away. The chief intends to send the beastmen out to procure white stones. Would you like to exchange for some as well?" Chapter 71. White Stones and Divine Stones. White Stones. Upon hearing this new term, a flicker of confusion passed through Su Tang's eyes. The beastmen often named various objects based on their direct visual perceptions, and she sensed that the white stones Wolf Ni mentioned were likely more complex than mere white rocks. "Indeed, Tang, are you unfamiliar with white stones?" Noticing Su Tang's reaction, Wolf Ni wore an expression of curiosity. Su Tang shook her head, unaware of what it was. Realizing that it would be unwise to fabricate a story, She decided against weaving a lie to avoid the entanglement of further deceit. The white stone was essential sustenance for every orc. Without it, they would succumb to weakness and perish. However, the white stone was exceedingly precious, primarily reserved for the females, with males only consuming it when their bodies could no longer endure. Wolf Nini elucidated. Listening to the term white stone, Su Tang found it oddly familiar and inquired about its appearance and taste. It resembles small white pebbles when consumed. You crush the stones and dab a bit of the powder to eat. Just a little can sustain you for quite some time, Wolf Nini replied earnestly. As for the flavor, it is rather unpalatable, bitter. In fact, after consuming it, one is left with an incessant thirst. Upon hearing Wolf Nini's description, Su Tang realized what she was referring to. Was this not salt? The only difference being its larger crystals, not the fine salt commonly found in modern times. As for why it was likened to stones, Su Tang did not find it peculiar. The ancient continent was indeed distinct from Earth. Many things appeared similar to her understanding. Yet there were numerous differences as well. How strange that you would not be familiar with white stone, Wolf Nini remarked. Before Su Tang could formulate a response, she continued. I understand now. Given how far your tribe is, there must be alternative names for it, or perhaps another substance that can serve as a substitute for white stone. Am I correct? It was entirely reasonable, considering the vastness of the continent inhabited by the beast men, that different regions might have varying terminologies. Su Tang gazed into her gentle, twinkling eyes and immediately discerned that she was once again indulging in her own fantasies. However, this time it served as a reminder. Indeed, Su Tang nodded. In our tribe, we do not refer to it as white stone. What do you call it in your tribe? Wolf and I brimmed with curiosity regarding matters beyond her tribe. She perceived Su Tang, who hailed from afar, as an exceptional female. She was unlike the females of the Grey Wolf tribe. And surely the outside world must be as splendid as Su Tang herself. Those who harbor feelings of inferiority are often drawn to beauty in people and experiences. Salt? We call it salt back home, replied Su Tang. Reflecting on Wolf and I's earlier words, she inquired, where do you go to exchange for white stones? Ever since her arrival in this realm, she had not tasted meat with flavor. The prospect of having salt was indeed tantalizing. Naturally, we go to the Mountain of Beasts to trade, Wolf and I responded. The Mountain of Beasts? Su Tang mused, for it was yet another term she had not encountered. Recognizing Su Tang's ignorance, Wolf and I earnestly began to enlighten her. The Mountain of Beasts is the largest territory of beast men in our region, as well as the most formidable tribe, populated by many powerful and formidable beast men. Not only our Grey Wolf tribe but also the neighboring smaller tribes venture to the Mountain of Beasts to exchange for white stones. But where does the white stone from the Mountain of Beasts come from? Su Tang asked with curiosity. Wolf and I shook her head. I do not know that. No beastman is privy to the origins of their white stones. The beastmen of the Mountain of Beasts never divulge any information. Su Tang pondered for a moment. It appeared that the Wanshou Mountain was indeed a formidable power in this region, given that white stones were a highly coveted resource. It was only sensible that they should be firmly held within one's grasp. After some contemplation, Su Tang inquired, what can we offer in exchange for the white stones? Must we accompany you to Wanshou Mountain? If so, I would also wish to procure some. Deprived of salt, not only was their health compromised, but lately their meals had become insipid, nearly devoid of flavor. It was imperative to enhance their culinary experience. Anything would suffice, as long as it was useful, be it game, fruits, or animal hides. However, the more valuable the item, the greater the return. For instance, a single divine stone could yield an entire sack of white stones. Wolf and I expressed her reflections with a wistful demeanor. Each year, prior to exchanging for white stones, the chieftain would tally the quantities desired by the various beastmen. As long as they presented their offerings, the white stones would be brought back and distributed among them. Tang, if you wish to trade, you may join me in my offerings. Su Tang reflected on her not-so-amiable relationship with the wolf tribe, attributing it in part to the presence of Wolf Nini. Very well. I shall rely on your assistance when the time comes, she nodded. Her thoughts then wandered to another unfamiliar term that had just emerged. What exactly was the divine stone? It seemed to be an exceedingly precious entity. This time, Wolf Nini was not taken aback by Su Tang's ignorance. She explained, it is a stone imbued with miraculous powers. It is said that orcs who consume the divine stone can go an entire month without food or drink without experiencing weakness. Furthermore, orcs who have sustained serious injuries can recover instantaneously upon consuming the stone, along with many other wondrous abilities, due to its extreme rarity and value. Many orcs may go their entire lives without ever encountering one. Su Tang expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, is there truly such a remarkable object? This is as formidable as the elixir of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. Does the Grey Wolf tribe possess it? I have heard that the chieftain's father once acquired a divine stone, yet I have never laid eyes on it myself. The chieftain never speaks of this matter to other orcs, leaving me uncertain of its veracity. Wolf and I shook her head and remarked, such a precious item would certainly not be revealed lightly. Su Tang merely regarded it as a tale. She found it hard to believe that such a miraculous thing truly existed. The orc civilization was inherently primitive, and as certain rumors circulated, they inevitably became increasingly fantastical, which was quite natural. Su Tang did not take it to heart. She had promised Wang Nini to assist her in exchanging for the white stone. and thus she returned home alongside Su Jianyuan and Daqing, who had been waiting not far away. Upon arriving home, Su Guodong and Lin Xia, the couple, had long been anxiously awaiting their return. Su Tang had been engrossed in conversation, momentarily forgetting that her parents were awaiting news at home. After calming them, she relayed the results of her recent inquiry regarding Lang Kuei. Upon hearing that Lang Kuei was not Su Zhenxiao, her parents felt a significant sense of relief. After all, psychologically twisted individuals are invariably frightening, regardless of the era. While they were unharmed, their greatest concern was for their daughter's safety. Even if he is not Su Zhenxiao. Tang, you should limit your interactions with him. A person who stalks others while they bathe is not merely a major deviant, but certainly a minor one. Lin Xiao remarked, her tone laced with indignation. Su Tang naturally complied without hesitation. Even if her mother did not mention it, she would no longer have any ties to Wolf Kuei. It was not out of disdain, but rather a recognition that the history between Su Tang and Wolf Kuei was best left in the past for both of their current well-being. After discussing matters related to Wolf Kuei, Su Tang proceeded to share the news she had just received from Wolf Ni with her family. The family's response to Su Tang's decision to switch to Baishur was unanimously supportive. Once these matters were settled, Su Tang finally found a moment to reflect on an important task she had yet to undertake. Chapter 72. The little treasury is depleted. Her farm still lacked a third type of fruit, and she was eager to test whether sweet potatoes could be cultivated. If successful, she would immediately unlock the third plot of land. With this thought in mind, Su Tang felt a surge of excitement. Although she held no particular interest in farming, the fact that her farm required no labor from her made the experience akin to a game, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Su Jianyuan, however, harbored a skeptical attitude. This sweet potato is exceedingly small, hardly enough for a single bite. Can it truly be cultivated? After voicing his thoughts, he couldn't resist a moment of derision. I have never encountered such a pitiable sweet potato. It is astonishing that the leader of the Grey Wolves treasures it as if it were a gem. The lack of discernment is truly alarming. Su Guodong held a small sweet potato in his hand for examination. This sweet potato was indeed undernourished, suggesting that the fruits of this ancient continent had yet to undergo any improvements, proving inferior to the varieties that have been enhanced in modern times. Under normal circumstances, such a sweet potato would yield nothing of quality when used as seed. It is the quality of the seed that determines the excellence of the harvest. However, his daughter's farm was no ordinary establishment, and he believed she could rectify the deficiencies of this sweet potato. Su Guodong was filled with unwavering confidence in his daughter. Su Tang reminisced about the first apple she planted, which was merely a small, dry-looking seed. Yet, it blossomed into something magnificent. She found her father's analysis to be quite astute. However, just because it had succeeded once does not guarantee success again. One must experiment to discover the outcome. Without delay, she took 2 sweet potatoes to the farm. Both plots were currently sown with corn, as it yielded a lucrative price and had just reached maturity, allowing Su Tang to harvest and clear some space. With a thought, the sweet potatoes were successfully planted. In the blink of an eye, 2 countdowns appeared over the plots, indicating that the sweet potatoes would mature in 3 hours. Su Tang did not merely wait idly. Upon leaving the farm, she promptly attended to the young ones. The offspring are now capable of excreting independently, yet they struggle to hold their urine, necessitating frequent relief throughout the day. A moment's inattention could result in them soiling their nest or relieving themselves on the spot. Su Tang considered that cats utilize litter, and since there was none available, she fetched a basin of sand to teach the kittens to relieve themselves within it. The little ones proved to be quite clever, mastering the task after only 2 demonstrations. However, the odor was rather unbearable. If left uncleaned after their business, it could render anyone nearby utterly faint. Su Tang couldn't help but suspect that these little cubs had been raised on toxic gas, given their extraordinarily foul odor. Today, Su Jianyuan returned home early, so dinner was served earlier than usual. After finishing the evening meal, the time had nearly arrived. Su Tang made her way back to the farm and, indeed, discovered that the sweet potatoes had ripened. However, as they were buried beneath the soil, she could not ascertain the size of the tubers. Without hesitation, she began to harvest the sweet potatoes, and to her delight, each plot yielded 10 tubers, which were automatically sorted into the storage. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Su Tang felt an immense weight lift from her heart. It seemed that the fruits cultivated on the farm truly exhibited remarkable improvements. The sweet potatoes were of such a size that they could easily make headlines today. Gazing at a sweet potato nearly the size of a football, Su Tang could not help but express her delight. While a single tuber of such magnitude might not be extraordinary, the fact that each one was equally colossal rendered the situation truly remarkable. Su Tang gently caressed her belly, lamenting that she had just dined to her satisfaction. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to roast a couple of sweet potatoes. Prior to her journey through time, she had possessed little appetite, but now her palate craved delight. Even someone who had been indifferent to food could not help but yearn for something delectable. Glancing at the price of the sweet potatoes, she noted they were 10 gold coins. Su Tang decisively planted sweet potatoes in the fields, for it is a given that one cultivates what is most lucrative. Having sown the sweet potatoes, Su Tang proceeded to assess the current inventory in the warehouse. Due to the high price of corn, Most of the farm had recently been dedicated to its cultivation, leaving only 20 to 30 apples for personal consumption and barter with Wang Nini. Su Tang endeavored to make the most of her time, striving to cultivate as many crops as possible. Upon careful calculation, she realized that after accounting for her consumption, the remaining corn could fetch an impressive sum of 2,530 gold coins. The conditions for unlocking the third plot of land required 500 gold coins and the presence of 3 different types of fruit in her storage, both of which she had now satisfied. Eagerly, Su Tang sold the corn, converting it entirely into gold coins to unlock the third plot. Following this, she promptly resumed planting sweet potatoes, for given the nature of this farm, it was evident that she would need a substantial amount of gold coins in the future. Although 3 plots were sufficient for the time being, the seeds she possessed were limited to just a few varieties. The ancient continent was vast, and the prospect of searching for seeds to restore her former lifestyle seemed a distant endeavor. Naturally, she hoped to purchase crop seeds directly from the farm's marketplace. With this thought in mind, Su Tang glanced at the wooden sign beside the 4th plot. Unlocking conditions, 5,000 gold coins and 5 types of crop fruits. Goodness! The requirement for gold coins had surged tenfold. It was worth noting that she had painstakingly accumulated these coins over many days. However, with the rising selling price of sweet potatoes, it would not take long to amass the necessary 5,000 gold coins. Su Tang did not experience prolonged anguish over the absence of meat. Rather, she delved into the conditions required to unlock the land. It appears that acquiring each plot necessitates coins as a fundamental requirement, and the price disparity between adjacent parcels is quite significant. While coins can be amassed, the procurement of fruits poses a considerable challenge. Fortunately, luck was on their side this time, as Lang Kuei stumbled upon sweet potatoes. Their family had been searching for quite a while, yet had found not even a single one. Su Dong murmured in a fit of despondency. Isn't it said that those who traverse realms are blessed with the fortune of a lucky koi? Why do I possess none of such serendipity? After tending to her land, she cast a glance at the marketplace. Initially, she merely intended to test her luck, for the land had been unlocked. Perhaps the marketplace had also revealed new seeds for crops? To her astonishment, there indeed were new offerings. Beside the previous corn seed display, 2 additional crop seeds gleamed brightly, yellow beans and sugarcane. While neither constituted a staple food, Su Dong's spirits were immediately lifted. Yellow beans could be transformed into soy milk, tofu, or tofu pudding, while sugarcane served as an excellent raw material for sugar production. In the past, these items might have seemed trivial, yet in this ancient continent, they were treasures. Having grown weary of the monotonous meat and apple corn, the prospect of savoring sugarcane and tofu pudding was enticing. If she could catch some fish and, in the future, acquire salt, she could prepare a delightful pot of fish head tofu soup, the thought of which was simply delectable. Just the thought of sugar-coated treats makes my mouth water. These are the same foods that she previously wouldn't indulge in more than a few bites. Yet now merely contemplating them elicits a salivation response. Su Tang harbored an intense resentment. Who among those traversing through time had endured hardships greater than hers? Her gaze fell once more upon the exorbitant prices of the 2 crop seeds, 1,000 gold coins. How could the seeds be so costly? Su Tang gasped in astonishment, realizing they were twice as expensive as the 3rd plot of land. Reflecting on her monotonous diet of late, she reluctantly decided to purchase both seeds. At 1,000 coins each, that amounted to a total of 2,000 gold coins. Her treasury was now nearly depleted, leaving her with a mere 30 coins. Nevertheless, having spent her gold did not cause her distress. After all, she could always replenish her reserves, and it was worth the investment. Chapter 73. Do you intend to strike me? With no available land for planting, Su Tang exited the farm and took a moment before bed to tend to the offspring's waste, then drifted into a peaceful slumber. Having confirmed that Wolf Kuei was not Su Jinqiao, a sense of relief washed over her, coupled with the acquisition of soybean and sugarcane seeds. She slept soundly and even dreamed of savoring tofu pudding and fish head tofu soup. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Wolf Nini found her own circumstances less than favorable. Shortly after her arrival at the cave, Wolf Chi returned empty-handed. It was evident to Wolf Nini that he had failed to catch any prey. Having gone several days without bringing anything home, concerned that his spirits might be dampened, she refrained from inquiring. Hunting was inherently arduous and perilous for males, and she feared her question might lead him to blame himself. Wolf Chi, you're back. I traded fruits with the Tang today, and she generously gave me several. Wolf Nini greeted with a smile, deliberately omitting any mention of his hunting failure. However, Wolf Chi's mood was already soured by his lack of success. Transforming into human form at the cave entrance, he accepted the animal skin Wolf Nini offered and wrapped it around himself. Before he could speak, he noticed that several sweet potatoes were missing from the leaves that had previously held them. His already troubled demeanor reached its zenith as he abruptly withdrew his hand from Wolf Nini's grasp and shouted, "Did you really give the fruits the chief provided to a Tang?" The chief had explicitly stated that these fruits could be preserved for a long duration, intended for consumption during the rainy and snowy seasons when hunting would yield little. He knew Wolf Nini would not consume them, which left only one possibility. With a perplexed expression, Wolf Nini attempted to explain, "Yes, I saw that we still had fruits at home, so I took a few to a Tang for her to taste." Su Tang had an abundance of fruits to exchange. enough that she could not finish them all in a single day. In recent days, with no prey to hunt, they had subsisted solely on the fruits to stave off hunger. Upon hearing this, Wolf Chi's expression darkened, and he exclaimed in anger, "Who permitted you to give her those? Can the fruits from Tang compare to those distributed by the leader? Her fruits will spoil before the rainy season arrives." He glanced at the meager, dried sweet potatoes left on the ground and felt an even greater surge of indignation. The leader only distributed this little, and you had the audacity to give her half. Do you even have a brain? This was the first time Wolf and I had witnessed Wolf Chi express such intense anger towards her, leaving her momentarily startled. However, it was but a fleeting moment before she regained her composure and, with a hint of irritation, brushed aside the leaves atop her backpack. Tang gives me so many fruits every day, and I only gave her a few small ones. What is wrong with that? You suggested saving them for the rainy season, but if it weren't for Tang's fruits, I and the cubs would have starved by now. Even if we saved them until the rainy season, how many bites could we get from those few small fruits? Wolf and I was typically soft-spoken, and her voice rose several decibels in her anger. She could not fathom why Wolf Chi had been calm when seeking fruits from Tang, but had now transformed into a completely different beast. Wolf Chi was taken aback by her sudden outburst and felt his anger intensify. He forcefully grasped Wolf and I's arm, pulling her before him. "Are you criticizing me for being unable to catch prey, for not being able to feed you and the cubs?" He raised his right fist above her head, as if poised to strike. Wolf and I froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Wolf Chi, are you going to hit me?" In the tribe, it was unheard of for a male to strike his partner. Females were already rare, naturally weaker, and bore the burden of nurturing the young. Even the most disagreeable female would not provoke a male to violence. Her words jolted Wolf Chi back to his senses. "I would never." And I. "That's not what I meant. How could I ever lay a hand on you?" He hastily released her arm, flustered as he tried to explain. "I've just been unable to catch prey lately, and I've been feeling anxious and irritable. I'm sorry for losing my temper. It was all my fault." Wolf Chi attempted to take her hand to apologize, but Wolf and I instinctively stepped back. She felt a strange distance from him. His earlier anger and demeanor were not feigned. She had an innate desire to avoid his touch. "I'm going back to care for the cubs," she stated, determined to distance herself from him. And I, "Don't go. I truly understand my mistake." Wolf Chi pleaded, kneeling before her with a remorseful gaze, gripping her hands tightly to prevent her from leaving. He knew he could not let her go at this moment. "I was just confused and tired today. That's why I acted so foolishly. Please don't be angry with me. I promise I won't act this way again. I will listen to you." Wolf and I furrowed her brows, attempting to pull her hands free. "Let go of me. Get up." She did not want to engage with Wolf Chi. He frightened her now, feeling like a stranger. Perhaps she had never truly known him at all. "I won't let go. If you don't forgive me, I will remain here until your anger dissipates," he declared, suddenly shifting his tone. "And I know I can't provide you with a good life. It's all my fault for making you suffer. If you're tired of me, you can find another partner, with 2 partners to care for you. You won't have to endure such hardships anymore." At those words, Wolf and I felt an even stronger wave of discomfort. In the past, during arguments, Wolf Chi would say such things and she would feel guilty and forgive him immediately. But today, she felt a peculiar aversion to his words, rather than the usual guilt. Seeing him grasp her hand, Wolf and I furrowed her brow and pulled at him. "I'm not angry anymore. Please get up." Wolf Chi did not rise immediately, his eyes lighting up with surprise. "Really? And I, have you forgiven me?" "I forgive you. I know you've been struggling with hunting lately, and it was unintentional." Wolf and I merely wished to escape, acquiescing to say what he wanted to hear. "Then should I find another partner?" "I do not wish to find another partner. Please don't mention that." Her expression darkened as she interrupted him. Wolf Chi immediately ceased that line of conversation, believing her anger stemmed from his mention of another partner. Relieved yet secretly pleased, he thought to himself how naive she was, easily swayed by his words. He knew that as long as he brought up this topic, Wolf and I would forgive him. After all, she had always been the frailest and weakest female in the Grey Wolf tribe, and only he, Wolf Chi, would be willing to be her partner. He was the only male who would accept her. Without him, who would want her? Chapter 74. The same with eyes closed before the second day dawned. The news of Su Tang settling her debt with Wolf Kuei regarding the prey spread throughout the tribe. Many females, well-fed and with nothing to occupy their time, gathered under the ancient tree in the valley, accompanied by their recently weaned cubs, and began discussing the matter. "Do you think Tang is truly extraordinary? Previously, her entire family nearly perished, but recently, for some reason, her mother no longer allows her to mate with Wolf Kuei, and she seems entirely focused on living her life. I heard she has already repaid all the prey Wolf Kuei had given her. Is that true?" "Wolf Kuei gave her quite a bit of prey." A female interjected, expressing disbelief. How could that family of useless and lazy individuals have such capability? Many females shared this skepticism. With that much prey, even if they scrimped and saved, it would take them many days to gather enough. That unreliable beast from Tang's family. How could that be possible? "I saw it with my own eyes, and Wolf Kuei admitted it himself," exclaimed a female who had happened to pass by the scene, her gestures exaggerated as she spoke. "You should have seen it. The prey was enormous. Still bleeding. The scent was fresh. It must have been delicious. The Grey Wolf tribe members were known to consume raw meat. It was no exaggeration to say they drank blood. For the beast men, animal blood was an excellent supplement. Is it really that large of a prey? Could Tang's male be that impressive? The females' faces lit up with envy. Their partners might not catch a single prey of that size all year long. However, some remained skeptical. It hasn't been long. Barely a month has passed. And she could repay Wolf Kuei's prey? I think Tang is merely refusing to mate with Wolf Kuei, starving herself to repay him. An older female chimed in. What do you mean starving? They eat meat every day, several times a day. Have you noticed that Tang's brother has gained quite a bit of weight recently? He used to be so scrawny. This news was first heard from her family's young ones. Ever since Little Fu distributed jerky to the cubs, tales of her lavish lifestyle began circulating throughout the tribe. As the story spread, they morphed from mere consumption of jerky to images of incessant feasting, where the cubs were depicted as perpetually clutching meat, indulging from dawn till dusk, with little else but slumber to interrupt their gluttony. Such a life was indeed splendid. Initially, the mothers of these cubs were skeptical, but upon hearing the news today, they realized the truth of their children's claims. Not only was her brother thriving, another female had also joined in the feast, and their entire family appeared plumper than before. I observed that Tang looked even more radiant than I remembered. The last time I saw her, her cheeks seemed so full that one could almost squeeze water from them. What kind of visage could yield such moisture? Surely, it indicated a diet rich in sustenance. Yet, I had never encountered a beggar with such supple skin. The females were filled with envy, pondering how it was possible for a fugitive female to enjoy such fortune. First, she caught the eye of Wolf Kuei, who bestowed upon her a bounty of game. And now she resided outside the tribe, living a life more opulent than theirs. In an instant, they found themselves questioning their own place within the tribe. Wolfman, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively. Humph. What is so remarkable? Do you truly believe her family is capable of hunting? All that game was caught by the wandering beast men and has nothing to do with Tang's family. They engage in underhanded dealings, mingling with those vagabonds. That little hussy is not to be admired. Mark my words, one day, when those wandering beast men unleash their primal instincts, her whole family will perish at their hands. Wolfman was all too familiar with the males in Tang's household. They were the sort to lounge when they could, sitting when they ought to stand. If such beast men could procure game, it would indeed be a miracle. The females gasped in realization. So that was it. Associating with wandering beast men could lead to no good end. And Tang was indeed foolish. Foolish? I heard that the wandering beast men are not even her mates. Her mother has taken them in as her own young, exclaimed another. My mate was with the chief when he heard it directly. From their perspective, this family seemed devoid of rationality. It wasn't just the females. The males in the tribe were also gossiping about Su Tang. Initially aware that the wandering beast men were not her mates and that Su Tang had spurned Wolf Kuei, they now saw her thriving and began to take an interest in her. After all, such a beautiful and appealing female was rare in the tribe. Now that they no longer had to support Tang's family, suitable partners were indeed scarce. Numerous males felt a stirring desire to court Su Tang, hoping to bring her back to the Grey Wolf tribe. If successful, it would be a significant achievement, worthy of the chief's commendation. Yet, none took the initiative to pursue her. The reason was simple. They had all heard that Lin Xia had taken the wandering beast men as her young. If they were to become Su Tang's mates at this time, not only would they not receive any accolades from the chief, but they might also be expelled from the tribe. This turmoil led the males to view Su Tang as a burden, and no one wished to seek her as a mate. After all, no matter how well one lived, any association with wandering beast men meant disgrace, and the risk of exile loomed large. Oblivious to her fluctuating reputation within the Grey Wolf tribe, Su Tang remained blissfully unaware. Were she to discover it, she might even feel grateful that these beast men had not come to trouble her. She was presently roasting sweet potatoes over a fire with her family. The size of the sweet potatoes was such that a regular fire pit was insufficient. Instead, they had to dig a hole, kindle a fire within, and let the flames heat the pit. After an hour or so, when the sweet potatoes were unearthed, the aroma was utterly divine. The well-roasted outer layer could be peeled away to reveal the tender flesh beneath, which retained a thin, crisp skin, her childhood favorite. Even the charred side emitted an enticing fragrance. When torn apart, the soft, sticky sweet potato flesh was even more delectable than meat. Su Tang indulged in a delightful feast while Lang Man remained industrious. After the females gossiped about Su Tang, they swiftly shifted the conversation to her family as Lang Kuei. It was the season for the beastmen to seek mates. And upon learning that Lang Kuei and Su Tang were not destined for each other, many females began to set their sights on him. Lang Kuei's prowess was commendable among the younger generation of the tribe, aligning with him promised a life free from want, and with the chief's favor. His future appeared exceedingly bright. The females were not particularly concerned with physical appearance. As long as they were well-fed, what difference did it make if they closed their eyes? Besides, they would not be limited to a single partner, and finding a handsome one later was equally feasible. Thus, Lang Kuei became the object of desire among the females. Those of suitable age, whether attached or single, inquired about Lang Kuei's circumstances. Lang Man was absolutely delighted, disregarding Lang Kuei's feelings, and cheerfully sought a partner for him. Believing that once the matter was settled, even if Su Tang regretted it, she would have no opportunity to intervene. Chapter 75. Soybeans stewed with pig trotters in the following days, the Su family busied themselves with their respective tasks. Su Jianyuan agreed to Little Fu's request to teach him the use of weapons, and he honored his promise, truly imparting his knowledge. Little Fu no longer needed to lead the way. Instead, he accompanied Su Jianyuan with increased enthusiasm in their forest excursions. Although still a youth, Little Fu possessed the robust physique characteristic of his orc lineage, enabling him to effortlessly draw the large bow, an innate gift of his race. However, the ability to pull the bowstring is one matter, while accuracy is quite another. In the initial stages of his training, Little Fu struggled to hit even a single target. Despite Su Jianyuan's fiery temperament, he remained remarkably patient during their lessons. While he occasionally expressed frustration, most of the time he offered meticulous guidance, which gradually alleviated Little Fu's feelings of inferiority. The construction of the wooden house by Su Jianyuan, Su Guodong, and Qing is progressing steadily. With her worries alleviated, Lin Xia now leisurely spends her days at home spinning thread, crafting garments and footwear for the three men. She has been saving the animal hides from recent days, ensuring that each family member will have 2 sets of clothing for change. After completing the adult's attire, Lin Xia does not forget to fashion little outfits for the 5 cubs as well. Despite their boundless energy and incessant activity, once dressed by Lin Xia, the cubs seem almost enchanted. Some struggle to walk, others roll around on the ground, while a few simply lie down in resignation. This spectacle brings peals of laughter to the family, and naturally, the little outfits do not remain on for long. Lin Xia's delightful dreams of cherishing her grandchildren are thus dashed. Meanwhile, Su Tang diligently tends to the fields, after harvesting the previous crop of sweet potatoes. She has planted soybeans and sugarcane. Both the soybeans and sugarcane have a maturation period of 4 hours. With a yield of 10 pounds of soybeans per plot and 10 stalks of sugarcane, their market price is slightly higher than that of sweet potatoes, fetching 20 gold coins per unit. Su Tang also discovered that the maturity of this crop is directly proportional to its selling price, perfectly embodying the adage that time is money. Even with a considerable increase in price, accumulating 5,000 gold coins would still require a significant amount of time. Thus, Su Tang diligently tended to the fields, managing to harvest 2 to 3 batches each day. Naturally, not all the fruits of their labor could be retained, as their family comprises 7 members. Each person is entitled to a substantial share. Upon the harvest, Su Tang promptly set aside several pounds of yellow beans to prepare pig trotters for her mother. The combination of peanuts and yellow beans is indeed a match made in culinary heaven. Although salt was unavailable, Xiaofu returned bearing a handful of small green pea-sized fruits, which imparted a salty flavor when placed in the mouth. According to Xiaofu, these fruits could serve as a substitute for white salt. However, they are quite elusive in the forest. Even when found, they are often consumed by wild beasts, which also require salt for their bodily functions. This small handful was painstakingly gathered by him after climbing a tree and selecting carefully. There were no more to be had. Upon hearing this, Su Tang generously praised him and presented him with a piece of sugarcane. "Sister, how did you bring back bamboo? This is not edible," Xiaofu remarked, bewildered, as he held the sugarcane. "But why is this bamboo green?" "This is not bamboo. It is a fruit," Su Tang clarified. "A fruit? How does it resemble bamboo so closely?" Xiaofu exclaimed in astonishment, touching the sugarcane. The sugarcane cultivated on the farm has a dark skin, with each segment remarkably long, unlike the kind that is typically knotted. Due to the absence of a proper knife, peeling the tough skin was quite a challenge. So she handed Xiaofu an entire stalk. "You will know once you taste it, but be warned, the pulp is inedible. You must chew and then spit out the residue." Thinking of the small fruit that Xiaofu had brought back, Su Tang was in high spirits as she instructed him on how to consume the sugarcane. Xiaofu rinsed it with water, as his mother insisted that all fruits must be washed before consumption, otherwise, she would scold him. After washing, he took a hearty bite. The teeth of the beastmen are exceptionally strong. The hard sugarcane felt as soft as tofu in his mouth. With one hand grasping the entire stalk and the other holding the bitten-off skin, he exclaimed, "So sweet." The rich juice of the sugarcane instantly filled his mouth. The apples and corn he had previously tasted were sweet, yet this fruit's flavor was unlike any of those. Initially, he felt it was a waste to discard the pulp. But once he began eating, he found himself spitting out the residue without a moment's hesitation. "Is it delicious?" Su Tang asked with a smile. "Delicious. Sister, the fruit you've brought back is incredibly tasty." Xiaofu nodded vigorously, his face reflecting both satisfaction and admiration. His sister was truly remarkable, always able to discover such delightful fruits, all of which he had never sampled before. Although they were both beastmen, fruits grew in the forest. How was it that his sister could find these fruits while others could not? He believed that even though his sister could not hunt, she was just as impressive as Su Jianyuan, who was skilled in hunting, and Su Shiwei, who was adept at constructing large wooden houses. "It's delicious. After finishing, remember to pick up the residue you spat out on the ground." "Oh." Xiaofu continued to grin, responding without a second thought. Su Tang observed her rather inexpensive younger brother and found that, as time passed, this little wolf cub was not entirely unlikable. On their very first day after crossing over, despite his vocal disdain for her, he secretly ventured to the Grey Wolf tribe in hopes of seeking out the old veterinarian for their treatment, only to be met with a beating from a group of wolf pups. In recent days, free from the burdens of daily life, Xiaofu has exhibited the innocent charm of youth, appearing far more endearing than at the outset. However, certain untidy habits leave much to be desired. The lifestyle of the beastmen is quite casual. Aside from discarding items with peculiar odors that might attract wild beasts and enemies, other belongings are carelessly tossed aside. Hygiene is scarcely a concern, with no bathing or foot washing, and lice thriving in his hair, his clothes left to ferment. It is fortunate that others reside in the grass hut, where it would likely have become a veritable rubbish heap. When Su Tang and Lin Xia used to tidy up that dilapidated grass shed, it was nothing short of a rubbish heap. Fortunately, although this young lad was quite disheveled, he would not take the initiative to clean up. However, when prompted by others, he would obediently comply, but only in response to the words of those he revered, such as his elder sister, elder brother, and beloved mother. Before long, the pig trotters with yellow soybeans were ready on Lin Xia's side, sprinkled with a handful of small fruits that Xiaofu had brought back. The salt had long been infused into the trotters, making them utterly delectable. This marked the first flavorful meal Su Tang had enjoyed since arriving in the ancient continent. The family dined with great satisfaction. 2 days later, Su Tang finally received news from Wolf Nini. The Grey Wolf leader was about to begin tallying the supplies for the exchange of white stones. Chapter 76. Preparations for the exchange of supplies for white stones. Su Tang promptly began to gather items intended for exchange for white stones, preparing to present them to Wolf Nini. Over the past few days, she had diligently assembled these supplies. Food was indispensable, for it had become the most precious commodity. It was said that the Grey Wolf tribe only ventured to trade for white stones twice a year. Su Tang certainly did not wish to endure the ensuing 6 months devoid of salt, thus it was paramount to secure as many white stones as possible. Recently, Su Jianyuan and Xiaofu had proven quite resourceful, locating a flock of sheep and making several trips back and forth in a single day, ultimately bringing home 11 sheep. Typically, an ordinary beastman could only capture 1 or 2 sheep at most in a single outing. However, Su Jianyuan, with his exceptional archery skills, could bring down 3 sheep with a single volley of arrows. Moreover, he was quite cunning. Upon returning, he donned the sheep's hides for camouflage, ensuring he would not alert the remaining flock during subsequent hunts. In this manner, he effortlessly captured 11 sheep, leaving the flock visibly diminished by nearly half. Xiaofu, who accompanied him, was left dumbfounded. Could hunting truly be conducted in such a manner? The sheep, unable to comprehend the situation, sensed the danger of the area and refrained from grazing there again. Su Jianyuan did not wish to eradicate completely, as he still desired to savor lamb in the future. Once he deemed it sufficient, he ceased his efforts. His family of 7 consumed copiously, devouring the equivalent of 2 sheep in meat alone each day, with 4 sheep remaining. The other 7 were entirely exchanged for white stones. The flesh and hides of the sheep held considerable value. Naturally, Su Tang had prepared more than just this. The household possessed an abundance of animal hides, from which Lin Xia crafted several skirts, all fashioned in the contemporary style of long dresses. Su Tang has inquired and learned that the orcs here predominantly wear skirts and vests, a choice that conserves animal hides. The garments of the orcs are fashioned in a rather rudimentary manner. They do not engage in sewing but instead puncture holes in the hides and string them together with cords made from the same material, effectively creating wearable attire. While long skirts do exist, they are crafted by wrapping a whole hide around the body, resulting in a thick and sturdy appearance that, regrettably, cannot be deemed aesthetically pleasing. When Su Tang previously donned a long skirt on her visit to the Grey Wolf tribe, the female passersby would often cast appreciative glances at her attire. Considering that animal hides could be exchanged for white stones, Su Tang pondered whether the finished skirt might possess a higher value. After all, items of greater worth would yield a more substantial exchange for white stones. She had procured 4 pieces of animal hide dresses and 6 pairs of leather shoes crafted by Lin Xia. The orc woman typically wore size 40 shoes, while Su Tang, due to her smaller beast form, wore a size 30. Consequently, the shoes were naturally made in larger sizes. Moreover, Su Tang had also produced ceramic wares. Having learned from Wolf Nini that the orcs of 10,000 Beasts Mountain cooked their food over fire, which contrasted with the Grey Wolf tribe's practices. Given their use of fire, utensils such as pots and bowls would undoubtedly prove useful. Therefore, she had prepared these items as well. Having recently crafted a considerable number of exquisite pottery pieces, totaling around 60 in various sizes, she had no intention of bringing forth the crops from her farm, as they would be too conspicuous. Such splendid fruits were indeed rare in this ancient continent. However, her mother, idling with little to do, had prepared some apple jerky. Although lacking salt, which would prevent the fruit from oxidizing and turning dark, the jerky retained a delightful taste, making it a favorite of Little Fu. It was lightweight, consisting of about 10 pounds of apple jerky made from over 100 pounds of apples, as it required 10 pounds of apples to yield just 1 pound of jerky. In any case, she was merely testing her luck. If the orcs of 10,000 Beast Mountain found these items valuable, it would be splendid. If not, 7 sheep could still provide some exchange. Beyond that, carrying more would be too conspicuous. Su Tang meticulously organized and packed the items. The pottery was carefully placed in a woven basket crafted by Lin Xia, cushioned with hay to prevent any chipping during transit. A layer of grass leaves was then wrapped around the exterior and secured tightly. To an outsider, the contents remained a mystery unless they chose to unveil them. The preserved fruits, clothing, and shoes were similarly packed, each item light in weight. The heaviest among them was the sheep, which required no elaborate packaging. It was simply bound together. After Su Tang tidied up, she directly sent her preparations to Wolf Nini's cave. Upon seeing the items Su Tang had gathered, Wolf Nini was left utterly astonished. Su Tang, are you planning to exchange all of this for white stones? Wolf Nini inquired, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the assortment behind Su Tang. Although the tribe annually contributed numerous items for the exchange of white stones, it was typically a collective effort, making such a significant offering from a single household quite rare. Moreover, not long ago, Su Tang's family had relied on Wolf Kuei for sustenance, yet now they could produce such an abundance. Seeing Su Tang prosper brought Wolf Nini joy, but it felt excessive. Indeed, Su Tang acknowledged, modern individuals are accustomed to seasoning their meals with salt at every meal, so I naturally wished to procure a bit more. Although she now inhabited an orc's body, her essence remained human. Su Tang, if you exchange all the food for white stones, will you have anything left to eat? The rainy season is approaching, and it's essential to store some provisions. Otherwise, life could become quite arduous, Wolf Nini cautioned with concern. She had heard that Su Tang's family of orcs consumed whatever they had without ever storing food. Rest assured, I have retained some of the food, Su Tang explained. It has been quite a while since I last had white stones, and I thought it prudent to exchange for more just in case. Upon hearing this, Wolf Nini felt reassured. Su Tang surely had her own plans. A gentle reminder was sufficient, and no further words were necessary. All right, Su Tang. You may place the items here. Shortly, the chief will send orcs to tally them, and I will submit mine alongside yours. The chief would assign specific orcs to record the quantities, and once the white stones were exchanged, they would be distributed according to the corresponding amounts of each item. Achieving absolute fairness and precision was implausible, as there were no weighing tools available. However, significant discrepancies were unlikely, and the orcs would not voice objections. At most, some items might be shared among those who participated in the exchange. The orcs who went personally would oversee their own supplies, while those who did not would mark a stone with notches corresponding to their provisions and imprint it with their scent. As for how they marked their scent, that was a matter too obvious to elaborate upon. Su Tang did not enlist the assistance of Wolf Nini without due cause. She presented a succulent leg of lamb as a token of gratitude. Naturally, Wolf Nini was reluctant to accept, but ultimately, her 3 little wolf cubs, enticed by the aroma of the meat, emerged from their hiding place. With their pairs of emerald green eyes filled with longing, they gazed eagerly at Su Tang. Yet they refrained from approaching the leg of lamb recklessly. Su Tang presented the lamb leg forward, indicating that they could partake. Only then did the 3 young wolf cubs approach, licking the meat and leaving behind traces of saliva, which made Wolf Nini blush with embarrassment as she accepted it. Her 3 cubs were now several months old, robust and spirited, brimming with vitality. They leaped about energetically, a source of exasperation for anyone who encountered them. In her irritation, Wolf Nini scolded them lightly and had no choice but to usher the cubs, along with the lamb leg, back to their den. Chapter 77. He is simply a genius. I sincerely apologize, my cubs are far too mischievous at present. After sending the cubs away, Wolf Nini cast an apologetic glance at Su Tang. It was hardly the cubs' fault for their gluttony. They had gone far too long without meat. Even adult beastmen could hardly endure such deprivation, let alone a few young cubs. Although Wolf Nini typically reserved her meager meat supply for her cubs, it was still insufficient. Wolf Chi would take an extended period to catch a single prey, which was hardly enough to satisfy them. Su Tang, having nurtured her own offspring, understood the challenges of caring for young ones, and thus merely smiled. She was more than willing to feed the 3 little ones. Unbeknownst to her, she had gradually become less averse to the furry little creatures. As the two conversed, Lang Chi unexpectedly returned. Nini, I'm back. Why are there so many prey at home? Who brought them? Upon entering the cave, he was taken aback by the sight of 7 sheep on the ground, his eyes widening in surprise and alertness. Could it be that a male had brought them for Wolf Nini, seeking her as a mate? As he stepped inside, he noticed Su Tang standing there. Lang Chi quickly connected the dots, recalling the recent plan to exchange for white stones at the Mountain of Beasts. Lang Chi, why are you back so early? Wolf Nini's expression soured immediately upon seeing him, and she hurried to obstruct Su Tang's offerings. Yet, her efforts were in vain. Lang Chi, eyes gleaming, effortlessly pushed her aside to gaze at the plump sheep. These belong to a Tang, don't they? A Tang. Are you planning to use all this prey to trade for white stones? You've gathered so many fruits, why not use them instead? He had not caught any prey for several days, and thus had not savored meat in a while. The sight of the fat sheep made his mouth water. After speaking, he shot an accusing glance at Wolf Nini. You should have informed me sooner about helping a Tang with the trade for white stones. Why let a Tang bring them in person? You could have called me over to assist. Wolf Nini's expression darkened. Her intention was to have a Tang deliver the prey while Lang Chi was out hunting, so she could directly hand it over without him noticing. She had not anticipated his early return today. Now, with so much in the way, she instinctively wished to keep her affairs from Lang Chi, fearing his disapproval and reprimand. There is quite a bit here. It's blocking the path. I'll move it back to the cave first. You all can chat slowly. Don't mind me. Lang Chi, beaming with delight, began to chatter to himself as he set about carrying the sheep into the cave. Before Su Tang could utter a word, Wolf Nini stepped in front of Wolf Chi, her countenance darkening as she spoke. There is no need to move these. The leader will send someone to retrieve them shortly. Just go and prepare the items at home to exchange for the white stones. As she spoke, she began to push Wolf Chi into the cave. However, Wolf Chi was reluctant to comply. With Su Tang delivering the goods right to him, how could this female be so oblivious? If the leader took the items, how could he seize any advantage? With such an abundance of mutton, once Su Tang departed, he could discreetly take some for himself without her ever knowing. Nini, you are being unreasonable. There is no need for the leader to send someone over. I can deliver it myself. Rest assured, Su Tang, I will handle the remaining matters. And once the white stones are exchanged, I will bring them to you. Wolf Chi declared with a beaming smile. At that moment, he had nothing to offer in exchange for the white stones. Once he obtained the items, he would simply take a portion for himself. He considered himself quite clever. The more he pondered, the more pleased he became, as this resolved a pressing concern of his. He was utterly oblivious to the increasingly displeased expression on Wolf Nini's face. Enough, Wolf Nini suddenly shouted. I have told you that your assistance is unnecessary. It is still morning, and you return empty-handed. Use your time to go hunting. You need not concern yourself with the items. In her anger, she abruptly changed direction, pushing Wolf Chi toward the exit, perhaps due to her heightened frustration. Her strength was considerable. Wolf Chi stumbled, taken aback by her sudden outburst. Did he not have any pride left to bear witness to a female chastising him for not catching prey? What has caused Wolf Nini's temper to flare so much lately? This was indeed troubling. It seemed he must find an opportunity to teach her a lesson, to demonstrate his significance. How dare she raise her voice against him now? He was unwilling to leave, asserting, I was planning to exchange items for the white stones today and help out upon my return. Such an important matter. And a female like you think she can manage it alone? Not wishing to remain silent any longer, Wolf Nini could no longer tolerate him, at home. Apart from a few fruits dug from the ground, there is not a morsel of food stored. What do you have to exchange for the white stones? Are you returning empty-handed? Recently, she had increasingly realized that Wolf Chi was entirely different from the male she remembered. Not only could he not catch prey, but he also idled about the tribe during the day, failing to hunt. There were no males in the tribe so lacking in ambition. Wolf Chi's expression darkened immediately, feeling the weight of Su Tang's gaze upon him, and he awkwardly wished he could burrow into the ground. I brought back a prey last time. And you didn't even mention it after you finished eating, Wolf Chi stammered, his resolve faltering. The rabbit from 7 days ago? You consumed half. And the cubs had the other half. They are still hungry. Wolf Nini's heart grew colder with each word she spoke. Previously, it had not seemed so obvious. But now everything felt amiss. How could a female live with her partner in such a manner? Wolf Chi, embarrassed, could not bear to listen any longer. Leaving behind a hasty, I'm going hunting, he hurriedly departed. Wolf Nini gazed despondently at his retreating figure, weakly leaning against the wall. Upon seeing this, Su Tang stepped forward to support her. Are you all right? I'm fine, Lang Nini replied, tugging at the corners of her mouth to offer a strained smile. You've seen quite the spectacle, haven't you, Su Tang? Why don't you stay a little longer? Wait for the orcs sent by the chief to collect the items before you return. This way, it will put her mind at ease and ensure that Lang Chi won't act out of turn. Naturally, Su Tang harbored faith in Wang Nini. Nonetheless, it was not unwarranted to remain in her company, so she nodded in agreement. Contemplating Wang Chi's demeanor from earlier, she inquired, has Wang Chi always been this way? It seemed that Wang Nini was not one to be easily swayed by romantic notions, given that Wang Chi's appearance, physique, and prowess were rather unimpressive. How could such an exceptional female as herself choose to partner with him? Additionally, they had already sired a litter of offspring. Typically, females within the tribe sought new partners after giving birth. Indeed, some had even taken on 2 or 3 companions without having born any young at all. Su Tang felt somewhat perplexed, as it concerned the private matters of Wolf Nini, and she had refrained from inquiring too deeply in the past. Today, however, by chance, she encountered her and expressed her concern. Wolf Nini shook her head, recalling how he was not like this before. When they first became partners, he diligently hunted every day. Although the game he brought back was not abundant, it sufficed for the two of them. Yet now, after the arrival of their offspring, he had inexplicably changed. It was not that Wolf Chi had ceased hunting, but rather that he was unable to capture any prey. Su Tang furrowed her brow upon hearing this. The issue was indeed more serious. His abilities were woefully inadequate, unable even to support his wife and children. Compelling his wife to sustain the family through the meager exchange of milk for sustenance. Wasn't this a blatant form of living off another's efforts? Chapter 78. Defeating magic with magic, then why not seek another partner? Su Tang inquired once more. In the orc society, females outnumber males, making it inevitable to find multiple companions. Otherwise, survival would be unattainable, as orcs rely on such arrangements for their propagation. Though Su Tang would not behave in such a manner, she could comprehend it, devoid of any discriminatory notions. Wolf Nini lowered her head in a fit of shame. I'm frail, and no male would take a liking to a female as weak as I. Only Wolf Chi is willing to be my companion. I have never considered seeking another partner. In the realm of beast men, the strong dominate the weak. It is a fundamental nature. Within the tribe, Females who are robust and healthy are held in higher esteem, for the better the maternal figure, the stronger and healthier the offspring will be. Conversely, frail females are marginalized, left to choose from the males that other females dismiss. Upon hearing this, Su Tang was visibly astonished. Wang Nini, you appear to be in excellent health. My pups consume your milk daily and are thriving. I have yet to see you ailing. Where do you find any flaws in your health? Wang Nini was of a petite frame, seemingly less robust and delicately built. However, she was by no means frail or lacking in strength. Each day she toiled diligently, effortlessly carrying 3 wolf cubs, each weighing around 10 pounds. In comparison to the other females in the tribe, whom Su Tang had observed, their corpulence suggested a life of inactivity, reliant on males for support, gasping for breath after merely a few steps, utterly enfeebled. This stark contrast led Su Tang to conclude that Wang Nini's physique was considerably healthier than theirs. Was it possible that, in the eyes of the orcs, being plump equated to being healthy? What a misguided notion. Wang Nini shook her head, insisting, that is due to your proper care. It has nothing to do with my milk. She would not claim undue credit. In her view, Su Tang was a capable female, leading a prosperous life and nurturing her cubs well. This was, to her, perfectly normal. Su Tang tugged at her hand, remarking that your cubs have been well cared for, lively and sprightly, and they appear to be no less robust than the cubs within the tribe. However, Wolf and I shook her head, dismissing the notion without a second thought, asserting that it was the fruits you provided that made them thrive so splendidly. Su Tang furrowed her brow as she began to discern something amiss with Wolf and I. Regardless of what was said to her, she would invariably refute it. Such a profound lack of self-confidence. Who said that? You are remarkable, and your physique is not lacking. The thriving cubs are a testament to your diligence. Without your devoted care, how could they have flourished? Su Tang asserted with conviction. She had just heard that Wolf and I was sacrificing her own meals, offering meat to the cubs and wolf chi instead. Moreover, given her naturally slender frame, it was no wonder she struggled to gain weight. Wolf and I momentarily froze, taken aback by Su Tang's words. No beast man had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Even Wolf Chi had merely remarked that it was acceptable if her health was poor, assuring her he would not disdain her. Who first claimed your health was poor? Su Tang probed further. She refused to believe that no beast man possessed a discerning eye, even if beast men preferred more robust females. It could not possibly be the sole criterion for selecting a mate. Beast men, though primitive and savage, were not devoid of intellect. Wolf and I was stumped by the question. It was something she had never considered. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head and replied, I do not know. It has been said in the tribe for as long as I can remember. When Su Tang inquired, she did not hesitate to recount her past. Wolf and I's parents had perished long ago. Her father had met his demise during a hunt, torn apart by a pack of wolves while attempting to save his kin. Her mother, pregnant at the time, was devastated by the news, resulting in a premature birth that led to her and the cubs' demise. The other mates of her mother were also deeply affected, gradually passing away shortly thereafter. Left to fend for herself, Wolf and I faced a lack of food and barely survived, naturally resulting in a diminutive stature. As she approached adulthood, there were males who admired her and expressed interest in courting her. However, the tragic tale of her mother's death during childbirth resurfaced, giving rise to the rumor of her own frail health. In the eyes of beast men, a female who lost her cubs was deemed weak. Since her mother had suffered, it was presumed she would too. Upon hearing the rumors, those males lost interest, abandoning their intentions of pursuing her, including the one she had cherished. With her pride wounded and heartbroken, she found herself in despair. It was then that Wolf Chi stepped forward, offering to be her mate. He claimed he did not mind her frail condition. Naturally, Wolf and I was incredulous and outright rejected him. Yet, Wolf Chi persisted, aiding her with chores and providing her with food, tirelessly courting her for a month. Eventually, touched by his sincerity, she accepted him as her mate, abandoning any thoughts of seeking another partner. However, Wolf Chi frequently reminded her of her perceived frailty, leading Wolf and I to feel perpetually inferior and reluctant to engage with other beast men, living a solitary existence. Thus, when she sought Su Tang's assistance, she readily offered her help. After listening to Wolf and I's story, Su Tang discerned that the root of the issue lay in the rumors that had circulated as she neared adulthood. Moreover, how could a beast man who genuinely cared for her belittle her at every turn and undermine her confidence? There was clearly something suspicious about Wolf Chi. So, what are your plans now? Su Tang gently inquired, gazing at Wolf and I. Wolf and I's eyes were filled with confusion. I don't know. Wolf Chi has been lying to me more frequently, and I wish to avoid speaking with him. Yet he is the father of my cubs. What can I do? Though he is currently unkind, he has always been the only male willing to accept me. Without a male, a female cannot survive alone while raising cubs. Even within the tribe, females must rely on males to live. It is an immutable reality. What if those words were deliberately spread by another beast man? Su Tang suggested tentatively. Wolf and I was taken aback, looking at Su Tang with uncertainty. But her words were interrupted by Su Tang. Do not utter another word about your frail condition. You are anything but weak. In my eyes, you are far stronger than I and many other females. Su Tang fixed her gaze on Wolf and I with determination. If you trust me, do not counter my words. I possess a method that may uncover the truth. Would you like to try? Tears welled in Wolf and I's eyes as she nodded without hesitation. Of course I believe you, Su Tang. I will follow your lead. Su Tang was the first beast man to offer her such admiration. Surely, she must be sent by the beast god to rescue her. As they conversed, the beast man dispatched by the gray wolf leader arrived. Wolf and I promptly handed over the items, and the beast man inscribed them on a stone, recording the details to take along with the offerings. After Su Tang offered her a comforting pill, she returned to prepare herself. The most effective way to dispel rumors, of course, was to vanquish magic with magic. Chapter 79. Who doesn't adore a young and vigorous male? The following day, a significant piece of news spread throughout the Grey Wolf tribe. It was said that the deaths of Wolf and I's parents were, in fact, a sacrifice to protect the tribe from disaster. It remains unclear who initiated this rumor, but it quickly gained traction among the tribe, igniting the gossiping spirits of the females, who began to discuss the matter fervently. I mentioned that Wolf and I's parents were once the envy of the tribe, so how could their deaths have been so sudden? Her father was dragged away by a pack of wolves while attempting to save Wolf Zhuang's father. It was rumored that he was torn apart in the process, a truly tragic fate. Her mother, who shared an inseparable bond with him, never even had the chance to bid him farewell. How lamentable. I heard that Wolf and I's mother was expecting 2 females. 2. It is already a remarkable feat for a female to give birth to 1 cub, yet unfortunately, they could not make it. The females reminisced about the events of that time. The incident had caused quite a stir in the tribe, and now, as it was recalled, many of the beastmen felt a sense of loss. They unconsciously began to link the past events with the current rumor, with the loss of 3 females all at once. If they truly sacrificed themselves for the tribe, then Wolf and I's family must be the tribe's good fortune. Strangely enough, after the tragedy befell Wolf and I's parents, the tribe had indeed encountered no further misfortunes. Indeed, there was an incident when the Earth Dragon turned over, causing many casualties on 10,000 Beasts Mountain, yet our tribe was untouched. Moreover, Wolf and I, a mere half-grown female cub, managed to thrive without her parents, giving birth to a lively and robust litter of cubs, truly miraculous. Upon further contemplation, the females began to feel something was amiss. One of them skeptically remarked, "Didn't we previously say that Wolf and I was frail and useless? How could I have failed to notice? If her parents protected the tribe, then she must indeed be the tribe's little fortune." Another female chimed in, "Isn't that so? When Tang came to exchange milk, she specifically insisted on only taking from her. When we went, Tang ignored us completely. I couldn't understand then what was so special about Wolf and I's milk. In hindsight, it truly seemed that Wolf and I was indeed a fortunate creature. Otherwise, why would Tang exclusively seek her milk?" Moreover, other females began recalling various unbelievable occurrences. Wolf and I's partner, Wolf Chi, was once inconsequential. Hardly any females took notice of him. Yet after becoming partners with Wolf and I, not only did she quickly bear him a litter of cubs, but it also seemed that she had no intention of seeking a second partner. What other male could boast such good fortune? Surely, it was only after finding Wolf and I that his life improved so significantly. The more they contemplated, the more convinced the females became that Wolf and I was indeed a blessed female. Whoever associated with her would undoubtedly share in that fortune. There was no envy among them. After all, her parents had sacrificed their lives to shield the tribe. For this reason alone, they felt gratitude towards Wolf and I. And the younger females began to devise ways to cultivate a relationship with her, hoping to share in her good luck. Meanwhile, the older females pondered how to ensure their own young ones could seize this opportunity. From those as young as 10 to those in their 30s, anyone who had a chance was eager to become familiar with Wolf and I. While the 10-year-olds might not have immediate opportunities, they could wait 8 years. After all, Wolf and I would not age significantly. After all, who doesn't adore a young and vigorous male? Wolfman, who was seeking a partner for Wolf Kuei, overheard these discussions. With a glimmer of inspiration, she concluded that Wolf and I was indeed a splendid choice. Though she already had a partner in cubs, she had only one partner, was capable of bearing more, and carried an air of fortune with her. Such an excellent female would be a perfect match for her son. Wolf Kuei. Wolfman immediately returned to discuss the matter with Wolf Kuei, urging him to befriend Wolf and I and express his desire to have her as his partner. As for Wolf and I's friendship with Su Tang, Wolfman dismissed it. That impudent female was surely drawn to Wolf and I's good fortune. Once Wolf and I and Wolf Kuei became partners, she could simply instruct Wolf and I to cease her association with Su Tang. Naturally, Wolf Kuei was unwilling. "Mother, I do not fancy Wolf and I. Please stop bringing it up." He interrupted Wolfman's incessant chatter. "If you do not fancy Wolf and I, then whom do you fancy? If you can find another partner, then it doesn't have to be Wolf and I. Wolfman replied, huffily, "Are you still thinking about Tang? I simply do not wish to find a partner right now, mother. Please do not bring this matter up again. I have hunting to attend to." You should return home, Wolf Kuei declared, dismissing her outright. Wolfman was nearly driven to exasperation. After a moment's reflection, she restrained her temper and said, "Fine, I won't concern myself with it. Just remember that the house is out of meat. Bring back a good catch, and I will leave." In response, Wolf Kuei merely wished for his mother to depart swiftly, handing her a piece of game. With a satisfied smile, Wolfman took the offering and left. However, she did not intend to take it home for herself. Rather, she was delivering it to Wolf and I as a gesture of goodwill on behalf of her son. As soon as Wolf and I stepped outside, she was warmly intercepted by Wolfman. "Wolf and I. This is a gift of game from my son, Wolf Kuei. Please accept it. He has gone hunting and couldn't come himself, but asked me to deliver it to you," Wolfman said, attempting to grasp Wolf and I's south hand to place the offering in her possession. Wolf and I quickly evaded, resolutely refusing to accept anything from others, even in times of dire need. Moreover, she was well aware of Wolfman's character. How could she possibly believe that she was receiving this offering without ulterior motives? "Wolfman, what are you doing? Take it back. I do not want it." She firmly declined. Wolfman maintained her smile. "This is from Wolf Kuei. If you ever decide to seek a partner, you must consider him first. My son is quite capable. Becoming his partner will ensure that you and your 3 cubs will never go hungry." Wolf and I looked utterly bewildered. "I do not wish to find a partner. Take it back." With that, she turned and returned to her cave, not even lingering at the entrance. Even though the cave lacked a door, beastmen were not permitted to intrude upon another's dwelling. Wolfman's expression darkened as she silently cursed Wolf and I for her lack of gratitude, ultimately having to take the offering back. However, the news of Wolfman's attempt to curry favor with Wolf and I quickly spread throughout the tribe. The Grey Wolf tribe was already small, and with only a few eligible females, the males all heard the rumors of Wolf and I's good fortune. With the revelation that even Wolf Kuei sought Wolf and I as a partner, the males could no longer contain themselves. Many of them promptly approached Wolf and I, eager to declare their affections. Chapter 80. I have never encountered such a shameless male. Elder sister. The Grey Wolf tribe is now saying that Sister I is a little fortune star. Many males are coming to propose to her. As Little Fu relayed the rumors of the Grey Wolf tribe to Tang, she was engaged in the tender task of feeding 5 adorable cubs with egg custard. The wild chicken, which had been stripped of its feathers by Su Jianyuan, had, after a period of nurturing, begun to regrow its plumage and had commenced laying eggs. Tang diligently fed it daily with an assortment of crops from the farm, including apples and corn, while Little Fu often captured small insects to supplement its diet. The wild chicken had grown considerably plumper, yielding a delightful, plump egg each day, and occasionally even 2. Su Jianyuan yearned for a taste, yet Tang denied him, providing only steamed egg custard for the young ones each day. Today, as custard was enhanced with minced meat, and now that the cubs had grown somewhat, they were able to indulge in a bit of meat as well. The little ones were quite gluttonous, relishing the custard with meat to the point of licking their plates spotless. "Have you conveyed the words I taught you to those cubs?" Tang inquired, wiping the mouths of the satiated younglings with a clean beast hide. Xiaofu nodded earnestly. "I have indeed. Sister, you are truly remarkable. Just yesterday, they thought Sister Nini was unkind, yet barely a day has passed, and her home is nearly overrun by males." Admiration radiated from Xiaofu's face. Whatever endeavor his sister pursued seemed destined for success. This outcome was anticipated by Tang. In every era and among any sentient race, belief holds profound significance. The beastmen venerate their beast deities, which are not singular entities. Each tribe worships a different god. The Grey Wolf tribe venerates the celestial wolf deity. Where there are gods, there exists a realm of superstitions. This mirrors ancient human beliefs, where even emperors employed such methods to win the hearts of the populace. Tang merely borrowed a spark, transforming the narrative surrounding the death of Wolf Nini's parents, and the sentiment within the tribe shifted instantaneously. There was no need for her to concoct elaborate reasons. The beastmen, predisposed to assumptions, filled in the gaps themselves. Of course, Xiaofu played an indispensable role in this. Had he not tempted the Grey Wolf tribe's young ones with dried meat and fruits, the news would not have spread so swiftly. Since their last encounter, the cubs had forged a stronger bond with Xiaofu. Having tasted his offerings, they eagerly relayed the news to their mothers. When questioned about the source of the information, they claimed it was merely what they had heard from other cubs. "You pass it to me, I pass it to him," and thus, the origin of the news became obscured. Soon, the word permeated the entire tribe, spreading at a speed rivaling that of the internet. "Sister, what would you have me do next?" Xiaofu asked eagerly, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Tang gently wiped the little cub's mouth clean, giving its fluffy bottom a light pat, prompting the cub to scamper away without a care in the world. Why was this so? Little Fu wore a puzzled expression. "Sister, did you not say we must help Sister and I see the true nature of Wolf Chi? This is hardly the end of it." Wolf Chi remains unscathed. Though still young, Little Fu was aware of the early maturity of beastmen and the intricacies of their reproduction. He had always believed that Wolf Chi was unworthy of Sister and I. With such formidable capabilities and a close bond with Sister and I, it was evident that she must be equally remarkable. Why, then, was Wolf Chi deemed indispensable? Su Tang smiled, her gaze fixed on the little wolf cub, Nini. I can only assist up to this point. Although this little wolf was precocious, she remained quite naive, unaware of the complexities surrounding her. At this moment, the one most anxious was likely Wolf Chi, who didn't require her intervention at all. Meanwhile, outside Nini's cave, a throng of beasts had gathered. In the tribe, the most coveted were the females without partners, followed closely by those who had one partner and had already birthed young ones. By tribal convention, males with offspring must yield to those without, facilitating procreation. No male desired anything more than to have his partner bear him a litter, yet with so many competitors, chances were slim. Often, it was unclear whose offspring were whose. Thus, upon hearing the rumors, Nini became the object of desire among the males. Nini intended to wait for Wolfman to leave before venturing out. The three cubs had relieved themselves inside the cave that evening, and she needed to dispose of the waste. Typically, this task fell to the males, but seeing how hard Wolf Chi worked hunting from dawn till dusk, she took it upon herself. However, when she finally emerged, the cave's entrance was blocked by a horde of males. What brings you all here? Nini, still oblivious to the rumors, looked puzzled at the males. Surely, she hadn't offended anyone? Perhaps her cubs had caused trouble again? Lost in thought, a male boldly declared his intentions. Nini, I wish to be your partner. Please grant me this opportunity. Before he could finish, another male shoved him down. Nini, I am stronger. Choose me. Pick me, pick me. The males clamored, heads popping up like boiling water, only to be pushed down again. Nini was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was she still dreaming? She even pinched her own cheek to confirm her reality. If this were a dream, she might as well return to sleep. Outside the throng of beasts, Wolf Chi, who had been shirking his hunting duties, happened to witness this chaotic scene. Rage boiled within him. This damned pack of males dared to take advantage of his absence to encroach upon his territory so brazenly. Enraged, he pushed through the crowd, storming in. Get lost. What are you doing here? This is my cave. Though he often suggested Nini seek a new partner, he knew that the more he said it, the less she would consider it. Yet, if it came to her actually finding another partner, he would be the first to object. Even if he could not provide her a good life, he could not bear the thought of her being with another male. This was his possessiveness. The males, momentarily stunned by Wolf Chi's entrance, quickly regained their composure, casting him disdainful glances. Wolf Chi, we are here for Nini. What is it to you? Exactly. Nini is not limited to just one partner. What's wrong with pursuing her? You're useless, spending your days idling outside the tribe while your partner and cubs go hungry. And yet you don't allow Nini to seek a new partner. I've never seen such a shameless male. Wolf Chi's eyes widened, and he retorted angrily, what nonsense are you spouting? Hearing this, Nini furrowed her brow and turned toward the male who had spoken. What did you just say? Isn't Wolf Chi out hunting every day? Chapter 81. You are no longer my partner. Wolf Chi's expression shifted, realizing it was too late to intervene. Hunting. The male scoffed, mercilessly revealing he hasn't hunted in days. Every day, he just loiters outside the tribe. Nini stared in disbelief. How could that be? Wolf Chi, didn't you say you go hunting daily? You just couldn't catch anything because it's too difficult. Wolf Chi could not admit the truth and hastily explained, Nini, don't believe them. How could I let you and the cubs go hungry? They are deliberately slandering me. Don't trust their words. The males watched Wolf Chi with scorn. They had kept silent before to avoid provoking him, but now that they knew he was squandering such a treasure, they would not conceal the truth from Nini any longer. Seeing Nini's disbelief, they urged, Nini, if you don't believe us, just ask any male around. This fellow has been sleeping outside all day and hasn't hunted a thing. Look, which hunting male can go days without bringing back game? Everyone could see it. Nini, you have been deceived by Wolf Chi all along. The males spoke in unison, and Wolf Chi had no opportunity to defend himself. His face grew paler. These damned fools. Why are they so talkative today? With so many males asserting the same claim, even Nini, though naive, began to grasp the reality. Disappointment washed over her as she gazed at Wolf Chi. No wonder he returned home empty-handed after long days. No wonder he had continually refused her requests to accompany him to the forest for berries. He had been lying to her all along. Why, Wolf Chi? Why did you deceive me? Nini could no longer contain her feelings. I never demanded you catch prey. If you didn't want to hunt, you could have told me. Why lie to me? She had believed he was toiling tirelessly, and when he returned empty-handed, she refrained from saying anything, fearing it would hurt his pride. She couldn't comprehend why Wolf Chi would act this way. Nini, it's not like that. Let me explain. Wolf Chi shook his head, unable to articulate a defense. He could only unleash his fury on the other males. Raising his fist, he struck the one who had first exposed him. I'll teach you to keep your mouth shut. What is it to you concerning my affairs with Nini? It was these gossipy males that had revealed the truth to Nini. Wolf Chi was oblivious to his own faults. The male who had been unjustly attacked glared at Wolf Chi, unable to tolerate it any longer. You think you can act so high and mighty after I've spared you? He charged at Wolf Chi, kicking him in the groin, then knelt to deliver blows to his face, cursing as he went. You were the one who told me Nini was frail and would end up like her mother, unable to bear cubs and perishing. If it weren't for your words, I would have pursued Nini long ago. I see now that you are trying to keep Nini all to yourself. I haven't sought you out yet, and you dare to be arrogant. Just wait until I finish with you. Finding a partner was a significant matter for males. Were it not for Wolf Chi's interference, he might have already won Nini's heart, and their offspring would have been his. This was an unforgivable grievance. What do you mean? Upon hearing these words, Wang Nini was taken aback. She gazed at Wolf Chi in shock. Was it you who spread those rumors back then? How could this be? Wolf Chi was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the exchange between the males and Wang Nini, rendering him incapable of responding to her. The other males exchanged glances, realizing. Wolf Chi told me the same thing. He deceived all of us. Let's punish him. In an instant, they reacted, realizing they had all been manipulated by Wolf Chi. The thought of missing out on such a splendid female due to his deceit ignited their fury, and they joined the fray against him. Wolf Chi was soon howling in pain from their blows. As the males voiced their grievances, Wang Nini's heart sank with understanding, struggling to accept this truth. The male she had devoted herself to was the very one who had caused her to be looked down upon by the tribe. As Wolf Chi was battered to a pulp, the males finally released their pent-up frustration. They could not kill him within the tribe, for that would violate the rules and incur the chief's wrath. With a bruised visage, Wolf Chi crawled to Wang Nini's feet, pleading, Nini, I was wrong. I acted this way because I cared for you deeply. I only wished to be your mate. I didn't mean it. He attempted to continue his deception. Wang Nini was inherently a gentle and soft-hearted female, and he had always managed to manipulate her. However, she had now awakened to the reality, finding his words utterly ludicrous. Reflecting on her past, she felt like a fool. Enough. Coldness washed over her gentle features for the first time. Wolf Chi, your intentions are malicious. You have caused me to be scorned by the tribe's beastmen. I cannot bear your affection. Wolf Chi's face paled. Was she truly unwilling to forgive him? Nini, He sought to explain further, but Wang Nini denied him the opportunity to speak. From this moment forth, you are no longer my mate. My offspring will not recognize you as their father. Leave. A thunderclap resounded in Wolf Chi's heart. Was she truly casting him away? He had been abandoned by his mate. No, this cannot be. I am your mate. You cannot dismiss me. I will always be your mate. Wolf Chi clung desperately to the cave. Being cast aside was a tremendous disgrace for a male, a situation unheard of in the tribe. He could never find another mate again. How could he survive the rest of his life? The other males would not allow him to linger. They swiftly stepped forward to restrain him, lifting him outside. You have been warned, Wang Nini declared. You are no longer my mate. Should you continue to pursue me, the chief has the authority to expel you from the tribe. Depart at once. Wang Nini watched impassively as Wolf Chi was thrown out, showing no intent to intervene. Though she was a tender-hearted female, even the softest of beings had their limits. Deceit was her boundary. Chapter 82. Reduced to a useless male, Wolf Chi had been expelled, yet the other males lingered. With Wolf Chi gone, they felt a renewed sense of hope. Wang Nini was now without a mate. She would undoubtedly seek another. For her survival, and that of her offspring depended on it. Now, Wang Nini was a blessing. Even if it meant caring for 3 cubs, they were willing. However, Wang Nini's next words dashed their hopes. You may all return. I do not plan to seek a new mate at this time. Thank you for helping me rid myself of Wolf Chi. She recognized that without these males, she might not have discerned Wolf Chi's true nature. Yet, finding a new mate among them was entirely out of the question. Given the recent events, she had no thoughts of romance. Even if she did, none of them would suffice as a partner. Perhaps due to Wolf Chi's betrayal, she had gained clarity. If they truly cared for her, they would not have abandoned her at the first sign of Wolf Chi's rumors. Even if she were to become their mate, there was no assurance another Wolf Chi would not emerge. The hopeful males stood dumbfounded upon hearing her words. Wang Nini does not find us suitable? They wondered. She had accepted a male like Wolf Chi, why not them? Some, with a more accommodating spirit, pressed on, Wang Nini, you are without a mate now. How will you care for yourself and your 3 cubs? If you wish, I assure you I can take good care of you all. Wang Nini gently shook her head, her voice soft yet resolute. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not wish to find a mate right now. Please, return home and do not come back here. She had endured hardship since childhood and was unafraid of continuing to suffer. She refused to seek a mate merely to ensure her and her cub's survival. Though her words were tender, the males understood. Wang Nini was rejecting all of them. Reluctantly, they departed, filled with disappointment. On the outskirts of the crowd, a one-armed male stood still amidst the throng. While all others retreated, he remained, fixated on Wang Nini's direction. At that moment, Wang Nini felt a gaze upon her. Instinctively, she looked up and caught sight of a familiar figure. Zhuang, she murmured, momentarily stunned. However, when she glanced back, he had already vanished with the departing crowd. She hurried after him, but the males ahead blocked her path. As a female, she could hardly squeeze through. By the time the path cleared, the figure was gone. Wang Nini stood there, lost in thought. Howl. 3 little wolf cubs had unexpectedly emerged, circling her legs. Wang Nini's expression softened as she looked down at them. Cubs, you won't blame me for not having a father anymore, will you? The little ones cared not for the absence of a father, since their birth. It had always been their mother caring for them. Wolf Chi had failed to bring back prey during his hunts. often returning empty-handed and taking away half of what little he did manage to catch. To the cubs, Wolf Chi had never held any significance. They had never felt his presence, let alone miss him. Ignoring Wang Nini's words, two of the cubs dashed into the bushes while one tugged at her pant leg, trying to lead her toward the others. "What is it, little one? Where are you taking me?" Wang Nini inquired curiously as she followed them. Upon reaching the bushes, she discovered a lifeless roe deer hidden within. Howl! The young wolf cubs brought their mother over and turned to nudge the fallen roe deer with their heads, emitting soft, plaintive howls to signal their mother to take the deer back. Wolf Nini, astonished, pondered the origin of this unexpected prey. It was evident that some beast man had deliberately placed it there. Such game was incredibly valuable at this time, as everyone was hoarding it for white stones. Wolf Nini realized it was certainly not left by the recent group of males who had been turned away. They would not generously offer her such spoils. Who could it be? Since it was left at her doorstep, it must have been intended for her. Instinctively, she recalled a familiar figure she had seen earlier, albeit with one arm less than she remembered. The three little wolf cubs, tempted by the meat, were eager to take it. But Wolf Nini chose not to retrieve the deer. She comforted the cubs, promising to exchange fruits for them later, and only then did they reluctantly follow her back. Thus, the deer remained hidden among the bushes. With no other beastmen residing nearby, she felt no concern about it being taken, waiting instead for the beastman to come and collect it himself. The following day, when Wolf Nini returned to check, she found that not only had the roe deer not been taken, but a large gray rabbit had also appeared in the underbrush. Looking around, she saw no sign of anyone. Still, she refrained from taking the game. Later, while visiting Tang, she noticed that the prey was gone, which brought her some relief. However, just a few steps later, she spotted her three young cubs stealthily dragging prey into their den. Wolf Nini thought, if we leave the meat too long, it will spoil, and many insects have begun to swarm over it. Ultimately, Wolf Nini decided to bring the game back home. The cubs needed meat. Fruits alone would not suffice. Yet, she also placed the fruits exchanged from Tang in the grass, as if to signify a transaction with the mysterious beastman. Meanwhile, the events unfolding at Wolf Nini's had already reached Tang through the little messenger, Xiaofu. Now, Xiaofu served as Tang's loyal aide, eagerly relaying news from the Grey Wolf tribe as soon as he learned of it from the cubs, proving to be an industrious little bee. The camaraderie among the cubs was indeed simple. Recently, Wolf Qing had ceased to appear, and the cubs had grown close to Xiaofu. He had also discovered that aside from Wolf Qing, the cubs were most obedient to Little Fatty. Little Fatty, being gluttonous, was willing to do anything for food. And as long as he was kept happy, the other cubs followed suit. Thanks to the treats made by his mother, Xiaofu thrived among the cubs, and the entire tribe seemed considerably more cheerful. However, where there was joy, there were also those left in despair. After being soundly beaten, Wolf Chi returned home to find, to his dismay, that his was no longer functional. He was utterly bewildered. It was one thing to be unable to seek out females, but the fact that he could not perform was another matter altogether. Did this mean he had become a useless male? Chapter 83. Wolf Chi reports Wolf Chi could hardly believe his misfortune, trying numerous times only to receive the same disheartening outcome. He was nearing his breaking point. It was all that wretched female, Wolf Nini's fault. Had she not driven him away, he would never have ended up like this. The more he pondered, the more he struggled to accept this reality. Yet, Wolf Nini was a female of the tribe, and he was no longer her mate, making revenge impossible. Hurting Wolf Nini could very well result in him being banished from the tribe by the chief. But he could not swallow this humiliation. After much contemplation, Wolf Chi decided to shift the blame to Tang. It was all her doing. Before she arrived at the Grey Wolf tribe, Wolf Nini had never suspected him or quarreled with him. Recently, with Wolf Nini growing closer to her, he was certain Tang had influenced her in some way. Tang, I shall make you pay. Wolf Chi clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. Didn't she wish to exchange white stones with Wolf Nini? Then he would ensure she could not. He wanted to see how this female would survive without white stones. Without delay, he approached the chief of the Grey Wolves. Chief, I wish to report Wolf Nini. She is aiding the wandering beastmen in exchanging white stones. He did not mention Tang, simply referring to the name of the wandering beastmen. Upon hearing this, the chief's expression darkened. What is the matter? Wolf Nini is collecting the prey of the wandering beastmen to exchange alongside our tribe's game for white stones. Chief, if the 10,000 Beasts Mountain discovers that we are assisting the wandering beastmen, they will surely refuse to exchange white stones with us in the future. Wolf Chi exaggeratedly recounted the events. The alliance between Tang and the wandering beastmen is well known among the Grey Wolf tribe. With Wolf and I being particularly close to Tang, the tribe's leader harbored no doubts. What a folly! How could Wolf and I be so thoughtless? Summon someone. Return the supplies that Wolf and I brought to her, and strictly prohibit any involvement in matters concerning the wandering beastmen. The Grey Wolf chief, with a stern expression, immediately commanded his subordinates to retrieve the supplies from Wolf and I. He could turn a blind eye to helping Tang exchange for white stone. But aiding the wandering beastmen was out of the question. If they were to assist the wandering beastmen, they would be viewed as outcasts by other tribes. jeopardizing their very existence on this continent. Upon hearing the chief's words, Wolf Chi's face broke into a smug grin. Su Tang was doomed. Outside the thatched hut, Su Tang was experimenting with Lin Xia to extract sugar from sugarcane. They fashioned a rudimentary juicer from stone, and the mother and daughter duo toiled throughout the morning, simmering the extracted sugarcane juice in a clay pot. 5 playful cubs rolled around at Su Tang's feet, joyfully licking the sugarcane pulp. After an entire morning of labor, they managed to reduce a large pot of sugarcane juice to a small bowl. Once cooled, the syrup thickened and, when broken apart, formed sugar cubes the size of a thumb. While the appearance and color could not compare to white granulated sugar, the taste was delightful, sweet, and far healthier than modern confectionery. However, the yield was alarmingly meager and constant vigilance was required, otherwise it would burn. After one batch, Su Tang decided to forego further attempts. Perhaps it was best to simply consume the sugarcane, not wanting to waste the residue in the pot. She poured in a bowl of water, swished it around, and produced another bowl of sweet syrup for the 5 little kittens to sample. They gathered around the bowl, slurping with great delight. At that moment, Wolf Chi arrived with several gray wolf beast men, and before Su Tang could utter a word, they dropped a heap of items onto the ground. Upon seeing the situation, Su Tang realized that this was indeed the materials she had entrusted to Wang Nini in exchange for white stones. What do you mean by this, Lang Chi? Su Tang cast a cold glance at the unfriendly intruder. Lang Chi, hands on hips and wearing a smug expression, replied, "Ah Tang, you are not one of our tribe's females. The chief has stated that we will not assist you in exchanging for white stones. I have returned all your belongings. Do not take advantage of our tribe in the future. Do not think that Wang Nini can aid you. As for the exchange of white stones, do not even entertain the thought. Without white stones, the beast men will become utterly weakened, susceptible to illness, and will not survive long. Many beast men have perished due to this." Su Tang rendered him incapable of wielding his masculine prowess, and he would ensure that Su Tang would not find respite either. Upon hearing those words, Su Tang immediately discerned that it must be Wolf Chi's meddling. With a cold snort, she splashed a basin of water used for cleaning the cubs directly at him. "Get lost," she declared, not bothering with pleasantries. Just as Wolf Chi was about to burst into laughter, the sudden deluge caught him off guard, causing him to swallow a mouthful of water. "Tui, Su Tang, how dare you douse me?" Wolf Chi glared at her with a stormy expression, clearly ready to retaliate. Yet, before his bravado could escalate, he was intercepted by Ching and the others, who had returned at the sound. Ching, having transformed into his beast form, flapped his enormous wings vigorously, delivering several resounding slaps to Wolf Chi, ultimately sending him flying with a final powerful flap. The gray wolf beastmen who had accompanied Wolf Chi had already distanced themselves when Su Tang splashed the water. Only Wolf Chi found himself in a most undignified position. Enraged, he rose from the ground, fury etched across his face, exclaiming, "Su Tang, do not get too arrogant. I am not here alone today. Do not think that your straggling beastmen intimidate me." He attempted to call upon the gray wolf beastmen for assistance, but upon turning around, he was met with their departing figures. "Why didn't anyone even call out to me as they left?" Wolf Chi muttered in frustration. The gray wolf beastmen were not fools. They harbored resentment towards Wolf Chi for causing them to miss out on Wolf and I. So how could they possibly offer him any aid? They had merely fulfilled their leader's task before departing. Su Shimi stepped forward, wielding a formidable axe, which he swung with precision, embedding it deeply into a nearby log that was as thick as his waist, yet it did not roll. The expression on Lang Chi's face turned pale as he hastily fled. Upon returning to the tribe, he finally halted, breathless and filled with trepidation. He could hardly catch any prey, let alone engage in combat. Throughout his life, he had only endured beatings, and without allies, he dared not retaliate. Curse that wretched Tang. Not a single decent one in that family. Lang Chi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a painful reminder of the blow he had received from the large blue creature. Damn it, that wandering beast man was indeed ruthless. When the rainy season arrives, and there is no white stone to eat, I wonder how they will maintain their arrogance. The feathers on the wings of the great blue creature were not ordinary. Each plume was exceedingly sharp. Lang Chi's face was marred with lacerations, swollen to the point that it resembled a pig's head. In his fury, he cursed under his breath, knowing he dared not return for revenge. Once the pain subsided somewhat, he became aware that something was amiss with the taste and smell in his mouth and on his body. Lowering his gaze to sniff under his armpit, he pondered, "Why does this water have such a peculiar odor? Has my sense of smell and taste been compromised by the beating?" Chapter 84. I can lead you to the mountain of beasts. After driving Lang Chi away, Su Guodong swiftly inquired of Su Tang, "Daughter, what transpired? Wasn't this what we intended to trade for white stones? Why has it been returned?" Su Tang recounted the events she had just overheard. What shall we do now?" Su Guodong furrowed his brow, a look of concern etched upon his face. Without salt, how would they manage to survive? Prolonged deprivation of salt would surely be detrimental to their health. Su Shihui and Lin Xia both wore expressions of deep concern. This indeed posed a significant dilemma. Standing nearby, Ching had reverted to his human form. Noticing the somber faces around him, he earnestly suggested, "We could consume beast blood whenever I felt weak." Drinking beast blood always revitalized me. The others turned to Qing, acknowledging that this method was undeniably characteristic of the beastmen. However, they could not bring themselves to consider it. The thought of consuming beast blood was simply beyond their capacity for acceptance. Tang held a similar sentiment. She could tolerate both snail noodles and durian, yet she absolutely could not accept raw pickled dishes. She would never venture into the realm of raw food. The thought of consuming animal blood was utterly out of the question. She firmly declared, without a moment's hesitation, "We shall go to the Beast Mountain ourselves to exchange for the white stone." No matter what, she was determined to obtain that white stone. Lin Xia was the first to concur, expressing, "I believe that is feasible. We cannot perpetually rely on the Grey Wolf tribe. We must eventually stand on our own." Regardless of where they might find themselves, being self-sufficient would be their greatest asset. However, the location of Beast Mountain remained a mystery, and they were unaware of how far it lay from them. Su Sherwei raised a serious question. "Daughter, why not inquire with Wolf Nini?" suggested Su Guodong. "Isn't she quite close to Wolf Nini? Surely, Wolf Nini would not keep anything from her." Su Tang cast a glance at her father. A basin of cold water extinguishing his hopes. Even Wolf Nini had never ventured there, so how could she possibly be aware? The females rarely strayed far from the tribe. Only the males possessed knowledge of the location of 10,000 Beasts Mountain. However, the males of the Grey Wolf tribe kept their distance. So which male would willingly divulge such information to them? Suddenly, Su Tang and the others turned their gaze towards Qing. This fellow was a genuine orc. Perhaps he held the knowledge they sought. Qing, feeling the intensity of their stares, quickly waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, "I have no idea where the Mountain of Beasts is. I have never been there. I am but a wandering orc, forbidden from casually visiting the tribes." The Mountain of Beasts was a grand tribe nearby, teeming with formidable orcs, and he dared not venture there. Typically, he would only observe orcs from a distance in the smaller tribes, as those tribes were relatively weak, and even if he could not defeat them, he could still escape. A look of disappointment spread across the faces of the group. It seemed they were out of options, just as Su Tang and the others felt utterly helpless. A strange voice resonated from behind them. "I know where the Mountain of Beasts is." As Su Tang turned around, she beheld a one-armed male standing behind them. "Are you an orc from the Grey Wolf tribe?" Su Tang, unfamiliar with him, inquired with a look of confusion, her gaze scrutinizing the male. The male bore a weathered visage, appearing to be in his 20s, yet his eyes resembled those of an aged man, imbued with a profound sense of desolation. "Indeed, I am called Longzhuang. I am aware of your destination to the Mountain of Beasts. I have been there and can guide you, even show you the way," he stated with a calm demeanor, meeting Su Tang's gaze. His face was scruffy with stubble, and his long hair nearly obscured half of his countenance, rendering his expression indistinct. Only his pair of green beastly eyes remained, deep and chilling. Su Guodong's expression brightened with delight. Could there truly be such a fortunate occurrence? It seems that the Grey Wolf tribe is not devoid of benevolent orcs after all. Su Tang was well aware that this orc was certainly not here for altruistic reasons. "What are your terms?" she inquired. The burly wolf, observing the emotionless demeanor of the female before him, decided to be straightforward in his response. "I require sustenance. I also expect a share of the white stones you have acquired, distributed equally among us." He had already contemplated his bargaining chips prior to his arrival. Upon hearing this, Su Tang turned to Lin Xia and the others, seeking their opinions. Dividing the spoils equally among them would result in a significant share, implying that simply acting as a guide would warrant an additional portion of the precious white stone, along with extra provisions. However, at present, apart from Lang Zhuang, there were no other males willing to lead. Accompanying the Grey Wolf tribe was utterly impractical. Losing track of them in the forest posed a grave danger. And should the orcs from the Grey Wolf tribe decide to act against them, they would be utterly defenseless. Naturally, they welcomed any orc willing to assist them in navigating the way. "Daughter, is this male trustworthy?" Su Guodong whispered, expressing his concern. One could not simply take every word at face value. In this unfamiliar territory, venturing so far could lead to unforeseen calamities. And what would they do if they never returned? Su Tang replied softly, her gaze reflecting a sincerity that seemed far from deceitful. Observing the lack of response from her companions, Lang Zhuang continued, "I can assist you in transporting your belongings. With only 4 males among you, and the necessity to leave one here to care for the females, you will surely struggle to carry everything on your journey. I can help." It must be said that Su Tang was indeed tempted by his offer. Her father, a cultured man, lacked combat prowess and was advanced in age. Leaving him with her mother would undoubtedly cause her concern. Her elder brother was preoccupied with constructing a wooden house at home and was thus unable to join. Qing, a wandering beast man, could not venture into the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, leaving only her second brother as the primary force, which was inadequate. As for herself and her mother, being females, they would only hinder the journey further, not to mention her responsibility of caring for 5 small kittens. If she could secure a helper, it would be most advantageous. "Why do you wish to accompany us to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain? Are you not afraid of being punished by your leader?" Su Tang inquired. Lang Zhuang revealed his severed arm to her, stating, "Given my condition, there is little left for me to fear." He paused before explaining his motive. "I desire white stones and prey. I lack the capability to procure sufficient prey in exchange for white stones, but you possess that ability. The prowess of this family of beastmen was well acknowledged. Although many claimed their comfortable life stemmed from the wandering beastmen, Lang Zhuang knew otherwise. It was Su Tang's second brother who was the true hunter. This family of beastmen was indeed capable. He suspected that their previous struggles with hunger were a result of concealing their true potential. Now that he had discerned the true nature of the Grey Wolf tribe beastmen, they no longer felt the need to hide. Su Tang was unaware of the embellishments conjured by Lang Zhuang. She gazed into his eyes, which exuded sincerity, appearing devoid of deceit. It was undeniable that hunting was considerably more challenging for a one-armed beastman than for an ordinary beastman. This was a fact beyond dispute. Observing this, Lin Xia and the others had no objections. After a moment of contemplation, Su Tang made her decision. Very well, I accept your proposal. As long as you retrieve the white stone from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, I shall allocate you a share based on the number of individuals. Upon hearing these words, Lang Zhuang's previously tense expression relaxed, and a hint of a smile finally graced his weathered face. Chapter 85. Little Fu caught prey. Su Tang also noticed the transformation in Lang Zhuang. It seemed that these white stones held great significance for him, thus alleviating any concerns about his ulterior motives. When do you plan to depart? Lang Zhuang inquired, and with the resolution of a lingering worry, he appeared considerably more relaxed. When is your tribe's party setting out? Su Tang retorted with a question of her own. They were unaware of such matters in their own clan and could only refer to the Grey Wolf tribe. The chief indicated that they would set out early tomorrow morning. Lang Zhuang replied earnestly. Having made an agreement with Su Tang, he had no secrets to keep. Su Tang contemplated for a moment, then suggested, let us depart tomorrow at noon. You may come directly to find us here. We will set off half a day later than the Grey Wolf tribe, and with others paving the way ahead, it is highly probable we shall encounter no obstacles on our journey. Furthermore, we shall not be separated by a great distance, ensuring our utmost safety. Very well, Wolf Zhuang replied with great enthusiasm. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, Su Tang inquired with curiosity, do you have any further questions? Wolf Zhuang glanced at the sheep lying on the ground and replied, could you please give me the prey first? I have an urgent need for it. He was referring to his share of the hunting reward. Before departing, he needed to address the matter of the prey, otherwise, he would be unable to travel with peace of mind. Having lost an arm, his hunting prowess paled in comparison to that of other males, and as a disabled beastman, he lacked the standing to represent the tribe in exchange for white stones. Were it not for his dire need for sustenance, he would not have approached Su Tang so directly. Upon hearing that Wolf Chi intended to prevent Su Tang from acquiring white stones, he conceived this plan and rushed over immediately. I will not go back on my word. I am in dire need of white stones. If I do not arrive tomorrow, you are free to go to the tribe and seek me out. You may handle me as you wish, he added hastily. Seemingly concerned that Su Tang might doubt his sincerity, Wolf Zhuang felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared that Su Tang would be reluctant to grant him the prey in advance. If it were any other beastman, they would likely suspect him of deceit. Very well, how much do you require? Su Tang responded with equal candor. Her willingness was not born from an unwavering trust in Wolf Zhuang, but rather a means to assess his credibility through the transaction. Lacking the ability to discern trustworthiness at a glance, she could not easily identify those worthy of belief. Observing her lack of immediate refusal, Wolf Zhuang felt a surge of joy. After counting on his fingers, he stated, I would like 1 sheep, if that is acceptable. The last 2 words were spoken with a hint of uncertainty. This sheep was quite plump, boasting a considerable amount of meat. Typically, any beastman fortunate enough to possess such a catch would cherish it dearly. However, Wolf Zhuang had calculated carefully. He believed that by economizing on the meat from such a sizable sheep, it would sustain him until he returned. Certainly, Su Tang nodded. Choose one to take back with you. Elated, Wolf Zhuang clenched his fist in excitement and gratefully nodded at Su Tang before selecting a sheep that was medium-sized but slightly smaller in stature. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Tang perceived that this orc was rather dependable. The absence of a single sheep was inconsequential. Today, Su Jianyuan and Xiao Fu had ventured into the hunt, and should they return with an abundance of game, the loss would be compensated. If not, 6 sheep were still a respectable number. Once they became acquainted with the route to the Mountain of Beasts, they could easily exchange for white stones without relying on others. There was no need for concern regarding these matters. Not long after, Wolf Nini learned of the news from the orcs in the tribe and hurried to find Su Tang to apologize. Ah Tang, I am truly sorry. I had no idea that Wolf Chi would act in such a manner. Her gentle visage was awash with regret. Do not fret. You are no longer Wolf Chi's partner, and there is no need for you to apologize on his behalf. Su Tang, of course, held no anger towards Wolf Nini, for this incident bore no relation to her. With Wolf Chi's petty nature, it was likely he would have sought to exploit any opportunity, regardless of this situation. She would rather forfeit any gain than allow Wolf Chi to benefit. And what do you intend to do? Wolf Nini inquired with concern. We plan to journey to the Mountain of Beasts ourselves to trade for white stones. A male from your tribe has volunteered to guide us, so there is no need for worry. Su Tang succinctly explained the situation to alleviate Nini's anxiety. Upon hearing this, Wolf Nini felt reassured, and she no longer pressed for further details. As long as Tang had a plan, that sufficed. And what of you? Have you considered seeking a new partner? Su Tang asked, glancing towards Wolf Nini, for among women, curiosity often flourished. She understood that in this ancient land, raising 3 cubs without familial support was a formidable challenge. Furthermore, Wolf Nini's cubs were still quite young, at an age where they required substantial nourishment. Wolf Nini shook her head, a trace of melancholy gracing her features. I have no desire to become a partner with any of those males. She felt no attraction towards them. Merely seeing their faces evoked memories of disdain from the past, not out of hatred, but a genuine inability to feel affection. Is there not a male among your tribe that you fancy? Su Tang inquired with intrigue. Wolf Nini was still quite young, merely 19 years of age. A few years her junior, Su Tang, in contrast, was in her 20s and already working in the modern world. Yet, at this moment, her physical form mirrored that of Wolf Nini. According to the customs of the Grey Wolf tribe, Wolf Nini was destined to seek another partner in the future. There was one, but after he heard that I could not bear healthy cubs, I never saw him again. Males tend to be quite particular about such matters. The Grey Wolf tribe may be small, yet it is not difficult for a male to avoid a female if he so chooses. Wolf Nini was not the type to cling desperately. Upon understanding his sentiments, she ceased her pursuit. Subsequently, she found herself with Wolf Chi as a partner. Upon hearing this, Su Tang couldn't help but internally scoff. Who claims that primitive people are simple-hearted? Regardless of the time or place, humanity remains pragmatic. Noticing that Wolf Nini appeared to be recalling unpleasant memories, Su Tang promptly shifted the topic. With the assurance that Su Tang had a solution, Wolf Nini felt reassured and decided to return. In the afternoon, Su Jianyuan and Xiao Fu returned from their hunting expedition. From a distance, Su Tang spotted Xiao Fu joyfully running back, a vividly colored wild chicken clutched in his mouth. Sister, mother, I've caught prey. Today, I have caught prey. Xiao Fu performed an exuberant display right before Su Tang, without even taking the time to don his animal skin. Rushing over with the wild chicken as if presenting a treasure. This was his first time capturing prey with his second elder brother's weapon, and he was utterly ecstatic. However, behind him, Su Jianyuan's face darkened. He tossed a piece of animal skin at Xiao Fu, ordering him to cover his head and put on his clothes before speaking. Xiao Fu had no choice but to comply, earnestly donning the animal skin, for his second elder brother was like a deity in his eyes. One hand struggled to dress, while the other was reluctant to release the wild chicken. Su Tang found it amusing that the wild chicken still had a wooden arrow stuck in it, long since devoid of life, unable to flee, yet reluctant to let go. Little Fu, have you caught any prey today? Lin Xia inquired as she approached upon hearing the commotion. Mother, this is the wild chicken I caught using second brother's weapon. Little Fu proudly declared, lifting the chicken aloft. He would boast about this achievement to the cubs for an entire year. Chapter 86. Journey to the Mountain of Beasts. To be so elated over capturing a mere wild chicken. How unambitious. Su Jianyuan playfully tapped the back of his head, sporting a look of disdain. Yet, his eyes twinkled with a hint of amusement. This little wolf cub indeed possessed talent. He was clever, managing to hit his prey after only a few days of practice. However, it was also a testament to little Fu's diligent training. Su Jianyuan felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart, though he refrained from showering him with praise, fearing it might lead to overconfidence. Little Fu had grown accustomed to the dynamic of their relationship, grinning foolishly. What was ambition to him? He had none to begin with. At some point, 5 little kittens had scampered to Little Fu's feet, standing on their hind legs and pawing at the tail of the wild chicken, eagerly trying to stuff it into their mouths, reveling in their play. They had turned the chicken's tail feathers into a makeshift cat toy. Before long, they had nearly plucked the tail bare. Su Tang gazed at Su Jianyuan, who stood behind her. Today, there were no large game to be found, but 5 wild rabbits, each weighing at least 40 to 50 pounds, had been caught, a complete nest of them. Additionally, Su Jianyuan had discovered over a dozen wild chicken eggs from several nests he had unearthed. He refrained from capturing the wild chickens themselves, as their meat was meager and no longer of interest to him. Instead, he simply memorized their locations to return for egg gathering later. This bounty was quite substantial. Su Jianyuan handed the wild chicken eggs to Su Tang, saying, "Sister, take these eggs for the little ones." Why did he specifically gather chicken eggs? It was simply because those adorable kittens were irresistibly charming, with their soft, snow-white fur, occasionally kneading on his belly. This tough man found himself utterly enchanted. When he first arrived, the 5 kittens were thin and scruffy, much to his disdain. Now they were plump and delightful, truly delightful. Every day, he had to hold the little kittens and indulge in their cuteness. Occasionally, when they grew irritated and left paw prints on his face, he merely chuckled, showing no signs of annoyance. Even when a kitten passed gas in his face, he found it amusingly fragrant. Su Tang was rendered speechless by the changes in him, bluntly stating, "If you like it so much, why don't you go and raise a brood yourself?" Su Jianyuan immediately began to boast, exclaiming, "I shall also seek a feline mate in the future and bear a litter of fluffy kittens." He had already decided on the species of his future partner. How did these items end up here? Were they not meant for Wolf Nini? After his boastful declaration, Su Jianyuan noticed the supplies that had been returned by Wolf Chi beside him. Su Tang shared the day's events with him. Going to Wanshou Mountain? That sounds splendid. For I too yearn to explore and discover the other tribes in this vicinity. Su Jian had no objections, even though he was unfamiliar with the terrain. He was undeterred by the prospect of venturing far from home, for that was his nature, ever the restless spirit. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the Grey Wolf tribe consisted solely of wolves, devoid of the petite and adorable cat beasts he sought. The mere mention of Wanshou Mountain suggested a multitude of races. What if there were some there? I too wish to go to Wanshou Mountain. I wish to go. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fu leapt up in excitement. He had heard from the cubs of the Grey Wolf tribe that Wanshou Mountain was the largest tribe in the area, home to many formidable beastmen. And he longed to witness it for himself. No, you are still too young. The journey is fraught with danger, and you cannot accompany us. Su Tang firmly denied his request. Lin Xia added gently, Xiao Fu, your brother is going to exchange for white stones and must carry many supplies along the way. It would be best for you to stay here with us. Lin Xia was relatively tender-hearted towards Xiao Fu, for in her eyes, he was but a pitiful child. Xiao Fu let out a despondent sound, his earlier enthusiasm instantly deflated. In the past, he would have cried and thrown a tantrum, insisting on joining them. However, he had matured now, understanding that should he behave as he once did, his sister would not hesitate to discipline him, perhaps even with a stick, and he dared not risk that. Su Jianyuan spent the most time with Xiao Fu. Observing him in such a state, he gently tapped his head and said, Oh, what a thought. In the future, there will be numerous opportunities to visit the Beast Mountain. Once you are capable of handling things on your own, the task of exchanging for white stones at the Beast Mountain will be entrusted to you. By then, you won't have a choice but to go. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fu perked up with renewed enthusiasm. Then when I grow up, let me go to the Beast Mountain to exchange for white stones, he exclaimed, his face brimming with anticipation. Su Tang looked astonished. This little wolf cub actually listened to Su Jianyuan's words so obediently, calming down in just a few sentences. Su Jianyuan wore a triumphant expression. In his previous military endeavors, he had often dispensed motivational speeches to the younger soldiers, and he was more adept at this than anyone else. Thus, the journey to Wanshou Mountain was firmly established. That evening, Lin Xia prepared a sumptuous feast to nourish Su Jianyuan, knowing that such delicacies would be scarce on the road ahead. As a caring mother, she also made a generous supply of dried meats and sweet potato snacks, convenient provisions that could be consumed without the need for cooking. The following afternoon, Long Zhuang arrived punctually. Upon his arrival, Su Tang recognized that this male was trustworthy and introduced him to Su Jianyuan. Brother, this is Long Zhuang, the one I mentioned. He knows the way and will guide you to Wanshou Mountain. Long Zhuang, this is my second elder brother. Having completed the introduction of Su Sugar, Su Jianyuan turned his gaze towards the imposing male before him. The wolf, having made some effort to present himself, appeared less disheveled than he had the previous day. However, his animal hide was tattered, adorned with several holes. His hair, long and unkempt, hung down behind his ears, finally revealing his face. True to his name, he was built robustly, towering, and muscular, embodying the quintessential image of a stalwart man. Su Jianyuan found him quite amiable and said with a bright voice, Just call me a Yuan. Wolf Zhuang nodded in response, which served as their greeting. Before they set off, Lin Xia prepared a sumptuous feast of roasted meat, insisting that Su Jianyuan eat his fill before departing. Wolf Zhuang, you should join us for a bite. Su Jianyuan generously invited him, considering that the prey had all been captured by him, and it was no trouble to share a meal. No need, you eat. I brought my own provisions. Wolf Zhuang replied, lifting a beast skin pouch approximately the size of a snakeskin bag, containing his rations for the journey. Having already claimed his share of the hunt, he felt it inappropriate to partake in their meal. Seeing his determination, Su Jianyuan ceased his insistence. They swiftly finished their lunch and set off together with their supplies. Only 6 sheep remained. Each took 3, with Su Jianyuan carrying 2 woven baskets. He also brought along 2 rabbits caught the previous day, securing them alongside Wolf Zhuang's sheep. The prey was tightly bound, alleviating the burden of having to carry it on their backs, which would have been excessively heavy. Instead, they dragged the other end of the rope along the ground, which, despite being less cumbersome, proved to be quite laborious. Su Tang filled a ceramic pot with water and placed it alongside the dry provisions prepared by Lin Xia in a woven basket. The basket containing the provisions was tied together with 2 other baskets using a rope. After Su Jianyuan transformed into a leopard, he effortlessly slung the basket over his back, allowing it to dangle conveniently on either side. Thus, the two set forth on their journey. Chapter 87. The Little Wolf Cub Grinding Grain in the Grey Wolf Tribe. Wolf Nini, early in the morning, took her cubs and accompanied other beastmen to bid farewell to the expedition heading to the Everbeast Mountain. Although she had no food to exchange for white stones, she brought forth the remaining dozen intact animal hides from the cave, hoping to trade them for something, anything, rather than nothing at all. The Grey Wolf tribe comprised over 200 beastmen. The leader selected 15 robust young males, swift of foot, to trade for white stones. They set out with the tribe's entire possessions, and naturally, The tribe's beastmen came to see them off, praying for their safe return with the precious stones. Once the caravan disappeared from sight, Wolf Nini returned to the cave with her cubs. To her surprise, she found a plump sheep waiting at the entrance. The three little wolf cubs, upon spotting the sheep, joyfully rushed over, bouncing on its back, licking and sniffing it with delight. However, Wolf Nini did not share their joy. Her expression was complicated as she scanned the surroundings. There were no traces left on the ground, or rather, they had been deliberately erased. As if someone wished for her to remain unaware of the benefactor's identity. Who could it be? Why offer her a prey without revealing themselves? Wolf Nini inquired among the other beastmen, hoping to discover who had visited. But since the beastmen had all gone to the tribe's exit to send off the expedition that morning, no one had seen anyone come by. There was simply no clue to follow. After finishing with the sheep, the little wolf cubs scampered back to Wolf Nini, nudging her leg with their heads, urging her to slay the sheep for their meal. Though small, the cubs understood that their mother saved meat for them daily. They wanted Wolf Nini to enjoy the sheep meat, regardless of its origin. They simply knew there was meat now for their mother. Ultimately, Wolf Nini brought the sheep back to the cave. As she gently stroked the heads of her three little wolf cubs, she said tenderly, "Mother is inadequate. I cannot fill your bellies. When you grow up, you must repay the beastmen who provided us with this prey." The three little cubs, though somewhat perplexed, blinked their green wolf eyes, tilting their heads in adorable innocence. Yet, they understood one thing. This prey was hard-earned, and they cherished it deeply. After Su Jianyuan and Lang Zhuang departed, the family returned to their usual routine. Each member was engrossed in their own tasks, yet little Fu seemed somewhat melancholic, as if something essential was missing. With the hunting responsibilities now entrusted to De Qing, little Fu no longer needed to guide the way or venture into the forest. On several occasions, Su Tang observed him sitting beneath a tree, gazing vacantly in the direction where Su Jianyuan had left, resembling someone afflicted by unrequited longing. Seeing that Su Tang could no longer bear the situation, she found him a task, grinding beans. Lin Xia instructed Su Guodong to create a stone mill, intending to grind beans for making soy milk and tofu, among other delicacies. However, the stone mill was rather large, rendering it immovable for Su Tang. Upon observing the transformed Xiao Fu, who resembled a stone brother, Su Tang had a sudden inspiration. She tied a rope to the handle of the stone mill, fashioning a loop at the other end, which she placed over Xiao Fu's head, transforming him into a white wolf. The unique trait of beastmen is their extraordinary strength in beast form compared to their human form. Despite Xiao Fu's youth, his beastly form surpassed that of the wolves found in a zoo, easily managing to push the 100-pound stone mill without difficulty. "Is that right, big sister?" the little white wolf inquired, pulling the stone mill in circles while articulating human speech. "No need to run, just walk slowly," Su Tang directed from the side, while Lin Xia placed the soaked yellow beans into the central hole, where a large ceramic vat awaited below to collect the mixture of freshly ground soy milk and soy pulp. Upon his return, Su Guodong was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. He gently pulled his wife aside and whispered, "My dear, do you think our actions may be somewhat unprincipled?" "What?" Lin Xia replied, her expression one of confusion. Su Guodong cast a sidelong glance at the little wolf, Xiaofu, toiling at the millstone. Treating the innocent creature like a beast of burden, a rather unprincipled act. While others utilize donkeys for such labor, he has the audacity to employ a wolf instead. Were it not for the passage of time, Su Guodong would scarcely have dared to dream of such audacity. How utterly absurd. Lin Xia shot him a disapproving look, remarking, "You've constructed the millstone to such an immense size. Who could possibly push it? Otherwise, you might as well return to push it yourself. A fox might also suffice for the task." Su Guodong had no desire to toil away and promptly changed his tune, asserting that the young ones ought to engage in more physical exercise, deeming it quite appropriate for strengthening their bodies and honing their patience. With that, he made an excuse to slip away. At this moment, the 5 little kittens were nowhere to be seen, having wandered off. Recently, they had grown dissatisfied with playing outside the grass shed and occasionally ventured further into the thicket, though they never strayed too far. Su Tang had followed them a few times, but eventually ceased to concern herself with their escapades. With the kittens absent and causing no ruckus, Xiao Fu made swift progress, soon grinding out a small earthen jar of soybean milk. "Mother, what shall we do next?" Su Tang inquired, lifting the jar brimming with soybean milk and instinctively turning to Lin Xia. When it came to culinary endeavors, her mother was unmatched. In the eyes of the 3 siblings, their mother was a paragon of capability, while their father was merely a farmer. "We must filter it to separate the soybean dregs. Xiao Fu, take a break for now. We will grind again shortly," Lin Xia instructed, setting down the beans, washing her hands, and taking the earthen jar from Su Tang. "All right," Xiao Fu replied, lowering his head to remove his mask, transforming into human form beneath a beast hide, eagerly gazing at the freshly ground soybean milk. However, Lin Xia paused, realizing they lacked the necessary gauze for filtering. The finest gauze was essential for achieving a smooth texture devoid of impurities in the soybean milk. Not to mention, they did not even possess a scrap of cloth. This predicament stumped Lin Xia. "Would using beast hide work if we made a few small holes at the bottom?" Su Tang suggested, employing her wits. Lin Xian nodded in agreement, recognizing that they had no choice but to try it, though the holes needed to be quite small. The two began searching for tools to make the holes. Without a needle, creating fine apertures proved to be quite the challenge. One wrong move could result in a gaping hole instead of a filter. Xiao Fu, overhearing their conversation, suddenly dashed into a nearby grove and returned shortly with a thorny branch. "Mother, sister, will this do?" he exclaimed, presenting the branch with its thorns removed, as if showcasing a treasure. Su Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this thorn is remarkably fine. To her surprise, this little wolf cub is quite quick-witted. The thorns on the bramble are both slender and sharp, and they are quite sturdy. Piercing through animal hide poses no challenge. The mother and daughter duo held a meticulously cleaned large animal skin, while Xiao Fu squatted beneath, puncturing holes to create a filtering cloth. She then poured the bean juice directly onto it, with a clean ceramic bucket positioned below to catch the liquid. The soy milk filtered through the animal hide, while not as refined as that filtered through cheesecloth, was still satisfactory. After all, one must not be overly demanding when sustenance is at stake. Chapter 88. Soy milk and tofu. Putting the animal skin was secured by tying 3 corners with rope and hanging it from a low branch, allowing it to filter on its own without supervision. The trio resumed grinding the yellow beans. Ultimately, they processed 4 buckets of bean juice, yielding 2 buckets of soy milk and over a bucket of bean dregs. Remarkably, the yellow beans were hardly consumed, as they had been soaked beforehand, retaining moisture. An additional water was required during grinding. Lin Xia cleaned the pot thoroughly and poured the soy milk into it, preparing to kindle a fire for cooking. Xiao Fu scampered off cheerfully to fetch firewood. How peculiar! Where have those little cubs wandered off to? Su Tang searched the grass shed but found no trace of the young ones. Just as she was about to head into the small grove to look for them, Lin Xia suddenly exclaimed, "What is this?" Su Tang hurried over to investigate, only to find a clump of something dark and murky inside the stove. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a pair of round, glistening blue eyes. As Su Tang approached, the little creature scratched its ear with its paw and gazed at her with an innocent expression. After searching for quite some time for the cubs, she discovered they had ventured here. As she stood in a daze, 4 more furry heads popped out from behind the first, their coats a dull gray and appearing rather singed. "So it was you little ones who had made your way into the stove. I nearly set a fire." Lin Xia also realized that the occupants were cubs, letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had checked the stove before lighting a fire, or else these little critters might have turned into roasted cat meat. Su Tang, feeling a mixture of exasperation and amusement, begrudgingly extracted the 5 little kittens one by one. The younglings were eerily quiet, undoubtedly up to some mischief, oblivious to their transgressions. The kittens stood dazed at Su Tang's feet, not attempting to flee. Instead, they nuzzled their dusty little heads against her legs, yearning for a maternal caress. The admonitions from Su Tang lingered unvoiced in her throat. Nevertheless, she chose to endure, for the little kittens were still young. The juvenile creatures, unable to bathe frequently, had collectively transformed from pristine white to a muted gray. Their fur remained unscathed, as by the time they ventured inside, the embers had long extinguished, leaving only ashes in their wake. Lin Xia, utilizing the embers left by Su Jianyuan, kindled a fire, and soon the soy milk was bubbling in the pot, white frothy bubbles emerging with a gentle pop. "Mother, this white liquid smells delightful. Can we drink it?" Little Fu, aware that his sister and mother were preparing something to eat, swallowed his saliva in anticipation and could not help but inquire. "Go fetch a bowl," Lin Xia instructed, stirring the soy milk, which released an enticing aroma that filled the air. Little Fu hurried off to retrieve a bowl, his gaze fixated on the pot. Lin Xia ladled a generous scoop into the bowl, adding 2 pieces of previously prepared sugar cubes, cautioning him to wait for it to cool, for it was quite hot, warning him not to burn his mouth. No sooner had she spoken than little Fu began panting, his tongue lolling out. The 5 kittens, too, caught whiffs of the delectable scent and eagerly tugged at Su Tang's skirt, their expressions betraying their eagerness for food. Only thinking about eating, Su Tang jested, before turning to fetch their rectangular dish, filling it with the soy milk and allowing it to cool before placing it on the ground. The portion for the kittens was unadulterated by sugar, for the little ones were not finicky eaters. They relished the flavor even in its plainness. The kittens consumed the soy milk with remarkable speed, soon licking the bowl clean, before beginning to paw at Su Tang's legs. The clever little creatures had learned to retract their claws, opting instead to use their soft pads, making their gentle touches on Su Tang's legs quite harmless. "Little gluttons," Su Tang remarked, her words betraying her affection as she filled another bowl. The mother and daughter shared a bowl of soy milk with sugar, and though only a small amount of sugar was added, it was remarkably sweet. The texture was smooth and velvety, sweet and fragrant, surpassing even that of modern soy milk made by machines, save for a slight graininess from the soybeans. "Mother, this drink is exquisite. I want more." Little Fu, having savored one bowl, approached with a yearning expression. His craving for sweetness was insatiable. "This isn't merely water, it's soy milk. There will be other food soon. After drinking this, can you still eat?" Lin Xia inquired playfully. "Soy milk? I can eat more, mother. I want to drink soy milk," Little Fu exclaimed, patting his belly, declaring that he could consume as much of this delightful fare as was offered. Lin Xiao obliged, pouring him another bowl. Su Tang delivered the freshly prepared soybean milk to Su Guodong and Su Shiwei, who were diligently constructing a wooden house. The two were sweating profusely, as the structure had already taken significant shape, with the walls reaching halfway up. After quenching their thirst with 2 substantial bowls of soybean milk, they promptly resumed their labor. Fueled by the desire to move into their new home as soon as possible, both men worked tirelessly. When Su Tang returned with an empty bowl, Lin Xiao had already prepared a pot of tofu pudding using another bucket of soy milk. Tang, your timing is impeccable. Come and taste the flavor of this tofu pudding, Lin Xiao said as she served a bowl, taking care to finely grind some sugar cubes and sprinkle them on top. Su Tang took a bite, and the silky and delectable tofu pudding melted in her mouth. It was simply exquisite. Mother, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. She could not help but exclaim. You certainly have a sweet tongue. If it's delicious, indulge in it more, Lin Xiao replied, her heart blooming with joy from the compliment. At noon, the family enjoyed tofu pudding and roasted meat together. The little ones relished this tender and smooth delicacy, each one eating to their heart's content. Their bellies round and full as they lay on the ground, too lazy to move. De Qing, returning from the hunt, also tasted tofu pudding for the first time. As if a new world had opened up to him, he devoured half a pot by himself. Su Guodong, while savoring the tofu pudding, could not help but think of his second son, who was the only one not at home, and a twinge of worry crept in. Although Su Jinyuan had spent much of his time in the army before, the circumstances were now different, and should any mishap occur, the medical facilities might not suffice. Father, there is no need for concern, with Long Zhuang by his side, and besides, my elder brother is no weakling. Most males cannot overpower him, Su Tang reassured her anxious father. The taciturn Su Shimi also added, the second brother is quite clever. He would not allow himself to come to harm. Even if he cannot return through Baishur, he will find a way to make it back safely. Although Su Jinyuan often appeared frivolous and seemingly indifferent to serious matters, the two of them harbored an inexplicable trust in him. Meanwhile, the little wolf cub, Xiaofu, nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, second brother is the most formidable. He will surely bring back a great deal of Baishur. The siblings exchanged glances at Xiaofu, realizing that this little rascal trusted Su Jinyuan even more than they did. Su Jinyuan's ability to captivate his young admirers is indeed unparalleled. Daqing finds it difficult to comprehend their concerns, as he has lived in the forest since childhood, devoid of any familial bonds, and thus remains oblivious to their sentiments. He quietly listens to their conversation from the sidelines. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, beneath the sprawling canopy of ancient trees, 2 males, bare-chested and clad only in leather skirts, are drinking deeply from a newly discovered mountain spring. Su Jinyuan and Lang Zhuang had been on their journey for 4 days. The water they had brought with them had long been consumed, and only after a half-day's trek did they finally discover a source of fresh water. Chapter 89, Arrival at 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Without uttering a word, the 2 men plunged their heads into the mountain spring, quenching their thirst and filling their empty clay pots with water. Once their task was accomplished, Su Jinyuan, disregarding Lang Zhuang's presence, leaped into the spring to wash himself. After 4 arduous days of travel, his body was coated in a layer of sweat, and the stench had become unbearable. He found it imperative to cleanse himself in this newfound source of purity. He certainly did not wish to emerge from 10,000 Beasts Mountain resembling a savage. Observing this, Lang Zhuang took up a vigilant position by the spring, standing guard against any potential beastly attacks. Su Jinyuan swiftly finished washing up, leaping onto the shore to shed the damp animal skin behind a tree and donning a clean garment. A bath truly feels refreshing. I was almost rancid. Wolf Zhuang, would you care to wash as well? I shall keep watch. While Su Jinyuan pushed his wet hair aside from his forehead, he inquired of Wolf Zhuang. This fellow had been rather silent throughout their journey, yet Su Jinyuan was quite the conversationalist. Regardless of whether Wolf Zhuang spoke or not, Su Jinyuan's chatter was incessant during their breaks. After several days of companionship, Wolf Zhuang had grown accustomed to Su Jinyuan's nature. He may not have been loquacious, but he would politely respond from time to time. Wolf Zhuang glanced at his own foul-smelling self, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Very well, I shall trouble you. With that, he too discarded his animal skin onto the shore and plunged into the mountain spring. Lacking a change of animal skin, he took the opportunity to cleanse it as well, donning it while still damp. He was already accustomed to wearing wet animal skins as he settled beneath a tree. We have journeyed for 4 days. How much longer until we reach the mountain of 10,000 beasts? Su Jinyuan, ravenous, nibbled on the jerky prepared by Lin Xia, mumbling his query. The dangers of the forest were unpredictable, and no one could ascertain how much time their journey would consume. Just yesterday, a downpour had persisted for half a day, forcing them to seek refuge in a cave until the rain ceased before continuing. The perils were manageable, thanks to the Grey Wolf tribe clearing the path ahead, though some threats still remained. As they traversed a marsh, they encountered a monstrous python weighing several hundred pounds. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more colossal the flora and fauna became. After an arduous battle, they finally vanquished the serpent. This creature was not easily evaded. In the marsh, they could not outrun it and had no choice but to slay it. They harvested a substantial amount of snake meat, consuming what they could and saving the rest to trade for white stones. However, their capacity was limited, and whatever they could not carry had to be left for the nearby wildlife. We shall soon arrive, with one more night of travel. We should reach the mountain of 10,000 beasts by dawn tomorrow, Wolf Zhuang remarked, munching on a shriveled fruit. They had only feasted on meat after slaying the python, and since then, he had refrained from eating. The fruits brought from the gray wolf tribe had also been depleted, and he had gathered these during the rain yesterday. Only a handful remaining, which he needed to ration carefully. One more night, and we shall arrive? Su Jinyuan's face brightened with anticipation. They were finally nearing the end. To expedite their journey and avoid unforeseen mishaps, they had scarcely rested, only taking turns to sleep briefly under the cloak of darkness before resuming their trek. Carrying such a load significantly hindered their speed. Indeed, seeing the distance to the mountain of 10,000 beasts diminish, Wolf Zhuang felt a sense of relief wash over him. Only if Su Jinyuan reached the mountain successfully to exchange for white stones would he receive his rightful share, and naturally, he wished for no misfortune along the way. Su Jinyuan observed that he had only consumed a few fruits, and thus tossed him a small packet of jerky, questioning whether a mere handful of fruits could suffice. You ought to eat more. A full stomach will aid in your journey. He had indeed mentioned that the portion of meat acquired by Wolf Zhuang was at his disposal, for it was evident that he could not single-handedly vanquish such a colossal python. Wolf Zhuang had exerted considerable effort as well. Yet, Wolf Zhuang expressed his disinterest in the snake meat, stating that he only wished for his share of the white stone. Initially, he contemplated a refusal, but Su Jinyuan reassured him, "Do not fret about the lack of provisions on your return journey. Should meat be scarce, I am capable of foraging for sustenance. Rest assured, I will cover the food for your journey home." For him, hunting was not a formidable challenge. It was merely a matter of inconvenience due to the supplies he carried. Recognizing this, Wolf Zhuang ceased his pretenses, expressed his gratitude, and began to eat heartily. He, too, wished to avoid faltering during the final stretch of their trek. Having satisfied their hunger and taken turns to rest briefly, the two resumed their journey. Su Jinyuan resolved to muster his strength and complete the remaining journey in one go. Perhaps it was due to their proximity to the mountain of 10,000 beasts, for the path ahead proved remarkably smooth. As dawn approached, the two arrived at their destination. Before them loomed the vast mountain of 10,000 beasts. Wolf Zhuang halted, unloading their supplies, and remarked on the grandeur of the mountain. "Such an enormous mountain," Su Jinyuan exclaimed, gazing upwards at the towering peak, which seemed to vanish into the clouds, momentarily rendered speechless. They stood on a small clearing at the foot of the mountain, which bore signs of previous inhabitants, as the surrounding trees were not excessively tall, allowing them to glimpse the landscape beyond. In the distance, a colossal stone stood proudly, flanked by two imposing figures, reminiscent of sumo wrestlers, who guarded the area. It appeared that this was indeed the mountain gate. Where do we go to exchange for the white stones? Who do we negotiate with? Should we seek the chieftain of the mountain of 10,000 beasts? Su Jinyuan inquired, his knowledge of this place woefully lacking. Wolf Zhuang shook his head, aware of Su Jinyuan's ignorance regarding the mountain of 10,000 beasts. He explained, "There is no chieftain here. This place is home to over 10,000 beastmen, all of whom heed the command of the Beast King. The beastmen do not lack for white stones. We must seek out individual beastmen. As long as they find our goods appealing, we can barter with them." Su Jinyuan swiftly grasped the concept. It was a matter of free trade, a barter system. He inquired further, "Are there any conditions for entering the 10,000 Beast Mountain? Is there any toll to be paid?" "No, there is no need for that," explained Lang Zhuang. "As long as you refrain from causing disturbances within the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, you are free to enter. Private duels are strictly prohibited within its confines." Su Jinyuan nodded, indicating his understanding. The Mount of 10,000 Beasts exuded a remarkable grandeur. Having arrived, Su Jinyuan intended to venture inside and explore. However, as the two approached the colossal boulder, they were intercepted by two orcish figures resembling sumo wrestlers. "Halt! To enter the Mount of 10,000 Beasts, each orc must present a trophy." Su Jinyuan gazed quizzically at Lang Zhuang, perplexed by the situation. Wasn't it said that they could enter directly? Lang Zhuang mirrored his confusion, recalling that his previous visits had allowed him to enter without any requirement. Having accompanied the tribe on several occasions, he had never encountered such a scenario. Two orcs scoffed disdainfully, declaring that it was the new Beast King's decree. No payment meant no entry. Do not linger here and obstruct our path. Chapter 90. Su Jinyuan's first encounter with the Beast King and new Beast King? When did the Great Beast Mountain acquire a new ruler? Lang Zhuang felt bewildered. You are unaware of the happenings at the Great Beast Mountain? Su Jinyuan regarded Lang Zhuang, bemused at how he could have arrived so confidently only to become so unreliable here. Lang Zhuang, abashed, admitted that his last visit to the Great Beast Mountain had been months ago, and he was oblivious to this development. He then turned to the gatekeeper orc and inquired, "Who is the new Beast King?" The gatekeeper orc shot him a disdainful glance. Arrogance etched on his face as he replied, "Naturally, it is our most powerful Lion Clan orc, Shirtian. Where do you two clueless boys hail from? It is evident you have emerged from some remote valley, utterly ignorant of current affairs." Their expressions soured further, recognizing the two inexperienced males as products of a secluded tribe. Lion Clan Orc? Hadn't he the Beast Kings always been from the Tiger Clan? Why had the new ruler shifted to a lion? Longzhuang murmured in bewilderment. Why do you two prattle so excessively? Will you enter or not? If not, be gone swiftly, the gatekeeper Orc urged, growing impatient with their indecision. Yes, we wish to enter, Longzhuang quickly affirmed, retrieving 2 pieces of snake meat from his back and offering them to the gatekeeper. The meat was cut into sizable portions, each weighing around 20 pounds, comparable to a small game. The Orc glanced at the offering with evident disdain. I specified a whole prey, at least 2 of such size. How dare you present such a meager quantity of meat? Truly, you are orcs from a backwater. Such a large quantity. Are you robbing us? Su Jianyuan exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. A single creature would suffice for several orcs' sustenance for an entire day. If each must bring one, would that not render the orcs without prey unable to enter at all? The orc sneered, dismissing their meager offering. If you cannot even provide this modest amount of game, do you still wish to enter our great beast mountain to exchange for white stones? Return to your den and drink your beast blood. Weaklings without strength should not come here to embarrass themselves. You. Longzhuang frowned, his frustration mounting. Su Jianyuan, unusually silent, directly pulled along Longzhuang. Aren't we supposed to go inside? Why have we come to the edge? Longzhuang inquired, puzzled. One person, one prey. This is hardly better than outright robbery. We shall seek another entrance, Su Jianyuan retorted, filled with indignation. Despite the ample snake meat we possess, the gatekeeper, an orc, demands a complete quarry. Such insatiable greed is akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. Oh no, it is the beast's heart. How substantial is this fat lamb? If it were to be considered as a toll for entering the mountains, it would be an utter loss. Su Jianyuan had no desire to bear the burden of resentment. Those who wished to engage could do so on their own accord. However, the entrance to the beast mountain was guarded by beastmen, and without offering up prey, entry was impossible. Wolf Zhuang expressed his concerns. He assumed that Su Jianyuan was reluctant to part with such a bountiful prize. Why not wait here while I venture outside to see if I can catch some prey? Wolf Zhuang suggested. Su Jianyuan waved his hand, exuding an air of confidence, declaring, no need. I refuse to believe that in this vast Wanshou mountain, there isn't another entrance to be found. In the past, during missions, he had infiltrated even the most impenetrable cities. How could an ancient mountain pose a challenge to him? Seeing this, Wolf Zhuang had no choice but to acquiesce. The two found a spot to rest. You stay here and guard our belongings. I shall return shortly, Su Jianyuan instructed before transforming into a leopard and slipping into the dense forest. Over this period, he had grown accustomed to his orc form, utilizing the leopard's keen sense of smell to swiftly gather the desired information, even more efficiently than in his previous human body. Watching Su Jianyuan depart, Wolf Zhuang shook his head in resignation. How could entering Wanshou Mountain be so simple? This fellow truly had his head in the clouds. At the foot of Wanshou Mountain, a black eagle silently descended, transforming into a human figure upon reaching the ground. My lord, the brothers are all prepared and can launch an assault on Wanshou Mountain at any moment. Shall we strike now? The eager Ingjie inquired, his excitement palpable as he addressed Hu Sheng beneath the tree. He had awaited this day for far too long. Not yet. We shall wait until nightfall to act. Hu Sheng replied with a steady voice, his cold visage betraying no emotion. Although most orcs possessed night vision, they would be resting at night, allowing for a surprise attack. Understood. The exhilaration in Ingjie's eyes was nearly overwhelming. Just as their conversation concluded, Nioli returned with a troop of orcs. Nioli, what news from your reconnaissance? Ingjie quickly asked upon seeing him. Nioli's face contorted with anger as he recounted what he had just learned. This Shirtian has the audacity to proclaim himself the mightiest orc of Wanshou Mountain. Ever since we departed, he has publicly executed the former Beast King's subordinates and coerced the orcs into offering tribute of divine stones each day. Now, even those entering Wanshou Mountain must surrender their prey. The orcs behind him echoed their outrage, exclaiming, this traitor has sullied the reputation of Wanshou Mountain. Ingjie's eyes burned with fury. The subordinates of the former Beast King were nearly all the fathers of their kind. I shall ensure he pays for the lives of our fallen kin. Hu Sheng's dark eyes glinted with suppressed rage as he turned to Nioli, asking in a somber tone, have you discovered any news regarding the cubs? The fallen orcs would be avenged, but locating the living cubs was of utmost importance. Nioli shook his head in shame. There is still no word on the cubs. We just captured an orc from Wanshou Mountain. But they did not mention the presence of any cubs around Shirtian. Hu Sheng frowned. Not a single one. Ingjie cautiously glanced at Hu Sheng before hastily adding, my lord, perhaps Shirtian has hidden the cubs away. Given their significance in your heart, he would surely guard them closely. Once we capture Shirtian, we can interrogate him directly. Hu Sheng's gaze darkened as he looked at Ingjie. Ingjie felt a sudden chill, his fingers nervously tightening. Who was eavesdropping? Nioli suddenly bellowed, his eyes fixed on the bushes behind the other orcs. Su Jianyuan gazed upon the formidable assembly of ferocious orcs before him, hastily raising his hands as he emerged from the thicket. Do not be alarmed. I merely passed through this place and did not intend to eavesdrop on your conversation. I heard nothing, he asserted, speaking the truth. After parting ways with Wolf Zhuang, He had been searching along the foot of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain for a path that would lead him upward. Despite the mountain's grandeur, the ascent was fraught with difficulty. After 2 hours of searching, he contemplated taking a brief respite, only to inadvertently stumble upon a group of orcs engaged in dialogue. He had no intention of eavesdropping. Not a single word had registered in his mind before he was discovered. "Do you take us for fools?" Eagle Jia exclaimed, seizing him and bringing him before Hu Shang, his countenance filled with indignation. This orc must have been sent by Shirtian. Eliminate him. Chapter 91. In exchange with Hu Shang. Yes, eliminate him. He must not be allowed to return. Upon hearing these words, the multitude of orcs erupted in fervent shouts. Su Jianyuan felt a surge of dread, pondering whether he was to be silenced for good. He glanced at the imposing figures of the burly orcs surrounding him. Their sheer numbers rendered him powerless. After a moment of contemplation, he hastily proclaimed, "I assure you, I am merely passing through. I have come to the One Show Mountain to exchange for white stones. I am unfamiliar with this line heaven you speak of, if you doubt my words. I have a companion who came with me. You may inquire with him." Realizing escape was not an option, he resolved to buy some time and seek an opportunity to flee. However, Jia and Niuli were not inclined to heed his explanation. Preparing to forcibly drag Su Jianyuan away, Hu Shang, with his deep-set eyes, directed his gaze at Su Jianyuan and raised his right hand, signaling the two to halt. "You claim to be here to exchange for white stones at One Show Mountain, yet why do you find yourself in this location?" Hu Shang inquired in a low, resonant voice. "This place is quite a distance from the entrance of One Show Mountain." Su Jianyuan instinctively raised his head to gaze upon the formidable orc, who appeared to be the leader of this group. Strangely, despite his usual composure, he found himself overwhelmed by an urge to bow in reverence before this orc. Su Jianyuan broke free from the restraints of Jia and Niu Li and replied, "I intend to venture into the Beast Mountain. However, I am reluctant to part with so many of my prey. If I relinquish my catch, I shall have little left to exchange for the precious white stones. My entire family of beasts is awaiting my return with the white stones, which is why I have come here to see if I can ascend." After speaking, he turned to Hu Shan. "I assure you, I am not speaking falsehoods. If you doubt my words, my companions and belongings are nearby. Accompany me, and you shall see for yourselves." At a glance, Su Jianyuan discerned that this group of orcs was not quite right. The more perilous the situation became, the more he resolved to feign ignorance. He was indifferent to the entanglements and grievances between these orcs and the Beast Mountain. His sole objective was to exchange for the white stone and return home without delay. Do not trust him, regardless of whether what he claims is true or false. We cannot afford to make the slightest mistake. Yet, Jia remained unconvinced. In contrast, Hu Shing exhibited a demeanor of cold indifference, revealing no trace of emotion. Casting a sidelong glance at the loquacious Jia, he admonished, "Jia, you speak too much. Step back." A tremor coursed through Jia. Understanding that further words might incite the king's wrath, he bowed respectfully, choosing silence thereafter. "Have you located a suitable place to ascend?" Hu Shing inquired, directing his gaze towards Su Jianyuan. The base of the Beast Mountain was fraught with peril, apart from the few entrances guarded by the orcs. Scarcely any paths led upward. For a century, the Beast Mountain had maintained its invincible position on this continent precisely because of this. However, it was unexpected that a traitor had emerged from within. For nearly 100 years, the Tiger clan had reigned supreme, and now, the leadership had abruptly shifted. "Indeed, I have found a way," Su Jianyuan nodded, sensing an opportunity, and ventured tentatively. "You wish to ascend the Beast Mountain as well, do you not?" "I must say, the Beast King is rather unscrupulous. One must offer a considerable tribute just to scale the mountain. Who can afford such a price? If you do not mind, I would be willing to share the route I discovered, though I do have one condition." Before Su Jianyuan could finish his words, Niuli interrupted him with an angry reprimand. "How dare you? Who has given you the audacity to defame the Mountain of Beasts and the Beast King?" Coughing, Niuli was suddenly nudged by Jia, who whispered a reminder, "He is cursing Shirtian, not our king." Jia harbored a greater fondness for Su Jianyuan. Realizing that this fellow was indeed not sent by Shirtian, Niuli was taken aback for a moment, then quickly grasped the situation, scratching his head in a clumsy manner. "I almost forgot about that. I thought he was criticizing our king." Su Jianyuan was oblivious to the hushed whispers exchanged between the two, feeling utterly perplexed. Wasn't Shirtian the Beast King of 10,000 Beasts Mountain? What on earth did this motley crew intend? One moment they claimed to be dispatched by Shirtian. The next they berated him, only to turn around and chastise Su Jianyuan instead. What was required to appease the whims of these beastmen? Su Jianyuan had never encountered such a difficult individual before. "What is it that you desire?" "Speak freely," Hu Shin inquired. "I have come to trade for white stones. If you can exchange my belongings for white stones, I shall reveal to you the path I have discovered," Su Jianyuan replied with a calm demeanor. He had discerned that this group of beastmen, like himself, preferred not to ascend the mountain through the main entrance. Since that was the case, why not seize the opportunity for gain? Hu Shin turned to Niu Li and asked, "Do we possess any white stones?" "Indeed." Niu Li nodded vigorously. Having recently acquired a significant quantity of white stones from a small trader captured in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, it appeared that the fellow intended to exchange the stones. But they had intercepted him just in time. "Very well," Hu Shin replied, readily agreeing to Su Jianyuan's request. Let us proceed with the exchange, after which I will impart the information to you. Su Jianyuan remained exceedingly cautious, insisting that he could only take 2 beast men with him to retrieve the items. Should he divulge the information too soon, he feared he might meet a grim fate. A glimmer of insight crossed Hu Shen's gaze, recognizing the male's alertness and wariness. However, he was unconcerned, as his primary aim was to learn the route up the mountain, thereby minimizing casualties in the assault on 10,000 Beasts Mountain. While he yearned to locate the cubs swiftly, he did not wish to send his subordinates to their demise. All right, I shall accompany you for the exchange. Niuli, bring the white stones, Hu Shen instructed. Yet, Ing Jie opened his mouth, intending to dissuade Hu Shen, but a mere glance from Hu Shen silenced him. Su Jianyuan nodded. The leading orc appeared to possess a certain valor, unlike those who were all talk and no action. He accompanied Hushing and Yuli to the place where Wolf Swang awaited. Ayu. Wolf Swang was seated under a tree, his mind far from rest. Upon seeing Su Jianyuan return, he hurried to his feet. He had not dared to hope that Su Jianyuan would discover a path up the mountain, so he approached with urgency, saying, "Time is of the essence. We have already delayed for half a day. If it comes to it, you can wait here while I go hunting." He feared that prolonged delay might lead to the sheep's demise before his return. The sooner they entered the mountain of beasts to exchange for the white stones, the sooner he could return home. There's no need for that. Su Jianyuan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I have found the orcs willing to trade with us. As he spoke, he glanced over his shoulder. Hushing and Yuli emerged from the underbrush. Wolfswang's demeanor shifted to one of caution, his brows furrowing as he inquired. Who are they? It was not uncommon for predatory incidents to occur at the foot of the mountain of beasts, and Wolfswang had experienced such events previously. The sight of unfamiliar orcs instinctively aroused his wariness. Do not be alarmed. They seek to exchange white stones with us, Su Jianyuan said, patting his arm to signal him to relax. Exchange for white stones? Are they orcs from the mountain of beasts? Wolfswang questioned, skepticism evident on his face. He remained unconvinced. Why would the orcs from the mountain of beasts descend to barter for white stones? Hushing frowned slightly, glancing at the suspicious Wolfswang. Su Jianyuan keenly sensed the transformation in Hu Sheng and discreetly pulled Wolfswang aside, stating, "Do not concern yourself with their identities. As long as we can obtain the white stone, it matters not from which tribe the beastmen hail. Beastmen possess a singular focus. To exchange for the white stone at the 10,000 Beast Mountain, one must indeed ascend the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Su Jianyuan is not one to be swayed. His aim is solely directed towards Baishur, and he is willing to trade with anyone." Chapter 92, The Journey Home. Upon hearing this, Longzhuang paused momentarily, as if contemplating the truth of the statement. Noticing Longzhuang's silence, Su Jianyuan proceeded to unveil the items they had brought along, laying them out on the ground for Hu Shen and Yoli to observe. These are the goods we intend to barter. Do take a look and see if any of them pique your interest. Su Jianyuan had no intention of coercing a transaction. With the abundant goods they had brought, the two orcs only needed to be willing to exchange a couple of items. The remainder he planned to take to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain for further trade. Hu Sheng nodded nonchalantly, his gaze casually drifting over the supplies on the ground. He had not come for these goods, and he was indifferent to what was available. After a cursory glance, he intended to have Niu Li present the white stone for exchange. Just then, Hu Sheng suddenly caught a faint, familiar scent. He was momentarily taken aback, his eyes fixating intently on one of the baskets. It was the fragrance of the divine fruit, although he had only tasted it once. He was certain of its identity. Yet, the aroma of this divine fruit seemed to possess a different quality from the last time he encountered it. Su Jianyuan, catching the gaze of Hu Sheng, explained, "Within this basket are some exquisite vessels crafted by my younger sister, along with various sun-dried fruits." He was about to retrieve the items from his backpack for Hu Sheng to examine. "I shall take all of your belongings," Hu Sheng interrupted in a deep tone. "Very well, I will fetch them for you," Su Jianyuan replied, momentarily failing to grasp the weight of Hu Sheng's words. Upon realization, he gazed at Hu Sheng in astonishment. "Wait, what did you just say? You want it all?" Could it be that he was truly attempting to cling to a powerful ally? "Indeed, all of it," Hu Sheng declared, gesturing grandly to Niuli and Baishur behind him. Upon seeing this, Niuli promptly handed over the 2 large animal skin bundles he was carrying. Su Jianyuan was overwhelmed with excitement. This was not his intention to deceive. The other party was doing so willingly. "How many white stones will you require in exchange? If the amount is too little, I cannot proceed. This is all we possess." In his exhilaration, Su Jianyuan did not forget to haggle with Hu Shen. An opportunity presented on a silver platter should not be squandered. Hu Shen, with an unwavering gaze, directly handed over the beast skin bundle that Niuli had delivered to Su Jianyuan. "Is this sufficient?" This marked Su Jianyuan's inaugural exchange with the beast men. Niuli, standing behind the king, hesitated, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was this paltry offering truly worth 2 large bundles of white stones? Ordinarily, such a trade would warrant tenfold the goods. However, witnessing Hu Shen's nonchalant demeanor and lavish spending, Niuli silently sealed his lips. It was for the best if the king was pleased, and since the white stones were not his, he felt no remorse. Su Jianyuan took over the white stones, estimating their weight to be several dozen pounds for a single bag, and over 100 pounds for the 2. Upon opening one, he found it filled with white stones. varying in size from that of a thumb to the size of a young cub's fist, irregular yet suitable for their intended use, as they would ultimately be ground into powder. Lao Zhuang, are these white stones a loss? Su Jianyuan was uncertain about their value and quietly turned to inquire of Lao Zhuang. Lao Zhuang was left in a state of astonishment. A loss? The real loss was on the other side. Who were these two beasts that could produce such a quantity of white stones? Not a loss, but rather a significant gain. Lao Zhuang finally regained his senses after a moment, swallowing hard as he responded. He had assumed these two beasts were frauds, but to his surprise, they had genuinely exchanged with a yuan. What incredible fortune a yuan had to acquire such a wealth of white stones without venturing into the myriad beast mountain. As long as it's not a loss, Su Jianyuan expressed his satisfaction, swiftly securing the 2 large bags of white stones and turning to Hu Xing. This is sufficient. All of these shall belong to you. He collected the white stones with remarkable speed, fearing that Hu Sheng and Niuli might reconsider. Niuli, Hu Xing called softly, prompting Niuli to step forward and gather all the supplies brought by Su Jianyuan, including several plump sheep and snake meat. Observing such a substantial bounty, Niuli began to regard Su Jianyuan with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that the seemingly frail male could capture such ample game. His prowess was indeed commendable. Before we proceed, let us treat our brothers to a good meal, he thought. Now, you may disclose the route you discovered leading up the mountain, Hu Sheng urged, suppressing his curiosity to examine the contents of the backpack. Su Jianyuan responded with alacrity, stating, Not far from where I recently concealed myself, there exists a cliff connected to Mount Beast, separated by an unfathomable chasm. However, if a bird-like beastman can secure a rope across, the other beastmen could ascend along it and reach Mount Beast. The bird-like beastmen on Mount Beast are few in number, and those capable of soaring to such heights are even rarer. Thus Mount Beast has never been apprehensive about aerial assaults from the bird-like beastmen. Su Jianyuan is proficient in a myriad of skills. Even if he cannot fly, he possesses a means to traverse the distance. He has already imparted this method to them. But whether it will bear fruit is no longer his concern. Upon hearing this, Hu Sheng silently took note. Niuli, let us depart. Hu Sheng turned and walked away, while Niuli, with one hand shouldering the burden of a basket and the other dragging the bound prey, hurriedly followed suit. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Su Jianyuan and Lang Zhuang could not help but be astonished. The orc known as Niuli possessed extraordinary strength. Indeed, he was as powerful as his namesake, the ox. Su Jianyuan mused to himself, as he and Lang Zhuang struggled to carry their burdens, while Niuli effortlessly managed to bear all the load single-handedly. The comparison was disheartening. Lang Zhuang, filled with envy, noted that Niuli must belong to the bovine clan of orcs. Although the bovine orcs primarily subsisted on a plant-based diet, their physical prowess was remarkable, yet Niuli's strength seemed almost beyond comprehension. Simply astounding. After a brief moment of wonder, they regained their focus. A yuan. Now that we have exchanged for the white stones, are you still planning to ascend to the mountain of 10,000 beasts? Lang Zhuang inquired. There is still ample time. Perhaps we should hunt nearby and see if we can acquire even more white stones? In his previous expeditions with the tribe, he recalled that exchanging for white stones typically consumed at least a full day, and at times, it could stretch to 2 or 3 days. Yet now, barely half a day had passed, and he found it hard to believe. With so much time to spare, he was eager to procure additional white stones. Su Jianyuan shook his head without a second thought, declining the idea of further hunting. He wished to rest and return home, not wanting to risk his life for a mere white stone. The journey back would take several days, and he was already exhausted from the trip here. Continuing to hunt would drain him completely. All he desired was to return swiftly, indulge in his mother's culinary delights, savor a bowl of salty soup, and enjoy a peaceful slumber, relishing the comfort of home. Seeing this, Lang Zhuang ceased his insistence. He was merely a guide, and since Su Jianyuan opted not to proceed, he was content as well. With so many white stones available, he would still benefit significantly. With this thought, Lang Zhuang felt no regret. The two rested until afternoon, replenishing their supplies at a nearby water source before promptly setting off back to the Grey Wolf tribe. Meanwhile, upon returning to the camp, Hu Sheng immediately instructed Niuli to investigate the veracity of Su Jianyuan's claims. Chapter 93. This is indeed the divine fruit. My king, are all these prey exchanged with that beastman? Jia asked, astonished, as he observed the haul Niuli brought back. The quantity was considerable. Indeed, Hu Sheng replied, his gaze serious as he began to unpack the contents of the basket. The most potent aroma emanated from a peculiar vessel at the bottom. My king, what is this? Its color and design are quite unusual, Jia inquired, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at the ceramic jar in Hu Sheng's hands. I do not know, Hu Sheng replied, furrowing his brow. The vessel felt delicate and lightweight, not resembling stone, and he could not discern its material. Upon lifting the lid, a familiar sweet fragrance wafted forth. My king, this, Jia gasped, his eyes widening in shock. This was the very scent of the divine fruit he had discovered previously. Hu Sheng's attention sharpened as he extracted the contents of the jar. Inside lay some dark, elongated items, not the divine fruit he had tasted before, yet the aroma was unmistakable. My king, how can this have the scent of divine fruit? Jia could not help but ask. Although he lacked Hu Sheng's keen sense of smell, he was certain of his identification. Yet, The appearance was not that of divine fruit. Hu Sheng remained silent, pinching one of the candied fruits between his fingers and placing it in his mouth. My king, what if this is problematic? Seeing Hu Sheng's actions, Ying Jie felt a surge of anxiety. Hu Sheng closed his eyes. The texture of the candied fruit was different from that of the divine fruit, yet the familiar lightness permeated his mouth, swiftly radiating throughout his body, dispelling the fatigue accumulated from the day's relentless journey. This is indeed divine fruit, he asserted confidently. Ying Jie's concerns dissipated. Suddenly, Hu Sheng recalled something. Go. Retrieve that beastman we just encountered. The divine fruit was obtained from him. Perhaps we can discover more. The effects of the divine fruit were remarkable. If all beasts could harness its power, the casualties in reclaiming the mountain of beasts would be significantly reduced. Understood. I shall depart immediately. Ying Jie comprehended the urgency and swiftly unfurled his massive black wings, hastening away with his subordinates in search of Su Jianyuan. Before long, Ying Jie followed the trail to the spot where Su Jianyuan and Longzhuang had rested, but found no trace of them. My king. We scoured the foot of the mountain of beasts but did not find that beastman. They left too swiftly. I pursued for a while but could not catch up. Upon returning to the camp, Ying Jie relayed the situation truthfully. Hearing his report, Hu Sheng felt a fleeting disappointment but did not linger on it. Perhaps this is the will of the beast god. To have obtained divine fruit a second time is already beyond expectation. One must not be overly greedy. Ying Jie, summon all the beastmen here. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Sheng spoke in a deep voice. Yes. Without hesitation, Ying Jie rallied 1,000 beastmen. Among them, the tiger tribe was the largest, with followers from various tribes converging, creating a magnificent and imposing assembly of beast deities. My king, all the brothers are gathered here. What are your commands? Ying Jie stood respectfully to one side. Hu Sheng handed him the jar containing the divine fruit. Distribute the divine fruit. Ying Jie was taken aback, dropping to one knee in alarm. My king, this is the divine fruit bestowed upon you by the beast god. How can we desecrate it? Please, keep it for yourself. Such a precious fruit should naturally be reserved for the king's enjoyment. I command you to distribute it. Do not waste words. Hu Sheng replied with an air of indifference, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembly, his voice resonating like thunder. I have already consumed the divine fruit. This is a gift from the beast god to all. Each beastman must partake. Should there be disobedience, do not recognize me as your king. As his words echoed, the assembly of beasts knelt simultaneously. My king. Ying Jie wished to protest, but Hu Sheng's fierce gaze silenced him, compelling him to accept the jar. 10 pounds of candied fruit were distributed among the 1,000 beastmen, each receiving only a small portion, barely enough to taste. Those who received the divine fruit wore expressions of profound gratitude, consuming it with utmost care, treating it as a treasure. Some sniffed and savored it, reluctant to swallow. The beastmen who consumed the divine fruit felt their bodies imbued with a soft yet resilient strength. Incredible! I feel no fatigue at all. My wounds no longer ache. Is this the power of the divine fruit? The beast god has manifested. With the king's guidance today, we shall surely reclaim the mountain of beasts. Only the king is the true sovereign of the mountain of beasts. The assembly erupted with excitement, bowing in reverence to Hu Sheng. Thank you for your grace, my king. We vow to follow you unto death. Ying Jie declared with unwavering conviction. Before long, Niuli returned. My king, I have found him. What that beastman said is indeed true. The stout figure of Dabin Yo rushed forward, transforming into a robust man, hastily reporting to Hu Sheng. Hu Sheng turned his attention to Niuli. Are you certain we can ascend the mountain? Niuli nodded earnestly. Yes. I examined the terrain, and it exactly matches the beastman's description. As long as Ying Jie leads the tribe with ropes connected, climbing up should pose no problem. Though the chasm below was profound, they were undeterred. As long as they could ascend from there, they could stealthily reclaim the mountain of beasts, significantly increasing their odds compared to a direct assault. Excellent. Hu Sheng's expression softened with satisfaction. Ying Jie, you and Niuli organize the beastmen. We shall depart at nightfall. Once we reach the mountain of beasts, the whereabouts of the young ones will not be far behind. I shall not allow the young ones to remain lost any longer. Yes. Niuli and Ying Jie replied in unison. My king, what shall we do with the remaining spoils? Niuli asked. Hu Sheng looked down at the prey and the unopened basket on the ground. Prepare the prey for slaughter and distribute it evenly. Only when one is well fed and hydrated can one muster the strength to engage in conflict. Upon hearing this, the beasts erupted into a chorus of cheers. As for the other backpack, Tiger Shan peered inside and discovered several exquisitely crafted leather garments. The craftsmanship was so intricate that he could not discern how the pieces were joined together. Various hues of fur were artfully layered to create an appealing appearance. There were also several peculiar leather items, each featuring a hole, the purpose of which remained a mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Tiger Shan declared, let us find a secure location to conceal the remaining items and retrieve them later for the Beast Mountain. Since these are gifts from the Beast God, they must hold some significance. Meanwhile, atop the Beast Mountain, several gray wolf beast men were tallying the white stones and remaining supplies. One of them inquired with confusion. We are left with only a few pieces of leather and a single prey. The female was just willing to make a trade. Why not proceed? He was eager to return to the tribe and spend time with his partner. The leader of the gray wolf beast men, a lean middle-aged male, paused in his counting of the white stones and scoffed dismissively. 2 fist-sized white stones, and you think we should exchange them for all this? We have already completed our trades for today, and there is still ample time. Many beastmen are willing to barter with us. Waiting another day to depart will not be a burden. The gray wolf beastman hesitated, yet recalled the leader's earlier instruction to expedite their return after trading the white stones. The leader shot him a glare. What do you understand? Has it not always been customary to linger for a day during our trades? Should I heed your counsel or my own? He was the eldest among them. Not necessarily the strongest, but certainly the most seasoned beastman in the tribe. Very well, I shall defer to you, the gray wolf beastman murmured, lowering his gaze and refraining from further comment. The others exchanged glances, concealing their smirks. Once they had excused him under the pretense of seeking a resting spot, the remaining gray wolf beastmen erupted into laughter. This fool is as dense as Wolf Zhuang, just like that dullard. Indeed, if we could exchange for more white stones, we'd reap greater benefits. This lad is utterly oblivious. Thanks to you, Wolf Tai, for devising this splendid scheme. Otherwise, I would scarcely have tasted white stones this year. The gray wolf beastmen lavished praises upon Wolf Tai, who basked in their adulation, laughing heartily. It is the collective effort of us all, truly. Every time they came to trade for white stones, they would prolong their stay, returning with excuses about unsuccessful exchanges while secretly stashing away a portion of the stones. Over the years, this method had allowed them to privately hoard a considerable amount of white stones without raising suspicion among the other beastmen, an unbroken record of success. One particularly spiteful gray wolf beastman remarked, if it weren't for that simpleton, Wolf Zhuang, disrupting our plans last time, we wouldn't have suffered such losses. Another nearby gray wolf beastman scoffed, that fool still wishes to expose us. Had it not been for Wolf Tai's cleverness in breaking his arm, he would have delayed us again. Truly, our leader is remarkable. The group of beastmen laughed heartily. By the way, Wolf Tai, how did you silence that lad? One gray wolf beastman inquired with curiosity. Wolf Tai chuckled. That fool, unaware of his connection to Wolf Chi, kept sending him prey every few days. I stumbled upon this and, fearing I would inform Wolf Chi and his partner, he agreed to keep silent in exchange for my discretion. He even willingly sacrificed an arm for it. What a simpleton. The gray wolf beastmen took this as mere amusement. They exchanged supplies for 4 bags of white stones that day, and after their counts were complete, they sought a place to rest. The beastmen of the Beast Mountain resided in caves, while they, as outsiders, needed only a single night's rest, so they settled for an open space, with no one keeping watch, and fell asleep. Little did they realize, while they were blissfully dreaming, chaos erupted on the Beast Mountain. Fierce beastmen, unknown to them, clashed with the inhabitants of the Beast Mountain. Many beastmen, harboring ill intentions, seized the opportunity to loot amidst the turmoil. Wolf Tai and his companions were not spared. In the ensuing chaos, they lost half of their white stones and were further assaulted by the intruding beastmen. Regret flooded the group. Had they heeded that foolish lad's advice, they would have departed sooner. In the end, they managed to escape amidst the chaos, injured and disheveled. The turmoil on the Beast Mountain subsided only in the early hours of the night, empowered by the divine fruit. The morale of Eagle Jie and his band of beastmen soared, enabling them to effortlessly reclaim dominion over the Beast Mountain. We have regained control of the Beast Mountain, they exclaimed joyously. Thanks to the blessings of the Beast God, had it not been for his guidance in leading that beast man to reveal the secret passage, we would not have so easily vanquished the traitors led by Lion Tian. The beastmen rejoiced, even regarding Su Jianyuan as a messenger sent by the Beast God. Suddenly, Su Jianyuan appeared, delivering a divine fruit and informing them of the path up the mountain before vanishing as abruptly as he had come, as though he were sent exclusively for their benefit. However, there was little joy on Hu Xing's face as he made his way to the Beast King's cave. Since the passing of the old Beast King, Shirtian had taken residence there, claiming it as his own. Hu Xing immediately entered in search of the young cubs. Yet despite turning the cave upside down, he found no trace of the 5 cubs, not even remnants of their existence. At that moment, a black eagle hastily descended outside the cave. My king, Shirtian, has fled with the lionkin. The eagle, Jingjie, reported anxiously. Hu Xing's brow furrowed, and he coldly inquired of the other beastmen, have you located the cubs? The others, tasked with the search, shook their heads in unison. My king, we scoured all of Beast Mountain, but found nothing. The answer was the same from all the beastmen. Upon hearing this, Hu Xing's expression darkened. His subordinates knew Beast Mountain like the back of their hands, and their search skills were unmatched. If they said the cubs were not there, then they were undoubtedly elsewhere. Where could the cubs possibly be? My king, what if Shirtian has taken the cubs? Jingjie ventured, gathering his courage. Now is the perfect opportunity to pursue him. As long as Shirtian remains at large, Beast Mountain will never know peace. Perhaps capturing Shirtian will lead us to the cubs' whereabouts. We must act quickly. As the most loyal subordinate of the king, Jingjie felt it was his duty to eliminate any threats to Hu Xing's reign. Shirtian must be dealt with. Hu Xing's gaze turned icy as he fixed his sharp eyes on Jingjie, his deep beastly pupils seemingly capable of seeing through all. Jingjie, you dare. It dawned on him that Jingjie had been subtly guiding him all along, whether to reclaim Beast Mountain or to pursue Shirtian. His true intention was never about finding the cubs. The cubs were not even in Shirtian's possession. At the sound of Hu Xing's chilling voice, Jingjie was taken aback and fell to his knees. My king, I merely wish for you to reclaim Beast Mountain swiftly. Only by eliminating Shirtian can we ensure its safety, he stammered, pressing his forehead to the ground. Anger flickered in Husheng's eyes. Reclaiming Beast Mountain can happen at any moment, but if anything befell the cubs, I would hold you accountable. He did not care who ruled over Beast Mountain. His only concern was the safe return of those cubs. Jingdre gritted his teeth, believing that if the king could rid them of Shirtian and his traitorous kin, he would gladly sacrifice himself for the cause. The coldness in Husheng's gaze intensified. Seize Jingjie and take him away. He is to remain in Beast Mountain until I give further orders. The other beastmen, torn between sympathy and fear of defying the king's command, complied. Once Jingjie was taken away, Noli cautiously asked, My king, shall we pursue Shirtian? He inwardly berated Jingjie for provoking such wrath from the king. With Husheng angered, what hope did they have for a peaceful existence? Husheng composed himself, although he worried for the cubs. He could not neglect the loyal beastmen who had fought alongside him. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Send a team to follow Shirtian. The rest shall continue searching for the cubs. Yes. Nioli exhaled in relief, thankful that the king still prioritized the cubs and had not succumbed to rage. Just as he was about to leave to make arrangements, Husheng turned and amended his previous statement. Wait. Let everyone remain in Beast Mountain to recuperate. I shall personally seek out the cubs. Chapter 95. The Tiger Clan is the king of beasts. Though they had successfully reclaimed Beast Mountain tonight, many beastmen had sustained injuries. Rather than wait for news within the confines of Beast Mountain, it was more prudent to venture out in search of the cubs. Nioli looked on in shock. But, my king, the situation here is precarious. Will you not stay to oversee matters? The chaos left by Shirtian and his traitorous faction had yet to be resolved. So why would the king choose to leave? Shirtian will not return anytime soon, and Beast Mountain will be safe. I will return as soon as I find the cubs. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but one made after careful consideration. After tonight, Shirtian's side would surely have suffered significant losses, and they would likely be hastily fleeing, fearing a ruthless pursuit from Beast Mountain, making it impossible for them to return. However, as Nioli attempted to voice further objections, Husheng had already exited the cave, descending the mountain. My king, wait for me. Do not leave me behind. Nioli exclaimed in alarm, hurrying to follow. The king's injuries had yet to heal completely, and having just endured a fierce battle, it was perilous for him to leave Beast Mountain alone. Yet, before Nioli could step out, he was intercepted by other beastmen. Nioli, you cannot go. What will we do if you leave? As two of the king's most capable subordinates, Nioli and Jingjie held sway among the others during the king's absence. While they dared not obstruct the king, they felt justified in stopping Nioli. Doli, his face etched with anxiety as he watched Husheng's retreating figure, suddenly had a clever idea. Go find Jingjie. He is still within Beast Mountain. I'm going to search for the cubs with the king, so do not follow me. The beastmen shook their heads. Jingjie has been punished by the king and is not permitted to leave Beast Mountain. We can only look for you. You cannot depart. The king only said Jingjie cannot leave Beast Mountain. He did not restrict freedom within the mountain. If you need something, seek Jingjie. It is settled. Nioli pushed past them, transforming into his beast form and sprinting in the direction Husheng had taken. As he ran, he congratulated himself on his cleverness. Who says the bull clan is dim-witted? I am far from foolish. Before the beastmen could react, the stout bull had already vanished from sight. In the forest, a group of blood-soaked, elephant-sized lions fled in a state of disarray. Time passed, and the lead lion suddenly collapsed, prompting the others to halt and surround their fallen leader. My king. The king has fainted. As the lead lion fell, he transformed into a bloodied middle-aged male. The nearest lion swiftly shifted into human form to catch him. Coughing violently, the middle-aged male expelled a mouthful of blood, revealing two massive wounds on his chest and shoulder, deep enough to expose bone, from which crimson liquid continued to seep as his body trembled. My king. The lion kin held him, letting out a wail of despair, urgently calling to those nearby. The divine stone. Quickly, fetch the divine stone. The lions behind them hastily morphed into human forms, scrambling to retrieve two translucent, green stone-like objects from a bloodstained hide pouch and handed them to the lionkin. My king, the divine stones are here. Please consume them. In a panic, the lionkin placed the divine stones in the middle-aged male's mouth. Moments later, the once solid divine stones dissolved as if tossed into a furnace. The middle-aged male's murky eyes instantly regained clarity, and his wounds began to heal at an observable rate. Minutes later, the bleeding ceased, and the wounds gradually closed and scabbed over. Witnessing this transformation, the lionkin sighed in relief and anxiously asked, My king, are you all right now? The middle-aged male, known as Lion Tian, had just escaped from the Beast Mountain. His face was adorned with a wild beard, and he bore a rugged appearance, akin to an uncivilized savage. Upon hearing the conversation, Lion Tian shoved aside the nearby lion beast man and turned to inquire, What remains of our divine stones? Your Majesty, you have just consumed two. Only one remains, the lion beast man replied cautiously. What of the casualties among our kin? Only half of our tribe managed to escape, the rest are no longer with us. Those who fled are grievously wounded. If we continue to run, we cannot endure much longer, the lion beast man reported grimly. Lion Tian's countenance darkened, his fury nearly causing him to shatter a tooth. That damned Husheng. I let him slip away last time, thinking him mortally wounded. I never anticipated his swift return. How did he suddenly reappear at Beast Mountain, and why was I not forewarned? The lion beastman trembled slightly, lowering his head to respond, My king. We have stationed guards at the mountain's entrance, and they will notify us immediately of any developments. However, there has been no sign today. They may not have ascended through the entrance. Not through the entrance? When did Beast Mountain acquire alternative routes? Why was I unaware? Lion Tian exclaimed in disbelief. This individual was his nemesis. As long as Husheng existed, Beast Mountain could never truly belong to him. The wounds inflicted on Husheng were his own doing. Such severe injuries should have precluded survival without the divine stones. Yet, he had always guarded the stones closely, leaving Husheng no chance to obtain them. How had he managed to recover so swiftly? Lion Tian's mind raced with unanswered questions. The lion beastmen bowed their heads, reluctant to speak further. Had they possessed such knowledge, they would not have fled in disgrace. My king. There are rumors among the beastmen that the tiger tribe is the true ruler of Beast Mountain. Those who seek to usurp the throne will incur the wrath of the beast god, one of the lion beastmen stammered. Such notions had long circulated within the mountain. They were terrified upon witnessing Husheng descend with his followers, their thoughts consumed by the belief that the beast god stood with Husheng. Otherwise, how could they have discovered an unprecedented path to ascend the heavily guarded Beast Mountain? Was this not an indication of the beast goddess intervention? Nonsense! Lion Tian roared in fury, kicking the speaking lion beastman aside. What divine intervention? Husheng must have resorted to some underhanded tactics. Why should only the tiger tribe be entitled to rule? I am the king of Beast Mountain. He vowed to reclaim Beast Mountain one day. If such rumors continue to spread, I shall deal with you first. He glared menacingly at the beastman. The other lion beastmen recoiled in fear, retreating silently, offering no pleas on his behalf. Just then, a young lion cub dashed back from the rear of the group. My king, Husheng did not pursue us. We are safe for the time being. Upon hearing this, the injured lion beastmen breathed a collective sigh of relief. In their wounded state, if Husheng had relentlessly pursued them, they would have faced dire consequences, perhaps even meeting their end that day. Lion Tian scoffed coldly. They were not the only wounded ones. He had also injured many of Husheng's beastmen prior to their escape. Should they pursue him at this juncture, it would be tantamount to courting death. Rest here. Those who can move should scout nearby for a place to recuperate. We shall remain here for the day. Lion Tian commanded his subordinates. The lion beastmen brightened at the prospect of rest. Lion Tian raised his gaze toward Beast Mountain, a cold fury glimmering in his eyes. Did they believe that his absence would render him powerless? He possessed damning evidence against Husheng. As long as Husheng failed to reclaim it, he would remain under Lion Tian's control. Eventually, Husheng would be compelled to relinquish Beast Mountain. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Lion Tian's mouth. Suddenly recalling something, he summoned a subordinate and inquired, By the way, where has Lion Ling gone? Have there been any reports of his whereabouts? Since Lion Ling departed from Beast Mountain, he has not returned, and we are unaware of his location, the Lion Beastman replied earnestly. Lion Tian frowned. Find Lion Ling and bring him back, no matter where he is. He must return. 3 days later, after a long and arduous journey, Su Jianyuan and Lang Zhuang finally returned to the Grey Wolf tribe. The first to spot them was Wang Xiangshi Xiaofu, who leapt up in excitement. Immediately turning to shout, Mother, Sister, second brother has returned. They have brought back the white stones. Su Tang and Lin Xia were engaged in spinning thread beneath the shade of the trees, while their 5 young ones frolicked on the ground, delighting in the yarn balls spun by Su Tang. It was a quiet moment, with only the 3 of them at home. Upon hearing Xiaofu's voice, a glimmer of joy spread across their faces. Has the second child returned? Lin Xia promptly set down the thread in her hands and stood up to gaze into the distance. Su Tang turned her gaze in that direction and soon discerned 2 dark figures rapidly approaching them. After a moment, she recognized them as a leopard and a gray wolf, each carrying 2 large animal skin bags upon their backs. Su Tang hurried back to the thatched hut and retrieved 2 pieces of pristine animal hide, which he handed to the approaching beasts. As the hides enveloped them, the 2 transformed back into human form, their animal skin pouches thudding to the ground. Fortunately, the pouches had been securely tied by Su Jianyuan, alleviating any concerns about the white stones spilling out. Mother, Sister, Xiaofu, I have returned. Su Jianyuan exclaimed with a broad grin as he beheld the welcoming figures. After a week of relentless travel, both Su Jianyuan and the robust wolf were disheveled, their hair resembling a bird's nest and their faces adorned with unkempt beards, all enveloped in a layer of sweat and dirt. Their faces were grimy, with long hair obscuring their eyes, save for a dazzling smile revealing remarkably white teeth. At first glance, they appeared as if they had just escaped from a primitive tribe. Lin Xia questioned, Who are you? Where is my second son? She glanced around, searching left and right behind Su Jianyuan. Mother, it's me. Do you not recognize your own child? Su Jianyuan responded, bewildered. Su Tang prodded Su Jianyuan's face with a small wooden stick, and several patches of dry, cracked mud fell away, revealing the bronze skin beneath. This wild man was indeed her second brother. Lin Xia confirmed this several times before finally recognizing Su Jianyuan. How could a brief outing transform him into such a ghastly figure? Lin Xia's voice brimmed with disdain. Mother, this is a long story. Do you have any water or food? Hurry and bring something. Wolf Zhuang and I are nearly starving, Su Jianyuan implored eagerly. Upon witnessing this, Su Tang fetched a bucket of cool boiled water and retrieved 10 large apples from the farm. Su Jianyuan and Long Zhuang, with a water ladle in hand, were gulping down water while devouring 3 large apples each, thus regaining a semblance of vitality. Brother, what has transpired? Su Tang inquired after observing the two finish their meal. I initially intended to catch some game along the way for a feast, but unexpectedly, while attempting to seize a cow, I lost my grip and inadvertently drew the attention of the herd, who pursued me relentlessly for quite some time before I managed to escape. Su Jianyuan recounted his harrowing experience on the road. Xiao Fu, with a look of skepticism, questioned, how could a herd of cattle chase you for so long? Long Zhuang, ever the honest one, interjected to clarify. He had a firm hold on a calf, refusing to let go. And that calf happened to be the offspring of the herd's leader. Su Tang, if not you, then who shall I pursue? Su Jianyuan cleared his throat, regarding the situation as merely a trivial interlude. After evading the herd of cattle, they intended to feast upon a calf, only to find themselves near the territory of a pack of wolves, which subsequently drew the attention of these ferocious creatures. Unlike the cattle, the wolves were merciless. Once ensnared by them, even Su Jianyuan could not assure his escape. The two of them abandoned the calf in order to extricate themselves from the perilous encounter. Su Jianyuan did not even have a morsel of meat. Just as he escaped, he inadvertently stumbled back into the swamp he had come from, nearly losing his way once more. Upon hearing the account, Su Tang and the others couldn't help but express their astonishment. Was the journey to Wansho Mountain truly so perilous? You weren't injured, were you? Su Tang inquired with concern. Fortunately, we emerged unscathed. However, our return was fraught with some difficulties. The journey there was rather smooth, Su Jianyuan hastily clarified, reluctant to worry his sister. Had it not been for the need to protect the white stones, their return would not have been so troublesome. Elder brother, did you encounter any dangers on your way? Xiaofu asked, his face alight with yearning. If only he could grow up more swiftly, he would join his brother in venturing through the forest. Reflecting on Xiaofu's words, Su Jianyuan recalled, there were no significant dangers during our journey, likely because we were accompanied by the Grey Wolf tribe's caravan, which cleared the path ahead. He turned to Su Tang and Lin Xia, inquiring curiously, by the way, has the Grey Wolf tribe returned? Wolf Zhuang also looked at the two, expressing his concern for the news regarding the Grey Wolf tribe. They must have had a bountiful harvest this time. Surely the tribe has brought back a substantial amount of white stones. I wonder if my white stones will suffice. Su Tang shook her head, stating that it was not yet the case. At present, Lang Nini was solely responsible for her young, overwhelmed by the demands of motherhood. She ventured each day to procure milk. Additionally, with Xiaofu infiltrating the cubs' ranks, she remained well informed about the affairs of the Grey Wolf tribe. Upon hearing this, Su Jianyuan displayed a puzzled expression, for it did not seem right. The Grey Wolf tribe had departed half a day earlier than they had, and logically should have returned before them. If the Grey Wolf tribe returned first, they might even have garnered additional resources on their way back. Although Lang Zhuang was privy to the reasons behind this anomaly, he refrained from voicing them, standing silently to the side. As long as they are back, that is what matters. Lin Xia dismissed such thoughts. Once it was confirmed that the two were merely dirty and uninjured, the moment everyone had been eagerly anticipating arrived. Distributing the white stones. Mother, come quickly and see how many white stones I have brought back. Su Jianyuan untied the ropes that encircled the 2 leather pouches. The cords wrapped around in endless spirals. Su Tang and Lin Xia turned their gazes toward the source of excitement. Little Fu's face flushed with exhilaration. Their family would finally partake in the delight of white stones. Recent days had felt like a dream, utterly splendid. Chapter 97. Cuteness will not work on me. There were 2 bags of white stones, each containing pieces of varying sizes. Lacking weighing tools at home, Lin Xia resorted to lifting each leather pouch, gauging their weight. With such a quantity, it must exceed 100 G. She possessed a keen sensitivity to weight. No vendor could deceive her when she ventured out to purchase groceries. Brother, were the supplies you brought easy to trade? Su Tang inquired, eager to discern which items held greater value, ensuring that they could bring more on their next trip and alleviate the burden of carrying heavy game. We were fortunate this time, encountering a splendid benefactor who took all our supplies. Otherwise, our return would not have been so swift. Su Jianyuan chuckled softly. Really? Lin Xia exclaimed, her spirits lifted. There are such benevolent people? She decided that she would seek him out for an exchange next time. But who knows if we will encounter him again? Su Jianyuan cleared his throat lightly, reflecting that he had procured these white stones through a treacherous journey. Were it not for his cleverness, not only would he have failed to bring back these white stones, but he might have also returned in a less than whole state. However, he refrained from sharing these thoughts with Lin Xia and Su Tang, fearing that they would worry. Such burdens were best borne by men. That's true, Lin Xia nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. The next order of business was the distribution of the white stones. Initially, Su Tang had promised to share a portion with Lang Zhuang, and Su Jianyuan deemed this allocation quite advantageous. Not only had Lang Zhuang served as a guide, but he had also assisted in carrying the heavy game, standing by him through numerous perils without abandoning their catch in times of danger. Furthermore, Lang Zhuang was a person of remarkable honesty and integrity, unlike many he had previously encountered, who were often duplicitous. Su Jianyuan felt that he and Lang Zhuang had become brothers in adversity. He even thought that Lang Zhuang was at a disadvantage in their arrangement for the share of the white stones. Lin Xia brought 4 ceramic jars. First pouring the white stones evenly into 2 large jars. She then repeated this process twice with one of the large jars, resulting in the smaller jar containing precisely 1/8 of the total. Although not perfectly precise, the measurement was still quite close. Lang Zhuang, this is your reward. Su Jianyuan handed the smallest portion of white stone along with the ceramic pot to Lang Zhuang. Thank you. Lang Zhuang, witnessing the distribution firsthand, accepted it with a beaming expression. Fully assured that there was no issue, this portion of white stone weighed over 10 pounds. A quantity that the orcs of the Grey Wolf tribe would be hard-pressed to acquire in several years. Initially, Lang Zhuang had anticipated that Su Jianyuan, having exchanged such a significant amount of white stone, would renegotiate his compensation. To his surprise, Su Jianyuan directly divided a portion for himself. Gratitude and admiration blossomed in Lang Zhuang's eyes as he regarded them. This orc, who held steadfast to his promises, was certainly not the cowardly, worthless, and miserly individual described by Langman. The 2 men exchanged no pleasantries. After bidding farewell, Lang Zhuang hurried back to the Grey Wolf tribe. Xiaofu joyfully circled the ceramic pot. Mother, can we eat white stone today? In truth, raw meat paired with white stone does not offer a palatable experience. It is bitter and astringent, leaving one exceedingly thirsty afterward. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the orcs, white stone is a prized commodity, even if unappetizing. The mere opportunity to consume it is a source of profound happiness. As a native orc, Xiaofu's anticipation was deeply rooted in a tradition passed down through generations. Su Tang couldn't help but press her lips together, casting a slightly expectant glance at her mother. Unlike Xiaofu, she genuinely longed for the taste of salt. Certainly, today, my dear mother will prepare a grand feast for you all, Lin Xia declared with a grand flourish of her hand, exuding a sense of extravagance. Upon the mere thought of dinner, Su Tang could not help but salivate. Hooray! Hooray! Xiaofu was even more exhilarated, bouncing on the spot, exclaiming that they could feast on white stone. Tang, well, would you like to eat tonight? I shall prepare it, Lin Xia inquired with a benevolent smile. Mother, whatever you choose to make, I shall gladly eat, Su Tang replied, truly unparticular. As long as the dish was not bland and insipid, she adored it. Lin Xia beamed with joy, grateful that her daughter understood her sentiments. Su Jianyuan spoke without any formality. Mother, I crave meat. I have grown thin from hunger during this journey. You must nourish me well. Throughout the journey, he had subsisted solely on dry rations, and the unexpected incidents had left him famished for 2 days. Once robust, he now appeared gaunt and somewhat haggard, though the thick layer of dirt on him obscured this transformation. Unsurprisingly, he was met with 2 exasperated glances. All you think about is food. Quickly wash off that layer of grime, and then see if you can catch a couple of fish by the river. We shall prepare a fish head tofu soup for dinner. Lin Xia assigned him a task. Coincidentally, she had just made tofu with her daughter that day. All right. Su Jianyuan readily accepted and headed to the riverbank. Not only was he dirty, but he also reeked terribly. Had it not been for the fear of attracting wild beasts during his wash, he would not have returned in such a foul state. Elder brother, I shall join you, little Fu exclaimed, eagerly following suit. He was currently enamored with spending time with his second elder brother. Not only could they catch prey together, but his elder brother also imparted many hunting skills that were unknown to other beastmen. Lin Xia began washing pots and dishes, and upon seeing Su Jianyuan return safely, she felt a renewed vigor in her work compared to the past few days. Su Tang intended to share the delightful news with her elder brother, who was busy constructing a wooden cabin. Halfway there, she suddenly remembered that she had yet to retrieve the thread she had just wound, prompting her to return and gather it. A peculiar sensation lingered in her heart, as if she had overlooked something. Upon reaching the tree, she discovered 5 little kittens, entangled in the thread, having inadvertently bound themselves in a chaotic knot. One lay on its back, legs flailing in the air, incessantly licking at the rope, while another had surrendered to its predicament, gazing skyward with a look of utter desolation. The remaining 2 struggled in opposite directions, yet the thread tethered them all together, rendering escape impossible. The forlorn kitten was alternately tugged to the left and then to the right by its companions. The largest of the kittens, upon spotting Su Tang's approach, gazed at her with pleading eyes, embodying a pitiful plea for rescue. Su Tang felt a surge of frustration. She had anticipated trouble. After an arduous hour, she finally managed to liberate the thread from the tiny hands of the cubs. She was reluctant to sever it, having spent an entire day twisting the thread, her hands nearly worn raw, as she meticulously rolled the thread into a ball, preparing to impart a stern lesson upon the 5 little ones. She glanced down and was met with the innocent, wide-eyed gaze of Wu Shuang. The adorable face bore an expression of such innocence and naivety, as if a single harsh word would send her into tears. Su Tang, appealing to cuteness is futile. Come here and face the consequences. Su Tang pointed at the cubs, her face stern with effort. Today, she must impart a lesson to them. Otherwise, they would become utterly unruly in the future. The largest cub blinked its eyes innocently, approaching her with an air of grievance. It gazed up at Su Tang while gently nuzzling her fingertip with its tiny head, attempting to win her favor. Su Tang, can one still receive education properly? Chapter 98, Crafting Tofu Cat Litter. Ultimately, Su Tang merely offered a few verbal admonitions, while also breaking 2 pieces of tofu. The little ones were eager to explore a variety of novel foods. As long as there was something to eat, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their meal, which proved more effective than anything else. Su Tang watched as the 5 cubs diligently licked the tofu from the plate, feeling reassured before departing. She conveyed the news of Su Jinyuan's return to the trio, who were all elated. Although Su Guodong and Su Shihui remained taciturn, their hearts were heavy with concern for Su Jinyuan. Diqing remarked, though I cannot fathom the reason for the joy if everyone is happy. I too share in the delight. Let us complete this house and conclude our work early today. It was rare for Su Shihui to propose a break. After more than half a month of dedicated effort, the wooden house was nearly complete, with only minor finishing touches and details left to attend to. Given the importance of ensuring a comfortable living environment in the future, Su Shihui remained meticulous, not relaxing even at this final stage. Safety concerns were equally paramount. All right. Today Mother will prepare a delicious meal. I will return to assist her, and we shall dine early. Su Tang replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to the trio, she returned to help Lin Xia. Today, Diqing had caught a wild boar, which had yet to be slaughtered, and Lin Xia was busy collecting the boar's blood. With a family of 7, their appetite was considerable. A small wild boar could easily suffice for a day's feast. Su Tang approached and noticed 2 buckets of soybean residue left on the ground from today's tofu-making process. She picked them up, intending to dispose of them in the woods. The waste they produced was entirely natural and pollution-free, destined to be swiftly decomposed by nature upon being cast into the forest. Tang, wait. Lin Xia called out urgently upon seeing her daughter's actions. Do not throw away the soybean residue. Your mother still has use for it. Su Tang wore a perplexed expression, pondering the utility of bean dregs. Given their family's current financial circumstances, it seemed unnecessary to consume such remnants. Lin Xia chuckled softly and elucidated. Bean dregs can be transformed into cat litter. It would allow the kittens to relieve themselves in a more efficient manner than sand, and it won't produce any unpleasant odors. Cat litter is made from bean dregs? This revelation ventured into Su Tang's realm of ignorance, as she held no interest in pet-related matters and had never sought to explore them. Of course, otherwise, how would there be something called tofu cat litter? Lin Xia remarked, having placed the pig's blood on the wooden table before approaching to take the bean dregs, continuing her discourse as she walked. I dried the leftover bean dregs from last time. They should be ready by now, though I remain uncertain whether it will yield success. She was merely aware that such a process was possible, having never attempted it herself. Initially, she had intended to surprise her daughter with a successful outcome, especially considering how foul the odor from the kitten's excrement was, which sand simply could not conceal. Su Tang, filled with curiosity, followed Lin Xia to the other side, where she beheld a large wooden board on the ground, indeed covered with an abundance of soybean residue. Lin Xia stepped forward, pinching a handful of the residue to gauge its texture. It had dried well, though its utility remained uncertain. Su Tang was eager. Mother, I will give it a try. Who cleans up the mess knows that cat feces and urine are indeed foul. The stench is beyond comprehension. Lin Xia promptly filled a container with dried soybean residue and also placed the freshly wet residue out to dry again. Upon returning home, Su Tang retrieved the new litter box crafted by her elder brother, Su Shihui. Due to the overpowering odor of the cat's waste, she had been reluctant to let the kittens use it, but now it was the perfect moment to fill it with litter. The litter box was fully enclosed, featuring a removable bottom, and the wooden cover had a large opening for the kittens to come and go freely. Su Tang poured a portion of cat litter into the box, achieving a depth of approximately 5 centimeters. The 5 tiny kittens, having finished their tofu, were attempting to venture towards the wooden table where Lin Xia had placed more tofu, but Su Tang promptly scooped them all back. The little ones appeared dazed and bewildered. Now, the kittens have grown significantly. Initially, they were no larger than Su Tang's paw, but they have now outgrown it by twice its size. The litter box can scarcely accommodate all 5 of them. Su Tang placed the smallest one inside. Xiaobao, hurry and relieve yourself. Lin Xia gazed eagerly down at the kitten, curious to ascertain the efficacy of the cat litter she had crafted. The 5 little kittens were gradually maturing, capable of comprehending simple phrases. To avoid difficulties in calling them in the future, Su Tang had temporarily bestowed upon them the endearing name of 5 treasures. In the realm of nurturing, there exists a remarkable similarity between human infants and those of beasts. It is essential to frequently call their names so that the little ones can recognize their identities. However, at this moment, Xiaobao did not understand its name. It merely sniffed the bean curd residue that constituted the cat litter and began to meander in circles within the litter box. What does this signify? Does Xiaobao not wish to relieve itself? Lin Xia observed in bewilderment, contemplating whether to try another kitten. Just as she uttered these thoughts, Xiaobao abruptly halted. Its fluffy tail rose high, swaying twice before it crouched down. With 2 paws, it began to dig through the litter, shoveling it eagerly into its mouth. Su Tang, that is meant for your use in the restroom, not for consumption. However, upon tasting it, Xiaobao smacked his lips a couple of times and surprisingly found it rather palatable. he indulged even more eagerly. Su Tang hurriedly pulled Xiaobao out. Mom, is it safe for the cat litter to be eaten? Lin Xiao was also taken aback. It should be fine, right? Bean curd residue is edible. And a little bit 1T harmed the cubs. Su Tang placed Dabao back into the litter box. Dabao, quite astute, sniffed around before commencing to dig through the cat litter with his paws. After creating a small hollow, he raised his tail and squatted over the pit, diligently exerting himself. Before long, a familiar odor permeated the air. Dabao had relieved himself. Once finished, he enthusiastically pawed at the litter, burying his treasure. And the unpleasant scent was swiftly masked by the fragrance of tofu. Having concealed his prize, Dabao leapt out from the opening above, shook his fur, and approached Su Tang's feet with a solicitous demeanor, nuzzling her ankle, his face reflecting a yearning for praise and affection. Su Tang had grown accustomed to the affectionate proximity of the cubs. Casting a glance at her distracted mother, she swiftly reached out to gently stroke the plush head of Dabao, only to retract her hand immediately, feigning nonchalance as if nothing had transpired. Lin Xiao then placed the other 3 cubs in turn, perhaps detecting the scent of excrement within. Bao and Bao both relieved themselves. Upon entering, Bao did not even pause to sniff. Instead, it directly settled down, closing its eyes to slumber. Presumably reluctant to relieve itself, Lin Xiao subsequently lifted it out. Su Tang lifted the cat litter box, testing it with a scoop, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the cat litter made from soybean residue clumped remarkably well, without any crumbling. Mother, this cat litter is far superior to sand, Su Tang exclaimed. It seems she would need to cultivate more soybeans, ensuring that the kittens would no longer require sand in the future. Lin Xiao was equally delighted, as no one in the household could resist the charm of the 5 little kittens. As long as it works, Mother shall save all the soybean residue for cat litter from now on. As they conversed, Su Jianyuan and Xiao Fu returned as well. Su Jianyuan was also carrying 2 large fish, each weighing over 20 pounds. Chapter 99. Unlocking the 4th piece of land. The weather has warmed considerably, and the fish in the river have gradually increased in number. Su Jianyuan persuaded Xiao Fu to give him a back rub, then went down to the river to catch fish. To his surprise, he succeeded in catching 2 large fish, known as bighead carp, one weighing over 20 pounds. Longer than Xiao Fu's leg. Xiao Fu was overjoyed. In the past, when they had no food, he would also go to the river to catch fish to fill his stomach, but back then, he only managed to catch small fish, hardly enough for a single bite. This was the first time he had seen such large fish. Su Tang and Lin Xia shared in his excitement. With such bighead carp, they were in for a treat tonight. Lin Xia laughed as she accepted the fish, already cleaned and gutted by Su Jianyuan at the riverbank. The fish were strung together by their mouths using grass rope, and their insides were washed clean, wrapped in leaves for the journey home. The flavor was quite delightful. Before long, Su Guodong and the others returned, drenched in sweat, having finished a bucket of water on their way back. They quenched their thirst by the water tank before taking clean animal skin clothing to the river for a bath. By the time they returned, Su Tang had already helped Lin Xiao prepare most of the dinner. A pot of fish head tofu soup was nearly full, with 2 large fish heads chopped into smaller pieces, complemented by some fish chunks. Today, 2 stoves were lit. The other pot contained pig trotters simmering with yellow beans. All 4 trotters went into the pot, adding substantial heft. The flames roared, bringing both pots of soup to a boil, their bubbling sounds accompanied by a rich meaty aroma wafting through the air. A sprinkle of crushed white stones heightened the fragrance, almost pulling Xiao Fu's spirit out of his body. There was no need for a table. The family gathered around the pot, each person holding a large earthen bowl while sitting on the ground, savoring their meal with expressions of utter satisfaction. Mother, the fish is absolutely delicious, Xiao Fu exclaimed, extolling the virtues of the dish. The fish soup, enhanced by the white stones, was more delectable than any food he had ever tasted. The white tofu, soft and silky, slid effortlessly down his throat, making him feel as though he might devour his own tongue with delight. If it's good, eat more. Lin Xiao beamed at Xiao Fu's praise of her culinary skills. Soon, the only sounds by the fire pit were those of the family relishing their meal, particularly the slurping sounds made by the cubs. Now that the cubs could eat meat, Su Tang served them a bowl on the ground for their enjoyment. The 5 cubs were thoroughly engaged in their meal, their fluffy little heads huddled together in earnest concentration. As the evening breeze carried the enticing aroma to the gray wolf tribe, the hunting returnees inhaled deeply, their faces displaying envy. What is that delightful scent? It is simply irresistible. Our tribe's fire source was extinguished long ago. This must be the aroma of cooked food. Who has obtained the fire source? It seems to be coming from outside the tribe. How could it be? Isn't there only Su Tang's family outside? Do they possess a fire source? The wolves, unaware, gathered at the tribe's entrance, murmuring amongst themselves with expressions of envy and jealousy. One man, drawn out by the aroma, overheard their conversation and wore a face twisted with jealousy. It's Su Tang again. How could that little wretched female possibly have a fire source? And to enjoy such delicious food, she should be struggling to survive after giving Wolf Kuei so much gain. The Su family remained blissfully unaware of the commotion surrounding the Grey Wolf tribe. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, they felt utterly content. Su Jianyuan patted his belly and let out a contented burp. If only he could indulge in a bowl of fragrant white rice, it would be utterly perfect. He glanced at the departing Xiaofu and Daqing before turning to Su Tang. Sister, when will your farm be able to cultivate rice? Without seeds, cultivation is impossible. One must first acquire seeds. Su Tang also longed for the taste of rice, yet the marketplace on the farm had not yet offered any rice seeds for sale. Su Jianyuan wore a look of regret and chose not to inquire further. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, drowsiness enveloped them, and the family proceeded to wash up before retiring for the night. The next day dawned. Upon awakening, Su Tang's first task was to venture to the farm to harvest crops. After more than a week, her little treasury had accumulated over 5,000 coins. Although her expenses during this period had been considerable, leaving her with a modest savings, it was nonetheless sufficient to unlock the fourth plot of land. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Tang clicked to unlock. A flash of white light appeared, and the green fourth plot transformed into a chestnut hue, with the wooden sign moving to the fifth plot. Unlocking the fifth plot requires 10,000 gold coins, and the warehouse must contain 10 varieties of crops. This is utterly outrageous. She currently possesses only 5 types of fruits. How is she supposed to cultivate 10? Su Tang once again ventured into the marketplace, where 2 new varieties of crop seeds emerged from the previously shrouded shelves. Chili peppers, priced at 2,000 gold coins. Baby cabbage, priced at 2,000 gold coins. The prices of these seeds have doubled compared to the last time. Su Tang had grown accustomed to her circumstances and felt no surprise. A glance at her small treasury revealed 325 gold coins, insufficient for her needs, so she decided to depart. Both her mother and second brother had a penchant for spicy food, and it had been quite some time since she had last consumed vegetables. Her meals consisted primarily of meat, mostly pure meat, leading to a slight discomfort during her visits to the restroom. The thought of new food invigorated Su Tang's motivation to cultivate her land even further. After tending to her crops, she emerged from the farm and proceeded to clean up after the 5 little kittens, whose waste was quite plentiful. If she neglected this task for a day, even the cat litter could not mask the unpleasant odor. For breakfast, she enjoyed sweet potatoes roasted the previous evening, reheated and ready to eat. The leftover fish had been hung by Lin Xia to dry, transformed into jerky for future sustenance. Su Tang cracked 3 wild eggs to prepare a delicate steamed egg dish, and then she sliced 5 pieces of fish to grill, providing a delightful treat for the cat, 1 piece at a time, to satisfy its gnawing instincts. She decided against giving them sweet potatoes this time. Recalling the last incident when the cat overindulged and nearly suffocated her with a noxious emission while she slept peacefully beside it. After a hearty meal, Su Shiwei and the others continued their endeavor to build a wooden cabin. Meanwhile, Xiaofu, brimming with excitement, eagerly followed Su Jian as they ventured out to hunt. The past few days had been utterly dull for him, and he was eagerly anticipating the return of his second elder brother to showcase his skills. Lin Xia, the indispensable jack-of-all-trades in the household, busied herself with various tasks, spinning thread, crafting shoes and garments, and twisting hemp ropes. Meanwhile, the 5 little kittens frolicked on the lawn, engaging in their playful hunting games. Today, Su Tang has a new task. She must seek out the wolf girl, Nai and I, to inquire about where new crops can be found. Otherwise, given the nature of the farm, it seems unlikely that she will ever unlock the 5th plot of land in her lifetime. After explaining the situation to Lin Xia, Su Tang made her way to the Grey Wolf tribe. Upon entering the tribe, Su Tang immediately noticed that the passing wolf orcs were regarding her with peculiar gazes, as if they were observing a monkey. Su Tang furrowed her brows, pondering the situation. Chapter 100. The earthen jar appears at the home of the wolf Nini. The Grey Wolf beast men, upon finishing, continued to whisper amongst themselves. Su Tang found the situation quite peculiar and quickened her pace. Fortunately, the orcs merely observed her without any ulterior motives, allowing her to swiftly reach the cave of Wolf Nini. 3 playful wolf cubs frolicked at the entrance, engaging in a lively game of pouncing on one another. From a young age, the orc offspring possessed an innate love for such hunting games. Upon noticing Su Tang's arrival, the cubs ceased their playful antics and hurried towards her in unison. They recognized this auntie. Aunt Tang was not only beautiful but also exuded a delightful fragrance and maintained impeccable cleanliness. Moreover, she always brought treats, endearing her to the cubs. As for that ineffectual father figure, he had long since faded from their memories. However, as the cubs dashed towards her, a sense of foreboding washed over Su Tang. Before she could retreat, the 3 cubs had already leaped at her feet, eagerly nudging her calves with their heads, nearly toppling her over. Su Tang stumbled and gently patted each of their heads. A day forced to pet wolves. The 3 wolf cubs were finally satisfied, circling around Su Tang's feet. Hee hee. Aunt Tang has patted their heads today. They are so delighted. Su Tang let out a sigh of relief. Had it been in the past, witnessing such a scene would have likely rendered her into a state of eternal slumber. It was not that she harbored a dislike so profound, but rather that the little wolf cubs had grown significantly. All 3 of them now towered above her knees. Their limbs were robust and remarkably strong, more formidable than the captive wolves at the zoo. When they charged towards her in unison, it almost gave her the impression they might devour her whole. Good cubs, Su Tang said as she retrieved the dried fish she had brought along. distributing it among the 3 wolf cubs. "Where's your mother?" The cubs, thrilled by the treat, wagged their tails with fervor and licked Su Tang's hand several times before scampering back to their den. A woo! A powerful howl echoed in the air. Su Tang, her aversion to small animals has been forcefully remedied in this manner. Upon hearing the cries of the cubs, Wolf Nini emerged from the cave and spotted Su Tang outside. "Ah Tang, what brings you here?" Wolf Nini asked, momentarily taken aback, before smiling and stepping forward. Lately, Su Tang had been visiting at noon to provide milk, just enough for the cubs' midday meal, so Wolf Nini found it somewhat peculiar to see her in the morning. "I came to inquire about something," Su Tang replied. Realizing the purpose of her visit, Wolf Nini ushered Su Tang into the cave, saying, "Feel free to ask me anything directly." Su Tang no longer held back, inquiring if she knew where to find some fruits. "My younger brother has recently developed a craving for fresh produce, having grown weary of what we have at home, and I wish to gather some fruits to bring back." The shield bearer, Xiao Fu, was once again called into action. Among the orcs, all produce is referred to as fruits, regardless of its type. Whether it be vegetables or fruits, to their eyes, the only distinctions are based on color, size, and taste. "You seek fruits?" Wolf and I pondered briefly before responding with a smile. "Indeed, our tribe's back mountain does have some, but they are rather small and lack in flavor. We shall need to search for better ones." Upon hearing this, Su Tang felt a glimmer of hope. Indeed, inquiring with Wolf Nini was a stroke of genius. She promptly replied, "It matters not whether it is delicious or not. As long as it is something my younger brother has never tasted, that suffices, for he has a penchant for such things." Xiao Fu interjected, "When did I ever develop such a taste?" A hint of doubt flickered in Wolf Nini's eyes. It seemed that Xiao Fu's preferences were rather peculiar. Su Tang remained composed and unfazed. "Indeed, I have expressed my thoughts to him, yet he insists on indulging himself, leaving me with no choice." Upon hearing these words, Wang Nini smiled gently. "Ah Tang, you are truly kind to your younger brother. If you don't mind, I am heading to the back mountain to gather some fruits. You are welcome to accompany me." "That sounds delightful. I shall not hesitate to join you," Su Tang replied with enthusiasm, nodding repeatedly. She glanced at Wang Nini, who had noticeably lost weight in recent days. However, ever since her separation from Wang Qi, her demeanor had changed significantly. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, and her laughter was more joyful than ever before. Su Tang understood that although Wang Nini's life was somewhat arduous at present, she felt a genuine sense of happiness from within. "I am delighted by your presence. I shall not disturb you." As she gazed upon Su Tang's fair visage, Wang Nini shyly smiled. She had no friends in the tribe, and the mere opportunity to ascend the mountain with Su Tang filled her with joy. "Ah Tang, please wait for me here for a moment. I will fetch a few things before we set off," Wang Nini said softly. It was essential to head to the back mountain early, otherwise, by noon, the sun would scorch one dry. Su Tang nodded as Wolf Nini turned and entered the cave. Shortly thereafter, Wolf Nini emerged, clutching a somewhat tattered leather pouch, intended for gathering fruits. The pelts from her home had all been exchanged for white stones, leaving only this nearly worn-out leather bag. A few days prior, she had retained the skin of a plump sheep, but that was reserved for the winter season and could not be utilized at present. She found herself unable to hunt, necessitating careful conservation of all her resources. Su Tang inadvertently cast a glance into the cave. What could that jar-like object on the ground be? Blinking her eyes, she scrutinized it further. The exterior of the jar was a brownish-yellow hue, approximately the size of a water bucket and cylindrical in shape. Wasn't it the ceramic jar she had crafted herself? "Nini, where did that jar come from?" Su Tang inquired, pointing at the ceramic vessel in the corner. She had never given away any of her ceramic works. The only one she had parted with was the one that Wolf Zhuang used to contain white stones just yesterday. This jar appeared to be of similar size to the one Wolf Zhuang had taken. Puzzled, Wolf Nini followed the direction of Su Tang's finger. I have no idea who brought it here. It simply appeared at the cave entrance early this morning." Wolf Nini looked equally bewildered. When she awakened to dispose of the cub's waste, she discovered this object at the mouth of the cave. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find it filled to the brim with white stones. This revelation shocked her. She dared not use such precious items, knowing they would be at risk left outside. Therefore, she brought it inside and placed it not far from the entrance, intending to wait until she could ascertain who had delivered it before returning it. Upon hearing this, Su Tang realized that the timing was perfectly aligned. A smile graced her lips as she cast an ambiguous glance at Wolf Nini. "You truly have no idea who bestowed this upon you?" Wolf Nini shook her head. Perhaps she harbored some suspicions within her heart, yet she dared not entertain them. Su Tang recalled that despite having lost an arm, Wolf Zhuang was eager to accompany second brother to the mountain of 10,000 beasts. Was his urgent desire to obtain the white stone perhaps for the sake of Wolf and I? With this thought in mind, Su Tang exclaimed, "This is a ceramic pot, crafted by me." Wolf and I was taken aback and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Is this a gift from you, a Tang?" Su Tang shook her head and smiled. "It is not me. It is Wolf Zhuang who took my second brother to the Beast Mountain. The earthen jar and the white stone are rewards for Wolf Zhuang. If I am not mistaken, the jar should contain the white stone, right?" Upon hearing this name, Wang Nini's pupils involuntarily dilated, and her face was filled with astonishment. Wolf Zhuang, he actually went to the Beast Mountain with your second brother? Chapter 101. Searching for fruits on the back mountain. Observing the incredulous expression on Wang Nini's face, Su Tang curiously inquired, "Does Wolf Zhuang have feelings for you? Otherwise, why would he go through so much toil and danger to venture to the Beast Mountain, only to return and immediately present the white stone to you? Could he be attempting to court you?" "No, it is not that." Wang Nini shook her head. Meeting Su Tang's curious gaze, she hesitantly confessed, "I once had feelings for Wolf Zhuang." Su Tang's mouth formed an O shape. Could it be that Wolf Nini and Wolf Zhuang share such a connection? He must have feelings for you. Otherwise, why would he present you with a white stone? Su Tang wore an expression of eager curiosity. Without a moment's hesitation, Wolf Nini shook her head, her demeanor tinged with melancholy as she replied, "That's impossible. He has stated before that he does not like me." Su Tang was not easily swayed. She only trusted what her own eyes could perceive. Recently, she had often detected the peculiar scent of mutton emanating from the wolf cub. "Have you recently acquired a sheep?" she inquired. "Wolf Nini, how did you know?" Wolf Nini replied, her expression one of astonishment, for she had yet to disclose this matter to Su Tang. Upon hearing this, Su Tang felt an almost certain conviction. The rewards that Wolf Zhuang sought, whether it be a sheep or a white stone, were intended for Wolf Nini. As for the misunderstanding between them, Su Tang clarified, "That sheep was indeed a reward that Wolf Zhuang obtained from me." She chuckled lightly, adding, "If you are uncertain, why not simply ask Wolf Zhuang? It is the most direct and uncomplicated approach." She had always preferred to avoid trouble. When faced with cumbersome matters, she opted for simplicity. Upon hearing this, Wolf Nini appeared somewhat distracted, as unspoken suspicions began to occupy her thoughts. Soon, she resolutely lifted her head and declared, "Su Tang, let us head to the back mountain first. I will ask upon our return." Noticing the determination in Wolf Nini's demeanor, Su Tang smiled and nodded, and together they made their way towards the back mountain. Su Tang was unfamiliar with the path, trailing behind Wolf Nini, who carried a woven basket upon her back. When venturing outdoors, the basket proved far more convenient than a handheld basket, especially as the path was overgrown with weeds and thickets, necessitating the use of hands or a stick to clear the obstructive foliage every few steps. Accompanying them were 3 wolf cubs, who seemed particularly exhilarated by Su Tang's presence, darting ahead with such exuberance that they quickly vanished from sight. Recently, Wolf Nini had been bringing them to the back mountain daily, becoming thoroughly acquainted with the terrain and unperturbed by the possibility of the cubs getting lost. As they journeyed, the 3 cubs dashed back and forth, seemingly tireless, which elicited a faint smile from Su Tang. The back mountain was not far from their cave. After a brief ascent of about 10 minutes, they arrived. The trail was not steep, yet the dense underbrush made traversing it somewhat challenging, with towering shrubs nearly obscuring Su Tang's head. Fortunately, Wolf Nini's daily visits had carved a shallow path, or the journey would have been even more arduous. "Tang, do take your time. There are seldom any beastmen here at this time. They generally appear in greater numbers during the wind season," Wolf Nini remarked, glancing back every few steps, anxious not to leave her behind. The ancient continent's wind season corresponded to autumn on Earth, characterized by strong winds that caused leaves to flutter down, thus earning its name among the beastmen. "Do not worry, I can keep up," Su Tang replied, reassuringly. She was not so fragile as to struggle with climbing a mountain. Presently, it was akin to spring on Earth, referred to as the warm season by the beastmen, a time of mild weather most conducive to nurturing young and hunting. Only during this period did the beastmen find themselves untroubled by food shortages. The larger prey on the back mountain had long been hunted, and it was not a season for abundant fruit. Such bounty would only appear during the wind season, making it rare for beastmen to ascend the back mountain at this time. Instead, they had all ventured into the forest in search of delectable fare. Su Tang followed Wolf Nini and gradually learned a great deal about the circumstances of the Grey Wolf tribe. The back mountain was not particularly high. Compared to the towering peaks that surrounded the tribe, it could merely be classified as a sizable hill. Nevertheless, after climbing to the halfway point, an hour had elapsed. "Here we are, Tang. This is where I usually pick fruits." Wolf Nini paused. Her cheeks flushed, and said to Su Tang. Su Tang surveyed her surroundings. This was her first visit to the back mountains of the Grey Wolf tribe. Unlike the mountains outside, this place appeared somewhat desolate, perhaps due to the absence of roaming animals. She also found no edible plants in sight. Wolf Nini felt a bit embarrassed, as the nearby fruits had nearly all been picked. Today, they would need to venture farther. She had no companion and could only forage for fruits in the back mountains to sustain herself. "It's all right," Su Tang replied nonchalantly, as she was merely here to try her luck. The 2 of them proceeded towards the east. After about 10 minutes, a splash of red emerged from the grass ahead. It was wild strawberries. Su Tang's eyes lit up. She had not anticipated such fortune today, discovering a fruit upon her arrival. Wolf Nini also noticed and hurried over in delight, carefully plucking the tiny strawberries from the diminutive strawberry plant. She then turned back, waving to Su Tang. "Tang, come quickly. There are edible fruits here." Su Tang approached, observing the diminutive wild strawberries, each no larger than a thumb. appearing remarkably petite with their sizable black specks reminiscent of black sesame seeds and covered in fine fuzz. Indeed, the strawberries of the ancient continent exhibited an extraordinary charm. Though there were but a few wild strawberries, merely a dozen or so, Wolf Nini was in high spirits. Su Tang, come quickly and pick some. These fruits are edible, albeit their flavor is rather peculiar and not particularly palatable. I wonder if Xiao Fu would enjoy them. She beckoned, urging Su Tang to hasten her harvest. She herself had gathered only half, 6 in total, wrapped in leaves and placed into her leather pouch. On the ground lay 7 untouched strawberries. Su Tang plucked only 2 wild strawberries, leaving the remaining 5 for Wolf Nini. She did not require an abundance. 2 would suffice for her younger brother to savor the flavor, and the rest could be gathered by Nini, as he could not consume so many. 1 seed was more than adequate. Observing this, Wolf Nini, not one to be overly dainty, recognized that Su Tang had no shortage of food and thus gathered the remaining 5 wild strawberries. Today was fortunate. In the past, she would have had to search long and hard to find even a few fruits. A Tang, shall we explore the nearby area? Wolf Nini exclaimed with joy, believing that having a Tang by her side was a stroke of luck, and today they were bound to discover a bountiful harvest. Certainly, Su Tang replied, equally elated. They had scarcely ventured out when they stumbled upon a new type of fruit. Only 2 more varieties were needed to fulfill the KPI for the 5th plot. How could she not be delighted? Just as the 2 were about to step into the thicket ahead, 3 wolf cubs suddenly emerged from an unknown source, blocking their path. With their claws firmly gripping the ground and bodies slightly crouched, their green eyes fixated intently on the underbrush, emitting low, vibrating growls as if perceiving some lurking adversary. Chapter 102, The Bounty of Prey and Wild Ferns. What's the matter, little ones? Wolf Nini inquired, her expression one of curiosity as she regarded the cubs. Su Tang also cast her gaze towards the 3 wolf cubs. Male orcs are inherently more vigilant than their female counterparts, even in their juvenile state. This innate trait cannot be overlooked. The little cubs appeared exceedingly tense, poised as if ready to launch an attack. Could there be a lurking danger in the underbrush? Before Su Tang could ponder this, the largest of the cubs let out a sharp howl and charged forward. The other 2 cubs positioned themselves protectively in front of Su Tang and Wolf Nini, adopting a stance of vigilance and guardianship, steadfast and unwavering. Little ones. Both Su Tang and Lang and I were taken aback, fearing for the safety of the little wolf cub. The cub, having darted out, seemed to have caught hold of something, vigorously shaking its head. After rolling on the ground for a few moments, the commotion finally subsided. The 2 hurried over to find that the wolf cub had flattened the grass around it. Before them lay a large green snake, as thick as an arm, firmly gripped by the cub at precisely the vital spot. The serpent was nearly 3 meters long, its elongated body trailing on the ground. Half of it coiled around the cub's belly. However, it had already succumbed to its fate and released its hold. Su Tang gazed in astonishment as Wolf Nini's cub displayed such remarkable bravery. At merely a few months old, it had managed to capture a serpent of considerable size. She turned to offer words of comfort to Wolf Nini, but then, what a surprise! Wolf Nini exclaimed with delight, striding forward to seize the snake by its head and lift it aloft. Cub, you are incredible for catching prey. Truly impressive. She could not help but praise the little one, gently stroking the cub's head in a gesture of encouragement. Observing the excitement etched on Wolf Nini's face and the sparkle in her eyes, Su Tang found her words of consolation lodged in her throat. It was almost as if she had forgotten the formidable nature of the beastman race. The wolf cub nuzzled against Wolf Nini's hand, wearing a proud expression. The other 2 cubs looked on with envy, eager to catch their own prey so that their mother could have her fill. They were aware that their mother, in her selflessness, refrained from eating meat, choosing instead to subsist on fruits so that they could have the nourishment. Let us share, Wolf Nini decided, contemplating the notion of dividing this grand serpent with Su Tang. Su Tang shook her head, asserting that the prey caught by her young was theirs alone and did not require sharing with her. Her objective lay in the seeds of crops, not in the spoils of the hunt. However, Wolf Nini held a different perspective, believing that it was Su Tang who had bestowed upon her the fortune to discover both fruits and prey that day. Thus, the great snake was also a share belonging to Su Tang. The wolf cub, without hesitation, bit off about a third of the snake, carrying the piece in its mouth and placing it before Su Tang, wagging its tail vigorously. It signaled her to accept the offering of snake meat. The 3 little wolf cubs gazed eagerly at Su Tang, their large, glistening eyes conveying that her refusal would pierce their hearts like a knife. Ah Tang, please accept it, urged Wolf Nini. After all, their family had thrived on Su Tang's good fortune that day. How could they claim the prey entirely for themselves? Su Tang had no choice but to accept the offering, contemplating bringing back more fruits at noon. Life had already been so arduous for Wolf Nini. She could not possibly take advantage of her, for that would be most unkind. Although, in truth, she was not entirely human at this moment. Observing as Su Tang placed the snake meat into her backpack, the 3 wolf cubs wagged their tails in delight. 1 portion for their mother, 1 for Aunt Tang, and 1 for the 3 brothers, just enough. Wolf Nini, beaming with joy, stuffed the remaining snake meat into a leather pouch. Today's bounty had been quite abundant. As the hour was still early, the two decided to search a little longer. The three wolf cubs were invigorated, eager to see if there were any other prey to be found. After traversing through the grass, they walked a few minutes further, arriving at a hillside. On this side of the slope, there were few tall trees, only low shrubs, and Su Tang's view expanded instantly. The morning sun remained warm, bathing Su Tang's hair in a gentle heat. Wolf Nini had no intention of lingering, as there were hardly any fruits atop the hill. However, upon reaching the middle of the slope, Su Tang suddenly halted. The sparse grassy ground was dotted with numerous small plants resembling curled pigtails, in shades of green and brown. Doubting her eyesight, she hurried over, crouched down, and pulled one from the earth. The stem in her hand was thick and robust, the entire leaf stalk upright, with tender leaves just beginning to sprout, curled and yet to unfold, reminiscent of a little pig's tail. Indeed, this was it. In Su Tang's eyes sparkled a glimmer of joy. She had not anticipated discovering a second type of crop so swiftly. A tang, that's merely ordinary grass, not fruit. And inedible, remarked Wolf Nini, noticing that Su Tang had fallen behind. Turning back, she observed Su Tang squatting amidst the grass, clutching a green blade. She assumed Su Tang mistook the grass for fruit. The wolf tribe's beastmen were carnivorous. Only the herbivorous sheep and cow beastmen would consume such wild grasses. At most, they would eat some fruit, which, albeit not particularly palatable, was still preferable to wild grass. This is not wild grass. It is an edible plant known as fern. Su Tang clarified upon hearing Wolf Nini's words. In her childhood, back in her rural hometown, her grandmother often carried a small basket to gather wild ferns for consumption. Due to her father's work, their family seldom resided in the countryside. Thus Su Tang held these memories in profound regard. The more cherished the memory, the harder it is to forget. Fern? Wolf Nini had never encountered this unfamiliar term before. How does a tang know of such edible grass? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. A tang? You must have learned about this in your former tribe, didn't you? Is it true that there were herbivorous beastmen in the tribe where you once lived? Wolf Nini almost stated. The three little wolf cubs gazed at Su Tang with admiration. Su Tang gazed into the earnest eyes of Wolf Nini and nodded. Indeed, this is what herbivorous beastmen consume, and we too can partake. Really? Wolf Nini exclaimed, as she plucked a piece and was about to place it into her mouth. As Su Tang intercepted her, she insisted, no, the fiddlehead ferns cannot be consumed raw. They must be cooked over a fire. Upon hearing this, Wolf Nini was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? However, our tribe's fire has long been extinguished, and the orcs within have not utilized fire for ages, she lamented. It appears that I shall have to forego these fiddlehead ferns. Su Tang smiled and said, I have the fire seed at home, and you have helped me find the fruit. In the future, you may come to my house to cook fern. However, it would not be appropriate to give the fire seed to Wolf Nini, as it is far too precious for the beastmen. Bringing it back would only lead to trouble for her. Nevertheless, she could invite Wolf Nini to come over to prepare the ferns together. Using a pot would be no issue. Upon hearing this, Wolf Nini quickly shook her head, saying, that wouldn't be right. I will just look for other fruits instead. The fire seed is so valuable, I cannot take advantage of a tang. Su Tang grasped her hand firmly, thus deciding that she would accompany her to gather fruits, expressing her gratitude, for without her, she would never have reached the back mountain. Chapter 103. The return of the Grey Wolf Tribe's party before Wolf and I could utter a word. Su Tang pulled her down and began to earnestly collect wild ferns. There are so many ferns here, let us hasten our gathering, lest the elders arrive and render them unpalatable. Wolf and I felt a pang of emotion. Su Tang was exceedingly kind to her, nodding in agreement. She too crouched down to gather. The wild ferns exhibited hues of green and brown. The green ones were tender and newly sprouted, while the brown ones were mature. Su Tang gathered only the brown ferns, teaching Wang and I how to distinguish between wild ferns and wild grasses as she picked. Wang and I learned swiftly, making almost no mistakes. The three little wolf cubs stood in a row, tilting their heads, their large green eyes filled with earnestness. They mimicked their mother, using their teeth to grasp the wild ferns and pull them out. Heave-ho! Heave-ho! Together, the two adults and three cubs worked in unison. Soon, they had cleared the entire patch of wild ferns from the hillside. Initially reluctant to harvest, Wang and I eventually ensured that not a single brown fern escaped her grasp, as Su Tang had explained that they would lose their flavor as they aged. By the time they finished gathering the ferns, it was already noon. With the sun hanging directly overhead, Su Tang was drenched in sweat, her animal hide clinging to her skin. To harvest two types of crops in a single day exceeded her expectations. Wolf Nini's leather pouch was filled with several wild strawberries, 2/3 of a large snake, and a substantial bag of wild ferns. With practice, she even surpassed Su Tang in speed. Truly, she was a skilled worker, and Su Tang felt a sense of admiration for her. Su Tang had only gathered a modest half-basket of ferns, yet it was quite ample, considering she had not anticipated such a bounty. However, should she choose to forego them, Wolf Nini would undoubtedly speculate. Thus she resolved to return with them and savor the taste of the ancient continent's wild ferns. As they descended the mountain, Wolf Nini's animal hide bag swelled with their harvest. Both women felt a profound sense of joy from their plentiful gathering. with plans to prepare the wild ferns. Wolf Nini intended to return with her 3 cubs and Su Tang. As the 2 women and 3 cubs ventured outside the tribe, news arrived. Wolf Tai had returned. He was back with a team that had exchanged for white stones. Oh, they had white stones to eat. Groups of orcs, accompanied by their young, dashed past, exclaiming with excitement. Wolf Tai had indeed returned. Wolf Nini's face brightened with joy. She recognized Wolf Tai as the leader who had ventured to the Beast Mountain to procure the coveted white stones. How delightful. Their return was delayed, suggesting they must have brought back a substantial quantity of white stones. It had been far too long since she had tasted them, and she often felt her limbs growing weak. Last year, Wolf Chi had only managed to bring back a scant amount of white stones. And concerned for his well-being and hunting prowess, Wolf Nini had selflessly shared half of her own share with him. Yet, he had grown complacent, feigning strength while shirking his duties. The memory now filled Wolf Nini with regret. With the prospect of soon acquiring white stones, she quickened her pace. Su Tang yearned to return swiftly, and so the crops. The 3 wolf cubs, oblivious to the world around them, bounded forward with unrestrained joy, seemingly tireless, only to dash back and whirl around the feet of the 2, before racing out once more, repeating this delightful cycle. Before long, they arrived at the exit of the tribe, only to find it obstructed by a throng of orcs. The air was thick with a cacophony of voices, and Su Tang perked up her ears, sensing an unsettling discontent in the atmosphere. How could this be? Where's the white stone? After such a long absence, how could you return with so little? Have you secretly hoarded the white stone? As they drew closer, it became evident that the howls were those of the Grey Wolf tribe, their voices raised in furious outcry. Su Tang observed a middle-aged male, disheveled and dusty, being confronted by a group of Grey Wolf beastmen. Some of the beastmen were even seizing him by the throat, demanding answers with raised voices. Wolf Iron, what exactly transpired? Spoke the leader of the wolf pack, causing the other beastmen to fall silent and turn their gazes upon the disheveled man. It became evident that he was indeed Wolf Iron. The males behind Wolf Iron bore various injuries, appearing utterly wretched, even more so than Su Tang's family had during their initial flight. I truly did not steal the white stones. It was an unforeseen incident during our exchange. Wolf Iron stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. We had managed to procure quite a number of white stones, but on the eve of our return, chaos erupted at the Beast Mountain. The Beast Mountain has since appointed a new Beast King, and our white stones were seized, leaving us with only these. With so many beastmen witnessing this, it was a profound disgrace to have their white stones taken by others. The Grey Wolf leader glanced at the injured beastmen behind Wolf Iron, who looked even more miserable than he did. It seemed Wolf Iron's claims were not unfounded. Upon hearing the news, the expressions of the Grey Wolf tribe's beastmen darkened. If their white stones had been stolen, then the resources they had contributed would be rendered utterly futile. How would their entire tribe survive without white stones this year? How many white stones remain? The Grey Wolf leader inquired, his expression stern. Only this, Wolf Iron replied, lowering his head and producing the sole surviving pouch of white stones. The leader's face grew even more grim upon seeing it. This little amount. A single pouch weighs perhaps a few dozen pounds, meaning each 4 beastmen in the tribe would only receive a pound of white stones. This is even worse than during the tribe's direst times. Wolf Iron wished he could vanish into a crevice, feeling both ashamed and furious. This time, they had not even had the chance to conceal any white stones. The unfortunate reality was that those who had ventured to trade for the white stones had previously managed to hide some, and the tribe would additionally allocate some as rewards. Thus, they had not brought their own resources. This expedition had not only left them injured, but they also returned empty-handed, making them the most unfortunate beastmen of the Grey Wolf tribe. The Grey Wolf leader took the white stones and furrowed his brow, asking, "You said the Beast Mountain has appointed a new Beast King? Who is the new ruler?" The Beast Mountain was the largest tribe in the vicinity, with hundreds of smaller tribes relying on it for their livelihood through the exchange of white stones. It was astonishing that such a calamity had occurred. I do not know. It is said that they have changed kings twice already. The last was the Lion tribe, and this time it is the Tiger tribe, Wolf Iron replied candidly. The change of kings at the Beast Mountain would spell hardship for the smaller tribes like theirs. The Grey Wolf beastmen understood this was beyond their control. They could not place the blame on Wolf Iron and could only resign themselves to their misfortune. Su Tang found the situation peculiar. Why did her elder brother not mention the change of the Beast King at Wansho Mountain upon his return? Could it be that he intentionally concealed it to spare them from worry? She resolved to seek clarity upon returning. Meanwhile, Wolf and I wore a sorrowful expression. She had anticipated that the transition to Baishur would not be seamless. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that while other beastmen suffered significant losses in resources, she had only lost a few animal hides at most. With this thought, her heart felt considerably lighter. Chapter 104. The first encounter between the cat cub and the wolf cub. The Grey Wolf leader, having grasped the situation, took Baishur away and dismissed the crowd. Baishur would not be distributed until the following day, as it required time to allocate the resources submitted by everyone. Consequently, the gathering of beastmen quickly dwindled. Su Tang showed little interest in the affairs of the Grey Wolf tribe and had no intention of joining the fray. Today, Wolf Nini had foraged a bountiful harvest of ferns, and her cubs had even captured a large snake. Although there was some unfortunate news, it did little to dampen her spirits. The three cubs were blissfully unaware of what the white stones were, only knowing that there was meat to be had today. They continued their journey outside the tribe. Outside the Grey Wolf tribe, only Wolf Tai and a group of orcs who had ventured out to exchange for white stones remained. The males could not help but grumble, blaming Wolf Tai for suggesting they stay an extra night, which had led to their misfortunes and the loss of the white stones. Though unspoken, the sentiment echoed among them. In the past, when they had conspired with Wolf Tai, they felt no qualms, but now, with Wolf Tai suffering losses, they directed their ire at him. Fuming, Wolf Tai glared with eyes as large as yaks, exclaiming, "How dare you blame me? Why didn't you speak up back then? Now that the white stones have been taken, you come to accuse me? Where is your dignity?" He was infuriated. Previously, when they secretly hoarded the white stones together, their faces had been all too flattering. The males fell momentarily silent, but one brazenly retorted, "Yet we indeed lost so many white stones because of you." Another chimed in, "Yes, you promised us a wealth of white stones if we followed you. Now, because of your actions, we have lost them. How can you escape blame?" The others echoed their sentiments. "What good is your pride? Can it be eaten like white stones?" They demanded the stones, their faces twisted with indignation. Witnessing the ugly turn of events, Wolf Tai was beside himself with rage. "Haven't you all received enough white stones over the years? Don't think I don't know. None of you has a clean hand in this. Get lost. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had a scrap to eat in all these years." With that, Wolf Tai strode toward the cave, unwilling to waste his breath on these fools. The upheaval at the Mountain of Beasts was not his fault, nor was it his problem. The males were already in a foul mood, having gone without white stones this year and suffering injuries for their trouble. With nowhere to vent their frustrations, Wolf Tai's outburst only served to infuriate them further. "Wolf Tai!" One male roared. As Wolf Tai turned, a fist the size of a sandbag hurtled toward him. "You dare strike me? Stop! Don't hit!" Wolf Tai was about to retaliate when a flurry of fists descended upon him, pinning him to the ground. He was powerless to defend himself. As the males vented their frustrations, Wolf Tai, already battered and exhausted, felt his strength waning. A young male stood at a distance, bewildered by the sudden chaos among his kin. "What is happening? Everything was fine on the way back. Why this sudden infighting?" This young male was the one who had inquired about their early return. As he recalled the exchange between Wolf Tai and the others, his brow furrowed, and he suddenly sensed something amiss. What did Wolf Tai mean by saying they didn't have a clean hand? Had they been secretly hoarding white stones for years? The thought shocked him, and he reflected on how the same group of orcs always seemed to be the ones exchanging for white stones, with only Wolf Zhuang having changed. Having lost his eligibility to venture to the Mountain of Beasts this time. Growing pale, the young male seized the opportunity to flee while the others were still embroiled in their assault on Wolf Tai. He seemed to have stumbled upon a significant revelation. Meanwhile, Su Tang and Wolf Nini were blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding within the Grey Wolf tribe. Before they could reach their grass hut, 5 small kittens sensed Su Tang's approach and scampered over. However, they were intercepted by 3 wolf cubs. Both parties were encountering non-kindred young for the first time, and curiosity abounded. Da Bao was particularly vigilant, leading the way, while Air Bao and San Bao bristled behind him, hissing at the wolf cubs. "Shoo! Don't come into our territory." Orcs inherently shunned outsiders. The little kittens seemed particularly sensitive to this. However, Si Bao and Wu Bao appeared to be exceptions. Si Bao sat behind his brothers, tilting his head curiously at the wolf cubs before lazily flopping onto the ground, displaying no combat readiness. Wu Bao, even bolder, wiggled his round little bottom and approached the wolf cubs, sniffing at them. The wolf cubs were quite friendly, having caught a whiff of Aunt Tang's scent from the kittens. Knowing they were Aunt Tang's young, they refrained from showing aggression, even wagging their tails at Wu Bao. Upon seeing the wagging tail, Wu Bao blinked and licked the wolf cub's nose. It was wet and tasteless, not edible. Wu Bao lost interest and scampered back to Su Tang. Seeing Wu Bao approach her cubs, Wolf Nini's heart nearly stopped, recalling how her young had just killed a large snake. Young orc cubs were typically fierce towards outsiders, and she feared her wolf cubs might mistake the kittens for prey. They were so small, her wolf cubs could easily devour them in one bite. "Don't be alarmed. These are Nini's young. They are brothers," Su Tang said, instinctively petting Wu Bao's head while addressing the agitated kittens. Hearing their mother's words, Da Bao, Air Bao, and San Bao relaxed their vigilance. If mother said they were brothers, then there was nothing to fear. When mother said it was safe, it was safe. Observing the kittens' relaxation, the wolf cubs seized the opportunity to inch closer, nudging their faces toward the kittens' rears, a familiar gesture among their kind. Clearly, the kittens were not accustomed to such behavior. When a wolf cub attempted to sniff Air Bao's rear, Air Bao retaliated with a swift paw. San Bao treated the wolf cub's tail as a toy, pouncing on it and pulling out a tuft of wolf fur. Si Bao, quite dignified, had somehow climbed onto the wolf cub's back, remaining steadfast despite the cub's attempts to shake him off. Da Bao and Wu Bao remained at Su Tang's feet, not joining in the fray. The kittens and wolf cubs played harmoniously together, creating a scene of unparalleled camaraderie. Su Tang's lips twitched slightly. How could her little fur balls be so unafraid of even wolves? Are they truly cats? Is it common for the young of the feline clan to exhibit such ferocity? Chapter 105. A bountiful hunt. Observing her offspring and the kittens frolicking with such joy, Wolf Nini wore a benevolent smile. Owing to her circumstances, the young ones had seldom enjoyed the company of playmates. The cubs of the tribe shunned her little ones, for after consuming the fruits gifted by Tang, the wolf cubs had gone on to overpower several younger ones, instilling a sense of fear that sent them fleeing at the mere sight of them. Seeing her young ones with companions brought Wolf Nini great joy. It seemed she ought to bring her cubs over more often to play. It was said that young creatures needed to engage with peers to grow stronger. Wolf cub, perhaps it's best to refrain. If they come back, they may not survive to adulthood. Go play, Tang said, handing out pieces of dried fish, one for each cub, who promptly scampered off to a corner, gnawing contentedly on their respective treats. Tang brought her companion, Wolf Nini, to the base of a tree and exchanged greetings with Lin Xia. Today, Lin Xia was not spinning thread. Instead, she was crafting wooden clogs. Upon seeing Wolf Nini, she warmly poured her a glass of water, adding a hint of sugar. She had a fondness for this young girl from the wolf clan, charmed by her soft-spoken nature and melodious voice. It was said that she had decisively ended her relationship with a scoundrel, which only endeared her further to Lin Xia. Wolf Nini was taken aback by the attention. Cradling the sweetened water, she took a sip, astonished by its sweetness. In disbelief, she took another sip, confirming that it was indeed sweet. With a hint of surprise, she glanced at Tang, pondering how remarkable it was that even the water in her home was sweet. Surely, she had benefited from Tang's kindness today. How could she ever repay such generosity? Noticing the wolf cubs in the distance, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. It was all right. Even if she could never repay Tang, she could always do so when the wolf cubs grew up. After finishing the sweetened water, Tang mentioned her intention to borrow fire from Wolf Nini to cook the wild ferns she had gathered that day. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia rolled up her sleeves and eagerly set to work. Wild ferns. They would be delicious when tossed together. Wolf Nini, feeling a bit shy, joined in to help wash the wild ferns. Tang retrieved 2 wild strawberries and a wild fern. Using the excuse of needing to relieve herself to slip into the farm, she was curious to see if the strawberries and ferns could thrive on the land. The 4 plots of the farm were exclusively cultivated with sweet potatoes, which were in high demand, yielding substantial gold coins upon sale. After a morning away from the farm, the sweet potatoes had ripened. With a single click to harvest, the 4 plots were cleared, allowing for the successful planting of the strawberries and ferns. Tang's face brightened with joy. She had swiftly resolved the issues concerning 2 types of crops. It seemed that she should venture to the back mountain more often with Wang Nini to test their luck. The more crops, the better, as a scarcity would hinder her progress in unlocking the land. Tang opened her palm to reveal a wild strawberry. She had planted only one, leaving the other to savor its flavor. Rubbing it gently with her finger, she placed it in her mouth. As her teeth sank into it, an overwhelmingly sour and astringent taste flooded her palate. Tang, what on earth is this, a strawberry? It's even more sour than unripe grapes. The sight of Wang Nini joyfully picking wild strawberries flooded Tang's heart with a pang of bittersweetness, more acerbic than the berry in her mouth. A mother's strength is formidable, and Wang Nini embodies that perfectly. With this thought, Tang swallowed the fruit with a furrowed brow instead of spitting it out. If only the crops from the farm could be planted in the ancient continent, would Wang Nini not be able to fill her belly? Even without a partner, a female could thrive splendidly. The moment this idea surfaced, Tang felt the utility of her father's guidance. She ventured back to the marketplace, where the fruits in her warehouse could fetch her 2,000 gold coins. She purchased chili seeds and planted them in the freshly tilled soil. The last patch was still reserved for sweet potatoes. Upon returning beside the thatched hut, Lin Xia was already boiling wild fern. Wang Nini sat on a wooden stump, assisting with the fire. The kittens and wolf cubs frolicked on the nearby lawn. A bag of wild ferns filled a large pot, and it was not long before it was ready. Lin Xia took a basket lined with large leaves and filled it, offering it to Wang Nini. "Auntie, I truly appreciate your kindness," Wang Nini said gratefully as she accepted the basket. "I will return this promptly. This item is so practical, lightweight, and beautiful. It must be quite precious. There's no need to return it. Take it back for your use." "I have plenty more here," Lin Xia replied with a beaming smile. Her daily routine consisted of cooking, spinning thread, making clothes, and weaving. Although their home lacked furniture, it was filled with a plethora of woven items. There was no choice. In this place, such things served as substitutes. Wang Nini accepted it with heartfelt gratitude. Noticing that Tang's family still resided in the thatched hut, she couldn't help but express her concern. "Auntie, Tang, the rainy season is approaching soon. Are you really not considering digging a cave? If you start now, it's still not too late. When the rains come, the downpour would surely overwhelm those small huts. Though the weather is warmer during the rainy season, exposure to rain can still lead to illness for females." "Nini, how long until the rainy season arrives?" Lin Xia inquired anxiously upon hearing this. The warm season in the ancient continent seemed to be devoid of rain. They had been there for quite some time without witnessing a single drop. Even the river's water level had begun to recede. Wang Mini shook her head, stating that the timing of the rainy season is unpredictable but would not exceed a month at most. Lin Xia turned her gaze towards Su Tang. In the evening, I will ask my brother if the wooden house can be completed and occupied before the rainy season. Su Tang remarked. This issue indeed cannot be overlooked. It was fortunate that Wang Mini had brought it to her attention, otherwise, as an outsider, she would have struggled to comprehend the climatic changes of the ancient continent. Su Tang inquired further with Wolf Ni and learned that the warm season had already passed for 2 months since her arrival. She had fled to the forest just as the last snow melted, embracing the onset of warmth. After living in the forest for 2 months and nurturing a litter of cubs, she returned with them. Considering the time, 3 months mark a season. And sometimes the rainy season arrives later. It was indeed nearing the end of the warm season. Wolf Ni nodded, recognizing Su Tang's resolve, and chose not to elaborate further. Before departing, she expressed her care by milking her own supply in Su Tang's grass hut, ensuring the little kittens had a hearty meal. With her wolf cubs, a basket, and a flat leather pouch in tow, she set off. As she left, the kittens eagerly sought nourishment. The 3 wolf cubs, fearing they might fall behind, scampered away with remarkable speed. Observing their spirited energy, Wolf I felt reassured that bringing the cubs along was a wise decision. They had played joyfully throughout the morning. In the afternoon, Su Jianyuan and Xiao Fu returned from their hunting expedition. Today, they ventured deeper into the forest and reaped a bountiful reward, having captured a magnificent rhinoceros. While passing a waterhole, they also stumbled upon 2 large turtles. This rhinoceros was colossal, surpassing any previous catch, and the 2 exerted considerable effort to drag it back home. Su Tang gazed at the colossal rhinoceros before her, which loomed like a mountain. Chapter 106. Su Jianyuan seeks companions. Brother, why is this rhinoceros so enormous? Su Tang could not help but exclaim. This magnificent creature stood over 2 meters tall and stretched 4 to 5 meters in length, perhaps even more. Dragging this beast back had left a wide and deep trail on the ground. As for its weight, Su Tang had never encountered such a colossal creature, making it impossible for her to estimate. She had thought that the prey her second brother brought back earlier was already quite large. Considering that the flora of the ancient continent was majestic, and the rabbits, wild chickens, and wild boars were all larger than those she had previously seen, yet still within an acceptable range. However, today's rhinoceros was akin to a prehistoric beast, or perhaps it had undergone some transformation. How else could it grow to such size? Hey, sister, this is your first encounter, right? This is nothing. The animals in the forest are all quite large, and there are even bigger ones. Su Jianyuan boasted with a proud expression. He was indeed the most knowledgeable person in their family. My goodness. Is there anything larger than this? Lin Xia could not help but exclaim upon hearing this. Are there really giants lurking in this forest? Absolutely. The deeper one ventures into the forest, the larger the creatures become. Today, little Fu and I merely ventured a short distance and managed to capture such a large rhinoceros. Su Jianyuan explained, having learned of such enormities during his recent visit to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. The python he encountered last time was even heavier than this rhinoceros. However, not wanting to worry Lin Xia and Su Tang, he suppressed his urge to boast. Su Tang was taken aback, for it was no wonder that orcs found it arduous to survive in the forest, teeming as it was with such formidable beasts. One could hardly imagine living there. Merely stepping outside might result in being crushed underfoot. The orc tribes predominantly resided along the fringes of the forest, deep within the woods. The mountains stretched endlessly, fraught with peril. Even the mightiest orcs dared not venture there lightly. Even Daqing only roamed the outskirts of the forest, never daring to delve into its depths. Araxion was the most impressive. He could capture prey so immense that even the orcs of the Grey Wolf tribe could not match his prowess. Xiao Fu was brimming with admiration. On their way back today, they even encountered orcs from the Grey Wolf tribe. Upon seeing Araxion's catch, those orcs nearly had their eyes bulging out in disbelief. Xiao Fu felt an overwhelming pride, as though he himself had accomplished the hunt. Just thinking of it made his wolf tail uncontrollably spring forth, stretching the beast's skin draped over his rear into an exaggerated bulge. If you continue to capture such large prey, we shall never have to worry about food again. Lin Xia exclaimed, slapping her thigh with delight. Indeed, my son possesses great skill. Su Jianyuan sighed. It is over. I have boasted excessively. Such opportunities are not a daily occurrence. One must rely on fortune. He cleared his throat, elaborating further. Bringing back this rhinoceros today nearly cost me my life. In the depths of the forest, while the number of wild beasts is scarce, their combat prowess is formidable. Today was indeed fortunate, as this rhinoceros was injured and of advanced age. Had I encountered a younger and stronger one, the outcome could have been quite different. Carnivorous creatures in the forest, when famished, will resort to consuming flesh without discrimination. Brother, capturing such a large prey must be quite challenging. Is the forest not perilous? Su Tang inquired. Su Jianyuan felt a surge of emotion. His sister truly cared for him. The outside world was perilous, and with just himself and Xiao Fu, they were somewhat lacking in strength. It would be splendid to have an additional ally. Su Jianyuan sighed, expressing his preference for teamwork, for there is strength in numbers. When joined by formidable companions, the power of collaboration transcends mere addition. An ally? Perhaps you could take Ching along with you for the hunt? Su Tang's proposal was swiftly dismissed by Su Jianyuan. Absolutely not. That oaf Ching, when asked to chop wood, would end up colliding with the tree. When tasked with fetching water, he would return with nothing but an empty bucket, and at times, he might even misplace the bucket entirely. When asked to assist in constructing the wooden cabin, he nearly toppled the very walls that had just been erected. Su Jianyuan dared not take Ching out with him, for he feared that his demise would come swifter. The phenomenon of magnetic fields, at times, is indeed worthy of belief. In any case, he and Ching were fundamentally incompatible. Su Tang turned her gaze towards the distant sight of a large blue figure playfully tossing logs into the sky, the timber being as substantial as a beam of a house. Suddenly, one of the logs slipped from its grasp, crashing to the ground and sending a cascade of neatly stacked wood tumbling in every direction. It seemed rather ill-suited for the task at hand. What about her father and elder brother? What could they possibly accomplish? Not to mention hunting, they could barely even manage to drag the prey. Su Tang gazed at Su Jianyuan, and an inkling struck her that this fellow might already have someone in mind. Why not ask Lang Zhuang, who is accompanying you to Wanshou Mountain, if he would be willing to join? Lin Xia suddenly suggested. At worst, you can share the spoils of the hunt. I perceive that young man to be quite capable. The endeavor of hunting is indeed perilous, yet that beast man named Lang Zhuang seems rather honest. Forming a team could prove to be a commendable option. Su Jianyuan had this thought in mind. Upon hearing his mother's words, he chuckled and grinned, saying, "Then I shall inquire about it tomorrow." Su Tang. This had long been planned. Today, Su Shiwei and the others finished their work early once again. The rhinoceros was simply colossal, a monumental task. The entire family came together, laboring diligently for 2 hours to lay the great beast to rest. They reserved a portion for the day, with some of the meat being marinated in white stone powder, while the remainder was dried into jerky. A delightful treat for Xiao Fu and the 5 adorable kittens. The kittens have developed a charming habit of gnawing on things, trailing after Su Tang's heels and playfully nibbling at her feet. The rhinoceros bones also proved useful. After being boiled, the meat, though not entirely stripped, remained fragrant and delightful. A favorite among the little felines. As the family busied themselves, Su Tang prepared the boiled bones for the young ones. The kittens are far from picky eaters. Each kitten received a bone the size of a small leg, placed on the ground, tails and bottoms raised, eagerly licking and savoring their feast. Xiao Fu looked on, feeling a deep pang of sympathy for the great rhinoceros, tears of compassion involuntarily welling at the corners of his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Su Tang also offered a meaty bone to Xiao Fu. "Sister, I am not a cub anymore. I do not need to gnaw," Xiao Fu retorted, blushing as he swiftly turned and dashed away. His speed was so remarkable that Su Tang questioned whether she had misheard him. Had this little wolf cub just claimed he wanted or did not want it? Once Xiao Fu reached the small grove, he finally paused. For reasons unknown, the sight of the bone ignited a desire within him to seize it, accompanied by an urge to sink his teeth into it. The tantalizing aroma of the meat wafted through the air, prompting Xiao Fu to swallow hard. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he transformed into his beastly form, a petite white wolf, and crouched down to gnaw on the bone. Crunch, crunch. How delectable. It was simply irresistible. Today had been a bountiful harvest, and the family toiled until midnight. A full moon hung above, casting its glow upon them, while the evening breeze whispered softly, bringing a slight chill. As the evening descended, Su Tang and her companions felt no chill, their foreheads glistening with perspiration from their labors. Finally, amidst the chorus of chirping insects, the family gathered to partake in their meal. The dinner consisted of 2 large pots of beef offal soup, brimming with succulent beef, assorted entrails, and bones, complemented by a touch of wild bracken, ensuring a nutritionally balanced feast. The farm's chili peppers had ripened, those petite, fiery varieties yielding an abundant harvest of 10 pounds from a single plot. One pot was enhanced with finely chopped small chilies, sprinkled with a dusting of white stone powder, and stirred vigorously, the rich broth bubbling and frothing delightfully. Su Jianyuan and Lin Xia were flushed with excitement, their foreheads glistening with sweat, exclaiming in delight. Chapter 107. Thanks to Lang Qi, the family indulged in their meal with great enthusiasm. Only when they reached a satisfying fullness did they ease their pace, conversing casually as they ate. "Second brother, today I heard from an orc who returned from the Grey Wolf tribe that the Beast King has changed in 10,000 Beasts Mountain, and there has been unrest. Why didn't you mention this to us?" Su Tang recalled what she had heard today in the Grey Wolf tribe and inquired of Su Jianyuan. Upon hearing her, the entire family, except for the little kitten beside them slurping its low-salt, non-spicy beef soup, turned their attention to Su Jianyuan. "Second brother, is there such a matter? Is it dangerous?" Su Guodong immediately expressed concern for his son. Su Jianyuan also wore a perplexed expression, pondering what turmoil was being referred to. He was aware of the change in the Beast King, yet he remained oblivious to the nature of this upheaval. Su Tang took a sip of the hot soup and continued. The Grey Wolf tribe's team was ambushed at the Mountain of Beasts, losing more than half of the white stones they had acquired. Did you not encounter them at the Mountain of Beasts? Realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth, Su Jianyuan had no choice but to confess. "Let me be honest with you. In truth, I never ascended the Mountain of Beasts. The white stones were exchanged with the outside orcs at the foot of the mountain. Su Jianyuan candidly recounted the entire ordeal to them. The family was left in astonishment. This young man truly possessed remarkable fortune. Not only did he find a great fool to exchange for the white stone, thereby sparing himself from the mountain's prey, but he also narrowly escaped a calamity. Indeed, it was fortuitous that he ventured to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Others might not have conceived such an ingenious method to evade the fair. Su Tang expressed her immense relief, remarking how fortunate it was that they had not exchanged their supplies with the orcs of the Grey Wolf tribe. Otherwise, their precious white stones would likely have been seized. Lin Xia, with a slap of her thigh, exclaimed in excitement, attributing their fortune to Ni's ex-husband. What was his name again? Ah, Wolf Chi. Su Guodong chimed in. Had it not been for his betrayal, which led to the return of the supplies, Su Jianyuan would not have ventured to the mountain of 10,000 beasts in person. Curiously, the portion of white stones belonging to Wolf Zhuang had serendipitously found its way back into the hands of Wolf Ni, which Su Tang found quite remarkable. Little Fu, holding a large bowl and with grease smeared across his face, inquired, Mother, what is an ex-husband? To which Lin Xia replied, an ex-husband is a partner no longer desired by the female. Oh, I've learned a new term. I can boast about it to the cubs tomorrow, hee. After discussing matters concerning Su Jianyuan, the family turned their attention to the wooden cabin. Eldest brother, how much longer will it take to construct the cabin? I heard today that the rainy season is approaching soon, and we want to be able to stay in our thatched hut. Should I lend a hand tomorrow? Lin Xia asked Su Shiwei, feeling quite capable of contributing herself. The physique of the orcs is exceptionally robust, even with 100 pounds of pork. She could move with agility and grace. Assisting in the construction of the wooden cabin was certainly within her capabilities. Yet Su Guodong firmly insisted on keeping her out of it, declaring it to be a task suited for men. Mother, we should be able to move in within half a month at most. There's no need for your assistance. Father, Daqing, and I can manage, Su Shiwei replied gently. Although Daqing might struggle with other tasks, he was exceptionally skilled at chopping wood, thus significantly expediting the progress of the cabin's construction. As most of the lumber had been felled by him, Su Tang calculated that in half a month, they should be able to move in before the rainy season. If that is the case, there is no need for concern. In the Grey Wolf tribe, Lang Tai, battered and bruised, lay in the grass for half a day before limping back to the cave. The males' caves were interconnected, featuring a large cavern with several smaller chambers excavated within. Only males who had found a mate were permitted to dig their own caves. Starving and exhausted, Lang Tai recalled that his cave still contained some fruits and bones. Breaking open a large bone would yield delicious marrow to temporarily satiate his hunger. He resolved to hunt again when he felt better the next day. With that thought, he finally lifted his spirits, vowing that these ungrateful fellows would not be included in his future endeavors. Cursing under his breath, Lang Tai returned to his cave. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the chaotic array of footprints on the ground and the foul stench of other beastmen in the air. Indeed, for beastmen, the scent of same-gender individuals is unpleasant. Lang Tai hurried inside. Where are my fruits, my bones, and my hides? What happened to everything? He stared in disbelief at the empty cave. His entire dwelling had been ransacked. Damn it, who did this? I will hunt you down, Lang Tai shouted in a fit of rage. In another cave, a group of males chattered excitedly as they divided the spoils. That Lang Tai caused us to waste our time and suffer injuries. Taking a few of his belongings is a small price to pay. One of the beast men, who had returned from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain with Lang Tai, exclaimed. After dividing the loot, the group dispersed back to their own caves. Most of them were old bachelors, unable to find mates within the tribe, and spent their days in idleness. It was Lang Tai who had initially approached them, promising resources in exchange for white stones, which is why they had agreed to accompany him. When they could obtain white stones, they praised Lang Tai to the heavens. Now that they could not, they turned their backs on him, robbing and assaulting him instead. Had Lang Tai known this day would come, he would never have sought their company. Luo Nini found Lang Zhuang the next day. After returning from Su Tang's home, she visited the male's cave, only to learn that Lang Zhuang was absent. She waited until evening, but when his figure failed to appear, she reluctantly returned home. The following morning, she returned once more. Luo Nini, whom are you looking for? I can help you call him, a passing male offered, noticing her standing outside the cave. Could it be that Luo Nini has changed her mind and is seeking a mate? He must seize the opportunity. Thank you, but I'm looking for Lang Zhuang. Could you please summon him? Luo Nini nervously wrung her hands, her palms sweating profusely. Upon hearing this, the male's enthusiasm waned. Why would you seek that cripple? Your taste is quite poor. The males you choose are either useless or disabled. Lang Zhuang did not return last night, the male replied, then added, grinning obsequiously, Luo Nini. Why are you looking for him? I am much stronger. Why not consider me instead? Luo Nini quickly stepped back, shaking her head. You misunderstand. I have matters to discuss with him. She had not publicized the issue regarding the white stones, with the tribe currently short on white stones. If it became known that Lang Zhuang had returned with Su Tang's second brother, it would surely incite envy and resentment among the other beastmen. Seeing Luo Nini's clear rejection and distance, the The male realized he was making a fool of himself and departed. Knowing Lang Zhuang was not in the cave, Luo Nini moved farther away. Standing beneath an ancient tree, she waited for a long while before spotting a bloodied gray wolf, limping back with a small rabbit clutched in its mouth. Chapter 108. Wait until I pour out the water from his head. At a glance, Luo Nini recognized Lang Zhuang. She approached and blocked his path. The gray wolf, surprised to see Luo Nini there, hesitated, instinctively preparing to flee. Noticing his intent, Luo Nini called out urgently, Lang Zhuang, you don't need to hide from me. I already know. The gray wolf paused, his gray fur dripping with crimson liquid, caught in indecision. The white stones that appeared in my cave yesterday, along with the sheep and other prey you brought a few days ago, were they all from you? Luo Nini mustered her courage and asked directly. Upon hearing her question, the gray wolf stiffened, unable to meet her gaze, too afraid to shift into human form. Seeing his reaction, Luo Nini understood the answer. Why did you give me these things? She inquired, recalling Su Tang's words and observing the gray wolf's averted eyes. Silence answered her. The gray wolf placed the rabbit at Luo Nini's feet and attempted to turn away. His actions spoke volumes. Are you pitying me? Luo Nini's eyes reddened, and she furrowed her brow, grasping the gray wolf's bloodied fur. I do not want your gifts. Take the white stones and pray away, and do not bring them again. Though her grip was not forceful, the gray wolf seemed unable to break free, standing motionless. Just then, a sneeze echoed from the bushes behind them. Luo Nini and the gray wolf turned their heads in unison. Su Jianyuan covered his nose, emerging from the thicket with an expression of embarrassment. Raising his right hand to greet with a forced smile. Good morning, good morning. I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. No, I just arrived and didn't hear anything. He gestured towards the gray wolf. I came to find Wolf Zhuang, but since you are occupied, I can come back another time. Please, do not mind me. A few minutes later, the three stood beneath the tree. Wolf Zhuang had reverted to his human form, clad in tattered black animal hide, with dark streaks of blood staining his face, remnants he had yet to wipe away. Su Jianyuan found himself unexpectedly playing the role of a mediator in matters of the heart. After listening to both parties, he experienced a moment of enlightenment, uncovering the root of the issue. Wang Zhuang, so you sought me out at Wanshou Mountain merely to retrieve the white stone for Wang Nini? And that sheep, how resourceful you are. Su Jianyuan playfully patted Wang Zhuang's shoulder. Who would have thought this lad was rather adept at charming the ladies? Silently dedicating so much yet remaining unnoticed, he truly is a romantic at heart. And you, Wang Nini, Wang Zhuang harbors deep affection for you. His earlier claims of indifference were nothing but the misguided manipulation of Lang Qi, who led him to believe you despised him, prompting those heart-wrenching words. Su Jianyuan then turned his gaze towards Wang Nini. The two were indeed unfortunate. Their story was fraught with twists and turns. He stepped forward, urging them to stand side by side, casting an ambiguous glance at them both. Now that the misunderstandings had been cleared, Wang Zhuang, with no partner and showing such kindness, and Wang Nini, equally unattached, should surely come together. It is often said that outsiders see the truth more clearly, even as a lifelong singleton. Su Jianyuan could discern that neither had truly moved on from the other. Wang Nini tightened her intertwined fingers, glancing sideways at Wang Zhuang with a flutter of nerves. After all this time, she should have let go, yet why did her heart race as if it might leap from her chest? Wang Zhuang, make your intentions clear. Su Jianyuan urged, exchanging knowing glances with Wang Zhuang, perplexed that this lad expected the female to take the initiative. Wang Zhuang's left hand, concealed behind him, clenched into a fist as he lowered his gaze towards Wang Nini's forehead. He towered over her, nearly 2 heads taller, and years of scarce nourishment had transformed his once massive frame into a sculpted array of muscles, radiating a sense of security. Should he brush aside the unruly locks that obscured half his face, one would surely notice the pronounced veins and the profound restraint he bore. Wang Nini, I harbor no ulterior motives. My affection lies solely with those 3 cubs. These gifts are for them. Do not misunderstand. Wang Zhuang spoke with a husky voice. Wang Nini froze, raising her gaze only to find Wang Zhuang averting his eyes. Wang Zhuang, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Jianyuan echoed, equally incredulous at Wang Zhuang's words. Surely, this man could not be so oblivious to the feelings of a woman. Wang Zhuang clenched his fists, the dirt and blood-streaked nails digging painfully into his palms, yet his tone remained eerily calm. What I say is true, Wang Nini. I do not have feelings for you. So do not overthink it. He was now a mere shadow of his former self, a beast reduced to a state where hunting demanded double, if not more, the effort of other beastmen. How could he possibly disrupt her life? Su Jianyuan concluded that this individual was indeed a fool. He turned to Wolf Nini and said, do not stoop to his level. This fellow must have had water seep into his brain during the hunt. Wait a moment. I shall go and pour the water out of his head. Su Jianyuan dragged Wolf Zhuang to one side, preparing to enlighten him. Wolf Nini took a deep breath and called out to him, a Yuan, it's fine, I understand. Having said that, without waiting for Su Jianyuan to respond, Wolf Nini fled as if escaping. Su Jianyuan, it's a complete disaster. My first attempt at being a matchmaker has failed. The very first brother I met in the ancient continent is now left single. Wolf Zhuang tilted his head for a while before slowly turning back. Ah Yuan, what brings you here? Are you still planning to go to the Beast Mountain? I can accompany you, under the same conditions as before. The only thing he can do now is to alleviate her burdens. Su Jianyuan wore an expression of disappointment, yet he did not lose sight of his purpose. Wherever you plan to go, I am here to ask if you would join me in the hunt. I am in need of assistance. However, we shall venture deep into the forest, which carries its own dangers. Are you willing? Wolf Zhuang pondered for a few moments before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall accompany you, but I require a share of the spoils as remuneration. I shall take 1/8 of the total catch. He understood that Su Jianyuan was quite capable. Even without his aid, securing prey would not pose a challenge. Thus, he did not demand excessively, content as long as there was enough game to sustain both himself and his offspring. Su Jianyuan greatly appreciated the forthright nature of Lang Zhuang, a person who owed no debts of gratitude. Before engaging in any discussion, he made it a point to clarify all conditions. If something was feasible, it was agreed upon. If not, there was no further ado. No problem, just 1 share. Su Jianyuan grinned, delivering a hearty slap on Lang Zhuang's shoulder. However, his mention of 1 share actually referred to 1/3 of the total. When he, Xiao Fu, and Lang Zhuang went hunting, the spoils were naturally divided into 3 equal portions. Su Jianyuan was not one to take advantage of others. He believed in fairness, ensuring that neither he nor the honest and sincere would suffer losses. Unaware of Su Jianyuan's inner thoughts, Lang Zhuang simply nodded in agreement. Su Jianyuan was delighted to invite him along for a hunt. As the two engaged in conversation, a sudden commotion erupted from a nearby male cave. Let go of me. You have no right to detain me. I did not steal the tribe's white stone. Chapter 109. I, Su Jianyuan, will stand on my head to eat excrement. Su Jianyuan turned his head and beheld a group of gray wolf beastmen dragging a male figure outside. The captured male struggled incessantly, hurling profanities and exhibiting considerable resistance. What was happening? Could it be that he had stumbled upon some clandestine tribal secret? Su Jianyuan stretched his neck to observe, and the imposing Wolf Zhuang also witnessed this scene, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Wolf Tai? How did he get captured? Before long, the gray wolf beastmen had subdued Wolf Tai, binding his hands with thick vines. 2 gray wolf beastmen dragged his legs forward, while a throng of bewildered beastmen followed behind, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Wolf Zhuang, it was you reported me to the leader, didn't you? Suddenly, Wolf Tai's gaze fell upon the upside-down figure of Wolf Zhuang, his eyes widening in a frenzy as he bellowed in rage. He could scarcely conceive of anyone else committing such an act. It must be you, Wolf Zhuang, you treacherous wretch. I kept the secret of delivering prey to Wolf Chi from you, and yet you chose to betray me. I will make you pay. The beastman dragging his legs grew impatient with Wolf Tai's struggles and delivered a sharp kick. Silence. It was not Wolf Zhuang who reported you, but a young beastman who accompanied you to the mountain of beasts. Not just you, but all those who pilfered from the tribe's white stone have been apprehended. The leader decreed that you shall face severe punishment. Should you resist, your legs will be broken, and you will be cast out of the tribe. With that, the gray wolf beastmen took Wolf Tai away. Su Jianyuan was enjoying his melon seeds when he suddenly turned to look at Lang Zhuang. Have you secretly delivered prey to Lang Chi? He inquired. No wonder Wolf and I took such a long time to uncover his true identity. I heard that the orc named Lang Chi could barely catch a prey every 3 to 5 days and often resorted to deceitful tactics. To have concealed his true nature from Wolf and I for so long, Lang Zhuang truly deserves recognition. It turns out the real victim was right here all along. Lang Zhuang remained silent. In truth, he later learned that it had all been a misunderstanding. However, by then, he had already lost an arm. Before Lang Chi's true nature was revealed, he found himself unable to hunt or covertly deliver prey, leaving Wolf and I and the cubs to endure a period of hardship. Meanwhile, Lang Chi lounged outside the tribe, perplexed by the recent absence of prey that he had not managed to catch himself. It indeed echoed the adage of karmic retribution. Lang Zhuang spent the night in the forest without rest, and Su Jianyuan suggested they postpone their hunting expedition until the following day, allowing him a day of proper respite. Su Jianyuan picked up the rabbit from the ground and patted Lang Zhuang on the shoulder. You may take this prey back to enjoy. A Tang and Wolf and I gathered plenty of food in the back mountain yesterday, so there's no need to worry about hunger. You too must consume some meat to have the strength for hunting. This simpleton, if he were to visit Wolf and I again now, would likely infuriate her once more. Lang Zhuang accepted the rabbit, nodding in silence. Today, Su Jianyuan would not partake in the hunt, for there was still food at home. The first thing he did upon returning was to gossip with Su Tang about the matters concerning Wolf and I and Lang Zhuang. I sought out Lang Zhuang. What did he say? This was entirely within Su Tang's expectations. Su Jianyuan felt a surge of anger when he recalled the words of that thick-headed individual, who claimed not to be fond of Lang Nini. Was he blind? If he truly held such feelings, then I, Su Jianyuan, would willingly partake in the most degrading act imaginable. Su Jianyuan vividly recounted the remarkable deeds of the wolf. Upon hearing this, Su Tang couldn't help but furrow her brow. How could there be someone even more stubborn than her elder brother? It must be due to his arm, she speculated. She perceived that Lang Zhuang was a responsible beastman, albeit with a heavy heart. Su Jianyuan nodded, convinced that the lad, fearing to burden the wolf Nini, had spoken those untruths with a heavy heart. Such trivial thoughts might deceive the honest and naive beastmen, but they were not lost on him. Tomorrow, they would hunt together, capturing a bountiful array of game to restore his confidence. Su Jianyuan pressed his lips together, nodding to himself. What a splendid idea he had, achieving a harmonious balance. Truly, he was the wisest among them all. Su Tang remained silent. Such matters are not for outsiders to intervene in, and one can only wait for Lang Zhuang to come to his own understanding. Today, Su Jianyuan did not need to hunt and instead went to assist in constructing the wooden hut. Su Tang tossed 5 beef bones to the cubs, who obediently wagged their tails and gnawed on the bones. Meanwhile, Su Tang collaborated with Lin Xia to craft furniture. A new house, of course, necessitated furnishings. One cannot possibly sleep on the ground like in a thatched hut, with all belongings strewn about. The rainy season, which coincides with summer, would bring sweltering heat. Resting upon animal hides and hay would undoubtedly become uncomfortable. Su Tang and Daqing stumbled upon a grove of bamboo, from which they harvested a considerable amount. Lin Xia then meticulously sliced the bamboo into slender strips, weaving them into a cooling mat. Su Tang is designing furniture blueprints in preparation for home decoration. She is focused on items such as tables, chairs, benches, wardrobes, and cabinets. Her elder brother, Su Shiwei, is quite adept at these matters, while she is not as skilled, so she seeks his guidance. Su Tang is remarkably intelligent, able to draw inferences and quickly grasp new concepts. She has a natural affinity for handicrafts, effortlessly engaging in DIY projects. With rhino leather, hay, and a suitable amount of wood, she has fashioned a charming little sofa. The rhino leather is exceptionally durable, impervious to the claws of playful kittens, making it a boon for households with cats. In the evening, Su Tang ventured into the farm once more. Today, she cultivated 2 batches and also purchased some bok choy. The newly acquired seeds for strawberries and wild ferns now require 5 hours for planting. However, the extended time results in a higher selling price in gold coins. Each of these 4 crops yields fruits that can be sold for 50 gold coins. Planting in equal measure, she has perfectly allocated her 4 plots of land. The bok choy is of colossal size, comparable to a water bucket, as if it has undergone some mutation. The strawberries are equally impressive, each as large as a male fist, plump and juicy, evoking a strong appetite. The wild ferns and peppers remain unchanged in size, harvested by weight, and their quantity is indeed substantial. When Su Tang took out the baby bok choy and strawberries, Su Guosong wished he had a magnifying glass to scrutinize them closely. Such a large baby bok choy. This must be the grandfather of baby bok choy, the grandpa vegetable. Su Guodong could not help but exclaim in astonishment. How could the crops cultivated on his daughter's farm be so exceptional? Had these crops reverted to their ancestral traits? Su Tang felt embarrassed. It wouldn't be impossible for you to call him grandfather as well. Su Guodong gazed at the vast expanse of crops, his hands itching with anticipation. He could not resist pulling Su Tang aside to inquire, "My dear, once the wooden house is completed, would you be so kind as to arrange for me to cultivate some of the farm's produce? I would very much like to give it a try." Having toiled in the fields his entire life, the thought of being deprived of planting something left him feeling restless. Absolutely. Su Tang wholeheartedly agreed. The fruits of the farm were inconvenient to transport. However, if large-scale cultivation could be realized on the ancient continent, it would alleviate the necessity of bringing so many hunted animals when trading for white stones at the Beast Mountain in the future. Regardless of the orcs, it was imperative to cultivate the land for the sake of their descendants, as it was their fundamental means of survival. All right, hee. Su Guodong beamed with the delight of a child upon hearing Su Tang's affirmation. But let's keep this between us for now. Your mother is not particularly fond of me digging in the soil. Su Guodong suddenly recalled something and reminded, "Rest assured, I promise not to speak of it." Su Tang gazed earnestly at her mother, who stood behind her father, nodding in agreement. Lin Xia tapped the rough wooden stick in her hand and softly inquired from behind Su Guodong, "What is it that cannot be shared with me?" Chapter 110. The Wolf Man Sees His Prey. Tonight's dinner once again featured rhinoceros meat. Similar to yesterday's hearty stew, today's pot was enhanced with the addition of baby bok choy. The amalgamation of various aromas was exceedingly tempting. The family transformed into voracious eaters, engrossed in their meal. Su Guodong had one ear tinged with crimson, his appetite robust despite having just received a reprimand. Nevertheless, his wife did not oppose his farming endeavors, which brought him joy. After the meal, Su Tang presented a delightful dessert, a large strawberry for each person. The 5 little cubs shared 2 strawberries, which were sliced into small pieces and placed in their designated plates. The 5 fluffy little heads huddled together, munching eagerly, leaving their mouths adorned in a vibrant red hue. Upon finishing, they did not forget to wash their faces with their paws. Consequently, their paws also turned red, and as they wiped their faces, their ears and cheeks bore the same rosy tint. Following the previous transformation of the little white cat into a little yellow cat, it had now morphed into a little red cat. Su Tang had grown accustomed to the task, adeptly using damp animal hides to wipe their faces, bottoms, paws, and to clear away the eye gunk before carrying them back to their nest to sleep. The well-fed kittens lay on their backs, all four paws in the air, sleeping soundly. The following day, Lang Zhuang arrived early to meet Su Jianyuan, and the two set off with Xiao Fu into the depths of the forest for hunting. Su Tang also ventured to the gray wolf tribe, accompanying Wolf Nini to the mountains in search of fruits. The wild ferns on the slope they visited last time had been nearly exhausted, with only a few newly sprouted ones remaining, which would require some time before they could be harvested. Su Tang decided not to pick any more, leaving the wild bracken for Wolf Nini to gather and enjoy later. The two of them circumvented the hillside, making their way to the opposite side of the mountain. Along the journey, they encountered no fruits, yet Wolf Nini remained unperturbed. With a Tang by her side, they were certain to find some. After approximately half an hour of walking, the three wolf cubs ahead suddenly came to a halt. Su Tang and Wolf Nini halted, drawing upon their previous experience to refrain from recklessly advancing. The three wolf cubs proceeded cautiously, only to suddenly plunge headfirst into the underbrush. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the thicket, and soon enough, the trio emerged, each cub triumphantly bearing a black rabbit. The eldest had seized the creature by the neck, its life extinguished, while the second and third cubs clutched at its hind legs. The second cub took an additional bite, rendering its quarry lifeless, yet the third cub's catch still twitched in its grasp. Wolf Nini's eyes widened in astonishment. "Rabbits! Cubs, you are truly remarkable, managing to secure such prey," she exclaimed, turning to Su Tang. Previously, the game in these mountains had been entirely depleted, leaving scarcely anything to hunt. Today, fortune smiles upon us, for you have brought us this delightful catch. Su Tang was also delighted, for it had been a long time since any orcs had ventured up the back mountain, resulting in an abundance of prey. Wolf Nini merely smiled with her eyes curved, regardless of what she said. She had frequented this place before and had never encountered such game. However, upon Su Tang's arrival for the second time, the cub had successfully captured prey. Surely attributing this stroke of luck to Su Tang, she had undoubtedly benefited from Su Tang's fortuitous presence. Su Tang was once again compelled to capture a rabbit. The black rabbit was rather small, weighing only about 5 to 6 pounds, resembling a mere juvenile. The two continued their ascent up the mountain. Originally, Wolf Nini intended to traverse the opposite side, but upon witnessing the capture of the rabbit, she altered her course, directly crossing through the thicket towards this direction. Who knows? They might encounter more prey. Just after passing the underbrush, Su Tang noticed a splash of red beside the rabbit's disordered footprints. Carrots. No wonder there were rabbits here. They were feasting on the carrots. Su Tang could not help but glance at the Wolf Nini ahead. Nini was indeed her lucky star. The 10th type of crop's fruit had been resolved. The wolf cub, noticing that Su Tang had not left, nudged Nini's calf with its head, letting out a soft howl. Nini turned back, somewhat uncertain, and asked, "Ah Tang, have you found something again?" "Nini, come here, there are edible fruits here." Su Tang waved at her and picked up a stick, then dashed over to dig up some carrots. Watching Su Tang pull out the long, orange fruits from the earth, Wolf Nini felt as if she were in a dream, overwhelmed with happiness. What large fruits! From a distance, a vast expanse of them could be seen on the ground. Carrots can be eaten raw, so Su Tang washed one in the water from her basket and handed it to Wolf Nini for a taste. Wolf Nini took it, biting down. She couldn't quite discern the flavor. It was somewhat sweet, yet not overwhelmingly so. Nevertheless, it was far more delectable than the wild strawberries from last time. Delicious. Wolf Nini nodded repeatedly, excitedly exclaiming, "A Tang, you know so much. The orcs in our tribe are unaware that this is edible." Generally, the wolf tribe's orcs do not consume anything from the soil. It was only when Wolf Kuei unearthed sweet potatoes that they discovered there were indeed edible treasures beneath the ground. They learned about these from other orcs. Su Tang, somewhat evasive, changed the subject. "Let us hurry up and dig. It took us quite a while to get here, and in 2 hours it will be noon. It will be strenuous under the blazing sun." Wolf Nini nodded earnestly. The 3 wolf cubs joined in to assist, first using their paws to clear the surrounding soil, then gripping the green leaves atop the carrots with their teeth, wiggling their tails as they tugged backward. Occasionally, a carrot would unexpectedly pop out with a resounding plop, sending a cub tumbling. Yet, they gleefully continued their digging. For the wolf cubs, pulling up carrots was nothing short of play, and so, they toiled until midday. The burden on Su Tang's backpack and the beast skin bag of Wolf and I were both overflowing. Wolf and I's bag had long been filled, and the radishes she pulled up were placed into Su Tang's backpack. The 3 wolf cubs each carried a carrot, excitedly scampering down the mountain. Once again, it was a day brimming with harvest. Both women felt they had benefited from each other's good fortune. Venturing up the mountain with Tang and I ensured they would discover treasures. Wolfman observed the two sneakily descending from the back mountain and quickly concealed herself behind a tree to spy. The bags were filled to the brim. Although she could not see the contents, she caught a whiff of blood. Had the two taken their young to hunt in the back mountain? Wolfman's first instinct was that there was prey inside. Soon, she realized something else. There was indeed prey in the back mountain. Her eyes widened with jealousy. This little wretched female dared to hunt in our tribe's back mountain. She couldn't let that stand. She must send Wolf Kuei to hunt there too. Once the two departed, she hurried to Wolf Kuei's cave. "Oh mother, what brings you here?" greeted a stout, elephantine-legged female, Wolf Yun, the mate Wolf Man had found for Wolf Kuei. They had already consummated their union, and now Wolf Yun and Wolf Kuei had moved out, digging a small, dilapidated cave. It barely accommodated anyone. Upon seeing Wolfman approach, Wolf Yun's face displayed disdain and impatience. Before mating with Wolf Kuei, she had believed him formidable. Little did she know that after their union, he was inept at hunting, and even less so at night. The cave they had excavated was cramped and uncomfortably small, nothing like the grandiose tales Wolfman had spun about him. Wolfman had deceived her. Chapter 111. The back mountain holds not a hair. I came to find Wolf Kuei. Where is he? Hurry and bring him out. I have urgent news, Wolfman declared, attempting to stride into the cave, indifferent to Wolf Yun's expression. Wolf Yun blocked her. "Oh mother, what urgent matter could it be? Just tell me." Wolf Kuei has gone hunting. This old hag always sought excuses to pilfer food or beast skins whenever she visited. Now, upon seeing Wolfman, she was as wary as if guarding against a thief. After Wolf Kuei's injury, his hunting prowess had diminished significantly. Sometimes it took days for him to catch a single prey. The two of them struggled to find enough to eat. This old hag, whose mate was useless, only came to take from them. Wolfman then recalled it was daytime. Wolf Kuei was not in the cave. Nodding, she said, "When Wolf Kuei returns, tell him not to venture out. He should hunt in the back mountain tomorrow. There are good things there." Wolf Yun's face darkened. She wished to expel Wolfman immediately. What nonsense was this old hag spouting? She must want to sabotage her and Wolf Kuei. What treasures could possibly exist in the back mountain? Everyone in the tribe knew it held nothing but sour fruits. "Oh mother, Wolf Kuei is your own flesh and blood. Can you not bear to see him thrive? Do you wish to harm him?" Wolf Yun's face darkened as she prepared to issue a dismissal. Wolfman hurriedly explained. "Wolf Kuei is my offspring. How could I wish him harm? It's true. I just saw Wolf and Tang emerge from the back mountain, their bags brimming with prey." At these words, Wolf Yun paused in surprise. Tang, the one who lives outside the tribe, the one Wolf Kuei used to fancy? Lately, the delectable aroma wafting from outside the tribe had been undeniable. Everyone knew that Tang's family feasted daily on stewed meat and had fire. Wolf Yun, driven by jealousy, often quarreled with Wolf Kuei whenever he returned empty-handed, questioning whether he regretted mating with her, implying he didn't take hunting seriously or dig properly. She believed Wolf Kuei still longed for Tang. His dejection stemmed from not being with her. Yes, it must be her. Just a few days ago, I saw her come to the tribe. She went to the back mountain and returned to feast on meat. She must have found something valuable. Wolfman was confident. It had to be so. Otherwise, how could that family of uselessness dine on meat daily? And it smelled so good. Wolf and that wretched creature, dared to bring an outsider to the back mountain. I shall inform the chief and ensure this traitorous female is punished. Enraged, Wolfman set off to report. Wolf Yun quickly detained her. "Oh mother, we cannot go.